The British Touring Car Championship always produces spectacular action, and the 2007 season was no exception. So sit back and enjoy some of the best.
For Team Halfords, it's an unchanged driver lineup with Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden. But the car has changed. It's goodbye to the Honda Integra and hello to the Civic Type R. Last year's champion manufacturer was Seat. Jason Plato's back for a fourth year, and after driving part-time in '06, Darren Turner gets a full season. Last year was the first time in 6 seasons that VX Racing failed to win a championship trophy. Tom Chilton and Fabrizio Giovanardi are fighting back with a new car, the Vauxhall Vectra. The car that's dominated the World Touring Car Championship has made it to the UK. Team RAC will be running a pair of rear-wheel drive BMWs for Colin Turkington and reigning Clio Cup champion Tom Onslow Cole. 4 more teams are racing BMWs. Jackson's M Sport is running the ex-Andy Prio World Touring car for Seat Cupra champion Matt Jackson. Martin Bell returns in the Team AllAboutProperty.com car. Then there's J-Team Motorsports' Jim Pocklington, while AFM Racing has gone for the shorter wheelbase of the 1 Series for Rick Kerry, and they're running it on diesel. Motorbase Performance expands its effort to 2 cars, with a pair of ex-Works Seats for Gareth Howell and Matt Allison. And they won't be the only Seat Toledos on the grid. Team Air Cool has a third for Adam Jones. Owen Murray impressed everyone with his pace in the Quest Racing Alfa Romeo 156 and returns for a full season this year. 2 more Alphas come from A-Tech, driven by Dave Pinkney and Richard Marsh, while Chris Stockton and Nick Leeson team up in a pair of Lexus IS200s. Finally, 6 drivers are racing older spec British touring cars. They include Mike Jordan, a race winner last season in the Honda Integra, 2 bioethanol-powered MGs for Jason Hughes and Fiona Leggett, Sibsport's Simon Blankley, who sold his house to live his dream of racing touring cars, Turkish champion Erkut Kızılırmak in a Vauxhall Astra, and John George in a Honda Integra.
Let's take a look at the grid for round 1 then. On pole position, it's Colin Turkington for Team RAC, alongside him Jason Plato for Seat Sport. Then Darren Turner lines up for Seat in 3rd place on the grid with Fabrizio Giovanardi in the brand new Vauxhall Vectra. His teammate Tom Chilton is next up on the 3rd row of the grid with Matt Jackson, leading privateer on the grid. He's made the move up from the Seat Championship and starting qualifying. Another youngster next up, that's Tom Onslow Cole, just 19 years old, making his debut for Team RAC, and alongside him the experienced Mike Jordan, a race winner last year. On row number 5, it's the reigning champion Matt Neal and his brand new Civic Type R, and alongside him Adam Jones makes his return. This year he's racing a Seat. Next up on row number 6, we've got another new boy, Matt Allison, the reigning British GTC champion. Alongside him, Gareth Howell, a race winner when he was driving for Team Halfords last year. Behind him is Gordon Shedden. Now, Gordon Shedden lining up on the 7th row in the other of the new Team Halfords Civics, but they did have problems in qualifying. Jason Hughes in the MG, powered by bioethanol, lines up alongside. Then on row number 8, we've got Chris Stockton in the BTC Racing Lexus. Alongside him, David Pinkney in the new A-Tech Team Alpha 156, brand new car there. Behind him, it's then Martin Bell. He's back for a 2nd season in his BMW, the 6-cylinder version. Alongside him is Erkut Kızılırmak in one of last year's Astra Sport hatches. Then Fiona Leggett makes her return. She's on the 10th row of the grid. This year she's racing an MG. Alongside her, a new boy, Simon Blankley. He's mortgaged his house to come racing the British Touring Car Championship. Behind him, we've got John George. He's back. Good to see him running with TH Motorsport. And Jim Pocklington, another new boy with his BMW. And now we're getting towards the back of the grid. Nick Leeson lines up in another of the BTC Racing Lexuses, and another new car. This is interesting, the first diesel in the British Touring Car Championship, and it's Rick Kerry in the BMW 1 Series. At the back is Richard Marsh with another of the Alfa Romeo 156. He had some problems in qualifying, but that's how they line up for the first race. And there they are, Tim, getting some tyre temperature up already. Matt Jackson weaving around almost on the grass.
Well, he was on the grass there. I've been watching, he's been really working hard at getting some temperature in that car, as the others have. But the other thing is, of course, 26-car grid. By the time Colin Turkington comes round onto the grid, the others are still coming down from Graham Hill. So he's going to have to wait a little bit.
Well, let's see how long they will have to sit there. You can notice that Colin Turkington is leading them around quite slowly. He's quite a tremendous qualifier, Turkington. He didn't get any pole positions last year, but the year before, when he was racing the Astra Sport hatch, he had 3 pole positions. We always know his pace in qualifying, but he's also proven himself to be quite a hard racer. Is he going to be defensive enough? That's the question with someone like Jason Plato behind.
He'll be trying very hard to win this race, but Plato's got his eye on the long-term goals, winning the championship. He won't want to take risks, and you're right, he is a demon qualifier, Turkington. I spoke to his former teammate Rob Collard yesterday while we were watching qualifying. He said, I don't know how he does it. He always managed to find some extra speed in qualifying. That's the mark of a great driver.
It is. It's fantastic to see, and Colin Turkington with the opportunity then to take BMW, a BMW win for the first time in a long time in the British Touring Car Championship. He is in the orange Team RAC car on pole position. It's Jason Plato lined up at a slight angle on the outside of the front row. Several cars still moving into place at the back of the grid. Remember, the second row, we've got Darren Turner in the second of the Seats, and then the first of the new Vauxhall. It's the Vauxhall Vectra. It's a big car, but it's a fast car, and Fabrizio Giovanardi and Tom Chilton will both be trying to do something with it. We're all set for the first race of the Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championship of 2007. Away we go, and it's a poor start from the BMW, a terrible start from poleman Turkington, and Jason Plato takes the lead towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Turkington now under pressure from the Vauxhall of Fabrizio Giovanardi, who gets turned by Darren Turner through Paddock Hill Bend, saves it and recovers.
Yeah, and Matt Jackson round the outside of the whole lot in the white BMWs up to 3rd place.
Fantastic effort by Matt Jackson all through it. Let's see if they... Oh no, we've got one of the MGs off. That's Jason Hughes into the gravel. He got tapped by somebody, couldn't see who it was. Still Darren Turner, now Tom Chilton battling side by side, and Turner ends up on the grass this time. British Touring Cars is certainly up and running, isn't it? But Colin Turkington was not fast off pole position. Look at Matt Neal, he's in that little group as well.
Yeah, we're going to have a safety car though, because we've got a car turned around. It's the MG of Fiona Leggett on the start finish line. These guys, there it is. Fiona's only just getting out the cars, and they're coming down full chat down the start finish line. Don't know what happened there. We'll have to look at a replay, but definite safety car.
This is what happened to Fiona. Look in the middle of the picture.
Look at the right-hand side. Look at the right-hand side. Urquhart coming across. Oh, a little touch, and then the old tank slapper side to side as the light weight at the back of the car takes over and swaps the car around.
That was quite a hard hit, wasn't it? And it just shows you how quickly they're accelerating off the grid. Let's see if we can... That was a terrible start by Colin Turkington. I don't know if we're going to get a view of that accident. Not so much. But look at Matt Jackson go around the outside.
Yeah, the Plato and Giovanardi already clashing at the first corner of the year. They were the two guys that everyone thought was going to be battling for the championship. They've hit each other at the first corner.
Well, this was some more of the onboard action. That was Turner and Chilton going through Graham Hill Bend, and Darren Turner ended up on the grass. Well, it's all drama in the first lap here at Brands Hatch. We're racing once again at Brands Hatch. It's Plato who leads in the Seat. Turkington on the attack. Jackson running in 3rd place. Then Tom Onslow Cole. And then the first of the Vauxhalls chasing them through Paddock Hill Bend. And Turkington again looking pretty close to the back of Plato as they head up towards the hairpin. But Plato holds it tight, and Matt Jackson looks at going around the outside.
Yeah, Jackson in a safe 3rd. The BMWs look to have got their tyres warmed up. Oh, there's a bit of a kerfuffle further back. Giovanardi slipping back down the order. It looks like something's broken. We're on board with Matt Neal here in the Team Halfords car, this brand new car that's only done a little tiny bit of testing before this event. Everything was last minute, and yet you can trust a champion to be running somewhere near the front, and that's what he's doing. He's on the back of this lead group, if you like. Jason Plato just beginning to ease out a slight advantage, but this new Civic is looking good behind Tom Chilton, who's in the new Vauxhall as well. So many new cars to deal with this year, but it's a car that we've known and seen go fast here at Brands Hatch in the past at Leeds. It's the Seat of Jason Plato, just easing away now a little bit from Colin Turkington. Yeah, so he seems to have found his feet, and once Plato gets into his race rhythm, he's very, very difficult to beat, and he seems to be getting going now. But don't be surprised to see the BMWs come back maybe a little bit later. But if Jackson puts the pressure on Turkington, then that'll obviously draw them further back from Plato.
What a dream result this would be. Oh, Chilton gets a bit sideways in the background, runs over the grass, loses the place to Matt Neal. Matt Neal gets a place there because Chilton just was a bit wide, and now he's under attack from Mike Jordan as well, and he's gone wide through Surtees. this is what happened. Chilton made the mistake.
Yeah, Chilton got his right-hand side wheels actually on the dirt coming down the hill, trying to take the widest line. So as he turned in on the brakes a little bit, the back end slid out. That was just running a little bit wide. Perhaps he's not sure how wide the car is yet, as Tom Onslow has a real big look up the inside.
That was the battle for third place there. The white and black car of Matt Jackson up against another newcomer to British Touring Cars. These two both making their debut. Let's see how it began.
Yeah, Matt Jackson got a little bit of a tank slapper on. Tom sniffed an opportunity, but very difficult to stop these cars whilst you're braking on the bend and it's bumpy as well.
Look at this, Matt Neal making the move on Tom Onslow Cole. He's had a good run there, and now Matt Neal gains another position. That puts the reigning champion into fourth. It's still Jason Plato very much in control, but Turkington shadowing his every move. Then Matt Jackson focused on the fact that he's got Matt Neal behind him, still there side by side, and look at Matt Allison behind, and Shedden is through. Gordon Shedden gets past Darren Turner. It's Honda ahead of Seat, but Matt Allison in the older type Seat is trying to get past as well and nearly does it on the inside.
Well, the bosses at Seat won't like that, will they, if the older Toledo goes past the new Leon? It's a cracking race.
Matt Jackson just ran a bit wide out of Graham Hill Bend, and he's kicked up something, and it's Matt Jackson kicking up. He just ran a bit wide there, Tim.
Well, that clearly looks like oil, whether he's detached an oil line, broken the sump or whatever, but he's got a big oil leak, whether that's going to put a lot of oil on the track or not, but that isn't going to last long.
This was out of Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, he's run over the curb there, and immediately you get that bit of oil. So obviously something has fractured a pipe or something, and he's got some oil there, but it looks like he may well be black and orange flagged. In other words, he needs to come in the pits because of a mechanical defect.
Race leader Jason Plato has this one pretty much in the bag, I would say. He's got a useful advantage there over Colin Turkington in second place. Turkington just not quite able to put the Seat under pressure. Third place still for Matt Jackson. He's not come into the pits. Fourth place for Matt Neal. Fifth place, and pushing Matt Neal hard now, is Mike Jordan. So Jordan looking at a decent result here. Behind Jordan, it's still Tom Onslow Cole, who's dropped back a little bit under a touch of threat now from Tom Chilton in the lead of the two Vauxhalls. We saw Giovanardi in trouble, but coming up to the final corner, there's going to be no problems at all for Jason Plato. He's driven a perfect race. He started on the outside of the front row, got the power down, swept into the lead through Paddock Hill Bend, and it's Jason Plato who's going to take the first win of the season here at Brands Hatch. Second place goes to Colin Turkington. The result of the first race, Plato the winner for Seat ahead of Colin Turkington for Team RAC. Matt Jackson, a brilliant debut. He finishes on the podium. Matt Neal in fourth. Mike Jordan fifth ahead of Tom Onslow Cole. Tom Chilton in the Vauxhall. Then Adam Jones, Gordon Shedden and Gareth Howell completes the top 10.
Race 2 now. Just to remind you that they start this grid where they finished the first race. That means that Jason Plato is on pole, and we'll rejoin our commentators, Ben and Tim.
The grid for race 2 sees Jason Plato on pole position, now carrying ballast. He's got Colin Turkington starting alongside. On the second row, it's reigning champion Matt Neal with Mike Jordan alongside. And on row number 3, Tom Onslow Cole in the BMW with Tom Chilton in the Vauxhall Vectra. Next up, it's Adam Jones and Gordon Shedden together on the grid with Seat versus Honda. Then Gareth Howell in one of the older Seat Toledos with Fabrizio Giovanardi alongside in another Vauxhall. Then it's Chris Stockton in a Lexus with Matt Allison alongside. He starts 12th. 13th on the grid, Martin Bell with Erkut Kizilimark starting alongside in the Vauxhall Astra. Then Nick Leeson in a Lexus with Simon Blankley alongside in a Honda Integra. Rick Kerry's in the diesel BMW 130D with Jim Pocklington next up in the BMW 320. John George starts in 19th place. David Pinkney is 20th in the Alfa Romeo. Then it's Darren Turner and Richard Marsh, Jason Hughes and Fiona Leggett. And on his own at the back, the man who got penalised from the first race, Matt Jackson. We're all set for the lights to come on and for round 2 to get underway. Red lights on. Let's see how long the hold is. It's a quick turn and away goes Plato. It's a good start. Here comes Turkington on the outside with rear-wheel drive, but it's not enough, and he's going to have to slot into second place. Matt Neal slots into third. Tom Onslow Cole in fourth in the other BMW, and then it's Mike Jordan tucked in behind him with Tom Chilton close in the Vauxhall, and I think we've got them through Paddock Hill Bend safely. Now they're on the dust over the oil, and this could cause problems, and Chilton was a bit wide trying to go around the outside, and Druid's there.
Yeah, and he got away with it as well. It was a good move by him. I think it was Tom Onslow Cole actually slid a little bit wide, lost some drive coming out, and Matt Jackson did start from the pit lane.
So Matt Jackson did come out, but he has got some work to do from back there. Mike Jordan has got Gordon Shedden breathing down all over him as they come up to clearways. Plato leads, Shedden trying to get up the inside of Mike Jordan. They're being very well behaved. Gareth Howells in the gravel. Oh, can he get it back from there? It's a long way round clearways in the gravel. He's going to lose so many places.
Yeah, I think he may have just got a touch there, just on the critical part, the apex of clearways. We'd have to see that again, but it certainly just eased him wide. There was no return, but at least he's kept it going.
So Jason Plato looking good at the moment. Battle for second place though, with the reigning champion Matt Neal putting Colin Turkington under pressure. And then it's the Vauxhall Vectra of Tom Chilton. And we're on board with Matt Neal running in third place as we come down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. Nothing really to choose between the leading quartet or the leading 5 cars even. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Mike Jordan, who's running in 6th position. And despite the weight ballast on the Seat, Jason Plato in control, but Matt Neal closing on the BMW as we come through the long right-hander at Clearways and past the fans out there on the banking, basking in the sunshine now of a glorious afternoon here in Kent. Jordan switches back to the inside. No, he's not quite close enough to make the move on Tom Onslow Cole. Good racing going on, and still Turkington defending second place from the Team Halfords car of Matt Neal with Tom Chilton tucked in there.
Yeah, there's an absolute freight train of touring cars behind, and there's a touch there. Matt Neal's hit the back of Turkington. Turkington's held it together. Matt Neal's had to back out of it. God knows how everyone did run into the back of each other there. That would have been an insurance claim on the back man, wouldn't it?
It certainly would, but somehow Turkington stays second. But look at Onslow Cole. Onslow Cole now's got the run to attack his teammate, and he's trying to go around the outside, but now Matt Neal's got the inside line. Oh, he's put himself out of position there, Onslow Cole. Well, this is a wake-up call, and now he's left the door open for Tom Chilton as well. Not quite. He does shut the door on Chilton.
Tom obviously got the run on them, and look at this queue of cars behind. This is classic touring car racing.
It is tight, isn't it? Mike Jordan's now dropped down the order. He's got Fabrizio Giovanardi behind him. Shedden is making good progress, and Gordon Shedden, I think, is just easing past Tom Chilton a bit further up. Great drive from Shedden forward with Giovanardi as he gets past Jordan.
That was Shedden's been fired off. He's going to rejoin at the end, right at the end of Clearways, join on the start-finish line again. He won't get penalised for that because he's lost more time, obviously, as long as nobody hits him at the back. He's lost more time than he gained. But what a gaggle of cars. Something had to give there. They're making this race easy for Plato, aren't they, by fighting behind. Look at the gap he's got. Well, there was a touch there with Chilton. Yeah, just on turning, and that speared him off.
It's a fast corner, that left-hander, isn't it? There was absolutely nothing he could do there except straighten it up, tried to turn in, bang, off he went. And as you say, did a big shortcut, but he tucked in behind all the others he was racing with, so he gained no advantage. They'll allow him to continue. Plato leads then. Shedden out. Well, I say he was going to continue, but he's out. Onslow Cole hits Matt Neal. He hits Matt Neal into a spin. It takes Chilton onto the grass.
They're 3 are best. They're 3 are best.
This is
Onslow
amazing.
Cole's got 2 cars on his right. Who's going to turn in first? Here comes Turner. Matt Neal's been punted as well.
Yeah, he's got contact there, and Jordan's off too. Mike Jordan off. It's all gone crazy in race number 2. They behaved themselves in race 1, but they couldn't contain themselves in race 2. They're off all over the place.
Yeah, and in his eagerness to get back on the circuit, Mike Jordan has bashed the front splitter into the ground, and that'll make him a retirement, I should think. This is, I think, on board with Matt Neal, yes, who gets knocked sideways by Onslow Cole, was it? And then sideways, and everybody comes past him then.
Yeah, and then they came into Surtees, and there was a touch there, I guess, between Matt Neal and Mike Jordan. I'm not quite sure. But let's just have a look down. That's where the initial contact was made. Matt Neal got sideways, Chilton ended up on the grass, and then Matt Neal was slow, and there wasn't much more he could do. But look at Tom Chilton now. He's alongside Tom Onslow Cole. This is for third place. The Vauxhall of Tom Chilton trying to get alongside, and behind them is Darren Turner. Darren Turner started 21st. Oh, Darren Turner's hit Onslow Cole. Off goes Tom Onslow Cole in the BMW.
Well, Darren Turner's been having an absolutely storming race. He started 25th, and he was right up 7th. Well, he's going to try and get out of the gravel. He's either going to bog it down. Look at that. He's got some rear-wheel drive there to get out.
He might make it, you know. He's still creeping out. Yeah, he's going to do it. Well done. Onslow Cole makes it out of the gravel trap. He's back in this race, but boy, he has had an action-packed race, hasn't he?
This is on board with Tom Onslow Cole. I think he's got Chilton on the right-hand side. Yeah, that goes through. And behind him, just there, was Darren Turner trying to get through the gap as well.
Great pictures, great sound. Plato busy checking his gauges, checking the instrument. He's in a lonely lead, but he'll be quite happy about that at the moment. 4.2 seconds ahead. Meanwhile, further back, there's still some good racing going on for 5th place, and Matt Neal is having a go at getting 5th from, yes, he is down the inside. Matt Neal takes 5th place from Adam Jones, and that was the reigning champion showing how it can be done. Let's just take a look at what happened a moment ago.
Yeah, Adam Jones was passing the back marker, and so keen was he to get past that he left his braking too late and ran wide, and that's why he had a bad exit.
So for the second time today, Jason Plato comes into the last corner with a good advantage over everybody else, and it is going to be Plato to take 2 out of 2 to start the season in style. Maximum points going the way of Jason Plato and Sayat. Second place goes to Colin Turkington for Team RAC. Third position to Tom Chilton, and that's the first podium finish for the brand new Vauxhall Vectron. Confirmation of the result, Plato taking victory quite handily from Colin Turkington in second, Chilton in third place, and Darren Turner in the second set, up from 21st on the grid to 4th. Matt Neal finished 5th ahead of Adam Jones. Fabrizio Giovanardi was 7th for Vauxhall. Matt Jackson a fine 8th ahead of Matt Allison, and 10th place went to Chris Stockton.
Scott, congratulations. Jason made that look easy, didn't he?
He did. A couple of points made it look too easy, probably. But he did just ease off a little bit just to look after the tyres and conserve the car a little bit. But we should be strong here. We know from last year that we dominated the 2 meetings, and it's no more than we expected, really.
Well, you've dominating so far. Fastest lap for Darren as well. Why is the car so strong here?
It just suits the circuit. It's a tight, twisty circuit. There aren't, apart from the start-finish straight, there's not a large amount of straights that affect us so badly with the drag. So I wish we could come here more than twice a year.
Right, well, let's find out now where you're going to be starting the next race. Same rules apply as last year. We have our brand new, no expense spared Wheel of Fortune. Give it a spin. So that's position number 7. Fabrizio Giovanardi will be on pole position. Here's Ted with the rest of the grid.
So here's confirmation of the grid for the final race of the day. Giovanardi's on pole, Adam Jones alongside him in second. Third place Matt Neal, 4th is Darren Turner. 5th Tom Chilton, and 6th Colin Turkington in the Beamer. 7th is Jason Plato, 8th Matt Jackson. We've got Matt Allison and Chris Stockton on row 5. Row 6 Gareth Howell and Erkut Kizilamak. Row 7, Martin Bell and Simon Blankley. Row 8 is made up of Tom Onslow Cole and John George. Row 9, it's Richard Marsh and Jim Pocklington. Row 10, Rick Kerry and Jason Hughes. While on row 11 we have David Pinkney and Mike Jordan. Row 12, Gordon Shedden all the way down there, and Nick Leeson. And it's Fiona Leggett bringing up the rear. OK, let's go down to Louise, who's on the grid.
Yes, and I'm down on the grid with the winner of the first 2 races, Jason Plato. It's been a pretty sweet weekend so far, hasn't it?
It has been a pretty good weekend. I mean, we've still got some more work to do. I mean, we're 7th place on the grid now with the grid reversal. So, you know, maybe it's a chance to think, OK, we've had a good weekend. Let's consolidate the points we've earned and just make sure we get home. But it'd be great to get a podium. I think we've got the pace to, but anything can happen.
You're not just going to be aiming for a podium, surely?
Yeah, it'd be nice to win all 3, but hey, that doesn't happen that often. But, you know, we're going to be pushing hard.
Well, watch out for Darren Turner on the second row with the Sayat as well, the reverse grid. Top 7 reversed, and it means Jason Plato starts 7th, and he's got maximum ballast. Can he really make it 3 out of 3 from that position on the grid? Well, if he can do that, then we're really in for a treat here at Brands Hatch. It's the 3rd race of the day, round 3 of the championship. The red lights come on, and they're quickly out, and who's going to be away? Well, it's a good start from the second row, Matt Neal. Matt Neal, the reigning champion. What a start! Adam Jones goes into second place. Terrible getaway from pole man Fabrizio Giovanardi, and now the BMWs are trying to come round the outside through Paddock Hill Bend.
Well, now we really are going to have a race, aren't we? Matt Neal, who came here with no expectations at all, a car that hardly turned a wheel, has shown true class. Now he's leading the race. He's got Adam Jones, the guy behind him, a fired-up Giovanardi who blew the start, will be pushing his way through.
And Colin Turkington's up there as well in the Team RAC BMW in 3rd place. Adam Jones running 2nd. Giovanardi trying to come back on the BMW there into Surtees, couldn't do it. All this, of course, is allowing Matt Neal to make a little bit of a break. Well, this is just the perfect answer for Matt Neal after struggling to get this car ready. Now we're on board with the former pole man, but he made a terrible start, and John George has gone off.
Yeah, he's going off backwards, not sure where that is, probably Surtees, I think. But let's get back to the leaders. No real damage there if he can get out of the grass. Matt Neal's done a storming first lap. He's got a nice little lead. Adam Jones doing a remarkable job in second early in the race.
Yes, he is. And now look at this battle between Turkington and Giovanardi. Turkington on the inside, trying to squeeze the veteran Italian out of the way, and he manages to stay ahead of him. Turkington desperate to score points, and remember, he's ahead of Jason Plato. Plato's down in 8th place at the moment. Now, Plato won the early 2 races, but at the moment, this could be good for Turkington to actually take the lead in the Drivers' Championship if it was to stay this way.
Yeah, the BMW takes a few laps just to warm its tyres up, and Turkington's just about getting into the zone, having defended very hard on Giovanardi, but there's the safety car out. We're going to have to close all the bunch up under the safety car as they start this 3rd lap.
Well, that's going to certainly make things different, and Matt Neal's advantage, of course, taken away immediately. That was a brilliant, brilliant start by Matt Neal. Safety car, yeah, lights are out, safety car is coming in, and look, Matt Neal's maintained a big advantage. Interestingly, Adam Jones did not stay with him, and this has given Matt Neal a big lead.
Well, the safety car stayed out for barely a lap, probably shouldn't have been scrambled in the first place. The Matt Neal sensibly kept up his pace, and it strung the whole field out.
But look at this battle for second, and now Giovanardi's going to have it. No, he's not, but he has taken Turkington. Turkington's lost a position there. Adam Jones holds on to second. Giovanardi now up to 3rd. Turkington back to 4th.
Well, Turkington was on the outside, wasn't he, on the grass, coming round Graham Hill Bend, trying to go around the outside of Adam Jones. I don't know what started off, and Giovanardi snapped away and took the position away.
Well, Turkington won't like that. He'll want to try and come back as quickly as possible, but then he's got to watch his mirrors for the Seat of Darren Turner as well. Adam Jones in the silver and red Seat Toledo, driving superbly well here. Now can he fend off a 7 times touring car champion? Fabrizio Giovanardi's won at every level of touring cars around the world, and now you wouldn't expect someone like Adam Jones, perhaps less experienced, to be able to fend him off, but I don't know. I think the sort of driving skills and performance we've seen from Jones today, he'll relish this opportunity to keep Giovanardi behind.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. I mean, Giovanardi isn't exactly all over the back of him all the way around the circuit. It seems like Adam Jones is keeping that inch perfect. He clips the apex just right there, gets a good exit, good power, and not a lot of difference between the 2 cars on the power coming off clearways.
Back onto the straight then. Let's see whether he can come across the line and get a little close. Off has gone Turkington. Turkington has gone off. Oh, now what a change that makes to potential finishing positions and the championship order. Look in the background. Did he get a tap from Darren Turner?
Oh, it looked a little bit like it, didn't it? And he's just edged it into the gravel there, and then he can't get going. Look how the gravel's tugged the front in. Well, it could well have been contact, we don't know, but we'll have to see. But that may well scramble the safety car, because that is in a very dangerous place.
Yeah, safety car's on track, I can see it from our vantage point. So this is all going to close everybody up together. They're still racing until they get to the line, remember. The safety car is half a lap ahead of those guys, and Giovanardi, this is still the battle for second. They'll race to the line here before they back off for the safety car, and then of course they'll slow it all down now, and Giovanardi, I think, will back off here. He's not going to do anything silly. He's in a great position, potential podium finish anyway, and now it all calms down for a moment and we can have a think. Matt Neal leads, Adam Jones second, you're riding with Giovanardi for Vauxhall in 3rd, Darren Turner now 4th for Seat. The safety cars come back into the pits and Matt Neal is now leading, but look how close Fabrizio Giovanardi is. He's moved into 2nd place. Poor old Adam Jones fought for it, but the Vauxhall got past.
He did, and he closed up very quickly in the space of a lap on the back of Matt Neal. I don't know if Matt made a little mistake, but Gio caught him very quickly, and Giovanardi looks very strong into that final corner clearways where he did that manoeuvre on look how close he is there, using all the curbs.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to be looking for a little opportunity, maybe just with a touch, into clearways.
Well, it's Matt Neal who's controlling it at the moment. Giovanardi really chasing hard though, and this is a fantastic racing prospect in the remaining part, because these two are pulling away a little bit from Adam Jones, who's still in a superb 3rd place ahead of Darren Turner in the Seat, and then Matt Jackson in the BMW, Jason Plato in 6th place, Tom Chilton in 7th position. But it's Matt Neal, champion for the last 2 years, who now has his mirrors full of another man who's never won the British Touring Car Championship, but he's won just about every other Touring Car Championship going, and again that's where he closes up.
Yeah, very strong on the way in there. Does work the front tyres very hard when you do that, because obviously you come in on tyres line with a lot of speed and the car's still got to change direction, and as you can see he loses a little bit on the exit, but it's clearly where the car is strongest.
It is, but into Paddock Hill Bend, this is the daunting dropping downhill right-hander with a compression in the bottom. The stomach hits the floor, great onboard shots there, giving a feeling of what it's like. It's like a fairground ride, that section of track. Again, both of them neat and tidy. Look how much curb used by the Vauxhall in second place, but Matt Neal keeps it tidy despite all the pressure on behind. And you know, they're all beginning to queue up behind that group now. Adam Jones still in third place in the air-cooled Seat, and then behind him is Darren Turner and still Matt Jackson and Jason Plato sensibly not in trouble. Oh, we've got more problems. John George and Erkut have had it coming together.
Yeah, that's at the top of Druids. Looks like maybe Erkut's gone into the back, I'm not sure, but there's damage on the front of Erkut's car. I'm not sure where the damage is on John George's car. Here we go. Oh, it was on the exit. There you go. Little push and then another tap just for good measure.
We're on to lap 21 out of 27. Still a little way to go here. And Matt Neal sees them all queuing up behind him. Second place for Giovanardi. Third for Jones. Fourth for Turner. Then it's Jackson, then it's Jason Plato, who is very aware that Turkington is out of this race and that actually he still can extend his points lead, if you like, over Colin Turkington in this very early stage of the season. Long, long way to go, but every point does count, and Plato will not want to risk a sensible sixth place finish here, I wouldn't think. Matt Neal, meanwhile, just is going for it, and Adam Jones runs wide, puts a wheel on the grass. Darren Turner alongside in the Seat, and you know Matt Jackson might be able to follow him through.
Yeah, he's going to lose 2 places. Matt Jackson giving the assist down there. He wasn't going to back off. He helped Darren Turner push through. Just the slightest mistake from Adam Jones, slight lack of loss of concentration, and that was enough.
Great stuff, and you know, that's what touring cars is all about. Now Jason Plato having a think about getting up the inside. Oh, that's clever. Just positioning the car very well, leaning on Adam Jones. No damage done, but there was nothing Adam could do about it.
That's exactly what Plato wanted. He just waited and waited and waited till he got an opportunity when Adam Jones was vulnerable because of being passed. Bit of dirt on his tyres from going wide at Paddock. That was when he pounced immediately.
Well, Adam's having a good lesson of what it's like to run up front in touring cars. I'm sure we'll see him do that more often, but we're now seeing the more established front runners, except perhaps the man in fourth. That's Matt Jackson in the white BMW, because this, remember, still his first meeting. And look, he's putting Darren Turner under pressure here. He wants to take third place. He feels he was robbed of third place earlier on today in race 1 when he was excluded for not responding to the black and orange flag. The gearbox actually holed itself, got the oil pouring out of the gearbox. He didn't come in the pits, and he got put to the back of the results. Now he would like to earn himself a genuine podium finish again.
Yeah, and if there's one thing this race has shown, we're in for a classic touring car season. Plato may have got the points advantage at the moment, but he doesn't have a huge car advantage. Matt Neal's, the team dynamics, doing a fantastic job. That car never turned a wheel until 10 days ago, and he's leading the Vectra and Darren Turner's car with only 9 kilos of difference between them.
It is remarkable how they build all these different cars to the same rules and end up with such competitive machinery where they're all separated by just the odd tenth of a second on each particular lap, and they're all racing hard as well. Still, Matt Jackson has a little think about getting past that silver and yellow Seat. Again, there's not enough space, and Turner doing a good defensive job behind them. We've still got Jason Plato, Adam Jones, Tom Chilton and Tom Onslow Cole. So Tom Onslow Cole now is in 8th place. He's ahead of Gareth Howell, who's running 9th, and Mike Jordan, who's in 10th. And you can just see them heading down the hill. Right, let's see what's going to happen here then as they come around to cross the line this time. 25 laps completed. We go on to lap 26 out of 27. We really are beginning to run out of time, and amazingly it's looking very good for Matt Neal. Leads from Giovanardi in second. Jackson now in third place ahead of Darren Turner.
Yeah, we didn't see him, but somehow he's got through, and that's fantastic. And he's actually looking like he might even have a challenge on Giovanardi on the last lap. He's still got a lap and a half to go, and look at him, the race is closing because Giovanardi's dropped off the back of Matt Neal, and very quick through them. Matt Jackson, look, he's all over him.
Yeah, this is great stuff from Matt Jackson. That white car, very little sponsorship on it, a family-run team. But what a tremendous drive this is from the young man. We've always seen his talent in some of the support classes and just hoped that one day he'd get this opportunity. He won the Seats last year, gave him a lot of prize money, which has gone towards this season. And now look at him, he's challenging for second place. He's taking on a 7 times touring car champion. Can the young British driver find a way through here? He's on the final lap. He really is running out of time. It's looking good for Matt Neal, but what can Matt Jackson do?
Wow, what a shot that is on the last lap. Matt Jackson trying everything. He's already got a podium.
Down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, then it's all about Matt Neal, and Team Halfords are going to take their first win with the brand new car. But who's going to be second? Is it going to be Giovanardi? Is it going to be Matt Jackson? It's going to be tight. There's our race leader, car number 1, Matt Neal, the reigning champion. He's won the last 2 titles. What a weekend it has been for Team Halfords. Those boys have worked so hard. The battle for second continues. I think Giovanardi's probably done enough, but Matt Jackson definitely up for driver of the day with his performance. Matt Neal wins, second goes to Giovanardi, third to Matt Jackson, fourth to Darren Turner, Jason Plato in a solid fifth. Useful points for him. Adam Jones finishes in 6th position. Then Tom Onslow Cole in 7th, Tom Chilton 8th, Mike Jordan 9th, and Gareth Howell in 10th. But I have to say, well done to all the boys at Team Halfords. This car only turned a wheeler just over a week ago, and they've won at their first meeting.
Well, I mean, there's Steve Neal and all the boys on the crew. I mean, they must feel ecstatic because last year they knew they had the best car. The wins were expected. They came here just looking for some top 6 races. Matt Neal's risen to the occasion. He's got better in every race, and that is a brilliant. I can't emphasise how good that is because it's not down to the weight. He did it on sheer performance.
Matt Neal takes the win in round 3 with Giovanardi in 2nd place. Matt Jackson a fantastic 3rd. Darren Turner doing a solid job for Seat with 4th, and Jason Plato backing up those 2 wins earlier with 5th. Adam Jones was solid in 2nd for so long. He'll still be pretty happy with a 6th place finish. 7th for Tom Onslow Cole, 8th for Tom Chilton, 9th Mike Jordan, and in 10th place, final point there for Gareth Howell and the local Motorbase Performance team. Just outside the points was Matt Allison, Martin Bell in 12th place, Jason Hughes was 13th, Dave Pinkney got a result and finished in 14th place, and Fiona Leggett, I'm glad to say, finished the race in 15th despite all the damage that was done to her car earlier on. So that's a bit of a reward for the guys at Kart World Racing as well, that they managed to get her car back out and she's got a finish in the bag as well. Let's get down to the pits and hear from Louise, who's with Mike Nicholson.
Mike, your thoughts on that race?
Well, pleased and disappointed. You know, I mean, Fabrizio always makes fantastic starts and unfortunately got a bit too much wheel spin off the line, but fought back beautifully. I think the most important thing for us, and no doubt for Steve at Honda, is that the cars are on the pace. You know, they're brand new cars, first race, and we have got the pace there. That's important.
It has been a bit of a disappointing weekend up till now, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, you know, we test a lot in the winter and you come to a race meeting and it's never the same. You learn all sorts of different things, and we've had 1 or 2 problems with the car we didn't suss out in practice and testing in the winter. But we'll take it away and we'll make sure that's right for the next round.
OK, well, I want to grab a word, if I can, with Steve Neal, who is obviously going to be a very happy man. Steve, come on in and let's have a word with you. I mean, what a result.
Unbelievable. I tell you, I've got a dry mouth at the moment, I think, and a wet eye. So really, heart rate's been that high. I think it's higher than Matt's in the car. It's just unbelievable.
Just tell me what this means to the team, because you really have had your backs against the wall getting these cars ready, haven't you?
Yeah, well, we have, unbelievably. And all the pundits prior to the race were forecasting we wouldn't be in the running until the second half of the year, and we got no chance. And, well, boys, just remember what Matt said. Watch this space. Turkish delight.
You are a bit choked up, aren't you?
I am totally. It's unbelievable. I would say that's his best drive of his life.
Well, let's see what he thinks about it. Matt, come on in and join us. Matt, your dad says that was the best drive of your life. Would you agree with it?
Well, they put a new clutch in the car, and I said I think I like it. So now, thanks, mate. Good effort. I'm a bit speechless. You know, to come here and to win on the first time out. You know, when. Yeah, fabulous.
Any worrying moments for you?
About 25 of them, every lap. It's just, I was counting the laps down, they seemed like forever. And then when Fabrizio got into second, I thought, oh no, here we go now. When the pace car came out, I thought, oh no, here we go now. It's just a mixture and roller coaster of emotions all the way through.
How much of a challenge did you think Giovanardi was going to be? How worried were you that he might get past you?
He's a tough customer, you know. The Vauxhall's flying at the moment, and you know, he's a multiple champion, international champion. Not that I like him.
He's a bit of a joker as well. Come in and have a word with us. Your thoughts on that one? You must be pleased with that result, because it has been a tough weekend so far, hasn't it, Fabrizio?
Yeah, it's true. The beginning was really, really bad, but in the end I scored points, so it's important to stay with the top driver to fight for the championship. It's just the first race, so we can expect good season.
What happened at the start?
I had a problem with the clutch, and unfortunately the wheels start to spin, and I had to release the gas, so I lost position. Something happened.
Tell us about the safety cars. How did they affect your race?
Yeah, for luck, there was the safety car twice, so for Matt it was quite difficult to gain gap between him and the other cars. So, but in the end, was good manager of the race, and you win.
So that actually worked in your favour, the safety cars?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's have a word with another very happy man, I suspect. Matt, what a fantastic day you have had.
It's been up and down, yeah. We've had some great results, you know, to be third in race one and, you know, through my own fault, get taken away, if you like. To come back and have a storming race in race two to get up the grid and just missing out on the on the reversal was a little bit annoying, but what a result. Fantastic, you know, the first BTCC weekend, and hopefully we've turned a few heads.
You didn't look like a man who was making his debut in this series.
Well, you know, it's where we wanted to be for a long time. We were here in 2001 when it was the production championship, but never in the main category. You know, at the end of the day, I think if any driver can win in any category, they'll move up and they'll win all the way through. And I think you proved that with Lewis Hamilton.
How did you feel battling against Giovinazzi?
Yeah, it's just a name, isn't it? Really, you know, at the end of the day, it's down to ability and what the car does. You know, obviously he's got a lot of experience, and obviously to be on the grid is nice. You know, behind him and you know, in front of him as well.
You're showing a lot of confidence.
Well, you know, we've got a car. The BMW is a fantastic tool. It's a proper bit of kit, and just very, very pleased, really, you know, to come here and have some good strong results. Although we haven't gone away with the points that we ideally wished for, but no, great.
Welcome to Northamptonshire and to the infamous Turn 1 at the Rockingham Motor Speedway, where in a few moments' time 26 drivers are going to be going flat out between the racing line here and a very hard concrete wall on their right.
This is how the grid looks then, with Darren Turner on pole position, his first ever pole with Seat Sport. Fabrizio Giovinazzi alongside him on the front row for Vauxhall. On the second row we've got the current points leader, that's Jason Plato, winner of 2 races at Brands Hatch, and alongside him the second of the brand new Vauxhall Vectras with Tom Chilton at the wheel. Top independent on the grid is Owen Murray. This is a brilliant performance from the Irishman for Quest Racing in his Alfa Romeo 156 alongside his reigning champion Matt Neal. Behind them we've got Tom Onslow Cole. He's the first of the rear-wheel drive BMWs on the grid. Watch for a fast start from him. Gordon Shedden lines up alongside in the second of the Team Halfords Hondas. Next up, it's one of the stars from Brands Hatch, Matt Jackson, another privateer running a BMW. Alongside him is Gareth Howell driving for Motorbase in one of the older Seat Toledos. His teammate Matt Allison lines up in 11th place, and Mike Jordan down in 12th place. He had a problem with the starter motor on his car yesterday, didn't do the whole of the qualifying session. Jason Hughes lines up in 13th place in his MG, and John George alongside in another of the Honda Integras. Behind those two we've got another Alfa Romeo. It's David Pinkney, now chairman of Luton Football Club. Alongside him Simon Blankley, another new boy to touring cars this year. Erkut Kazilimak, the Turkish driver, is next up. He's 17th. Martin Bell, the ever-enthusiastic Lincolnshire man, lines up in 18th place. 19th then on the grid is Chris Stockton. He's in the top Lexus, run by BTC Racing, and he's got Fiona Leggett alongside. She'll be hoping for a clean start. She was involved in an accident at Brands Hatch, remember. Next up on the grid, 21st place for Richard Marsh. That's David Pinkney's teammate, another Alfa. Jim Popkington alongside. And then behind them, we've got Nick Leeson and Rick Kerry, the diesel-powered BMW of Rick Kerry, lining up in 24th. And then Colin Turkington is at the back after that problem with scrutineering. Adam Jones, unfortunately, not able to start this race. Blew an engine before qualifying yesterday. Cars beginning to line up, virtually the whole grid in position now, but hang on, we've got a yellow flag from down the front end of the grid. There's a problem for Darren Turner. For some reason it looks as though the engine's died or restored. Look, he's fiddling around in there with the fuse box. He can't fire the engine up. Oh, this is disaster for the pole position man, and this could well mean he's going to have to start from the back if he can get it going at all. We're all set for round 4 of the championship to get underway. We've lost the pole man, Darren Turner. Away we go, and it's a good start from both effective front row men now. Giovinazzi gets away very, very well. Plato on the inside there, going to try and slot in behind him. Then it's Tom Chilton, and then it's Matt Matt Neal pulling away. He got away pretty well in fourth position, but he's under attack from Tom Onslow Cole on the inside in the BMW. Up towards the hairpin for the first time. It's Giovanardi leading, Plato in second, Chilton, and then it's Matt Neal and Tom Onslow Cole side by side.
Yeah, Owen Murray was the one that really lost out on the start. He dropped back quite a long way on the start and then got done by Matt Jackson. Colin Turkington from the back got an absolutely rocket start and has flown through at least 8 cars already.
Yeah, fantastic.
Here he comes up the inside.
Keep an eye on Colin Turkington using that rear-wheel drive advantage. He's trying to muscle his way through. Good battles further back as well. If you look there in the middle of that pack, you saw Colin Turkington. He's made about 10 places already, I think, on this first lap. We'll have to count them when he comes around next time. That's his teammate Tom Onslow Cole. 2 BMWs racing hard. Matt Jackson's got it on the inside of him in the white and black car, the privateer. Tom Onslow Cole in his first season of touring cars, as is Matt Jackson. This is good hard racing, and Owen Murray, who was quicker than both of them in qualifying but made a poor start. He's in there in the Alpha. It's a Vauxhall leading, it's Fabrizio Giovanardi leading, then the yellow and silver Seat of Jason Plato in second place. The second of the Vauxhalls, that's Tom Chilton, then Matt Neal, and then this great fight that's going on. Tom Onslow Cole, Matt Jackson, Owen Murray's in there, and so is Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, so far clean at the front. Plato's in a Vauxhall sandwich. Giovanardi's got himself into that position we feared. If he got out in front, he is a hard man to pass. But Matt Jackson's the one making the moves in that privateer white BMW. Here he is again on the inside of Onslow Cole.
He's going to go for the inside into the hairpin. Let's see whether it's going to work for him. Onslow Cole gives him space. Jackson knocks up a little bit. Oh, Onslow Cole's going to have contact there with Owen Murray. Another contact, and it allows Gordon Shedden to get alongside, and he may be able to take at least one. Oh, there's damage to Onslow Cole's BMW. Slowed down. Jordan nips through, a bit of contact as well there between Jordan and the back, I think it was of Shedden maybe, or maybe it was on. It's hard to work it all out with the orange cars in the middle there.
Yeah, that all happened because Matt Jackson went up the inside. In fact, Onslow Cole outbraked himself, and in trying to get back in the queue, got tapped by Owen Murray, and in fact got tapped again by Owen Murray, which straightened him out, which is probably a good thing. It's one of the things with the rear-wheel drive cars is when they get tapped sideways like that, they can't floor the throttle like a front-wheel drive car to bring it back into line. That's what called out Turkington. But further back, we've got the Motorbase cars, Gareth Howell and Matt Allison there in the white Money Centre car, really working their way up the grid.
Well, Darren, you just watched the start of the race that you should have been leading off from pole. What went wrong?
On the green flag lap, the engine died, a fuel pressure problem. Fuse popped up, came to a stop before the start, put the fuse button down. We got to the grid, they taped it up to try and see if that would cure it all up. Going to the start, just sitting there in idle, engine dies, try to restart, nothing. So I'm waving furiously to make sure that they don't do the start while I'm stranding there, and they abort the start, and it gives me a bit of time to see if I can get the car to go again, but just one run, so that's it.
You're on board with Colin Turkington, now in 12th place and behind Matt Allison. Great view as he comes through the banking there at about 120 miles an hour. Oh, there's a bit of brake locking further up. You can see Jordan Murray going through, then Howell, then Onslow Cole, and here we go. Turkington's got the inside line here. Good opportunity for Turkington. He nudges Allison out wide. Well, that's touring car tactics for you.
Well, that's how you do it. You put the other car on the grass just enough to lose traction, because otherwise Matt Allison would have had the inside for that next right-hander. But Turkington's an old stager. He knows what to do.
Jackson's got alongside. There's contact between Matt Neal and Matt Jackson, and Matt Neal won't be too impressed by that. Now, we always know that the old Integra was a strong car, Tim, but we haven't yet seen whether the new Honda Civic is able to withstand the same kind of treatment.
Yeah, well, that was fortunately a glancing blow rather than a blow with a lot of impact. But look at the drag race, drag on him he's got. But Neal's defending, but that's another example, those two different lines coming out of that chicane, and Matt Neal took the wide line and Jackson took the inside. You watch this, Matt Neal swings to the right to get a good line, and Matt saw Jackson sees an opportunity which suddenly gets closed up on him.
Here's this battle once again for fourth position. Matt Neal just fending off Matt Jackson. Then it's Gordon Shedden in the second of the Halfords cars. And then it is Mike Jordan, who is looking very threatening at the back of this group. There's a gap behind them to Owen Murray, who's running 8th. Tom Onslow Cole 9th. Gareth Howell 10th, and Turkington in 11th.
Yeah, as you say, Matt Jackson now really starting to put the pressure on. Matt Neal with the extra weight on the car pulls a good little chunk of time just through through that section there. But now Shedden on the inside. It's almost as though Matt Jackson missed a gear, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was strange. He suddenly seemed to lose pace. Remember, he's using the H pattern gearbox, and Mike Jordan's got a run on him now. He's got a bit of a... He's feeling something. He wiggled the car there almost to clean the tyres up, I suppose, having run wide, which was quite a sensible move, but maybe a misgear. Something happened to Matt Jackson. He's lost the place to Gordon Shedden. So now Matt Neal 4th, Gordon Shedden in 5th place, and Matt Neal will be relieved about that because he probably won't have quite the same level of attack from his teammate as he had from Matt Jackson.
Yeah, although Matt, I think, is starting to struggle with that weight on the car. Don't forget, this is a new car, and they need to learn how to balance the weight, the success ballast on it. And Shedden running a lot lighter and has been quicker in practice, so could potentially gain a place there.
So that was the move by Gordon Shedden. Through the first turn they come. There they are, those two BMWs. Look, they're tucked in behind Owen Murray. Murray with a bit of damage to the car, probably not so quick in a straight line. Down the inside, there's contact between the cars. Onslow Cole nips through, but Turkington is likely to do so as well. Good hard racing here. Now Murray's going to try and hold
have
it.
the inside.
Meanwhile,
Fiona Leggett's just gone past the pits with a lot of smoke coming from the car. I hope that's not oil. I hope that's just tyre damage.
And Gareth Howell has come into the pits for some reason, so it's all happening here, isn't it? What happened to Chris Stockton? Oh, that was Fiona. No, she was sliding on her own oil there.
Yeah, well, that means we got oil down in the chicane, and then through the first corner. That could be very dangerous.
Yeah, and one of the barriers has been moved and recovered by the marshals. Fabrizio Giovanardi coming up to that area now, Tim. This is where there's oil down.
Yeah, and he's locked up, he's going straight on.
He's on the grass, the race leader's on the grass. Plato almost follows him, but gets back on. He has got on the grass. The leader's in big trouble there, but Giovanardi's kept it together. Now, what's happened for second? Everybody in trouble. Plato's got through there, Chilton in third, then the two Halfords cars and everyone else. Murray's gone wide, and that's given an opportunity maybe for Turkington to get alongside, and it's chaos with the oil down in the chicane.
Yeah, I was worried about the first corner. They're going around the first corner, and Chilton's going past. Chilton's going past for second.
Change for second place, Jason Plato under pressure from Tom Chilton, and in the background, I think he has managed to nip by. Meanwhile, this is Matt Jackson still trying to get past the Hondas, and in fact, I think Shedden I think he's still there. Mike Jordan right in the battle with them as well. No, Matt Neal is there, so Shedden has managed to get past his teammate.
Plato had a bit of a moment on the oil, and Chilton just kept it nailed. Really brave, very brave to do that, and went through.
Yeah, so that was a good pass by Tom Chilton to go into second place and chase after his teammate Fabrizio Giovanardi. Giovanardi leads by 4.1 seconds over Chilton. Plato third. Shedden now, Gordon Shedden in fourth place. Teammate Matt Neal is behind him, and then Matt Jackson still applying the pressure up towards the hairpin. Now is Jordan going to make a lunge for it down the inside? This could be the move from Mike Jordan. Matt Jackson goes wide, and there's contact between Jackson and Onslow Cole, and it spins Matt Jackson out.
Yeah, that was the classic. In fact, I think I heard Matt Jackson get on the throttle then, which you would do in a front-wheel drive car. But a tap like that puts the car suddenly at 45 degrees, you just can't save it in a rear-wheel drive car.
Turkington might make a move down the inside. Is he going to brake late? Yes, he is, down the inside. The two teammates must not take each other off, but they've got to be careful, and what it might do is allow Owen Murray to reclaim the spot. Tom Onslow Cole still has the inside for the next right-hander. Should be safe there. The Alfa Romeo has to settle in behind.
Yeah, Owen Murray being very polite there. He didn't let his car run out and put him on the dirt. He actually stayed away from any contact.
There is your race leader. We're on the final lap, and it's the experienced Italian Fabrizio Giovanardi, former World Touring Car Champion, European Touring Car Champion. He's won so many titles over the years, but he's never won the British Series. It's only his second year in the British Championship. Last year it was the Astra Sport Hatch he was racing. He had a couple of victories, but this year Vauxhall want to challenge for the title once again, and this is the way to really kickstart that challenge. He had a second place at Brands Hatch, but here at Rockingham, at the second meeting in round 4 of the championship, it's victory to Giovanardi, to Vauxhall. It's a 1-2 for Vauxhall, in fact. Chilton fends off Plato to the line there. Fourth place goes to Gordon Shedden from his teammate Matt Neal. So the result of the first race of the day, Giovanardi the winner from Tom Chilton, Plato in third, Shedden in fourth, ahead of his teammate Matt Neal. Mike Jordan, a strong sixth from Turkington in seventh from the very back of the grid, his teammate eighth, then Owen Murray in ninth, and Matt Jackson finished 10th. The grid for round 5 sees Fabrizio Giovanardi on pole. He's carrying maximum ballast. His teammate Tom Chilton alongside him. On the second row is Jason Plato and Gordon Shedden. Then on row 3, Matt Neal and Mike Jordan. On row 4, it's Colin Turkington with Tom Onslow Cole. And behind them, it's Owen Murray and Matt Jackson. There are problems, though, for Gareth Howell. He may have to start from pit lane. And we're getting all set now for round 5 of the Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championship here at Rockingham. Can the Vauxhalls make the break from the front row of the grid? Let's watch those lights go out. Giovanardi and Chilton both away well. Plato goes with them. Then it's Gordon Shedden. Good start from Turkington again. And Turkington goes past Matt Neal. And now Turkington in the BMW trying to go right round the outside of Gordon Shedden on the banking. And they're going to be side by side as they head down towards Dean Hairpin for the first time. But it's the Italian Giovanardi's made the start. Look at the battle behind. Down the inside. Here comes Matt Neal trying to squeeze in a second. Turkington's going round the outside as well. And Matt Neal has pushed his way into second place, I think.
Brilliant manoeuvre by Matt Neal. Turkington got a great start but got forced to go around the outside and just couldn't get back in the train, and Matt Neal's out wide. Chilton's got back through.
And Turkington trying to get, he's on the grass. Turkington and Neal make contact there. Turkington had to get on the grass to try and, there's a big contact. Matt Neal and Colin Turkington. Big damage to both cars, and two of the favourites are out.
Well, that was a dramatic incident. That was the classic wheels touching wheels. It was Turkington's right front and Matt Neal's, his left front and Matt Neal's right rear just came into contact, flicked Turkington's car right up in the air and tore the wheel off Matt Neal's car.
Oh, that's bitterly disappointing. Matt Neal, a race winner last time out at Brands Hatch. Colin Turkington, front runner, had a couple of second places at Brands. They're both out of this race. The safety car is going to pick up the leader, Giovanardi and Chilton.
There's Shedden with damage to the front.
But there is the reigning champion, Matt Neal. He's out of the race. He has one of the best finishing records of anybody in British touring cars, and he ain't happy about where they've attached that, because the car is dug in and he does not want the car damaged when it's pulled out.
Well, there is a towing eye on the back, but Matt obviously wasn't happy with it being placed there. Now watch out for Matt Neal. Chilton's moved a little bit out to the middle. There's hardly looks like there's room, and suddenly from nowhere he's got Matt Neal on the inside. Turkington you saw a glimpse of on the outside. Through goes Matt Neal into second. A brilliant start. Now what goes wrong here, because Matt Neal has a problem here? Well, he gets a touch which pushes him wide, which allows Chilton and Turkington behind up the inside. Matt Neal then tries to close the door on Turkington, and the wheels are going to touch round this next bend just here and flip the car up in the air. Look at that, the tiniest touch, but at the worst possible moment.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate between them. They were sort of sorting themselves out, but it's actually ripped a wheel off, which is very unusual. But let's take another look. This was on board Colin Turkington in the BMW. Now, what a wonderful getaway with that rear-wheel drive.
But as you can see, he was forced to go around the outside, which works out initially very well here. Goes all the way around the outside, flat out even on the first lap off a standing start. Then you'll watch to the inside. Turkington brakes very late and we're hoping to get it, but just has to run out wide. And Matt Neal and Chilton are right up the inside.
All sorts of damage to both teams' cars.
Yeah, I mean, until I see the video, I really don't know what's happened, but I was minding my own business in the middle of the road, and all of a sudden I glanced out the corner of my eye that Matt's front left wheel is at the same height as my head. So obviously somebody's got right into the side of him and pitched him up, and I'm sure somebody else must have been on my inside that's broken the left-hand side of the car, but I can't lay blame as yet until I see it on the telly, unfortunately.
Turn 3, little tight right-hander. I got turned round by Tom, and then collected it up, and then I just got turned round again. Which I think the second one broke my rear upright by Turkington. And we locked wheels and we were off from there. So it was just two people going for gaps that weren't there.
The safety car is in. We've got the restart underway here, and it's Fabrizio Giovanardi leading a 1-2 for Vauxhall at the moment. Chilton in second place, and it's Tom Onslow Cole coming under a bit of pressure from Jason Plato for third place. It's the Team RAC BMW versus the Seat for third. Right behind them is the fast-starting Matt Jackson in the BMW as well, as they head down towards the hairpin at Dean, and the first two get through there neat and tidily. This time, everybody's giving each other a little bit of space through there, I would say. Jason Hughes is running in seventh place. place in the Kart World Racing MG, but he's got Darren Turner coming up on him. Remember, Turner originally started right at the back, but all this incident has helped him hugely as well. He's got a big opportunity to score points, and Turner getting alongside the MG couldn't quite complete the manoeuvre. Giovanardi and Chilton are beginning to pull away from the others.
Now Turner ducking to the inside, going to round the long left-hander. There's another apex coming up. Did he get through? Yes, he did.
Good move by Darren Turner, so that's gained him another position. Turner now will be hoping to move further into the top 10. But there's Jason Plato in the other Seat, the yellow and silver car, trying to move around the outside of the BMW of Onslow Cole. Plato won't want to take too many risks. He hasn't raced wheel to wheel with Onslow Cole much before because, of course, Onslow Cole is new to the championship. Plato leads the points, does not want to throw any points away, but he knows if he finishes top 3 consistently throughout the season and stays out of the kind of trouble that we've seen here today, he's got a great shot at taking his second title, even though it's early days. Jason Plato's championship has started well. And here comes Matt Jackson again on Jason Plato, and this time I think he might have the move made. He's on the inside, he's got the overlap, and Matt Jackson moves into 4th place.
Yeah, Plato didn't defend that time anything like as hard as he did the lap before. Maybe he just thought it was inevitable, and he was going to take the, as you say, take championship points whenever possible.
Well, he's struggling a little bit. Remember, he's carrying some ballast here, 27 kilos. Talk us through it.
Well, no defence. You can see Plato's already conceded the inside and just let Matt Jackson go through.
Here's a chance for Tom Onslow Cole. He might have the inside line up towards the chicane. Is he going to hold on to it on the brakes? Yes, that's a great move by Onslow Cole. He's up into 2nd place. Chilton back to 3rd.
Good move. He's been trying to do that for a few laps. They have completely different lines out of the previous hairpin. Out of the previous hairpin, Chilton comes very tight, and Tom Onslow Cole was running wide, and he's been working to get that move to come off, and now it has. Fantastic.
This is such an impressive drive from Tom Onslow Cole. Only 19 years old. His only his 2nd ever meeting in a British touring car, and he's just got past Chilton, but now he's got a bit deep, and he might give Chilton the place back again. Oh, Tom Onslow Cole, but he's still got the inside. He's still got the inside for the next right-hander, and this all could get a bit exciting with Matt Jackson joining in the fun.
Yeah, well, that was good. Chilton didn't try and push him out onto the dirt, and he's actually got an overlap and got back inside.
Oh, Chilton runs that well. That was clever driving by Chilton. But Tom Onslow Cole did make the little error. Did slip up slightly there. Well, he is a rookie, and that's perhaps the evidence of it. He just thought he had it covered, and Chilton went for the late lunge down the inside.
Well, he had it covered, but it's not as easy to brake as late on the inside because the camber falls away, and you just can't stop the car, and he actually outbraked himself.
This is the race for 2nd place. As they come around this time, they'll be going on to their final lap. And again, the battle for 2nd is on. Tom Chilton in the Vauxhall with the orange Team RAC BMW absolutely alongside through the banking now, through turn 1, and he's ideally positioned for the hairpin, so he should be able to take that 2nd place. But here comes Matt Jackson. He's going to make it a 3-way battle for 2nd place. 3 into 1. Can it go? Jackson's very sensible. Onslow Cole on the inside, but Jackson might still get past the Vauxhall.
Well, Tom Onslow Cole did it perfectly that time. Don't leave the door open here.
Oh, nearly making contact. Again, they keep it tidy. Good racing. But Tom Onslow Cole is back into 2nd place. And now he's really got his mirrors filled up with Matt Jackson. Then it's Plato and Darren Turner. It could still go wrong, but Onslow Cole's just made that little bit of a break. Here comes Plato again, pressurising Jackson. Still can't quite get alongside the BMW.
No, I think Tom Onslow's safe now. He's got through those 2 corners, got a little gap. Brilliant drive by him, fantastic. He'll be delighted with this. Don't make any more mistakes, Tom, and you're going to come home as a brilliant 2nd place finisher.
Yeah, he goes very deep into the hairpin there, but he makes it through quite well, and right out wide, that's his line. Giovanardi is going to take a very comfortable victory. He's only got the final little chicane to go here, and then that will be 2 out of 2 for the Vauxhall Vectra of Fabrizio Giovanardi. It's been a completely untroubled race for him, but what a wonderful battle for 2nd position it has been. Giovanardi takes the victory, but 2nd place goes to Tom Onslow Cole. A fantastic race by the 19-year-old. Tom Chilton takes 3rd. Matt Jackson finishes 4th. Jason Plato is 5th, and Darren Turner is 6th. We're all set for some great action once again here, the 3rd race of the day, and the cars are just on their formation lap except for this one, and that is Gareth Howell. He's had a miserable day, and now the car has not been able to leave on the formation lap. Oh, and Martin Bell, well, he was telling me he was really up for the fight to get some points, but obviously something's gone wrong again for Martin Bell, so that we've lost 2 cars before the race has even started.
Well, it's been a very hard day's racing. We've seen lots of contact. We've seen miracles in the pit lane to get a lot of cars rebuilt. So perhaps not surprising, a couple of people have pulled off, but desperately bad luck for Gareth Howland. Just to add insult to injury, the marshals forced him to put the steering wheel back on. I think he'd rather have thrown it in as far as he could have done.
We're set for the lights to come on. Mike Jordan's making it down to the end of the pit lane. He will start the race, but he will have to start from the end of the pit lane, I can tell you. Now focus on the lights, watch for the reds to come on. Remember, it's John George and Jason Hughes on the front row of the grid as the lights go out. Who's going to be away? Well, it's a good start from Jason Hughes in the MG, but Jason Plato making a very good getaway. He's moved straight into 4th place as they head towards the first corner. David Pinkney trying to go down the inside in the Alfa Romeo. Look, it's 3 abreast as they head out of the banking, down towards the first hairpin. Pinkney on the inside, John George in the middle. Jason Plato's tucked in behind. Oh, there's contact! Plato's trying to stay out of trouble on the inside. Darren Turner goes round the outside. Well, you can almost see that one coming, Tim.
Yeah, blistering start by Plato, and he was in the right place to benefit from that contact as Giovinardi gets tapped wide. Has he broken his steering?
He may have done. The winner of the first 2 races of the day, Giovinardi, in trouble. His teammate Tom Chilton still there. He's battling his way up into 4th place. Oh, contact from John George with Tom Chilton, and Chilton's off, but he's recovered it brilliantly, and he's back on the tarmac.
That was a fantastic save by Chilton. That's exactly what you can't do in a rear-wheel drive car. He just pulled it round.
Well, look at the banner that's attached to the front of Jason Hughes' car. That's going to make it overheat very quickly unless he's lucky and it falls off. Meanwhile, everybody trying to make up places, of course. Matt Allison is well up, so of course is Matt Jackson. Matt Jackson got away very well. He's in 2nd place, is Jackson, in the BMW. Then it's Tom Onslow Cole running in 3rd place. Darren Turner is in 4th place, and John George then in 5th. So the pole man who really got mobbed, and then there was contact with David Pinkney down at the hairpin, but he's still in this race as Plato will lead the first lap from Matt Jackson in 2nd position.
Yeah, Matt Jackson has a little bit of ballast on, as does Plato, but these two are well away now, and there could be a race between them. But perfect first lap for Plato. He so nearly got taken out on the start. If we see a replay of it, in actual fact, he squeezed between his teammate and Matt Allison and got a little touch as he went through, but he didn't want to lift off because he had such a good start.
Matt Allison makes a move on John George as we speak, and so does Tom Chilton. And Chilton, well, yeah, he's through neatly. He's got damage on the car, the rear bumper trailing away there, of course. And Giovinardi in the background did get going again after that initial incident. He's down in about 12th place. Matt Neal is running in 10th position. So Matt Neal in that hastily rebuilt car is actually the next car. Look, another bit of banner attached to the back of the reigning champions car.
Yeah, that's advertising they haven't paid for.
Absolutely.
Steve Neal will be on to them.
And Onslow Cole in 3rd, but under quite a lot of pressure here from Darren Turner. Now, Darren Turner, if you remember, was on pole position for the first race of the day, but the car did not start. He had to push it to the side of the track. He then had to try and come from the back in race 2, and now he's got a real opportunity of finishing on the podium. But to do that, he's got to get past this car, and he's going to have a look down the inside. He's down the inside. Can he make the move stick? I think he can. Side by side as they come through the corner, and Darren Turner now has the inside for Yarwood, the second right-hander. Little touch there between them, and he's into 3rd.
Yeah, and simultaneously Chilton slipped past Matt Allison at the same corner for 5th.
Oh, Onslow Cole, cheeky, trying to get back up the inside again, but Darren Turner just had enough momentum to keep going, and that stays with the Seat in 3rd and the Team RAC car in 4th place.
Plato stretching it away, a style we've seen so often. He gets out in front. We know he's got a quick car. He's got no ballast, very little ballast, and he should be plain sailing. But it's the guys chasing Tom Onslow Cole. It's Matt Allison and Tom Chilton.
Oh, it's a mistake from Onslow Cole, and it's allowed Chilton to go through. Well, we said how well Onslow Cole had driven earlier on, but that definitely was his little mistake. And as the rest of them head down, you can see they've still got this battle. It's 6th place now for Giovinardi, 7th place for Gordon Shedden, who's ahead of Allison, and then behind him is the reigning champion Matt Neal. Now remember, Matt Neal won the 3rd race of the day at Brands Hatch, the first event for this new car, but I don't think he's going to repeat that kind of performance, and the safety car is on track. So we have a safety car situation. and that means everybody's going to have to stack up behind the safety car. Obviously there must be a car in a dangerous position.
No, I think it's just that Jason Plato's got too big a lead, actually. I think as we're at an oval track, Alan Gow's calling the debris on track safety car, close everything up just for a few more laps, and yeah, we've got a few more laps of excitement. Jason won't be too happy, but he's been there and seen it all before.
John George is in the pits, the man who started from pole position. He was part and party to quite a lot of action, particularly the first corner where it all went a bit haywire. We're looking back at some of that action. This was the lead. This was into the first corner. John George in the middle, David Pinkney on the inside, Jason Hughes on the outside.
Yeah, and just watch how it all unravels beautifully for Plato.
He was right on the inside and they all shot off to the outside, and everyone who went to the outside had to try and pick their way round. It was amazing. It was almost synchronised spinning up front.
It was. This is on board with Chilton. He's no option but to stay out wide. He does great on the brakes. And now watch as Pinkney just taps the back of John George. They all go wide. It opens up quite nicely for Chilton as well.
He was lucky there though, wasn't he? Because John George's car could have been left stranded broadside and then he would have been straight into the door. There was a bit of contact between Chilton and George. That's probably why George gave him a bit of a tap later on, actually. So that was a bit of returning the favour. This was the view from the rear-wheel drive BMW. Again, just look how fast it is.
Absolutely fantastic. And he went to the outside as everyone else drove to the inside. He is passing one of the other BMWs and absolutely nailed. And he's immediately up with the leading bunch. I hope we can follow this through and see what happens at the first corner. Oh, do you see Giovanardi down the inside there trying to break on the grass?
Amazing that these guys made it around. Look! Oh! Almost straight into the side of David Pinkney. We had somebody off on the grass. Was that Hughes? Yeah, he was recovered there. And he had all four wheels well on the grass. Right, safety cars in. We're racing again here at Rockingham. Look at the restart from Plato. Well, he's experienced and he's used every ounce of experience there because he's already opened up 3 or 4 car lengths over Matt Jackson in second place, Darren Turner in third. But Tom Chilton could be the one to watch. He's running in fourth.
Onslow Cole's got a problem. Look, on your left of your screen, Onslow Cole with a tyre problem. He's pulled out of it completely, which has let Giovanardi through. He's now just coming into a shot there. He's now behind Chilton.
Yeah, big move up the order for Giovanardi, this is. And Onslow Cole with a puncture, we think, maybe as a result of contact with another car earlier or in that restart, but it's all over for Onslow Cole. And that's both of the Team RAC BMWs out of this race. It's Sayat leading the privateer BMW of Matt Jackson in second place, Sayat in third, Vauxhall in fourth and fifth. And those two Vauxhalls, you know, they were going so well.
Matt Neal up the inside of Shedden. Matt Neal on the inside of Shedden. He's been pushing him for a few laps. Easy to identify Matt Neal's car this race because of the extra advertising he's carrying. But good move up the inside there. But great restart from Plato. Pulled away really straight off the chicane, and Giovanardi, as we'd expect, maximising the opportunity as well.
Safety car's been out, so we've added laps to the race distance. It's now going to be a 17-lap race, a little over. Look at this car, Owen Murray, crabbing his way to the next corner. Surely he's not going to try and go around it, is he? Well, he's going to try.
Broken rear trailing arm there. You can see the right rear sticking out, giving him some rear steer. A bit more toe out than he'd ideally like.
Oh dear, it's gone wrong for the Dubliner again. He was so good in qualifying, but he hasn't been able to convert that qualifying effort into a race finish here today. Surely his luck will turn one day. But up front, it's Jason Plato with a 1 second lead over Matt Jackson. Then it's Darren Turner and Tom Chilton. A little lock up on the brake for the Chilton with that bumper still trailing. Seems well attached on one side, even if it did get dislodged earlier. And here we are, riding on board Tom's car once again, tucked in behind Darren Turner, and seeing if he can use any little area of the track to gain an advantage on Darren Turner.
Well, Darren, he's certainly learned how to use the insides of the track, hasn't he, touring car style. It's a dangerous thing sometimes because you can nick the inside edge of the tyre or the wheel. It happened actually in qualifying with one of the cars, but he's floating his car quite nicely over the inside curbs, and that's one thing we've seen Sayat is very good at.
It's a great chassis, isn't it, that Sayat? It's very nimble around these tighter corners. It's certainly where they seem to have their advantage, but then as we've said, the Vauxhall's been very fast on the outer part of the track, out on the banking where you want good straight line speed. And there's no doubt that Darren Turner, he's got his lights on in that battle for third. He's with Tom Chilton and Giovanardi tucked in behind. And then, of course, reigning champion Matt Neal, who's now in 6th place. And he'll be looking to try and get past at least one of these Vauxhalls before the end. And there's a different line chosen by those two guys as they come up out of the chicane. Let's see what happened to Owen Murray. There was contact here somewhere. with Mike Jordan. Mike Jordan went down the inside, and that, I think, was enough to break the rear suspension. Well, actually, those two had a bit of a coming together in race 2 earlier today, and they've had another one. Oh, and there's contact. Chilton and Turner, that's for third. Turner holds it, and he's still in third place.
He is. He's fighting a real rearguard action now, isn't he? But which is only going to allow Jackson and Plato to get further away. But Chilton and Giovanardi really ganging up on Darren Turner now.
Well, it's Seat versus Vauxhall. These two manufacturers are the only manufacturers battling against each other for the manufacturer's title this year. Seat wrapped it up in 2006, but Vauxhall had dominated for 5 years before that, and Vauxhall wants it back again. So this is real rivalry between Seat and Vauxhall going on here. Turner at the moment holding on to third for Seat, but he's got the two Vauxhalls ganging up on him.
Yeah, and they're two completely... Oh, a lock-up, big lock-up there from Darren Turner. Big lock-up, but, well, that is a brute of a car, that Vector, isn't it? It may not be the greatest looking car, but it's certainly effective.
Yeah, and it's fast, and it's Tom Chilton who's taking the challenge to Turner here, with Giovanardi tucked in behind him, and then Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden still a little way to go. The tyre wear having a factor, of course. They've got to look after those front tyres on these front-wheel drive cars. The white and black BMW up ahead of them, he's on a rear-wheel drive platform, so maybe makes life a little easier, but those cars tend to start sliding around a lot towards the end of the race as well. Behind those two Team Alfred's cars, by the way, it's still Matt Allison in 8th. Mike Jordan, who started from the pit lane, is up to 9th place now, ahead of Erkut, the Turkish driver. And again, a little bit of locking up going on. Matt Neal maybe with a little chance at an overlap, but Giovanardi will have the inside line for the right-hander coming up.
Yes, he will. Will he squeeze Matt wide? He doesn't. He just leaves him enough room. Covers the inside. Matt Neal won't be able to cut back, I don't think. Giovanardi's very late on the brakes in that corner. He knows as long as he gets into the corner first, he's okay.
This is allowing Shedden again to close up, because these two are slowing each other down a touch in their busy dicing. And then behind them, maybe also in with a shout of closing up again, Matt Allison and Mike Jordan, who's right on the back. Look at this, Matt Neal almost pushing Giovanardi through the left-hander at Gracelands down towards the hairpin at Tarzan. Now, Giovanardi's not going to leave the door open here, so Matt Neal's forced to go a bit wider, and Shedden goes even deeper into the corner, looking for the best exit. Jason Plato leads. There's your second place, white and black BMW, then Darren Turner in third. Then the two Vauxhalls, and it's Giovanardi who's got to watch his mirrors this time, with Matt Neal looking for a way past. Not really very easy to do it at that chicane.
No, once again, watch the different lines coming out of this corner. Matt Neal much tighter on the inside, gets good initial drive, and he's closer than he's ever been now, so this will be a real drag race. I fancy Giovanardi's going to have to defend in turn 2.
Yeah, and this is giving us an indication how fast this new Honda Civic is in a straight line. They've done very little testing with it. The Vauxhall pass through there, though, again, he just eases out about another length or so. There's no doubt that that Vauxhall has a strong engine, and it's a good shape as well. He brakes a bit deep, and that allows Matt Neal to close up again, but couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, then loses it a little bit on the exit. Just a little bit of ebb and flow. But behind these two, Mike Jordan and Matt Allison having a great race. And remember, there they are in the background. Mike Jordan started from the pit lane, so that safety car really helped him. He avoided all the carnage on the first couple of laps, closed up the gap with a few cars out the way in front of him, and then he's been picking them off.
Yeah, he has, but he's got quite a tough tussle ahead of him now for 9th place, because Matt Allison, there you are, it's Allison versus Mike Jordan here.
That's for 8th.
It's 8th place. Yeah, for 8th place now, that's right. So this is an important dice, some points on offer here, and it's also, of course, independents that they're looking at. Matt Jackson's the leading independent at the moment, but he's running in 2nd place. These guys are battling to be 2nd best independent in this race, and Matt Allison is still trying to defend from Mike Jordan. Jordan won't really be able to go around the outside there. Allison defends the place effectively, and will be out onto the banking once again, where Jordan will look for a good exit here and use that Honda's renowned engine to try and get alongside.
Renowned engine and very low drag as well. Nice shape, that Integra. That was one of its strengths last year. And look, he's very quick here. Well, Mike Jordan has plenty of experience on this oval.
Yeah, that's right. He's a racer from all different disciplines. He's raced in the Eurocars, he's won championships in all different disciplines, and here he is having a go around the outside. Well, that's pretty brave to try and hang on around the outside. He's not going to make it, I think. Nope, runs out of space in the end. But Mike Jordan's giving it everything he's got here, and now it's a late lunge down the inside. Oh, he caught Matt Allison out there. and he's through. So that puts Mike Jordan
I
into
can hear somebody running on 3 cylinders, actually. I don't know if that is Matt Allison, but he's suddenly lost pace. I've got a funny feeling maybe it's him that's... Can you hear that? Just as their cars go past, somebody sounds like running on 3 cylinders.
Here was how it happened, and he wouldn't really have expected him to be close enough unless Allison had a little problem here, which is quite possible. Well, it was a good lunge by Mike Jordan down the inside, but as you say, there's certainly evidence that one of those cars could well have a damaged exhaust. Jason Plato comfortably in the lead here. Matt Jackson in second. Look behind, you've still got Matt Neal pressurising Fabrizio Giovanardi. Vauxhall versus Honda, and Matt Neal, who had that victory at Brands Hatch, he's having to fight a little harder for it this time. He's holding on to 6th place, but he's running out of laps as well. The race lead has now completed 15 out of the 17 laps. We're on to lap number 16, just under 2 laps to go, and they're all running out of time to make any further progress. Tom Chilton here, he's running in 4th place, has not been able to find a way past Darren Turner in the other Seat, and he's still got his own teammate to keep him honest. That's Giovanardi. As Chilton goes in a little deeper, we lose sight for a moment of Giovanardi and then see him again as he defends his place from those 2 Hondas. This is good hard racing at the top of the standings, but there's no doubt that Jason Plato's had a fairly easy time of it. He's not had to get himself involved in all this. He was very sensible at that first corner, taking it tight and avoiding the mayhem ahead of him, and he's driven an absolutely beautiful race ever since then. And it does look as though Seats are going to back up their 2 victories at Brands with another victory in race 3 here at Rockingham. Good pictures again, looking back at Giovanardi. See how he cuts the corner just a little bit. Not enough to upset the car, just enough to maintain the momentum.
Yeah, well, we've talked about how hard it is to pass Giovanardi. He just makes sure he gets the speed scrubbed off on the apex, so he makes sure he always gets a good exit.
So down towards the chicane, and the race leader will be going on to his final lap this time. Jason Plato just coming out of that chicane and coming across the start-finish line now. So onto the final lap goes Plato. There he is, and his advantage is pretty good. It's 3.9 seconds over Matt Jackson in 2nd place. But let's just mention Matt Jackson. The guy running in 2nd place, it's only his 2nd ever touring car meeting. He was on the podium last time out at Brands Hatch, but Matt Jackson has driven another brilliant race meeting, hasn't he, Tim?
Yeah, he really is. When he gets the car hooked up and stays out of trouble, which he tries to do because it is a privately run team, he really is quick, and he's shocked a lot of people, I think, so far in the first 2 meetings.
Yep, so Matt Jackson looks set for 2nd place. Is there going to be any change further back here? The Vauxhall of Giovanardi, 5th place for him, 6th place for Matt Neal, 7th for Gordon Shedden, 8th for Mike Jordan, 9th is Matt Allison, and Simon Blankley's going to get in the points as well. So well done to Simon Blankley. He's running in 10th place. It's only his 2nd ever touring car event, and he's certainly in good shape. But we're into the closing stages. Is anybody going to take a big gamble here? Matt Neal could be the man to try something. He can pull off some pretty audacious overtaking manoeuvres sometimes, but he's only got a couple of corners in which to do it, and he just can't. Oh, there's a contact there between Giovanardi and Matt Neal, and it lets Gordon Shedden come through. So Shedden takes advantage of that and nips past his teammate. Well, Matt Neal won't be pleased, but all part and parcel.
Well, Matt Neal didn't really need to rub with Giovanardi there. He was on the outside anyway, was never going to get through. But Plato is the winner.
Jason Plato wins race 3 here at Rockingham. 2nd goes to Matt Jackson. A brilliant result for the independent and privateer. Darren Turner takes 3rd place. Tom Chilton 4th. Giovanardi finishes in 5th ahead of Shedden. Neal drops back to 7th on that final lap. 8th place goes to Mike Jordan. Then 9th place for Matt Allison, and 10th place for Simon Blankley. But it's Plato once again who takes a victory, and it was a good margin. Some 2.4 seconds the winning margin in the end, and he will further extend his points lead as a result of that. A great effort from Jason Plato.
Well, this is how the Drivers' Championship standings look after 6 rounds. First is Jason Plato. He's 18 points ahead of Giovanardi in 2nd. 3rd with 39 points sits Chilton. 4th is Matt Neal on 42. And 5th with 36 points is Matt Jackson. And the team standings, VX Racing are leading with 102 points. In 2nd it's Seat with 92. And in 3rd place with 57 points is Halfords.
The Fabrizio Giovanardi taking pole position, and he only needed 5 laps in which to do it. He sat out the rest of the qualifying session and just watched everybody try and challenge it. And Darren Turner came close. He's lining up on the front row, but just bear in mind that Giovanardi's carrying 36 kilos of ballast as well, and yet he's been able to take pole. That is impressive.
Yeah, something that Fabrizio seems to be very good at is making the car work very well very early on in the session, and that's the time that's resulted from it.
So just 27 thousandths of a second between those top two. A brilliant independent effort from Mike Jordan. He's the top independent on the grid. He's ahead of Tom Chilton in the second Vauxhall. Then Turkington, Gordon Shedden, watch out for him. He was the fastest of the two Team Halfords cars, ahead of Plato, series leader, down in 7th. Matt Neal in 8th, Gareth Howell in 9th, and Tom Onslow Cole in 10th place. That's how the top 10 look. Behind them, watch out for Matt Jackson. Didn't qualify as well as he might have expected. He's down in 12th in the white BMW there on the right hand side of the shot with the black stripes running down the side. He was definitely one of the stars at both of the opening meetings of the year. Podium finishes at both Brands Hatch and at Rockingham. So the cars coming into position then. This is for round 7 of the Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championship, and Fabrizio Giovanardi it is who will be starting from pole position, and we'll see what he can do from there. Jason Plato, with that onboard camera you saw a moment ago, he lines up in 7th place on the grid. Of course, he leads the championship. He's got a useful margin, but the man in second in the points is Giovanardi, and as we've seen, he's starting from right up front. The other Seat of Darren Turner is alongside him on the front row. We're all set to go racing here. 16 laps of the Thruxton Airfield circuit coming up. Fabrizio Giovanardi on his first ever pole position for Vauxhall in the brand new Vectra. Can he get off the line? Let's watch those lights. Out they go, and away goes Giovanardi. It's a good getaway for the Vauxhall. Second place for Turner, but Colin Turkington in the rear-wheel bar drive BMW. I think he's into second place. What a start from Colin Turkington, all the way from 5th on the grid, and he's challenging Giovanardi for the race lead as they come through the left-hander in green and up towards the complex for the first time. Turkington's trying to go around the outside. Surely not. Giovanardi takes the lead. Turkington into second.
Outstanding start. That's the benefit of rear-wheel drive. You saw Turkington instantly using his circuit knowledge to get across and contact with Tom Onslow Cole in the other of the RAC cars.
One of the Team Halfords cars is damaged, and we've got another one off. That's Gordon Shedden. Oh man, with the radio, he's off with Matt Jackson on the grass on the outside. Oh, that's bitterly disappointing. Two potential front runners trying to get back on the track. Well, there we are.
Yeah, there, Gordon obviously. He's a bit upset. Sorry about the language, but there's a broken suspension or possibly a puncture for Matt Jackson. That's going to be a real tough thing for him. Dear, oh dear, disaster for the man leading in the independence class. It's up front, it's Giovanardi who's leading, and look, up into second now has come Tom Chilton. Now that's interesting. There's been a change for second. Colin Turkington now under pressure from both of the Seats. Plato now trying to take third place. Plato up on the outside. Can he get past Colin Turkington? The battle on the brakes into the chicane. One of the classic overtaking areas. Plato nips ahead. Mike Jordan lost out from his 3rd place starting position, and he's lost several places, but it's Giovanardi from Tom Chilton in 2nd place, Plato in 3rd, Turkington in 4th, and then it's Darren Turner in 5th and Mike Jordan in 6th. Also, the other car that's had a fantastic opening lap is Gareth Howell in the Motorbase Seat. He's really, I think perhaps he benefited from that incident with Shedden, but round the outside now, Turner's joining in. He's got the line into the left-hander. Can he tough it out? Yes, he can. He edges out Turkington, but Turkington's not going to give up. And watch Mike Jordan in the background.
This is a surprise. Turkington got a great start, but something went wrong out the back. Maybe he pushed too hard on cold tyres, made a mistake, but it certainly cost him a lot because at one stage he was second, and now it's a Vauxhall 1-2 with Giovanardi leading from Tom Chilton, and as he say, he's going to have to watch his mirrors because Mike Jordan is tucked in behind in the Honda Integra, and he's trying to draw alongside. Look how close they are. Darren Turner in the second of the Seats, then Colin Turkington, who was one of the stars of Brands Hatch, the opening meeting of the year, and then it's Mike Jordan driving the Honda Integra that has been so successful here at Thruxton the last few years. Dan Eves took 3 wins with it in 2005. Both Gordon Shedden and Matt Neal won with it last year. Now you're riding with Jason Plato, and his own teammate is challenging him up to the chicane.
Yeah, but just in the background, you saw Mike Jordan having a really good look at Turkington. He's clearly got a very good car on the brakes. We were chatting earlier about the places to overtake here, and the obvious one is chicane. You saw that move by Plato earlier going round the outside. It's so wide that you can brake and turn in very late. There's actually a remarkable amount of grip there. You saw just a little bit of running onto the grass from Turner there. This man is determined to get a result. He wants to get his championship started, and he knows this place so well.
Jordan down the inside of the BMW, and he's made the move. Yes, although Turkington's going to try and push him back. No, he can't get through. So Mike Jordan goes up into 5th place. But watch out for Gareth Howell, because Gareth Howell was right on the tail of that. Look, in the blue, black and orange Seat. Now, this is one of the older Seats, but Jason Plato won a race here at Thruxton a few years ago in that car, effectively that car, and it looks as though Gareth Howell's got it working extremely well here. Mike Jordan has got past Jason Plato. So Mike Jordan in the John Kest Pertec Eurotech entry has gained another position. It's put him into 4th position now. Now, Mike Jordan had a miserable time at Thruxton last year. Every single race, his gearbox broke on him. He didn't finish a single race. He's determined to put that right this weekend, and the independent racer, the 49-year-old, is flying here. He's now up into a fine 4th position, and he's going after the other Seat of Darren Turner.
Well, we've always seen these Integras be absolutely awesome around here. As you said, Dan Eves winning 3 races in a weekend, but also David Pinkney last year being one of the strongest independent runners and scrapping and getting the crowd on their feet, looking like a potential podium. So Mike's clearly got the car working well under him. Interesting that Plato seems to have lost pace early on. So you wonder if maybe the car's been set to come on later in the race in terms of maybe tyre pressures.
Oh, Mike Jordan a little bit wide there, and he's lost a bit of momentum. This is going to give Jason Plato. You're riding with Plato. You've got a chance now of perhaps reclaiming the spot that Mike Jordan took a moment ago. Not quite close enough on the approach to Church Corner, and he flicks it into this corner. 130 miles an hour through there. It's an astonishing corner. And look how close Plato gets there. Mike Jordan definitely made a mistake at the previous bend.
Yeah, and you can see at Thruxton it hurts you not just for 1 but 2, potentially 3 corners, because they all run into each other so quickly, and the momentum is critical around here. Although, as you said, they're travelling at very high speed. The times are so close that you only have to lose maybe 2 or 3 miles an hour from a little slide like that, and that's the advantage that your competitor's going to get. And Plato, you can see, Darren Turner mentioned it earlier, our car is fantastic through the high-speed corners, and that was demonstrated by Plato.
Vauxhall versus Seat, that is the battle, and it's certainly Turner getting that little bit closer. Chilton maybe just beginning to defend his line, even in the fast corners, and this is surely going to help the Seat of Turner. Look how close they are. That's 135 miles an hour on exit, and they're inches apart.
Interesting, you see it instantly. Turner dived to the left of Tom Chilton as it, from his point of view, to get that outside run. Plato went round the outside earlier. Can he do it? And no, look how late Tom Chilton is on the brakes. He almost outbroke himself. So difficult because the road goes over a brow there. It's very hard to judge your braking point, and you tend to think that the slope there, the camber and gradient, is going to slow you down. But at that kind of speed, it's very, very easy to go just a tiny bit quick, and a guy like Darren Turner knows this place so well, he's going to be able to tuck back in and get the run out. But that time Chilton just judged it right.
Yeah, Darren, this is his local circuit. Let's say he had another little look up the inside there. You're looking at Fabrizio Giovanardi, our race leader, but it's still Chilton in second, still Turner in third. He made his debut in touring cars here 12 months ago and actually finished in 3rd place in race 1. But surprisingly, he's not really had any other podiums. Everything always seems to go wrong for him. He only did a few events last year, standing in for James Thompson when he was otherwise occupied, but he's got the seat all season and he wants to prove himself this weekend. Still in 3rd place currently, Darren Turner, but look how close he is again, and now he's got a chance to get the overlap. Surely he's got the move made this time. They'll go side by side on the run down towards Church Corner, the fastest corner on the track, and Turner's through, and I don't think Chilton's going to get back from there.
But has Mike Jordan got the run? Jordan saw that unfolding, and he has got momentum. He's got the toe of not 1 but 2 cars, and that's going to help him. He moves instantly to the outside. He's going to try that round the outside move. He's a little bit boxed in, is Tom Chilton. Jordan's experienced enough to know how to make this work, but discretion is a better part of valor that time. He tucks back in. He's going to earn his points for another go later on the lap.
10 laps are completed. We go on to lap number 11 out of 16, and Fabrizio Giovanardi has a very useful advantage now, 4.7 seconds. But look at the race that's going on behind. Second now is the Seat of Darren Turner. Third is Tom Chilton for Vauxhall, but here comes Mike Jordan. He's the leading independent. He wants to get past one of the worst cars, and Chilton locks up, goes wide, and Mike Jordan is up into 3rd place. Big error there from Tom Chilton.
Yeah, Jordan teed that up very, very early, and he exactly judged what he wanted to do there in terms of trying to force Chilton into that mistake. But instantly you can see that Jason Plato's seeing what's going on. He's on the back of Chilton now, and he's going to get a run and try to do what Turner did and potentially get the overlap out of this fast section here through the left and into the right of Goodwood.
Remember, the tyre wear is a factor at this Thruxton circuit, and with some of the new cars like the Vauxhall Vectra of Tom Chilton, they're still learning how to set the car up for these fast sweepers. Maybe Tom's car isn't quite right for yet over the race distance. Little work to do, but Giovanardi, on the other hand, seems to be flying in the lead of this race, so maybe the car's not quite exactly the same, or maybe the driving style is slightly different. Hard to judge from our position here, but certainly, as you say, Jason Plato knows that there might be a chance of gaining another couple of points here. Plato going for the championship this year, remember. He leads it. He will try and get past, but he won't want to take too big a gamble. Look at the view from on board Plato's car, the change of direction from one way to the other, high speed stuff, and Plato's got a great exit here, and he's going to surely repeat the manoeuvre that Mike Jordan made a little while ago, that Darren Turner did as well, and Plato makes the place. Oh, big slide from Chilton.
Yeah, Turkington was trying to get his nose down the inside as well. He's got a good run through there. It looks like perhaps they set Tom Chilton's car up to be very quick from the beginning, and as the race has unfolded, maybe we were talking about this different compound of tyres, maybe they've not quite gambled correctly on a setup. They've gone one way with Giovanardi, the other way with Chilton perhaps.
This is the battle for second now, Simon. Look at this. Mike Jordan's got a chance of taking second. He's drawing alongside the Seat and the independent Mike Jordan, who won a race last year using the reverse grid system. This time, he's showing massive pace. We know this Honda Integra has been fast here at Thruxton, but this is the proof. He's now taken second place from Darren Turner in the works Seat.
And what a brilliant move that was, because he teed up Darren Turner perfectly. He set him up so that Turner went a little bit offline into the chicane, and he got momentum, so he was completely alongside and done before they turned into Allard. If you go into Allard side by side, there's a good chance that you're going to have a big moment on the way out. But Jordan, so experienced, so quick, we know what he can do. Really timed that perfectly. And in the background, I think the scrap is getting very, very hot between Plato and Chilton.
Giovanardi has started his final lap. The gap is a very healthy 5.5 seconds for the Italian, but this is the race for second place. Mike Jordan trying to hold on. He's the leading independent in the race by several places. There is Giovanardi, so he's got a good advantage over those guys all fighting for second place. There is Mike Jordan then in second position. Darren Turner and Jason Plato in the two Seats, as you say. Oh, and Jordan's gone wide.
A puncher, I think, Ben. I think his front left has gone bang, which is what we've seen so many times. Yes, Jordan has a puncher.
Oh, can you believe it? What tragic luck for Mike Jordan. He was driving superbly, but he's picked up a puncture, maybe clipped a curb somewhere. It's so crucial that you look after your tyres here at Thruxton. Turner now up into second place, but here comes Jason Plato. Jason Plato may get the overlap here. He's trying to take second place in his Seat. The two teammates going door to door at 140 miles an hour on the approach to Church Corner. Which one will appear first? It is, I think, still Darren. No, it's Plato. Plato's got ahead. Jason Plato into second, and also watch out for Colin Turkington in the BMW. Darren Turner may have tyre problems as well. He's certainly slowed down a bit, and here comes Turkington. He's going to try around the outside into the chicane. It's the last lap. Can he make the move? No, he can't. Turner squeezes him out. Giovanardi's going to take the victory. It's the win for Vauxhall. Second place is going to go to Jason Plato. Third goes to Darren Turner, and fourth place goes to Colin Turkington. Matt Neal finishes in fifth place. Let's see who else makes it round. Is Chilton going to get back ahead of Jordan? Yes, he is. Chilton finishes in sixth. Let's just see. Oh, Jordan limping. Look, he's had to straight line the chicane. He's going to try and finish anyway on a flat left front tyre, and he's going to be passed by several more cars. Let's see where it puts him. He finishes down in 10th. Confirmation of the result there. Giovanardi the winner from Plato, then Turner and Turkington. Matt Neal finished 5th, Tom Chilton 6th, then Matt Allison in 7th. Tom Onslow Cole, Owen Murray and Mike Jordan, poor Mike Jordan there, completed the top 10. Let's take a look at the grid lineup now. This is how they will be starting this race. It's Giovanardi and Jason Plato on the front row. The top two in the championship, although Plato has the advantage in the points. On the second row of the grid, we've then got Darren Turner in the second of the Seats, and Colin Turkington in the fast-starting BMW. He made a magic start in the first race. Let's see if he can do it in race 2. On the third row of the grid, we've got Matt Neal and Tom Chilton. So Tom has made those changes to his car. He will be hoping it'll be stronger later in the race. Behind Tom Chilton, then we've got Matt Allison and Tom Onslow Cole. Another of the BMWs to watch for that very rapid start. Behind these guys, Owen Murray and Mike Jordan. Jordan, who had that tyre blow towards the end of the first race. Behind these two, we had another one with a slight tyre problem. That was Gareth Howell, who had moved up much further on the grid but dropped back towards the end. Jason Hughes moved up from 22nd on the grid to finish in 12th. Behind them, we've got Martin Bell and Fiona Leggett. Fiona in a second of the Kart World MGs. Then it's Dave Pinkney and Richard Marsh, the two teammates. They're actually sharing row number 8 of the grid and the two Alfa Romeos. Behind them, we've got Erkut Kazilimak and Simon Blankley, and those two both pretty new into the championship. Behind them, Rick Kerry in the diesel-powered BMW, and John George in another of the Honda Integras, although I think he might have a problem, maybe still in the pit lane. Chris Stockton and Nick Leeson are on row number 11 of the grid. Nick Leeson had an engine problem earlier on, and watch from the back, because we've got Gordon Shedden and Matt Jackson, who had that coming together on the very opening lap here in the first race of the day, and they are both very, very fast. Round 8 of the Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championship from Thruxton sees Fabrizio Giovanardi going for 2 out of 2 from the front row of the grid. Let's see what happens. Away we go. Great start from Plato. Giovanardi slow, and Turkington making it 3 abreast. The BMW going right round the outside of the first 2 that were on the grid, and it's Colin Turkington who leads as they come through the left-hander at green. Now, are his front tyres heated up enough? He struggled in the first race with the front tyres that weren't up to temperature, but he turns in well there. He leads Plato in second, Giovanardi in third place. Chilton started well, he's in 4th position, and these 4 just beginning to ease away.
Looked like one of the motor-based Seats was coming through as well. Yes, it was. Allison's had a good start, but notice just how late Jason Plato was on the brake, trying to keep Giovanardi back. Giovanardi's got momentum here. He's going to try to get to the inside, but they're not braking sufficiently for Goodwood for him to be able to do that. Watch for the cutback, though. We've seen this happen in the first race. It's likely that's what he's going to try to do.
Turkington, of course, carrying less ballast than the others here, so the ones behind him, Plato and Giovanardi, carrying quite a lot of ballast, and that's going to give Tom Chilton put a wheel on the grass there, but he gathers it together beautifully. It's Turkington in the Team RAC BMW from the Seat of Jason Plato. Chilton did lose time, and now in the background you can see there's pressure, and there's a drive-through penalty for Jason Plato. A drive-through penalty. We'll find out what it is. He may have jumped the start, and look behind it, Chilton and Matt Neal are side by side. Neal over the curb. Matt Neal squeezes ahead. He's got the Team Halfords car ahead of the second Vauxhall, and now Darren Turner's going to try and do the same. But Tom Onslow Cole in the other BMW through. Jason Plato is in the pit, and he's done his drive-through penalty. We gather it may have been because of the mechanic who was late leaving his car on the grid. They've got to be cleared by a certain time, and maybe they weren't clear in time.
It just looks at the moment like Giovanardi can carry so much more speed into the corners. Watch here, as Turkington brakes, Giovanardi's able to just let the car roll into the corner. One of the different characteristics is this slightly longer wheelbase. It seems to be balanced, and look how balanced as it comes out of the corner there, down towards Church.
He's on the inside, and he's got a real chance of taking the lead here, Giovanardi. It looks as though the Italian's back in front. Turkington trying to slot back in second, but he's wide. Turkington's wide, he's on the gravel, he's on the dirt. He loses 3 places, 4 places in one fell swoop, and Giovanardi now leads, and it's the battle for second between Matt Neal in the orange car, and look at Matt Allison in the white and black car trying to join in. This is the best performance we've seen from Matt Allison so far, but he has been consistent, and now he's loving it. He's mixing it with the race leaders here, and it's still the 2 Vauxhalls, 1-2, but how close can it get between this whole lead group? Allison's off.
Oh, Allison's off. That's such a shame. No, that's a fairly big hit. That's the chicane. So I wonder if there's been contact to cause that. We'll have a look at a replay in a moment. But such a shame for Matt Allison. He's been so strong. Here we go.
So you've got the first 2 through, then Matt Neal comes through in third. Here comes, he's already backwards. And who has he tangled with? Darren Turner. Turner in the sail.
Oh my goodness me, that is a huge hit now. That's surely going to bring out a safety car.
Well, that's yes. Both drivers are out of their cars. Darren Turner jumping up onto the tyre barrier. Look at the front, but the bonnet on his car just folded up because of the contact with Matt Allison. But Matt is also out of his car, so that's great news. But we have a safety car here at Thruxton. So we're on board with the race leader, Fabrizio Giovanardi, who will have the task of building up to the start, the restart here. We're all set to go once again. Giovanardi gets on the gas out of the chicane. The race restarts after the accident that took out Matt Allison and Darren Turner. And Giovanardi has his teammate behind, so that's a wonderful situation to be in. Tom Chilton follows through in second. Matt Neal is in third. Gareth Howell got a bit slidey there, put a wheel on the grass. coming through Allard. He's running in 4th place, but could be under pressure from Colin Turkington. Mike Jordan in behind him, and then Tom Onslow Cole in the 2nd of the BMWs. It is pretty clean at the moment, I have to say, through that section. And Jason Hughes in the MG was putting a bit of pressure on Onslow Cole. He's at the back of that queue.
Yeah, in fact, I think Shedden might have just nipped past Hughes in the second part of this complex there. So good move from Shedden. He's clearly got his head down. Look at the pace of Matt Neal in the other Team Halfords car. So assuming that they've got a similar setup, clearly the guys have got the car fixed okay. So it's going to watch to see whether Shedden's going to get stronger as the race unfolds.
But again, it's Giovanardi who's managing to ease away. Look at this side-by-side perhaps here. Mike Jordan trying to get past Colin Turkington. This is for 5th place down. Yes, he's made it through on the approach, but does he hold it tight enough on the exit? And it's allowed Tom Onslow Cole, Turkington's teammate, to join in. Mike Jordan takes 5th, Turkington's back to 6th, Onslow Cole in 7th, and then, as you say, Gordon Shedden. But look, it's Plato behind that as well. Jason Plato has gained a couple of places on this lap since the restart occurred. Plato's got ahead of Hughes, and now we can really see Jason getting in the points. And remember, the reverse grid for race 3 could be as many as 10 cars. So if he can get into the top 10 here, Plato, he can have every chance of being on the front row for race 3. So now Plato's in 7th place because of 1 or 2 people having problems, and he's attacking from that position, tucked in behind Tom Onslow Cole. Let's watch him through the right-hander here, just after the pit exit. We're sweeping through, very fast right-hander, now up towards the left-hander at green, and then into the sequence of corners known as the complex. Great viewing. You can see all the people up on the banking there. It's a fantastic place to watch racing. Plato not quite able to get alongside there.
So important to go in really, really neatly into that first part, because if you go in a tiny bit too hot, you're going to lose momentum. Now, this is where the traction of the BMW really shows coming out of that complex. We talked about traction from Matt Neal's car, very different type of configuration, but with the BMWs we know that's their strong point, but this is where he seems to reel them back in again. This is where that balance and that high-speed balance that Darren Turner talked about earlier really seems to come into its own.
And he's done the inside, and that's the mistake he was looking for. Onslow Cole just went in a bit deep. Now Shedden is trying to follow him, but Onslow Cole actually played that quite cleverly. He knew he'd lost 1 place, so he concentrated on not losing 2.
Thought it through, and it's actually done Plato a big favour, because I think Shedden was starting to put quite a lot of pressure onto Plato. Now here we go, late on the brakes, down the inside, edges him out a little bit. As you say, Onslow Cole thought it through, but you can hear Plato's already hard on the gas and using that momentum to try to take some time out of Turkington.
Yeah, that was a clever move by Plato. He really went for it late, and Onslow Cole wasn't expecting it. But then, as Gordon Shedden tried to follow him, there was a bit of a touch, but Onslow Cole sensibly put his car in just the right place and didn't let the Scotsman come through. So those two have stayed the same. This is the battle for second, and Matt Neal has got into that 2nd place now. So the Vauxhalls have been split by the Team Halfords car of Matt Neal, and you can never discount Matt Neal, twice the champion in the last 2 years. Further back, Tom Onslow Cole's got Gordon Shedden behind him still, and these two are fighting just inside the top 10, of course. Could be a chance for Shedden here.
Yeah, and Tom Onslow Cole ran very wide on the way out. Looked like he got over the curbs a bit too heavy. Look how loose the back of the car is. You can see how the bump in the apex of Allard really affects the car. Now it's going to be interesting to see whether Shedden saw what Plato did and thought, maybe I can do that, maybe I can roll the car in, but he's a bit further back. It's likely almost a touch. He's thinking about where can I get a bit of a run through here, but again, this is one of the stronger parts for the BMW, but it does look like Plato is edging ever closer to Turkington.
This is good racing, I have to say. Great onboard shots as well as we go through the fast sweeping corners here at Thruxton. The sun is shining now. It's a beautiful circuit in the sunshine, and it's a hard track for the drivers. They really have to embrace the corners and really screw up their courage to take these corners at their best effect. So quick through these 2 right-handers, but it's still Giovanardi who leads by 1.1 seconds over now Matt Neal in 2nd place. Mike Jordan in a bit of a lonely 4th place, but there is our race leader, and he's got a good advantage.
Well, this is the stage where we're really going to see whether Giovanardi's had to work the car too hard or whether Matt Neal is the man with the pace. 1.178 was the gap last time as they crossed the line and as they charged down towards the next lap. Let's see what the gap has changed to. 1.048, so Neal is quicker.
A little bit faster, but bear in mind there are only 2 laps to go now, less than 2 laps to go as they cross the line. Plato still pushing to try and get past Colin Turkington. Again, look at the back end of Turkington's car sliding around, the rear-wheel drive BMW just sliding around a bit more. And the team, of course, have never run the car here at Thruxton. It is so unique, they're still learning every time the car goes out there how to change it. There's no testing allowed, remember, very little testing at the start of the season as well. So all the teams are learning as they go through each and every race. But so far, beautifully driven there by Turkington. He's living with what we call oversteer, the back end of the car moving around more than the front, but he's driving it well, keeping it smooth and not losing the place.
And let's not forget that Colin Turkington, a little bit of grass cutting there by Chilton. Here comes Jordan, but let's not forget Turkington's new to rear-wheel drive. He hasn't really driven rear-wheel drive cars much before, so it's a technique he's having to really rethink his driving style. But one thing we know about Colin Turkington is his very, very natural, flamboyant car control, and if anyone can, he's going to be able to deal with it better than most.
Well, he's got a lap and a bit to hold on for that position if he can. It is for 5th place. Giovanardi still leading the race. Let's just see what happened here a moment ago. This was when Matt Neal got 2nd place. He managed to get past Tom Chilton. It was a great run through Church. He was forced to the outside, so then it was going to be a question of who could break later into the chicane. Now, we know that Chilton's usually pretty late, but somehow Matt Neal found a way through.
But it looked like that move started at the previous corner, Goodwood. It looked like he probably got a better run out of Goodwood, because by the time they'd come out of Church, the last fast right-hander up the hill, he was already on the back of Tom Chilton's car. And look how close now is Matt Neal to Fabrizio Giovanardi as we start this final lap.
Yeah, this is certainly good progress for Team Halfords. He's managed to close right up to the Vauxhall ahead, and on that last lap, Matt Neal was some 0.4 of a second faster than Giovanardi. But Giovanardi is not going to give up this win easily. He's looking for his 4th win of the season, 2 victories at Rockingham, the 1st win of the day here at Thruxton already. He wants to add to that tally because Jason Plato is down in 6th, and this is a real opportunity for the Vauxhall driver to close up on Jason Plato in the points, and this is something he's going to grasp with both hands, I'm sure. Good, fast for Matt Neal though. He was very quick through Church Corner. I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough for him to attack on the run to the chicane. He's closing, but Giovanardi's got the line up here. He's not really under too much pressure. Little bit of a lock-up under braking. Matt Neal closes right in, but I don't think there's time, because they'll see the checkered flag as they come through this time. It's the 2nd win of the day for Fabrizio Giovanardi. 2nd place goes to Matt Neal. I think 3rd is going to go to Tom Chilton. Chilton coming across the line to make it a 1st and 3rd for Vauxhall. 4th for Mike Jordan, 5th for Colin Turkington, and then Jason Plato is going to come home in 6th. 7th place for Onslow Cole, 8th for Shedden, 9th for Hughes, and 10th for Dave Pinkney. We're building up towards the final touring car race of the day. Now look how close the points are. Just 1 point separate Jason Plato and Fabrizio Giovanardi as we get ready for this 3rd race of the day. And it's been all about Fabrizio Giovanardi so far today. 2 victories out of the 2 races. But Jason Plato driving, I would say, in a fairly canny way. He's picking up the points. And of course, with the reverse grid that we've now got to look at, with the top 10 reversed from that 1st race, Jason Plato will have no ballast and he'll start on the 3rd row. So Simon, there is a chance here for Plato to open that gap up again.
Well, looking at the pace that he had in the latter part of race 2, it's quite likely that he's going to work the car in a similar way. Hopefully, from his point of view, the car will get stronger and stronger as the race progresses. Obviously, the key thing is going to be the cars that are immediately in front of him. One of the cars that was also similarly very quick coming from the back of the grid was Gordon Shedden. So that's going to be an interesting battle.
Let's take a look at the grid. David Pinkney on pole position as a result of that top 10 reverse, and Jason Hughes always loves a battle up front if he gets a chance, and he's got the MG on the front row there, so we'll see how quickly they manage to go. Then it's Gordon Shedden and Tom Onslow Cole. Now you have to say that maybe the winner will come from one of these two. They're carrying no ballast. They've both shown good pace, particularly that Team Halfords car. Gordon Shedden should be in good shape here, but behind them we've got to watch out on the 3rd row of the grid for Jason Plato. He's been fast all weekend, and he's also got the very quick starting Colin Turkington alongside. They've been working on the BMW, trying to make it work around this fast Thruxton circuit and making progress. On row number 4 of the grid, we've got Mike Jordan, who won the independence class in that last race. He finished 4th. He's ahead of the Vauxhall of Tom Chilton. They had a bit of a battle earlier on today. And then, of course, we've got the top 2 from race 2, Matt Neal and Fabrizio Giovanardi, but because the top 10 cars have been reversed, Giovanardi starts 10th and Matt Neal starts in 9th place. Plenty of work to do from back there. Okay, from there we see Simon Blankley now. He actually had a very good race last time out. Very pleased to finish 11th. Fiona Leggett finished in 12th place. Good solid result for her. They're only both of them just outside the top 10. Behind them, we've got Erkut, who's in the Vauxhall Astra. He seemed to be suffering a bit of understeer in that last race. The diesel of Rick Kerry lines up in 14th position. It is a little bit off the pace, but they're gradually making progress with it. Behind, though, they're going to have to watch out. Gareth Howe starting 15th, and Martin Bell in 16th place. There's a repaired door on Martin Bell's car. It was damaged in that last race. And then, as we continue to go back, Matt Jackson, I'm afraid, is not going to be making it onto the grid. They've lost an engine in that second race, and they're not going to be able to be out. But Matt Allison, who had a lot of damage to his car, that Motorbase performance team's done an outstanding job because they've got the car ready. Both front corners, front end, rear boot as well, had to be bashed out as well and straightened up, and they've got him on the grid in 18th place. So well done to the team. Also well done to Seat Sport, because he was involved in that incident as well, and they've managed to put a new engine in that car and repair it and get him out to start in 19th. But he'll be lonely on that row because Owen Murray's engine went earlier, and I'm afraid he's not going to be out for Quest Racing in the Alfa Romeo. So we continue on our way down the grid. Richard Marsh, he starts in 21st. They've repaired the damage to the front end of that car. John George missed race 2 with an engine problem, and they have changed the engine, so he'll be out for this final race of the day. The man from Cornwall, who's effectively enjoying his home track, even if it is several hours away. Chris Stockton is not going to be starting this race. They're lacking an engine in that car, but Nick Leeson will be starting from his position in 24th on the grid. Dave Pinkney in the Alfa Romeo starts on pole position, and the MG of Jason Hughes alongside him on the front row of the grid. But remember, Jason Plato in the yellow and silver Seat is not far back, and he wants to extend that 1-point championship lead over Fabrizio Giovanardi. Giovanardi starts down in 10th place, but he's already won 2 races here today. How can Vauxhall force their way through to the front? We're about to find out in the 3rd race of the day here at Thruxton. The lights go out and Pinkney tries to get off the line. Jason Hughes goes with him. Again, it's a good start for the BMW, this time of Onslow Cole. Tom Onslow Cole moving into 3rd place, nips ahead of Shedden there, and the race lead battle is on between Dave Pinkney and Jason Hughes as they come up towards the complex. Now, this is where it can easily go wrong. We saw dramas in race 1 here. Jason Hughes trying to go around the outside of Dave Pinkney. He's almost on the grass. He is on the grass, and he bounces across the grass. There's contact behind. Jason Plato made contact with the back of Colin Turkington. Turkington coming on to 2nd place. Plato side by side with Tom Onslow Cole, and Pinkney is running away.
But also look at the Vauxhalls already, because everyone's backed each other up. They've already come through to get on the back of Matt Neal and of Gordon Shedden, and it's really looking like there's a good chance the Vauxhalls could make 1, 2, maybe 3 places up on just on this first lap.
Look at David Pinkney's lead. He's loving every moment of this. Colin Turkington is 2nd, Plato in 3rd, Tom Onslow Cole in 4th, and then it's Gordon Shedden. Didn't get away very well. He's in 5th position, and it's Tom Chilton who's the first of the 2 Vauxhalls. Pinkney must be looking in his mirror and thinking, where is everybody? They're miles behind on this opening lap, but they will find their way, I'm sure, to close up that gap. Turkington versus the Seat of Plato, and then you've got Gordon Shedden in the mix here as well as they come up towards the chicane, and Tom Chilton showing good pace with that Vauxhall. Plato having to defend busily from Colin Turkington.
Now we're going to see whether that car of Jason Plato comes on early, or whether it's going to be like the first 2 races where it gradually got quicker and quicker, but he's having to get a little bit defensive, and Turkington looks a lot stronger at this stage in the race than he did in race 2.
But Jason Plato once again on the opening lap of the reverse grid race has really shown his effectiveness, his canniness if you like. He's up to 2nd, Turkington back down to 3rd, and then it's Gordon Shedden in 4th place. You're on board with Shedden at the moment. Tom Chilton behind these 2 guys in the Vauxhall, and it's very close behind Chilton as well, because then it's Tom Onslow Cole, Mike Jordan's in there, and Fabrizio Giovanardi as somebody kicks up the dust in the background.
Yeah, not a good place to end up with 2 wheels on the grass there. Very high speed. Turkington car moving around. We saw this last time. The back of the car steps out quite a lot as they turn into the corner. That corner there at Goodwood costs you a lot of time, and look what's happened. It's stepped out to the point where Shedden's got down the inside.
Yes, Gordon Shedden now going to gain a place from Colin Turkington. This is to take Shedden back up into 3rd position. He didn't get off the line particularly well, but now Gordon Shedden into 3rd, and look behind, 3 abreast, nearly 4, nearly 5 cars all going for the same bit of road. Giovanardi almost on the grass there. I think he was briefly, and he's trying to get up the inside. Where are they going to go? They're coming into the chicane. There's no space. Surely they're not going to make it. Mike Jordan in the middle of that as well. He slides alongside Giovanardi. Oh, that's great, clean racing. How did they get through there?
Well, you'd have put your house on one of those cars being turned around, wouldn't you? But that was absolutely outstanding, and Giovanardi showed his class there. This is a man who's won 7 touring car championships, and that shows you why.
Mike Jordan has moved up into 5th place. Onslow Cole up to 4th position. These guys all fighting for position further back. Matt Neal's in there. Oh, somebody locks up on the brakes. Giovanardi's got ahead of that group. Somebody shot off at a complete tangent to the corner. I don't know where they're going. The other side of Andover, I think. But they've come back on. It was Matt Allison. Well done to his team, by the way, for getting that car rebuilt after the crash in race 2. And again, some people are running a little bit too wide. And Erkut Kaziliamak in the middle, there's Richard Marsh too. Wherever you look, you just think they're not going to last, surely, the race distance. It's still David Pinkney leading, from Jason Plato in second, Gordon Shedden in third, Onslow Cole in fourth, and then Mike Jordan in fifth, with race winner from earlier on, Fabrizio Giovanardi, in a threatening looking sixth.
And Chilton's looking strong, but look at Darren Turner. He's come from the back of the grid. He got caught up in the accident with Matt Allison early on, and they've done a great job to get that car out as well. And he's looking like there's a good chance he's got the same sort of pace that Jason Plato is showing, who's closing down the leader every lap.
Now Mike Jordan has caught up with Tom Onslow Cole. This is for 4th position. Onslow Cole, the 19-year-old in the Team RAC BMW, clips the curves, but that's okay. And right behind Jordan, watch out for the fast Vauxhall of Fabrizio Giovanardi. Now, he's won 2 races already here at Thruxton. Only once before has somebody won all 3 races in the day, and that was at Thruxton. But into the pits comes Turkington. It's a puncture apparently for Colin Turkington. I think Simon Blankley's also in, but the major drama, it's the rear left, as you can see, for Colin Turkington.
Well, it's obviously working harder now. He hasn't got his foot on the brake. That's gone around the poor mechanic, got his hand out of the way just in time. But look there, you can see his teammate Onslow Cole putting big pressure on Jordan, who's got through. And we know how good this Integra is round here. It's been quick in the hands of Mike Jordan. He really should have been on the podium in race 1 if it weren't for a puncture. And last year, this car was awesome in the Dynamics hands.
And now Plato's going to try and go around the outside of him through Campbell. That should give him the inside line into the left-hander. He's taken the lead. Plato is in front. And now Gordon Shedden's going to try and follow. Absolutely all 3 together as they come out of the final section. But Gordon Shedden hasn't been able to get through. This could give Jason Plato a chance to make a break.
He's got to use these laps to get away, because Shedden's clearly got as much, if not more, pace. But behind there, Mike Jordan is gradually reeling them in. He seems to be working the car very well at this early stage in race. And look, momentum is taking Shedden out and possibly alongside Pinkney as they come down towards Church Corner. Is this engine strong? Well, it certainly is from that evidence.
Well, Mike Jordan's right behind them as well. Little dab on the brake. Oh, the Alfa Romeo gets a bit sideways. Look at the back of that car floating. And Pinkney controls it beautifully. But Gordon Shedden has got a good chance here. But looking right behind him there is Mike Jordan. Now, Mike Jordan in the white and blue car. That's one of the cars that Shedden drove himself last year here to victory at Thruxton. And it's being challenged by him as they come into the chicane. He has to settle back in. But Mike Jordan doing a fantastic job at the moment. Dave Pinkney, of course, is leading independents in this race currently. He's in 2nd position and hasn't dropped much to Plato on that lap. So Pinkney's pace looking pretty strong, but Shedden right behind, and then Mike Jordan perhaps looking the most threatening of these cars. Then it's Giovanardi behind them in 5th place. Here comes Shedden. He's going to have a little look into the complex, little nudge, and he's through. And in fact, Pinkney on the grass, that allows Jordan through as well.
And I think Giovanardi's going to get through as well. He's certainly got momentum, and if he doesn't, he's going to be right on the back of Pinkney. So that's very significant from Jason Plato's point of view. He wants to see Giovanardi stay as far back as possible.
Look behind Giovanardi. Now, Giovanardi's carrying all that ballast, and suddenly Turner and Neal have caught up to the back of the Vauxhall. We've got a real race going on now for 4th position. And in terms of the manufacturers, SEAT really would love to get their car ahead of the Vauxhall of Fabrizio Giovanardi. Giovanardi's had a great day so far, but Darren Turner's going to try and spoil the party here. Heading up towards the chicane. Is he going to try the outside? There's not really enough space. Locking up a bit. Giovanardi weaves around under braking, controls it beautifully and turns in tidily.
Yeah, Turner very neat. He's obviously having the difficult job of trying to put pressure on Giovanardi and hold the pressure from Matt Neal off. So it's going to be so critical both for the manufacturers, and it's going to do his teammate Jason Plato a big favour if he can get past Giovanardi.
The final lap then, and Jason Plato looks to be repeating exactly what he did at Rockingham, and that was to win the reverse grid race 3 after Giovanardi had won the first 2 races of the day. But with all of this, Giovanardi has definitely closed up the gap in the points. Plato desperately needs to hold on to this lead and not make a mistake through the final section of this race, through these fast sweeping corners. So easy to make the tiniest little slip up, the flash from the exhaust as he just lifts off the throttle very briefly, then hard back on it again.
Just balancing the car, you don't want to come right off the gas, otherwise it'll make the back of the car move around too much. Shedden is putting the pressure on, but he knows he's just got to concentrate on making sure he doesn't make any mistakes in the last 2 corners.
So behind them, remember, there was that other race going on between Fabrizio Giovanardi, also Darren Turner and Matt Neal. And I think Matt Neal's gained a place. There's a good battle going on at the back there. But nonetheless, it's Jason Plato who's coming up to the final corner at Thruxton, pops over the curb. It's going to be victory for Sayat, victory for Jason Plato. He wins race 3 of the day. Second place goes to Gordon Shedden, and third place, and oh, is he? Yes, I think Mike Jordan's going to hold on to take third place, win the independent category. Fourth place just goes to Giovanardi. Matt Neal claimed Darren Turner's position on that last lap, so Matt Neal finished 5th, Darren Turner finished in 6th, and then we're waiting to see the others come across the line. Howell has finished, John George is trying to slow down for the last corner and just about makes it.
Just nipped past David Pinckney there. Looks like Pinckney had a bit of a problem on the last lap, but there you go. That's how Jason Plato is going about trying to win this championship. Under so much pressure, it looked odds on that Shedden was going to reel him in and pass him, but he just kept to his game plan, didn't overdrive the car, looked after the tyres, and he earned that win.
Yeah, a fantastic victory for Jason Plato and for the whole team as well, for Sayat Sport UK. Well, they've worked hard today. They've seen Vauxhall dominate those first 2 races, but that's what you need to do. When it goes your way slightly, you've got to take advantage of it. Jason Plato drove extremely well in the opening laps, and he was able to beat Gordon Shedden to the line. So this is how they finished then. Plato the winner by 1.4 seconds from the Team Halfords car of Gordon Shedden and the Team Eurotech car of Mike Jordan. Fabrizio Giovanardi survived to finish 4th ahead of Matt Neal. Darren Turner finished in 6th place. Gareth Howell was 7th, Tom Chilton in 8th, Jason Hughes 9th, and Tom Onslow Cole took the final point in 10th. Hello and welcome everybody to Croft. We're up in North Yorkshire. It's an absolutely beautiful day and we're looking forward to 3 spectacular touring car races. Glad to say Tim Harvey is fit and well this weekend. Your voice in fine fettle, Tim?
Yes, I'm 100% and it's nice to feel well again. I didn't realise quite how ill I was until I felt better, so it's good to be here in fine voice.
Well, here we are. There's a look at the grid before they set off on the formation lap. It is going to be Gordon Shedden who starts from pole position. An excellent job from him in qualifying, but it's the BMW of Colin Turkington alongside. Then it's Darren Turner and Matt Neal on row 2. Fabrizio Giovanardi, who's been very successful at the last couple of meetings, he starts 5th ahead of Tom Onslow Cole. Mike Jordan in the Eurotech car lines up in 7th ahead of Jason Plato, championship leader for Sayat. He starts 8th. Then it's Matt Jackson in 9th and Owen Murray, good effort, in 10th place despite some gearbox problems in qualifying yesterday. Behind Owen Murray in 11th place we've got Tom Chilton, a bit further down than we might have expected. Then it's Gareth Howell and Matt Allison, the 2 Motorbase cars. Jason Hughes and Dave Pinckney, watch out for the A-Tech Alphas. They've repainted them in Schumacher Rosso red. They're very distinctive. Then it's Erkut Kazilimark, Simon Blankley, the local man. Chris Stockton down there as well. Keep an eye on him. John George, Richard Marsh, Fiona Leggett's in 21st place. Martin Bell is 22nd. And Jim Poplington is back this weekend. He lines up in 23rd. Round 10 of the 2007 Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championship is ready to roll here at Croft in North Yorkshire. It's Gordon Shedden on pole position, but Colin Turkington alongside him on the front row of the grid in the BMW with rear-wheel drive. Watch for the fast starting car of Colin Turkington. Lights out, away we go, and indeed the BMW is away very, very quickly as expected. Colin Turkington, I think, just grabbing the initial advantage as they head down towards the first corner at Clairvaux. It's Turkington leading, Shedden in 2nd place, and Neal, I think. Matt Neal has come up to 2nd place. Plato, all nearly in the gravel, side by side with Mike Jordan. It's so tight through there.
Yeah, everybody trying to get to that inside. Nobody really wanting to be on the outside into the first corner because any slight tap and you're in the gravel. But a great start by Turkington, just what he wanted, was able to get in front of Shedden and overlap him into the first corner.
But Matt Neal made a great start as well. He's carrying some ballast, but he started 4th. He's up to 2nd. Look at that. The reigning champion, number 1 on the door panel, and it's Matt Neal in 2nd. His teammate Gordon Shedden, who started on pole, is in 3rd. Tom Onslow Cole is running well. He's in 4th place in the 2nd of the BMWs. Owen Murray in trouble. He's going slowly. He's just been passed by a number of cars. The red Alfa Romeo, which has just pulled out of the line there. The Irishman in trouble. He's back at a track where he made his debut as well last year. So just behind Matt Jackson, we're riding on board with Tom Chilton. Chilton currently in 10th position. He was hoping to combine this race weekend with a test session at Le Mans, but it hasn't been the case. He hasn't been able to do that, so Chilton has to focus on the results that he can achieve here today. But he's up behind that fast BMW of Chilton. Meanwhile, top 5 cars all still very close together. Jordan at the back of the group, and it's the battle between the top 2. Turkington, who now has fastest lap, still with Matt Neal breathing down his neck.
Yeah, the BMW just struggling to get its tyres up to temperature, which is part of the reason it struggled so much. Oh, tyres in the way. Oh, Matt Allison had no chance to miss that. He was so unlucky. These tyres are causing a huge problem here. Matt Allison totally innocent of any crime, but the car in front clipped the tyres, which in fact with his teammate, I think, Gareth Howe, and he couldn't miss them. And look at the damage it's done, and he could have gone headlong into the wall there.
And Richard Marsh spinning
Another
in the background.
victim of the tyres, probably.
Yeah, maybe. Richard Marsh certainly got all out of shape there. That's the other of the ATEC Alfa Romeos in their distinctive new colour scheme. This is called Schumacher Rosso. Obviously the tyres accounted for Matt Allison. We're not quite sure what accounts for Tom Onslow Cole being in the pits, because he was running in around 6th, 7th place for the early stages of that race. Richard Marsh coming through. Now there is some debris up on this section of the track, so they've got to be wary. I don't know whether there'll be any flags to indicate that, but they do have to be very cautious. Race leader Colin Turkington through, 2nd place still Matt Neal, chased by his teammate Gordon Shedden, and Turkington's just opened up a little bit of a gap now.
Yeah, as I was starting to say before all that drama unfolded, the BMW just takes a couple laps longer to get the temperature in the tyres and get the pressures up, which is why he was really under a lot of attack. That was so dangerous. That car could easily have speared left straight headlong into the wall.
Yeah.
But the BMW just taking a couple of laps to get the pressure up, and now he's comfortably leading.
He is comfortably leading, and he's got a nice little margin of 0.78 of a second, 3/4 of a second over Matt Neal in 2nd position. But Matt Neal showing great form with this revived new Honda Civic. Tom Onslow Cole back out on track ahead of them now. He's been in the pits, remember. He's got his teammate bearing down on them. He better get out of the way pretty smartish.
Well, I'm sure he'll get out of the way smartish for his teammate, but then he might just slip in behind him for a corner or two to allow him. Look, he's going to let Turkington through, slip in behind. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, I'm just in front holding everybody up for a couple of corners.
It would be a nice situation this for Colin Turkington, to have his teammate between him and his nearest rival, Matt Neal. You're looking back from Matt Neal there. He's in 2nd, looking back at his teammate Gordon Shedden. He's in 3rd place through the very fast Jim Clark S's wonderful section of track this. Another fast corner at Barcroft. Very different characters to these corners, though, Tim, to what we saw in the fast corners at Thruxton, because they don't go on and on like they do at Thruxton.
Exactly. Thruxton has radius. This is flick to the left, flick to the right, medium and high-speed corners. Great section of track that down the Jim Clark S's Barcroft Sunny in and out. And then this is the tight section, the complex and the hairpin. Very easy to overdrive this section, but, Turkington doesn't have to protect. Look, Matt Neal's getting fed up. Contacts involved, Shedden's gone through. There'll be a little bit of an outcry about that, because if Onslow Cole was blocking, then he'll have to go and see the clerk of the course.
Well, that is drama, isn't it? Tom Onslow Cole, he was a lap down. He seemed to have left the door open. I thought he had left the door open for Matt Neal. Matt Neal went up the inside, and then the door was firmly shut in his face by Tom Onslow Cole, and I think you're right, there could be some big discussions about that. Matt Neal will not like that. He will be fuming. Turkington still leading his gap over 3 seconds now over Gordon Shedden and Matt Neal. And then this little tussle between Darren Turner. As you say there, Tim, again, obvious that the Seat had to run a bit wider.
Yeah, not only is it a shorter line, but it actually you approach that chicane at a straighter angle, so there's less direction change and less work on the tyres. But the Honda Integra traditionally can always take a tight line, and Mike's maximising that advantage.
Behind them, Fabrizio Giovanardi perhaps feeling the penalty of the weight ballast on that car. He's 2nd in the championship. He's carrying 36 kilos of ballast, and I think that might be hurting him now as he tries to chase these two cars, which have no success ballast on them at all, because they're not that far up in the championship standings, and it makes all the difference. Down towards Sunny Inn then, again that little whiff of smoke as Turner just locks the wheel under braking. No ABS braking allowed in touring cars, no traction control allowed. It's all down to the drivers to control it on their feet with their pedals and try and sort it out themselves. And Jordan looking for that opportunity, but Turner's doing a good defensive job now. What about Chilton? Chilton's got to do a good defensive job because Matt Jackson's causing.
Yeah, he's right up behind them. We know Matt Jackson's not frightened to have a go. He's a great racer. The current Seat champion, well, he's forcing Chilton to defend massively there.
Yeah, he is, but if Chilton defends too much, he might cost himself speed on the exit of the corner. That's what Jackson's hoping for, that he can maybe get the run off the corner. 13 laps completed now, just 2 laps remaining in this first of 3 races here today. Those are the intervals between our race leaders, and it's a good advantage for Turkington at the moment. Darren Turner some 2 seconds behind Matt Neal in 4th place, but then that close battle obviously between Turner and Mike Jordan, who's only just half a second behind. Fabrizio Giovanardi a further 1.4 seconds further back. But Tim, let's just talk about the BMW leading at the moment, the Team RAC car of Colin Turkington. You know, 1996 was the last time a BMW won a British touring car race. It was Roberto Ravaglia at the Silverstone support race. That's a long time ago, isn't it? But I think we could be seeing the first BMW win.
Well, another lap and a half to go and we'll be there, and it's great to have BMW back in the championship, albeit with Team RAC as an independent entry, but you know, it's great to have them here in the championship. The cars are competing at World Touring Car level. A little bit of a moment there as he just went past Jim Pocklington Jim Pocklington. But it's great to have them back. They add something to the championship. They're rear-wheel drive, and it's another manufacturer.
Yeah, it is great to see it, and Turkington has driven a perfect race so far. He's only got 1 lap to go now in order to record that victory, and Mike Jordan's running out of time in which to try and get past Darren Turner. Perhaps he's going to settle for 5th place. Don't forget, you line up on the grid for the second race of the day. As you finish this one, if you take a big risk and try and go for the move and then end up falling off, you start right at the back for race 2, and it's consistency that counts in the 3 race meetings of a touring car race day. Turkington out of the chicane safely. He's only got a little bit of traffic to deal with, and he should be safely en route for his first win of the season.
Yep, remember the weights are allocated to these cars, not in championship positions after this race, but in race positions. So Jordan's probably thinking, okay, I've got a good car here. All the cars in front of me are going to start with more weight in the next race. That's the way to get a result.
It is, and Colin Turkington, of course, he'll pick up the maximum ballast. He'll pick up a 45 kilo bunch of weight. They put lead in a little special box in the car, and he'll have to deal with that. The BMW is actually the heaviest car out there if you don't include the success ballast. They have a 30 kilo penalty for being rear-wheel drive, effectively. They run the sequential box on the Team RAC cars as well, so they don't get any dispensation, as Matt Jackson does. He runs a normal H-pattern gearbox. But who cares about the weights? Who cares about all the rules and regulations at this moment? Because Team RAC are going to come through and take their first win of the 2007 season here at Croft. Colin Turkington takes BMW's first victory in British touring cars in over 10 years. Across the line, he takes the checkered flag, and it was a dominant win in the end. He takes victory by over 3 seconds from Gordon Shedden in second place. Matt Neal finishes in 3rd. Darren Turner holds on to 4th position ahead of Mike Jordan in 5th. Giovanardi is going to come through in 6th. Then Plato in 7th. Chilton takes 8th place. Matt Jackson 9th. And the final point, I think, yes, will go to Gareth Howell in the Motorbase Seat. He finishes in 10th. It's Colin Turkington who takes the win here, and he'll try and do it again in the second race of the day a little bit later on. Second place goes to Gordon Shedden, 3rd to Matt Neal. Darren Turner finished in 4th, a fighting 4th, keeping Mike Jordan behind him for a majority of that race. 6th place went to Fabrizio Giovanardi. Jason Plato finished 7th, Chilton finished in 8th, Matt Jackson was 9th, and Gareth Howell finished in 10th. So this is how they start the race then. Colin Turkington on pole position, but carrying 45 kilos of ballast, and alongside him it's Gordon Shedden in the first of the Team Halfords. Honda's the only one now on the grid, because missing is car number 1. Matt Neal not there, he's in the pits. Darren Turner will be alone on the second row in the Seat Sport car. Next up it's Mike Jordan in the Eurotech Racing Honda Integra, and he's got Fabrizio Giovanardi right alongside in the Vauxhall Vectra. Jason Plato lines up 7th, just ahead of Tom Chilton in the second of the Vauxhalls. And then it's Matt Jackson in the privateer BMW. He's got Gareth Howell alongside in the Motorbase Seat. Chris Stockton next up. He's 11th on the grid in the BTC Racing Lexus. Simon Blankley, the local lad, he lines up in 12th position. 13th is Erkut, the Turkish driver, and he's got Martin Bell next to him in the privateer BMW. Fiona Leggett starts in 15th place in the bioethanol-powered MG. Jim Pocklington is 16th on the grid in his BMW. John George lines up 17th. Richard Marsh is 18th in the ATEC Racing Alfa Romeo. Tom Oslo-Cole, as I mentioned, he's towards the back. Lots of progress to be made by him, I think, starting 19th. Owen Murray could go well too from 20th position. 21st is Matt Allison in the repaired car. David Pinkney also, his car has had some repairs. He starts in 22nd position, and at the back on his own is Jason Hughes in 23rd. And it's going to be Colin Turkington who will lead them away for this second race of the day at Croft. Will he make the start that he made from second position on the grid in that first race? We're waiting for the red lights to come on. Engine revs build up as we prepare for the start here. The second race of the day gets underway. Good start from both front row men. Mike Jordan's a little bit slow away, I think, from Fabrizio Giovanardi. Should have him on the run down towards Clairvaux, but it's Turkington who leads. Darren Turner going side by side with Shedden into the first corner. Mike Jordan's come back. Matt Jackson on his outside. Jackson ends up running through the gravel, gets back on again. Somebody else through the gravel, that was Martin Ballin, another of the BMWs, comes alongside Jim Pocklington as he rejoins, and amazingly I think they've all got through there.
Well, don't speak too soon, there's a bit of contact, and just as we come through the chicane, Fiona Leggett getting sideways, Matt Allison just missing her, having started at the back of the field. That was a good start. Turkington got it off the line perfectly. Shedden slotted in behind. Matt Jackson actually made the best start in the white privateer BMW, but ended up on the outside at Clairvaux and couldn't make any progress.
So race leader Colin Turkington, second place Gordon Shedden, third place it's is it Plato or is it Turner? Let's check that. No, there's Plato, so it's Turner who's the first of the seance, and we're now sitting in behind Plato with Tom Chilton, putting a bit of pressure on the championship leader, and the man, of course, who's also battling with his teammate Giovanardi for maximum points here this weekend. On the run down towards the complex for the first time, there's Plato. You just saw Chilton flash through, but no doubt about our race leader. It is Colin Turkington in the Team RAC BMW, now with a heavier car, but he's protected his position well. Here comes Giovanardi. Giovanardi up the inside into the hairpin. Did he complete the manoeuvre? Oh, he's still side by side with Mike Jordan. There's a squeeze. Darren Turner pushes Mike Jordan onto the grass, who gets back on again.
Yeah, he could have just lost enough wheel speed there to let Giovanardi through, and sure enough, Giovanardi's got past.
So, Jordan loses 2 places there, does he? In effect, no, just the 1 place to Giovanardi. Across the line, and Turner holds on to his place, but it's all getting a little more physical perhaps in this second race than it was in the first. And through the chicane they come. Turner in third, Giovanardi in 4th place, Jordan in 5th, and then right behind him is Jason Plato, and then behind him is Tom Chilton in 7th place. Leader into Tower Corner, but it's behind the leaders that we're really watching the racing going on, and Chilton was getting alongside there with Plato, but couldn't complete the manoeuvre.
Turkington lapping 28.0, but Turner and Giovanardi, the 3rd and the 4th cars there, lapping quicker than about a 10th quicker.
Yeah, Turkington just easing out a bit there, you're right, on this lap, but he's locked up the right front big time. Oh, and he's made a big mistake, Turkington. He could lose the lead. He has lost the lead, and surely he's got a major problem maybe with that car, I don't know. He's back to 2nd. He's slotted in between Shedden and Turner. Now, that is a very uncharacteristic mistake by Turkington, and he's desperately trying to get himself back into this. That's Richard Marsh off in the Alfa Romeo. It looks as though there's not too much damage done, but it's Shedden now who leads for Team Halfords.
Yeah, and Shedden's going to get a big lead. Here's a replay coming into Tower, locks that right front very early on, and literally just stays on the track, but goes round on the dirty part and has to slot back into 2nd. And on dirty tyres and worrying about problem, he's going to hold up Turner and let Shedden get away.
So Gordon Shedden now with a bit of clear space on board. Jason Plato here attacking Mike Jordan. This is for 5th place, and he's going to go up the inside into the hairpin. Can he hold it, or will Jordan cut back on the exit of the corner? It's very tight between them. Plato in very determined mood now, there's no doubt about it, and they're going to be side by side as they come down the straight. Shedden leads, Turkington 2nd, Turner 3rd, then Giovanardi. Look in the background, Plato now ahead of Jordan, who's coming under pressure from Matt Jackson. There are yellow flags there, so they're not allowed to overtake in this section.
No, they have snatch vehicles. You can see the big crane there just pulling Richard Marsh's car out the way, so it's out of a dangerous place. There's no need for the safety car. Here comes Richard Marsh looking up straight into the gravel. That car's now been removed, just makes the tyre wall as well to add insult to injury, but that car's out the way, so the yellow flags will be gone next time round. Turner's got through on Turkington. Oh, behind us, Plato's hit Turkington, spun him right around.
Giovanardi's hit him. Giovanardi's hit Turkington. Turkington was spun around with Plato, and this is real drama, real chaos. The race 1 winner is out, and now look, Darren Turner battling for the lead with Gordon Shedden. Down into turn 1, Darren Turner takes the lead. That was a good move by him, but it's chaos behind, and there's going to be an awful lot of arguing going on after this one. It's got a lot more physical out there.
Well, it certainly has, but Turner has got a mark on his car. Here we go again, into the final hairpin. Watch this. Plato into the back of Turkington. The rear-wheel drive car spins straight round. Plato carries on and gets through in 3rd place, and behind him, Turkington's been collected by Giovanardi.
Oh, this is, mate. Turkington's just come in the pits and just past our commentary position. Very bad news for him, obviously, but Turner now leads for Sayat. Second place, Gordon Shedden now under pressure from Jason Plato. So Plato, despite involvement in that incident, has survived it, but we gather the safety car is likely to be out on track, so this will bring them all together anyway. Yep, there you are, safety car has come out, they will all be bunched up, and no real surprise there. There's a lot of debris on the circuit.
There is, and they're still racing though. They're still racing at the moment until they get back. So here comes
Plato. He's taken second. He's got past Shedden. Look, so it's now Sayat 1-2. They are allowed to race until they get to the line. So Plato has made the move. The yellows are now out, I think, from this point onwards. So now they're not allowed to overtake. But Plato, clever there. He took advantage of the last moment, if you like, that he could overtake. And he is now into second place. Sayats are running 1-2. Now look, a safety car in, leaving it to the last minute, but he came in, and it's Darren Turner who will lead at the restart. Jason Plato follows him in second place. Behind them we've got Gordon Shedden defending busily from Mike Jordan on one side and Tom Chilton on the other. Tom Chilton now trying to go around the outside of Jordan as they turn into Clairvaux, but no, he can't do it. Slots back into place, probably the sensible thing to do there. Behind them Jackson and Stockton follow through. Stockton up to 7th place now. This could be a mega result for Chris Stockton and for BTC Racing with that Lexus, the black car that's towards the back of this group. Shedden, oh, he's going to be passed here. Jordan has gone past, but so has Chilton. So Shedden in a bit of a trouble there. He was slow out of the chicane for whatever reason, and now Mike Jordan's got the place. A little bit of contact with Chilton, and Jackson's trying to get round as well.
Well, it's almost as though Shedden's got some kind of misfire or something, because he's desperately so, and Jackson has got past him now. So clearly something wrong with Shedden's car.
This is the battle for third place now. Mike Jordan up into third in the Eurotech car. Right behind him, though, is Tom Chilton in the Works Vauxhall. So this is going to be a tough... Oh, no! Stockton's off! Stockton, who was on for his best result of the season, the team's best result, and it's all gone wrong for him. And look at this. You said it was quite likely that this would happen. And Sayat are going to say, we want Jason to score maximum points. Darren Turner, who's yet to win him a race in British Touring Cars, does the dutiful thing, moves out of the way.
Yes, but he may still inherit the win if the clerk of the course deems, Martin Bell's been grass collecting. Now he's not running bioethanol fuel, and that won't work in his car.
I don't quite know how he's managed that, to collect it onto his door mirror quite like that. I'm not sure how he's done it. He's had a bit of an exciting time this weekend. He went off in free practice yesterday, did a bit of damage. Meanwhile, there's our top three coming through. Chilton 4th, 5th place Jackson, 6th place Howell, 7th place for Tom Onslow. Cole, this is a good move. He's come all the way from the back, but behind him, the damaged car of Fabrizio Giovanardi, who is desperate to score some points here. And look at this, Jordan having a little look down the inside there of Darren Turner, and he's on the grass. He's lost out. He'll lose a position as a result, surely, but he's still got the lines. Chilton didn't. I don't know what happened to Chilton there. He was suddenly slow.
He can't get gear. You can hear him revving it up. Just when he had a chance, I can hear him revving the engine up. He can't get a gear.
Oh, would you believe it? At the precise moment where he nearly had third place, and he's in the pits. It's all over for Chilton. He's not having much luck this year, is he? He's had a few podiums, but just when he needed a result there, it's gone away from him, and it allows Matt Jackson up into 4th place, Gareth Howell 5th, Giovanardi is now up into 6th place in that damaged other Vauxhall, but it's all over for Chilton.
That's either gearbox or clutch, something gone there, but he had no drive clearly. So yet again, the back row guys are coming through well, with Howell up to 5th, Onslow Cole 7th, but Matt Jackson in 4th place. Could he get another podium? He's had one already this year.
That's right. Well, let's see what he can do. He's racing hard here this weekend. I think he's quite a long way back from those top 3 cars, so I don't think he's going to pass them on the road, but of course, as we know, it could end up on decisions taken after the race that will affect the results. Howell is now 5th, Giovanardi 6th, Onslow Cole 7th, Jason Hughes is in 8th place, and he started 23rd and last for this race. There's the disappointment evident. Can't believe it. Tom Chilton out of this race when he was in with a real shout at scoring a podium finish here. Can't believe it. And well, what can you say?
Yeah, exactly. It's been a race of huge attrition. Normally the attrition is saved for the third and final race, but for a variety of reasons it's all kicked off in this race. But for the moment, it's Plato leading on to the last lap.
It is, so Plato leads as they go on to their final lap. Jason Plato with the advantage over his teammate Darren Turner. Mike Jordan now in a clear 3rd place as a result of Tom Chilton being in retirement. And then there's the gap back to Matt Jackson in the privateer BMW, the family-run team. What a great effort these guys have put up, and this is a solid drive from Matt Jackson. There he is, car number 48, the youngster in his first season of British touring cars, the reigning Seat Cupra champion, and he's driven a very sensible race. And there is poor Tom Chilton. He can't quite believe it, I don't think. He's missed out on being at Le Mans this weekend because of racing here at Croft, and I know that's hurt him because he was so looking forward to being able to race at Le Mans this year, and all he wanted was to get some results instead, and it looked like he was all set to, but it's not going to happen. Jordan has dropped back in 3rd place there on this last lap too. I wonder whether he's got some sort of problem. This is a long race, of course, because of the safety car having been out there. They're doing a bit more mileage perhaps than sometimes. There's no doubt that Jordan is lost pace on this last lap. The 2 leaders are close together. It's Plato and Turner. They're going to finish in team formation here. This is the perfect result for Jason Plato, especially considering Giovanardi's had problems. There's no doubt that Jordan is slowing down, but can he make it to the line before Matt Jackson closes up on him? This is going to be the one to watch. The 2 leaders up towards the hairpin. I think Jordan's going to be safe for 3rd. Matt Jackson has closed the gap, but he's not going to do it. And it's Jason Plato who will come through, or will he? No, he's let Turner win it. He's let Darren Turner win it. Darren Turner takes his first ever British touring car victory for Seat. Jason Plato finishes 2nd. 3rd place goes to Mike Jordan, 4th to Matt Jackson, and 5th to Gareth Howell. Well, they're a big surprise because we thought that Plato would hold on for the win for the maximum points, but I think he wanted to say thank you to Darren Turner for all the work that he's done so far this year. He felt perhaps that Darren deserved the race victory on this occasion, and Darren takes his first win, fully deserved, because he moved out of the way earlier in this race when he could have opened up a gap, I'm sure, over Jason Plato. He earned that victory, and Jason was happy to hand it to him. So the result, Turner the winner from Plato. Seat take a 1-2 finish ahead of Mike Jordan and Matt Jackson. Gareth Howell finishes in 5th, Fabrizio Giovanardi in 6th, and then Tom Onslow Cole from towards the back finished 7th. Jason Hughes from right at the back finished 8th. He finished ahead of John George and Chris Stockton, who gained a point despite going off in the middle section of that race. So let's confirm the lineup on the grid for this race. It is John George on pole position in the privateer JAG Motorsport Honda Integra. Then alongside him is the Car World Racing MG of Jason Hughes. On the 2nd row of the grid we've got Tom Onslow Cole in the Team RAC BMW and Fabrizio Giovanardi in the VXR Vauxhall Vectra. 3rd row, Gareth Howell for Motorbase Performance and Matt Jackson for Jackson's Motorsport in his BMW. Mike Jordan lines up on row number 4 with Jason Plato alongside him, so keep an eye on his progress, see if he can come through. And then it's Darren Turner starting 9th, the winner of race 2. Chris Stockton, who we mentioned, going well here in the Lexus, he starts in 10th place. 11th on the grid, Jim Pocklington and Martin Bell, 2 of the 6-cylinder BMWs, the slightly older style cars. Then it's Matt Neal, the reigning champion. He starts on the 7th row with Tom Chilton alongside. Watch for those to come through the pack. Up behind them we've got Turkish driver Erkut Kızılırmak and Simon Blankley, the man from Durham, just down the road from this Croft circuit. Gordon Shedden on the 9th row with Dave Pinkney alongside in the Alfa Romeo. Behind them we've got Matt Allison in the 2nd of the Motorbase cars and Fiona Leggett in the number 2 Kart World Racing machine. Then at the back of the grid it's Colin Turkington on his own because Owen Murray has not been able to take his position on the grid, and nor has Richard Marsh, who was due to line up behind them, but he's been pushed back into the pit garage. So that's how they line up then for the start of this 3rd and final race of the day. It's due to be another 15-lap encounter, but that of course depends a little bit on whether we see the safety car as well. Don't forget the safety car laps can be added up to 3 laps. So as we saw in race 2, we had an 18-lap race rather than the 15-lap race that it was due to be. All set for the 3rd race of the day here at Croft. Lights go out and it's Jason Hughes quick away, but Tom Onslow Cole, as you predicted, trying to come through between the 2 front row men as they head down towards Clermont. Everybody is off the grid safely, and it's Onslow Cole, the 20-year-old, who leads into the first corner. Jason Hughes trying to go around the outside of him, squeezes just outside the gravel, but we've got cars off in the background. One of the Team Halfords cars ended up just skirting with the gravel, and I think that's Martin Bell in the BMW who has ended up buried in the gravel.
Well, it's carried on where it left off, and you're right, we've got Martin Bell in the gravel at the first corner. Oh, Matt Allison running into the back of Erkut on the exit of the chicane. A great start by Tom Onslow Cole, rocketed him to the lead. Poor old John George is dropping faster than a stone out the window, but that car, they have got snatch vehicles. They'll try and get it out of the gravel and will carry on without the safety car. Oh, there's the safety car coming out the back, that's the doctor's car, but we'll see what happens. Erkut's pulled off as well.
The safety car has been called. We are going to have the safety car out immediately in the first lap of this race. Take a look once again, if we can, in the background. Giovanardi moved up well. Look in the background, Bell was already off. Now, it was difficult really to see what happened there. We might get another view from somewhere, but the end result was another dust cloud at turn number 1. And the man who got away well was Tom Onslow Cole. He's going to still race to the line, though. We could still get a change before we get back to the line. Remember, they are racing all the way. It's Onslow Cole from Fabrizio Giovanardi. That's how they will cross the line, and then they will settle behind the safety car. The other BMW you mentioned earlier, Matt Jackson, he's come up to 3rd, and the race gets underway again, and it's Tom Onslow Cole who leads Fabrizio Giovanardi. A complete difference in experience between these two. Onslow Cole in his first ever season of touring cars, and the 40-year-old Giovanardi with 7 touring car titles to his name, bearing down on him. That's a pressure situation. Then it's Jackson, then it's Hughes. John George follows through, and here's Giovanardi with a great run through Hawthorns. Mistake from Onslow Cole, and the Vauxhall's going to rub alongside him, and surely he's got the place. It's the lead for Fabrizio Giovanardi.
Well, fantastic grip and traction there. We've seen earlier in the day the BMW takes a couple of laps to warm its tyres up sufficiently, and through there on the exit of Hawthorns, Onslow Cole was just run wide, and now he's under pressure from Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson trying to get around the outside and tower. He's on the grass. He's going to have to be careful getting back on from there. Thankfully, it's very dry, and he's able to keep going and get back onto tarmac. Giovanardi's taking advantage. Look at the way he's going through those quick corners. It's a replay of how he managed it. I don't know whether Onslow Cole had a problem or...
No, I think it's just lack of grip, and the front-wheel drive car, the Vectra, just hooked up on the inside. His tyres are brand new, so he's got huge grip, and away he goes. Well, that looked like Howell and Jordan off.
Yeah, looks like it might. Jordan just rejoining there. They were battling away around 6th position. The last time around, Howell had been in 6th and Jordan had been in 7th place. So something's happened between those two. Race leader Giovanardi turns into the hairpin. Then it's Onslow Cole, Jackson and Jason Hughes. Look at Plato. He's gained a lot from that incident. Jason Plato has now shot up the order, so it's worked out extremely well for him. He's chased by Darren Turner, his teammate. Cross the line they go. Plato is now up into 5th place, Turner in 6th place, 7th place, and putting the pressure on is Matt Neal, and then it's Tom Chilton and Gordon Shedden immediately behind.
Yeah, Neil had that problem in the second race where the bearing shaft came out and a circlet came out. They fixed it and he came out, and the car was very quick at the end of the second race, and now he's trying to put the pressure back on the Seats. He's run wide on the exit of the chicane.
That's Shedden, I think that's Shedden who ran wide, because that was on board with Plato. No, you may have been right, actually. It might well have been Matt, I think, who was running wide there. Yeah, he's lost the place to Gordon Shedden. So Matt Neal makes a mistake just when he didn't need to. The race leader has just set fastest lap. Yeah, in the background there you can see, in fact, Chilton, I think, is going to lose the place, isn't he? He's going to lose 2 places. In fact, both of the Team Alfred's cars have gone past Tom Chilton. So whether he made a mistake, although Matt Neal's trying to finish the job, and he has done it by getting to the inside there. So whatever happened to Chilton on that lap, he must have presumably made a mistake. Let's see.
Here we go, replay now. Oh, he got turned sideways.
Yeah, that was Shedden.
Yeah, that was Shedden. Just turned him sideways, which slowed him up into the next corner, and Matt Neal was able to get past. Oh, Chilton with a big slide.
That was it. That was the moment.
Yeah.
And he got on the power hard.
Yeah, had to save it.
Well, Tom Chilton won't be too pleased about that. Again, a little bit of physical action going on in the touring cars here at Croft. Listen to the engine. Is he flat out?
He's got someone on the inside. It's Turner. I thought he was a bit slow in Sunny in, and Turner was right on the inside of him.
So Darren Turner takes the advantage, and now he's got the job of trying to get past Hughes, but Plato's got to watch out, because Gordon Shedden might have got a run there, and I think he has. Shedden gets down the inside of the Seat. Oh, this could end in tears. Plato wants to hold the place, but he can't. Shedden covers the inside. Plato might be tempted. Matt Neal now pushing Plato, and he's going to be under pressure himself from Chilton. This is really ganging up now beautifully as they come across the line. We're on lap 8 out of 16, nearly half distance, and it's still Giovanardi leading up front, but it's this battle that's going on for 4th place and behind that's keeping us absorbed currently.
Yeah, and Jason Hughes is still there in 4th place, doing a great job, but they're all ganging up behind him. I'm a little surprised that that move of Turner's on Plato's, unless Plato made a mistake. Here we go into Sunny in, Plato in front. Plato's run wide. Turner had no choice but to pass him, really, but of course that's left Plato out to dry, and soon enough the Halfords cars were ganging up on him as well. But for his championship, that puts him further behind Giovanardi.
Well, I think there might have been a slight change. Yes, Hughes has been passed now. Look at that. He's been passed by both Darren Turner and by Gordon Shedden. So Jason Hughes' valiant attempts to stay up front. The reverse grid held him up there for a while, but he's driven beautifully anyway.
Turner's just done exactly what Plato did on the last lap.
He's run wide and has allowed Shedden through. So Gordon Shedden up to fourth.
Well, I said the track was very dirty offline, and they're just getting caught out, coming in very deep through Barcroft, trying to stop the car and getting on the dirt. And then you can't get the car into the apex, and well, that was a mirror image from the two Seats on consecutive laps.
Plato having to defend from Matt Neal, who gets up the inside, and it's an aggressive move from Matt Neal, but is it enough? Yes, it is. He's squeezed past Plato, and there was some frustration from Plato there, and he might even lose another place.
Yeah, because we know how quick Chilton's car is, but Chilton's on the outside. He's managed to get all the way past and block in front of Plato. This is Plato getting really frustrated now with Giovanardi winning. Matt Neal there, an aggressive move at the hairpin, hard but fair. They fell out last year over a move there, but Neal put him out onto the dirt, lost a bit of traction. That got Neal and Chilton through.
Let's take another look at this as the view from Chilton as the two rubbed as they came out of the hairpin, and then Plato just lost a bit more momentum. He was on the grass, couldn't get the traction, and then that put him under major threat from Chilton.
Yeah, good example of how corner exit speed is so important, because it's cumulative all the way down the straight. This is on board with Plato. He's been pushed wide, the wheel's spinning up, Neal goes through, Chilton's got a run at him.
Yeah, that's done the door mirror on Matt Neal's car, no surprise there. Pushed it out of position, but that's not going to worry Matt Neal. He's aggressively moved up another position there. Turkington now has come in behind Plato, of course, because with Plato dropping back down the order a little bit, Turkington will be the one who's next to try and get past. This is for 8th place. Now, what can Colin Turkington do here? Can he find a way past the Seat? It can be done, but you've got to take a bit of a gamble. He might try it up at the hairpin. Remember, Plato punted, well, not punted, but he went for the move on Turkington in race 2, which ended up with Turkington spinning. I wonder if Turkington feels it's time for a bit of payback here. It's a 3-second lead that he enjoys over Tom Onslow Cole, and there's no doubt that more and more this championship battle is looking to be one between Fabrizio Giovanardi and Jason Plato. They're both capable of winning races at all of the different circuits that we've been to in the last couple of meetings. Vauxhall perhaps were on the back foot initially at the first meeting at Brands Hatch in their less developed car, but he's been so good at Rockingham, fast at Thruxton, and quick here again at Croft.
Yes, credit to Triple Eight, because they started off this meeting with Giovanardi struggling, and it wasn't until halfway through qualifying they found out the suspension problem on the car, one of the spring platforms, and wound itself up, and since that point Giovanardi's been very quick.
Absolutely right, that was a great score. He got a bit sideways there, but he's still going, he's still pushing hard. The number one mechanic really spotted that just at the end of towards the end of qualifying. It was a great spot, because they'd all been working on the front end of the car, and it saved them really, and resulting in perhaps victory here in race 3. Look at this, it's close again between Plato and Turkington. Turkington bouncing over the curbs in his attempts to close just a few more inches on the back of the Seat. Meanwhile, Turner is still got pressure on him from Matt Neal and Tom Chilton, and wing mirror, door mirror going flapping on Turkington's car.
Yeah, well, at least they're cheap bits to replace, aren't they?
That's right, not too many worries there. Again, Plato thought he might protect it more that time, but he decided not to. Jordan is still behind them. He's running in 10th place. He hasn't really been able to make any progress after that incident with Howell on what was the first lap, I think. So Jordan holding on to the final points position. But up front on the final lap now, it is Fabrizio Giovanardi from Tom Onslow Cole running in 2nd place. And Giovanardi already with 4 wins in the bag. This will tie him on number of victories, of course, with Jason. Well, no, he'll go one ahead of Jason Plato, because forgetting that Jason gave up that victory earlier to his teammate Darren Turner, so he'll go one ahead in terms of victories.
He will be that most awful of words, the winningest driver this year, and deservedly so as well. He's been really driving hard when he's had to, and sensible when he didn't, and when he's been in a position to win, he's not made a mistake at all.
He's been good to watch this year, Giovanardi. He took that first year last year with the Astra Sport hatch to learn the circuits. The car really wasn't quite suited to his style of driving, but this car certainly is, and he's showing the sort of quality driver we know him to be. Tom Onslow Cole's going to be on for his second position of the year. He was second in the second race at Rockingham, but Onslow Cole has come back from a bit of a difficult start to the day. He's going to finish second, but there's no doubt about victory here at Croft in race 3 of the day. It's going to go the way of the 40-year-old Italian Fabrizio Giovanardi, lights ablaze, takes the win for Vauxhall. A dominant victory. Second place goes to the 20-year-old who celebrated his birthday the other day, Tom Onslow-Cole. And Matt Jackson is just going to hold on to third. Gordon Shedden very close to him at the end there. But I think Jackson's just taken third. Shedden fourth. Turner takes fifth. Matt Neal takes sixth. Tom Chilton follows ahead of Plato, Turkington and Jordan. That's how the top 10 finish. Those are all of the point scorers. But not only did Fabrizio Giovanardi win this race, Tim, he also took fastest lap. He opened up a gap of some 3.6 seconds. And he has closed again on the battle with Jason Plato in terms of the championship.
Yeah, that was a crucial race. There was a lot of points went his way in that race, and this has traditionally been a very strong track for Seat. This is a track they've won at before and came here expecting to do really well. And well, we look at it, they had the second race 1-2, but in that last race where the big points were likely to be changed, it's Giovanardi that's come out the winner.
So Giovanardi takes the win. Onslow-Cole in second place. Matt Jackson an excellent third, another podium for the man in his debut season as well. Gordon Shedden fourth, Darren Turner fifth, reigning champion Matt Neal sixth, ahead of Tom Chilton in seventh. Jason Plato finished eighth, Colin Turkington was ninth, and the final point went to Mike Jordan in 10th. Welcome everybody to Alton Park as we're getting ready for the first touring car race of the day. And this is how they line up. Colin Turkington on pole with Gordon Shedden alongside, and Matt Neal representing Team Halfords as well there, well up on the grid. Darren Turner is fourth, Jason Plato fifth, and Fabrizio Giovanardi is in sixth position. Behind them in seventh we've got Mike Jordan, he's carrying the radio for us this weekend. Adam Jones is eighth, Matt Jackson is ninth, and then Tom Chilton in the second. Vauxhall is 10th. Gareth Howell and Matt Allison, the two teammates, are together on the sixth row of the grid. There's always so little to choose between them. David Pinkney and Jason Hughes on row 7. Simon Blankley and Chris Stockton on row 8. Chris, a local man to this Chester track. Richard Marsh and Tom Onslow-Cole down on the 9th row. Tom had a crash in qualifying yesterday. Erkut is back in 19th place out of John George. Then we've got Martin Bell and Fiona Leggett. Rick Kerry's back in the diesel BMW, and Jim Poppington completes the grid. We're all set for round 13 of the championship. The lights go out, and it's a quick getaway for the BMW and a slow getaway for Matt Neal. Matt Neal was very, very slow from third on the grid and under a lot of pressure there. So it's Colin Turkington leading from Gordon Shedden and getting squeezed out. Darren Turner, Matt Jackson's on the grass as well.
Yeah, Matt Jackson had a brilliant start. He came all the way through and then just got pushed wide on the first corner. But so far at the front, you're absolutely right. Turkington's away with under pressure from Shedden.
Yeah, and look who's come up into third place. Fabrizio Giovanardi's had a very good start. Here comes the Scotsman, Gordon Shedden trying to get round the Irishman. Colin Turkington couldn't quite make it happen. Turkington holding on just about. Watch out for Giovanardi behind them, trying to make it a three-way battle for the lead. This is the key thing here, Tim, is that the BMW sometimes takes a lap or two to really generate some tyre temperature.
Yeah, it was taking 5 or 6 laps to get the ultimate out of it in qualifying, so Turkington knew he was going to be under pressure in these early laps, but we've seen it before at Hamlet-Croft. If he can survive the early laps, he could be quick.
So Turkington it is who leads at the moment. Shedden shadowing him in second place. Then it's Fabrizio Giovanardi. Only 2 points behind Plato coming into this race, remember. And Plato is some 3 or 4 places behind Giovanardi. Giovanardi could take the championship lead if the points stay as they are provisionally at the moment. Turkington still under pressure though as we come up towards Lodge Corner. This is a favourite overtaking spot. Shedden has a think about it, but Turkington covers the inside and Giovanardi benefits because they both went in tight. Let's watch them up the hill. Flashing through the elite there, and Giovanardi's got Matt Neal, who's caught back up after a very slow start.
Yeah, strong first lap from Matt Neal, looking very aggressive. Shedden down the inside across the curve. Is there contact? They're side by side. Turkington's lost grip on the outside.
And now he's trying to defend second, but he can't, and Giovanardi's through into second place. Gordon Shedden takes the lead of the race, but now it's the Vauxhall right behind him, pushing as hard as possible through Cascades. Turkington drops down to third place. He's now under pressure from reigning champion Matt Neal. Oh, and off John George. He's spun down the hairpin.
Yeah, he's off. Is he alone or is there someone else with him? Meanwhile, Gordon Shedden, who won his first ever British touring car race here in the first race last year, is out to get another one.
Well, he's driving well. Darren Turner might have been involved down there at the hairpin. Looks as though there's damage to the car. Oh, what a shame. The man who won his class at Le Mans last week. It's all over very early in the first race of the day here at Alton Park. Just looking back here, watching from Fabrizio Giovanardi at Colin Turkington. This is the battle for second place, and look how close that BMW's getting once again. Matt Neal in the background. The Honda looking beautifully balanced through that Cascades corner. The whole car seemed to be in a lovely four-wheel drift, and they come back down to the hairpin. This is always potential for drama here.
Yeah, just as they come into that braking area, they go over a little crest, which makes the front wheels go fractionally light. So it's easy to lock the front wheels up there. And of course, on a front-wheel drive car, you lock the front wheels and you stall the engine.
Yeah, so that's a major issue. Shedden continues to lead from this group. Behind him are Giovanardi in the Vauxhall, Turkington in the Team RAC car, Matt Neal in the Team Halfords car. Then there's a slight gap back to Matt Jackson, and then Tom Chilton running in 6th place in the second of the Vauxhalls. Jason Plato still in 7th place, can't really make much progress carrying all that ballast. Remember, we lost Darren Turner in the other Seat early in this race, and that's bad news from Seat's point of view. They're very close in the teams championship with Vauxhall. There's only 3 points between them at the moment, so it looks as though Vauxhall are going to take the advantage here in this one. Still Giovanardi managing to protect his position. There is the lead. That gives you a really good idea. There's the gap. First to second, third, fourth. So it's really that battle for second that is so close at the moment, and Gordon Shedden is enjoying himself out in front of this race currently. So through Old Hall once again. Again the view back from Giovanardi. Notice how they use the curve out of that corner. Giovanardi's second visit to Alton Park, of course. He raced here last year when Vauxhall were running the Astra Sport Hatch. He actually had a very competitive second race. He finished in second position, chasing Matt Neal. Like all the drivers, he came to know and love this track very much, and he's enjoying himself at the moment in this new car, the Vectra, that has been developed for this year, which has been so strong at all of the circuits that we've been to so far. Well, they did seem to struggle yesterday morning, and I was surprised at that. I thought this place would suit the Vauxhall, but actually they did seem to fight to find the pace.
Yeah, I had a chat with Mike Nicholson from Vauxhall, and he said they've actually given up trying to decide which tracks they'll be quick and slow at, because, you know, every time they think they're going to a track that will suit them, it doesn't, and when they don't think it is, it does. And the same almost goes for Seat, really. So I think we just get on and enjoy the racing now.
I love it. It's so open, isn't it, this year? I mean, you know, it really is very, very open. And now that the Team Halfords cars are fully on the pace, remember they were so late in being finished over the winter. One of the key guys, the designer, David Potter, had a serious illness over the winter, and that really set the team back. But he'll be watching this from home, I'm sure, and enjoying seeing Gordon Shedden leading the race, and Matt Neal in great shape as well. He is carrying some ballast, remember, Matt Neal, because he is running third in the championship, so he's got a bit more work to do here.
Yeah, but Shedden is the one that's really controlled this relatively incident-free race in the first race. No instance off the start line, no tyres going flying, so all my predictions went out the window, but it's early days yet.
Yeah.
Still 2 races and the rest of this one to go, but so far everyone keeping their powder dry. But Shedden's driven a really good race. He took advantage of his tyre grip in the first couple of laps to push past quite aggressively on Turkington, and he stretched away and really controlled this race.
That's right, yes, he took advantage of that slight gap that Turkington offered. It wasn't much of a gap, but Shedden certainly made the most of it. A bit like Giovanardi did in that final race at Croft a couple of weeks ago when he got past Tom Onslow Cole. You've got to go for those moves when they come up. When it's so tight as it is this year, so competitive, if there is half a move on, you almost have to go for it. It's the only opportunity you're going to get. Behind them, still Matt Jackson, running in a very smooth and composed 5th place. Remember, it's a family-run team, that Jackson Motorsports car, and in fact, his brother Dan has come in now as team manager. His father is team principal, so it's another good effort. This was into the hairpin last time. How close was the BM?
That close, yeah. It was crunchingly close, wasn't it? But that often happens when you're just running into that hairpin, and the front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars have different entry speeds, and he was certainly close enough there. One little shout out for Gareth Howell and the Motorbase team, because we saw him in the pits with a drive shaft problem. Well, he did get out at the back of the grid at the start. He's up to 13.
That's a good effort from Gareth Howell, very good effort, and it might allow him to get something out of today. There was some good racing going on further back, as Plato seems to be a bit closer to the back of Tom Chilton coming out of Lodge Corner. No doubt about it, Plato was a little bit closer there to the back of Chilton. But meanwhile, we've still got this race going on for second. They're going past Jim Poplington, just lapping him there. Here's Turkington with a little bit of a chance, not really on though, so he has to just back out of the potential overtaking manoeuvre down through Cascades, slot back into 3rd place. We're on lap 12 out of 15 laps. There's been no safety car period so far, so it's just looking like a straight run from lights to flag here, and Gordon Shedden controlling the race by 2.2 seconds. Turkington though with the fastest lap, which he set back on lap number 6. And he's still keeping Fabrizio Giovanardi very honest. Giovanardi with his lights on there in the Vauxhall. Look behind though, and you can see that Jason Plato is close behind Chilton. Oh, they've got to try and get past Poplington into Knickerbrook. This could help Plato here.
Yeah, to be fair, Jim Pocklington had no choice really but to turn in. He's now kept wide and let the two of them through. Plato's got a little run here at Chiltern. Will he be able to use it going into Druids? But that Vauxhall has a very strong engine, and you can see there up the hill the power advantage and the aerodynamic disadvantage of the Seat there allowed the Vauxhall to get away, even though Plato had a better exit.
Now, was he quick enough through Druids? That's where the Seat chassis is so good through that double apex fast right-hander. He's close, but I'm sure he's close enough. It's a lodge. He maybe thinks about it. He's trying to hassle Chiltern, trying to push him into a mistake, but Chiltern's been here long enough to know not to do that.
Yeah, great demonstration there of the differences in the car, because Chiltern pulled away up the hill, but then Jason pulled it all back through the fast Druids bend and nearly got an opportunity to pass on the brakes.
So Plato keeps the pressure on Tom Chiltern, and it's all for 6th place at the moment. Every place makes a difference at the moment with the championship battle so close between Giovanardi and Plato. Down through Cascades they go, wonderful corner that. To get it just right is always difficult. Here's that race for 2nd between Giovanardi, Turkington and Matt Neal. And the double champion Matt Neal really wants to try and squeeze his way through here if he can, but he also wants to keep that car in one piece. It is still race 1 of 3 races here today, and if you get into trouble in race 1, it can take you the rest of the day to try and pick up the pieces. So keeping the car in one piece in this stage of the meeting, absolutely critical.
Yeah, Matt Neal does have a habit, doesn't he, of having an attack on the last couple of laps, and he's certainly trying to reinvent himself this weekend with yet another different hairstyle. He's dyed his hair. I don't know why he feels the need to do that, but maybe he's inventing a new brand of colour, which is called Just for Matt.
Let's just take a look at this. Simon Blankley and Martin Bell had a little side-by-side. Martin got very sideways, think he got it together. And that barrier on the right is not far off there. We've often seen cars hitting that one. Oh, this was Adam Jones running across the grass in his battle with Tom Onslow Cole. That gives you an idea how much it rained last night.
Yeah, he just pushed. I think that's just either he might have broken a radiator there, or that was moisture picked up from going across the grass. But yeah, that was Onslow Cole forcing his way through.
We're on lap 14 out of 15, so just Allison, man, Allison's off.
That
He's
looks
crashed.
like Druids.
Yeah. It looks like he's off. Has there been contact with another car? Oh, the man who didn't finish any of the races at Croft through no fault of his own, and he's out again, Tim.
Yeah, he doesn't have any luck, does Matt. He's been involved in several accidents. He hit the tyres. Here we are. Well, we're seeing the end of it. There's no other car involved, but any accident, oh, that's a big accident, and that's the last thing the Motorbase team need. But it may well have been fluid down there from the Adam Jones car. They're coming down to the point now where he went off, and let's just follow the cars through if we can and see what happens.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because this is where we did see Adam Jones with a lot of fluid around. These guys come through there safely. 2nd place still, the Vauxhall of Fabrizio Giovanardi, chasing Gordon Shedden, remember. Then it's Turkington in the BMW, Matt Neal. This is the area now where Allison's gone off. Let's see if we can see any evidence of fluid down. Difficult to see quite from that angle. Don't see any stripy flags either, but they all get past the smoking remains of Allison's car.
Yeah, I mean, they would have gone through there fairly cautiously, but as you say, I couldn't see any flags, so we'll have to get a report back from the Motorbase team exactly what happened to Matt, but very unfortunate.
So Shedden going on to his final lap as he comes across the line. He's followed by Giovanardi, Turkington and Neal, and it says Flash on the pit board, because Flash Gordon is how they term him, and he's looking like he's going to take victory at the same circuit where he took his first ever win in British Touring Cars here 12 months ago. He's driven a beautiful race, and he's just got to hold on now for another 2.25 miles. There he is, Gordon Shedden, the 27-year-old from Dunfermline in Scotland, and he's been a very strong teammate to Matt Neal over these last 2 years. And he's so happy about the improvements they've made to this car. I was talking to him briefly yesterday, Tim. They've made a lot of progress. Although they're not allowed to go testing, they've done a lot of work in the workshop on the rig testing, all that kind of stuff, and they really feel as though they've gained a lot of time.
Yes, it's called virtual testing, isn't it? It's where you look at the car, you look at the data, you put it on the four-poster rig, you conduct damper tests and all the rest of it, and it's certainly paying off.
It is paying off for Team Halfords, because the car is right on the pace here at Alton Park. It's setting the pace, in fact, and Gordon Shedden now just has the half lap to complete to take his first win of 2007. It will be Team Halford's 2nd win of the year. Matt Neal, remember, came through to a surprise victory in race 3 at Brands Hatch in the opening meeting. That really was a surprise, because the car was late in being delivered and late in getting onto the circuit, but now the team has really got their act together. It's been a wonderful team effort by Team Halfords to get the car at this level already at this halfway stage of the season, and it is going to be Gordon Shedden, who won here last year. He's going to come through and win again for Team Halfords. Shedden wins. Giovanardi takes a crucial second place to take the lead in the championship. Turkington finishes third, Matt Neal fourth. Then it's Matt Jackson in fifth place, Tom Chilton sixth, Jason Plato just across the line there in seventh. Waiting to see Mike Jordan through. Yeah, Mike Jordan through in eighth. Tom Onslow Cole just behind him in ninth. He came up well, Tom Onslow Cole, from 18th place on the grid, and Gareth Howell 10th in the points despite starting from the pit lane. So that was one of the drives of the race. Gareth Howell finishes 10th. Green flag from the back of the grid, red lights come on, and it's the second race of the day at Alton Park underway. And who's going to get off the line? The BMW quick again, but Giovanardi trying to fend him off, he can't. And Matt Jackson in the white BMW as well. He's going to move up into second place here. He might even take the lead. Oh, we've got a spinner off, that's Pickney. Oh, and Jason Hughes climbs the tyres, and oh dear, the camera gets hit as well. Turkington takes the lead of the race. Second place for Fabrizio Giovanardi. Third position for Matt Jackson. And then we've got the first of the Team Halfords cars. Off goes Onslow Cole in the Team RAC car, the second of the BMWs. It's happening everywhere, Tim.
It is. I think that call by Matt Allison to start from the pit lane was undoubtedly the right one. I'm sure there'll be a safety car out at the end of this lap, but the BMWs made a lightning getaway, didn't they?
Very fast, although Matt Jackson then lost it. He seemed to go wheel to wheel with Turkington through the first corner, but he's now under pressure for third place, because right behind him there is the car of Matt Neal. Matt Neal trying to get down the inside. Look at the battle for third. Here he is, and Matt Neal's taken third place. That was a good move. He's got past Matt Jackson. So Matt Neal, the reigning champion, is up into third place.
Yeah, that was an aggressive pass on the brakes. Matt just getting the car stopped in the Knickerbrook chicane. Gareth Howell in the blue and black motor-based car coming up behind. He's made a good start and avoided all the accidents.
Yeah, he has done well. Remember, he started in 10th place on the grid after coming from the back in race one. So Gareth Howell just coming into shot. Blue and orange and black there. He's well up the order, as you say, but it's Colin Turkington who leads at the moment, starting from the second row of the grid. We are going to see the safety car coming out, so they will race to the line. Look at Jordan there. Mike Jordan, the man carrying the radio, he's getting past Jason Plato. He's down the inside, and he's made the move stick into Lodge just before they'll see the safety car on circuit.
Yeah, although Plato will know the safety car is out, so he can't retaliate now. But now they all slow down, and this may take a little while to clear. There's a scene of total destruction. Look at the back of Pinkney's car. That's completely staved in. Jason Hughes' car, and I think it's Simon Blankley's car further up, and there's Urquhart's car as well. That was the car that tried to take out our cameraman.
Yeah, our cameraman is okay, I'm glad to say. We were a bit concerned for a moment there when suddenly lost pictures, but as you can see, he's still there. He's giving us excellent pictures, and we've just heard that Chilton's gone into the pit. So Tom Chilton obviously got into trouble. He's just outside our window.
Yeah, he's putting wets on though. I can see that he's putting wets on though, so they're looking for damage or a problem. Let's have a look at the start again. That's not a change of tyres though for Chilton. Let's have a look at the start again. Now, initially you see that the RAC car, that's Turkington in the middle. He gets a great drive, little bit of wheel spin, goes straight past Shedden. Jackson goes round the outside. I thought he'd gone the wrong way, but he gets past Giovanardi, and he's looking at it. Now look at the back. Jason Hughes has already gone. He collects Pickney. Pickney goes in the wall. Urquhart's coming for our cameraman. Our cameraman's not a lover of Turkish delight, certainly not now, but a disastrous start there.
Now this was from Jason Plato's vantage point, I think. He was right behind Tom Chilton. Let's see what happens here. He just touches the back of Chilton. That shouldn't have been too much problem. It was all happening just behind them, really, wasn't it? That was through the first corner, so the first group were okay. And it's going to be Colin Turkington and Fabrizio Giovanardi who will lead this restart away once again, with Matt Neal, the double champion, in there. Matt Jackson as well in his BMW, and Mike Jordan. Jason Plato starting from 6th place. And then remember, it's Gareth Howell, Chris Stockton and Darren Turner. Away we go. Safety car comes in. We're racing once again at Alton Park, and Turkington makes an excellent restart there. Pulls a couple of car lengths over Giovanardi, and it's Matt Neal who goes on the attack for second place. Oh, Gareth's gone off. Gareth Howell, no! Gareth! Oh, into the tyre barrier. What a shame. He'd been driving so well up to that point.
Well, that's yet more disaster for the Motorbase team. He'd been having a brilliant race, and they've now got yet another smash body shell.
And look again at Mike Jordan. He's hounding Matt Neal, and he looks potentially quicker. You know, this is a tricky situation for him. He'd love to take that podium spot. Bit of bodywork being flicked up there as well as they came down towards Cascades.
Yeah, that's the Jordan car, the ex-Dynamics Integra, always was a very quick car in the wet. The new Civic car that's in front of him, of course, not really had any running in the wet at all, so gambled settings. And look at Matt Jackson round the outside. Will he stop the car?
Oh, he's lost the place. He's lost the plate. Plato's through.
Yeah, very greasy on the outside. He's now look at Jordan on the inside. He's got an overlap. He's on the inside down to Knickerbrook. This should work.
Yeah, so Mike Jordan on the inside. He's now got to complete it by braking a little later, and he's through. If he can turn in, he can. He's up into third place. Matt Neal is now in fourth, and Jason Plato is in fifth place. So these two great rivals, Matt Neal and Jason Plato, there is no love lost between those two. Remember the last few years of confrontation between them, and they're now right together on track. Mike Jordan will be quite relieved, I think, to have got himself ahead of Jason Plato, and perhaps then leave them to it.
Yeah, well, it just shows there's life in the old dog. This is the section. Look at the lines on the track as the cars cut through the greasy wetness as they come over that crest. Really slippery on this part of the track.
So up towards Lodge Corner. There is Mike Jordan still running in third. Let's just take a look at Jason Plato's view as Matt Jackson decided to go for the move down the outside, but really braked too late.
He just braked too late. It always looked like he was carrying too much speed. He just gets on the grass, and that loses him the places.
So Matt Jackson lost a couple of places. He's still there. He's in sixth position. Then that was how Mike Jordan was able to get alongside, and then once he was there, it was pretty much his corner.
Yeah, watch the brake lights come on exactly the same place, but Jordan has the inside and he slots through with no aggression from Matt Neal.
Now it's all getting pretty tight further back. That's the race leader. It is Colin Turkington, the man who started on pole for the first race. He's now leading the second race, but here is the battle for fourth place between Matt Neal and Jason Plato. Plato, he's going to go the deep line in. He's trying to look for a good exit out of the corner, and this is where he needs to get the run going. But he knows that the aerodynamics of the Seat don't always count in his favour in a straight line, but then again, it's much the same story for the Team Halfords Honda as well.
Yeah, it's all about mechanical grip. How much grip can they get through those good Dunlop wet tyres, both for braking and for acceleration, because an extra bit of grip coming out of the corner in these greasy conditions will certainly have a beneficial effect over and above the negative effects of the aerodynamics. So Plato not struggling with that at the moment.
So it's just about 2.5 laps still to go here. Mike Jordan in a solid third place at the moment. He currently leads the independent points, by the way, although he does have to battle with the Team RAC cars on that, and Turkington is leading this race and therefore leading in the independent category as well. But Jordan should maintain his points advantage. There's Matt Jackson, still running well. He might have had to lose a place to Plato after he ran wide at the hairpin, but he's not lost any more, which is the key thing. Behind him is Darren Turner in the second of the Seats, and then it's Adam Jones running in eighth. Matt Allison is in ninth, and Tom Onslow Cole, if you remember, he went off right in the early stages of this race down at Cascades. He's actually just taken ninth as he's come over the... Oh no, he just lost it again. Oh yes, he is. He's got past Allison, so Onslow Cole up to ninth place. Good progress from him.
Yeah, I tell you what, I bet Mike Jordan wishes this race would go on a bit longer, because he set the fastest lap of the race on that very last lap.
Now let's just see what's been going on here. This is Chris Stockton going down. Now Chris Stockton must have made a mistake somewhere, because he's gone all the way down to 13th, and he was well in the points earlier on, if you remember. So that's a disappointment. He got back past Martin Bell in that move.
Yeah, he's obviously recovering from something we saw off camera.
Race leader Colin Turkington, Fabrizio Giovanardi. You know, Giovanardi is attacking here. Remember, this is the first time the Vauxhall Vectra has ever been run on wet tyres, and yet it's pushing the BMW here of Colin Turkington pretty hard. The gap has opened up a bit to Mike Jordan in third. There you can see the BMW sliding. Is that a bit of evidence of tyres giving up?
Well, I don't think the tyres particularly would have gone off in this. I mean, although the track is drying, it's still very greasy in places, and they haven't run a lot of laps under full speed. So I think the tyres should all be fairly equal without a great deal of wear. It's just a case of Giovanardi getting a feel for his car and using his undoubted talent to drag more out of it.
Well, it's an impressive run from the Italian at the moment, but it's Colin Turkington who currently leads this race, and they'll be going on to their final lap when they come across the line. Past our camera position through Deer Leap. Look at him looking for the wet stuff there. Giovanardi very much looking for the wet side of the track to keep his tyres a little bit cooler. He may challenge on this final lap. Turkington goes on to the final lap leading. Remember, Turkington grabbed a win from Giovanardi last year at Donington Park, and I think Giovanardi might think this is time to take revenge for that one.
Yeah, who can forget the first time that he passed Giovanardi when Giovanardi was looking like winning his first and Vauxhall's 100th race, and he really got well and truly mugged by Turkington at the last chicane at Donington, so could it be a case of getting his own back?
Well, let's see. At the moment they're coming into the hairpin. He's not close enough there, but look how close he is as they turn into the corner and they're on the apex. Oh, it's tight between them now, and this is going to be a real tussle all the way to the checkered flag. Less than a lap to do here at Alton Park in the second race of the day. Giovanardi's going to try and take the inside line coming down to Knickerbrook. He has to move back to the outside. That puts Turkington on the more slippery side, but he turns in ahead, stays in front. Now there's another critical phase coming up the hill.
Got to get a good exit from this corner. Turkington makes sure he doesn't run out onto those curbs that will destroy his traction. The Vauxhall's very strong. It's all going to be about who gets through Druids cleanly and on the run up to Lodge, the final corner. This here not an overtaking place, but the speed through it determines whether you can get a run into the last corner.
Turkington looks pretty good through there, but Giovanardi's fast as well behind him. Now there's the one corner to go. Turkington already moving to the middle of the road to protect his position. Giovanardi's got the drier outside line. He's going to try and drive around the outside. That's brave, but Turkington covers it. Oh, this is quality racing from two top touring car drivers. They're going to be almost side by side, but it's going to be Colin Turkington, who just, I think, yes, he takes it by 0.046 of a second. Mike Jordan takes third, Matt Neal is fourth, and Jason Plato is fifth.
0.04 of a second difference between them. That is fantastic, great racing, really good result. Mike Jordan not even a second behind. Onslow Cole creeping over the line.
And he's lost several places as a result of that, Tim. He was up well inside the top 10, he's dropped to 13th. What a result for Colin Turkington, and for Team RAC. They didn't manage to have the win in the first race despite starting from pole, but the first wet race of 2007 goes to Turkington. Look how close it was. Colin Turkington then wins the second race of the day here at Alton Park from Giovanardi and Mike Jordan, who takes third. Matt Neal in fourth place, just ahead of Jason Plato. Matt Jackson dropped back a little bit, but still useful points in sixth, ahead of Darren Turner, Adam Jones. Tom Chilton was ninth, and Matt Allison finished 10th. So the grid lines up, ready to go, and this is what it looks like. The top 8 were reversed from that second row. So Adam Jones is on pole position, then Darren Turner alongside. This could be good for SEAT because they've got Turner in the front row and Plato on the second row, with Matt Neal and Mike Jordan right behind. Matt Jackson in the middle there with a fast-starting BMW, so watch out for him. So then we go back on the grid to 7th position, and behind them is Matt Neal. Behind Matt Neal, rather, on the grid is Fabrizio Giovanardi, so we'll watch for Giovanardi. He's already been showing good form here this weekend. He's got Colin Turkington, race 2 winner, alongside, then Tom Chilton and Matt Allison, then John George and Chris Stockton. Stockton looking for more performance from the Lexus. Behind them we've got Tom Onslow Cole in another of the Team RAC BMWs, Martin Bell in his own privateer BMW, Fiona Leggett and Rick Kerry, then Jim Pocklington and Gordon Shedden, another race winner here today, but look, he's got a lot of work to do. He's starting down in 18th place on the grid. Behind them we then should have Simon Blankley, but he had a problem on the outlap coming out from the pit, so I'm not sure he's actually going to take his grid position, sadly. Alongside him, or where he should be, will be Aircut. They have repaired the car, as we saw, and the only ATEC car in the race is that of Richard Marsh. Lights out, here we go, we're racing, and here comes Jackson through the middle, and from the second row it is Matt Jackson who makes a breathtaking start. He takes the lead into Old Hall. Adam Jones, and there's a little tap there with Darren Turner. Jason Plato goes round, and that's Matt Neal in trouble. Oh, he makes contact with Turkington as well as they come out of Old Hall.
Yeah, but Matt Neal picked up a puncture immediately, so he's going to be out of this race. Turner moves over straight away for Plato, and Turkington's gone as well, probably with a puncture.
Yeah, he had a puncture as well.
And Neal pulling off in the background, so the two of them out.
We've lost 2 potential race winners in the first 2 corners. Colin Turkington won earlier on. Matt Neal was fast all day. We've lost them both already.
That was a disaster for them. Matt Neal got a tap from behind. He was fully sideways, and well, that's Giovanardi.
Yeah,
that's Giovanardi. Was he involved in that as well? But with that damage to the front car, I don't know whether he'll be able to carry on, but obviously the safety car's coming out. But great start by Matt Jackson. We thought he might get through that gap. He lit it up perfectly, and now it's his moment to shine. He's been on the podium already this year.
Let's see what he can do. The safety car is waiting for them at the line. Now remember, they can keep racing until they get to the line, so they're all still fighting for position here. Chris Stockton has got a battle. There's Colin Turkington's car. They're trying to ease it out of the gravel trap. That's pretty hard work because it's dug itself in there, and they're trying to get those cars removed as quickly as possible. A real dramatic start. Matt Jackson is your race leader. Adam Jones is still running in second, and then the two Seats behind of Turner and Plato. Here we go, safety car in. Matt Jackson floors the throttle and the BMW eases away. Adam Jones, the Solihull racer, only in his second proper meeting of British touring cars because the car packed up on him at the second event that he went to, and so he's sat out a couple. The team was busy doing other things, but Jones is racing well here in second place. Plato in third, then Turner in fourth place, then Tom Onslow Cole. He's had a wacky weekend, that's for sure, but he's running well in fifth. Matt Allison is in sixth, Tom Chilton seventh, and Gordon Shedden, who started towards the back, he's in eighth. He could be a threat as we go through this race as well, but he'll need to pick up a few places in these next couple of laps.
Yeah, well, there's plenty going on. Matt Jackson using all the road and a little bit more, but Louise has got Giovanardi in the pits. Let's hear from him.
His car is a mess, and I can tell by the look on his face that he's not a very happy man.
No, I'm not happy because I don't understand who was to hit me in the back, and unfortunately I crashed my car. I tried to restart, but I lost the radiator, so I had to just to stop. Yeah, he's racing, but the first corner, I really don't understand. Anyway.
Thank you.
So a real blow there for Fabrizio Giovanardi, but watch this race between Matt Allison in the white and black car. He's being chased by Tom Chilton, the other Vauxhall, the only remaining works Vauxhall in this race now, of course, and look how close he is. Allison's a bit wide, he doesn't want to go off there, he's already crashed there once today.
Yeah, he had a little assist there from Chilton, didn't he, which was a bit rude in the fastest corner, but they were side by side through the Knickerbrook complex. I've not seen that before, and certainly Allison doesn't lack for anything in terms of bravery.
The Shedden's gone through as well, so Gordon Shedden has moved up one, he's now into seventh place, and he could still be a threat. It's Matt Jackson who leads the race though and doing a beautiful job. Adam Jones doing well in second place, and Matt Jackson's just set the fastest lap. Race leader going very quickly indeed as this battle between Tom Chilton and Gordon Shedden continues down the hill towards Cascades. The Scotsman who won earlier on, he's going for it down the inside. Oh, that's a good brave lunge from Shedden. Now can he hold it? Yes, on the exit, great pass. Plato in third place. What a chance this is for Plato to completely reverse his fortunes here today. He might have dropped to 12 points behind Giovanardi. Giovanardi, we know, is out of this race, and Plato currently in third place. He could make up, if he gets ahead of Jones here, he could get right back on terms with Giovanardi in the points. So it will be important to him, but he won't want to take any big risks and end up damaging the car. Jones is wide. This is a chance for Plato, surely, to go into second place. You were right there with him, and he's got the place from Adam Jones.
Yeah, Jones had no choice but to lift there on the grass because it's so bumpy, and Plato's been patient. He had his wingman behind him in Darren Turner, so there was no need to be overly aggressive. He's just waited for this race to come to him. At least second place for now. He'll know that Giovanardi is out of it because the team would have told him, so that was just a perfect opportunity. Here we go. Watch how bumpy it is on the grass once the car starts bouncing there, and he has to lift off.
Yeah, well, Jones was sensible. That was actually classy driving. A lot of drivers would have lost it in that situation. He did lift off, kept it straight. Plato was through, but at least Jones still holding on to third place, whereas a lot of less experienced drivers or less wary drivers would have perhaps put that car in the wall.
Shedden's going to try and go outside, maybe cut back. We saw Giovanardi trying to do that, didn't we, at the end of the second race? It is possible, but you need a perfect exit, and he hasn't quite got it.
No, but that Civic's looking great. He can choose his line much more so, I think, than the BMW. He might even have a go into Old Hall Corner, late braking. That was where he made his move on Turkington in an earlier race today, and that was another great pass from Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, that was done purely on the brakes, and he's really driving well, isn't it? You'd think it was McNeil from last year in that car. He's really driving it fantastically.
Here's the battle for third place, and Darren Turner's got alongside Adam Jones, and he's in position surely now to take third position away from Jones up towards Druids. This is where he should complete the manoeuvre, and Jones can do nothing.
Yeah, he was alongside and coming out of Knickerbrook, so I guess that Adam Jones maybe ran a little bit wide, but that's still side-by-side racing over a blind crest at 120 miles an hour.
Pocklington's off. He was letting all the cars through. I don't know what's happened there. He was keeping well out of the way. But Gordon Shedden is now in fourth place. There he is. The Team Halfords car has got past Adam Jones. So he's made great progress here as Gordon Shedden. Remember, race 2 was a disaster for him, so he had to start right from the back here in race 3, and he's fought his way up, as we've come to see several times. But there's the battle for the lead. We're on board with Jason Plato. You're running in second place, and you're still hounding the youngster, and that is Matt Jackson. Can Jackson hold on here for another few laps? Down the hill they come. Watch the cars here, Tim. How's it looking from Matt Jackson's point of view?
Well, it's looking good, but you noticed on the run down to Cascades before he got to the braking area, you saw his brake lights flash on, and they did again there before the braking area. So what is happening is he's having to pump the pedal a little bit with his left foot, probably after he goes over the curbs and knocks the pads back, a little bit of pad knock-off, but that doesn't do a lot for your driver's confidence, but it does an awful lot for the guy following when he sees you're actually a little nervous on the brakes.
Man on the radio to Matt Jackson from the pits is 2 times British Touring Car champion Chris Hodgetts, and he talks Matt around through the race, and they have a great relationship. And Chris Hodgetts says sometimes it's a bit like driving the car myself again, but of course it's Matt that's doing the hard work, but they do have a good relationship. Matt listens to everything Chris tells him, and they work extremely well together, and at the moment it's very effective. As you can see, he's still holding off Jason Plato, but there are still several laps to go. We're on lap 13 out of 17, and Plato's beginning to look a little more threatening here.
Yeah, that BMW has very good straight line speed. It's always well up in the speed traps. Of course, the Seat not quite so good, so you've got a situation where at least Matt's got a quick engine underneath him, so the little mistakes he makes in the corner, at least as you see there, he can get a good exit and drive away on the straights, but Plato's quicker on the brakes and quick around the corners.
Jason a little frustrated with the straight line speed of the Seat, and he knows that it makes it much harder to get in position to overtake someone. If he gets in front, he says he can stay there because the car is very quick, has a fantastic chassis, but trying to get past other cars can be a bit of a challenge, and that's the situation he's got here again, I would say, as he chases down Matt Jackson. So 13 laps completed, we're on to lap number 14. Jason Plato second, Darren Turner a little further back for Seat in third, but still Seat could score extremely well here in the final race of the day. Vauxhall, their big rivals, have only got the 1 car in the top 10, and that's in 7th place courtesy of Tom Chilton, with Giovanardi going out earlier. We'll keep an eye on Gordon Shedden though in 4th place and just see whether he can close the gap to Turner.
Yeah, and obviously there behind him, Adam Jones is still managing to fend off Tom Onslow Cole and Tom Chilton.
Yeah, and Chilton could still maybe move up the order a little more. He could do with a confidence-boosting result to end the day here at Alton Park. And out he comes from Knickerbrook. Sunshine we've got now. Look, casting shadows across the track. A day that forecasts a huge amount of rain for the whole country, and certainly this area actually hasn't been too bad at all. We had the one wet race number 2 of the day, but wonderful conditions now. It's warmed up beautifully, and here comes Chilton chasing down Tom Onslow Cole as he comes out of Druids Corner up towards the famous Lodge Corner now. Tricky right-hander plunging downhill. Will he try and go around the outside? Decides against it.
Yeah, he can't go around the outside really, because the car is always going to lean on you in the corner in this sort of form of racing, but he was trying to just set the guy up, make him outbrake himself. Maybe Onslow Cole would outbrake himself on the inside and he could cut back, but not that time.
Onslow Cole made a mistake in qualifying yesterday. He crashed coming out of the next corner that they're coming down to, but today he's driven well. He did make a little mistake in the wet here as well, ran wide, but he fought his way back up the order. Then he had a throttle body problem at the end of race 2, and it lost him 3 crucial places. He was running in 10th place. It dropped him to 13th as he struggled out of the final corner. Now he's still managing to keep his head while Tom Chilton applies massive pressure from behind in that Vauxhall.
Yeah, this is the ebb and flow of touring cars, isn't it? You're either giving the pressure or you're taking it. But one man who's doing it really well is that man there in the air-cooled engineering car. That's Adam Jones. This is the sort of result that the team and the driver really want. It's a top 5 on merit at the moment. I hope he stays there. But you know, that's an old car. It's a 2004 car, and he's driving it really, really well.
Yeah, it's lovely to see, as you say. And well, this is a bit of a race about rookies, isn't it? I mean, you know, look, got Matt Jackson leading the race at the moment. He's a rookie in touring cars this year. Adam Jones, who's driven well, he's running in 5th place. Tom Onslow Cole in the BMW, another rookie in this year's championship. And in a little bit of a mirror of the Lewis Hamilton effect in Formula 1, we're seeing youngsters here really showing well. But there's a chance for Tom Chilton to get alongside. He couldn't quite make it all the way.
No, you're absolutely right. It's good to have new blood in all the series. I know I have to race against them, but it's great to have young blood coming in. It gives us a lot of excitement. Oh, that's Fiona Leggett.
Yeah, Fiona's in trouble. Looks like a collapsed suspension or something. It's rubbing onto the front tyre.
Yeah.
Oh,
Onslow Cole's gone.
Yeah, Onslow
on the
Cole.
exit of Old Hall.
So he was battling away for 6th place with Tom Chilton. What has happened? Has there been any contact, or did he just run wide? It's a classic place for running onto the grass on the exit of the corner, and maybe he just ran a bit wide and he's dropped back, but he hasn't lost that many places. He may only have lost 1 place, I think.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because the way the car was spinning, it looked like it had maybe had some contact, but we'll have a look. Let's see if we've got a replay of it. Here we go. Chilton behind, coming into the first corner. He locks up a little bit. Chilton sniffs an opportunity, dives down the side, but you're right, he did it all on his own, just ran wide, took too much corner entry speed.
Well, there you see the effect of pressure for lap after lap, and Chilton did make it pay off. Tom Onslow Cole made that little mistake. Now, can Jason Plato do the same to Matt Jackson? That's the question. But when they come around at the end of this lap, it will be to start the final lap of this race, the final lap here today at Alton Park for the touring cars. Can Matt Jackson keep this former champion and the man who's fighting for this year's championship behind him? Look how close Plato is out of launch corner. Almost nudges the back of the BMW, but then the BMW gets the drive off the corner, and as they cross the line, there's several car lengths between them.
Yeah, I think Plato actually ran into the back a little bit, and that just cost him the impetus he gained through the corner.
So out of Old Hall, neither of them running wide there, where Onslow Cole went off a moment ago. Down the hill once more into Cascades. We're into the final 3/4 of a lap, and a slightly wider line from Jackson, but still neat and tidy onto the apex. He has driven superbly here so far. Can he keep it together on this final lap of the race? Plato will look for the chance to take victory, but he won't want to take a big risk and lose 2nd place, and I'm sure Matt Jackson's absolutely aware of that.
Yeah, but he'll be trying. Matt Jackson's just got to keep it tidy, done what he's done for the last 16 laps, and he'll manage to bring it home, and there'll be jubilant celebrations in the pit lane if he can do it.
This is quite a story for Matt Jackson. Just half the lap now to complete, if he can hold on for his first win in British Touring Cars, in his first season of British Touring Cars, in this privately run car, a family-run team. It's a wonderful outfit. There's a great team spirit there, and so far so good. He's into the penultimate corner. He's way ahead of Plato. He's got several car lengths advantage. He's got to get out of there neatly. He does so. 2 or 3 car lengths. There's one more potential overtaking opportunity, and he's coming up to it. It's Lodge Corner, but surely Plato's not close enough. In the background, Gordon Shedden's attacking for 3rd, but the checkered flag awaits, and we have a brand new winner in the British Touring Cars. It's Matt Jackson who takes the victory. Jason Plato finishes in 2nd place, and who's it going to be in 3rd? I think it's just Darren Turner, yes, from Gordon Shedden in 4th place, and Adam Jones is going to come home to finish in 5th. But Tim, what a story. Lewis Hamilton's done it in Formula 1, now Matt Jackson's done it in touring cars.
The young blood is taking over, and it just shows if you put a guy in a good car, he can do the business. He's been a champion before, and he's showing real pedigree, and these young guys are going to have all the team managers in the works teams looking at them.
So the result, Jackson takes the victory from Plato and Turner. Good race that for Sayat. Gordon Shedden in 4th, Adam Jones in 5th, ahead of Chilton, Tom Onslow Cole. Matt Allison finally getting some points after some tough times recently. Mike Jordan was 9th, and Martin Bell took the final point for 10th. But Plato has gathered it all back together. They are absolutely together in the points, both on 149. Matt Neal in 3rd place, Turkington just 4 points behind in 4th, Chilton in 5th, Darren Turner in 6th place. Matt Jackson's come up a bit as well. He's now in 7th place, ahead of Gordon Shedden, Mike Jordan in 9th position, and Tom Onslow Cole in 10th place. Away they go then on the formation lap. Let's take a look at the grid. Gordon Shedden on pole position for the 2nd time this year. He won at Alton last time out. Darren Turner's a race winner this year as well, and Croft in the 2nd race of the day. Matt Neal lines up in 3rd place. Great track this for Matt Neal. It's his local track. He's had great success here in the past. Matt Jackson lines up alongside. This is his best qualifying performance so far this season. Mike Jordan lines up in 5th place. He was on the podium here last year in the Integra. Colin Turkington is 6th. Struggled a little bit with the low grip surface of this Donington Park circuit. Next up is Adam Jones, another fine effort for Team Aircool's driver there. He's alongside Matt Allison, who's also had his best qualifying performance to date for Motorbase Performance. Jason Plato, though, as we said, lines up in 9th place, struggling a little bit for pace, hit by the ballast that he's carrying. Alongside him is Tom Onslow Cole in the second of the Team RAC cars. Now we've got a driver back in the series. Tom Ferrier lines up in 11th place. He's taken over the Motorbase car from Gareth Howell. Aircoot's qualified in his best performance in 12th position. He's just outside the points there. Simon Blankley lines up in 13th position. Owen Murray is 14th. Had all sorts of problems with clutch and drive shaft, and yesterday morning did Owen, so he'll be hoping for better things today. Giovanardi in 15th place, as we mentioned, and he's got David Pinkney's ATEC Alpha 156 alongside him. Behind them it should be Jason Hughes, but I gather that Jason Hughes was in the pit lane a few moments ago, so he may not be starting from 17th on the grid. 18th Richard Marsh. Behind them Chris Stockton, who went through 2 cylinder head gaskets in yesterday's sessions, so let's hope BTC Racing have got the car sorted for today. Martin Bell is 20th in his BMW. John George lines up in 21st place, but he had an accident in qualifying yesterday, so that rather dented his efforts to go further up. Fiona Leggett starts 22nd, and at the back of the grid, as we mentioned, starting last is Tom Chilton in the second of the works of Vauxhalls. Round 16 of the Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championship from Donington Park, about to get underway. It's Gordon Shedden who will try and lead them away from pole. Good start from Darren Turner, and here comes Matt Jackson from the second row in the white BMW, and he's going to certainly go for it on the run down towards Redgate Corner. It's Jackson who gets in front. What a magic start from the second row. Jackson leads, Shedden goes into second place, Darren Turner's in third, Matt Neal in fourth, Mike Jordan in fifth. Now can they all get through here? Oh, look at the Vauxhalls together. Chilton coming from the back, and he's already alongside Giovanardi.
Yeah, magic start from Chilton, but Matt Jackson it was. Got a great start down the outside, aggressively cut across towards the inside and blocked off Shedden into the first corner, and it was Matt Neal that got too much wheel spin off the second row.
One of the Vauxhalls.
That's Chilton.
It is. So Chilton has gone off after that great start that he made, and maybe in a bit of contact down through Craners. It's often a place where you get a bit of door banging going on. And look, Jackson's lost the lead.
Jordan as well.
Jordan's off, but Matt Jackson has lost the lead. Gordon Shedden was in front, I think. Or was it Matt Neal? We'll have to check that. It might be Matt Neal that's taken the lead of this race, but it certainly wasn't Matt Jackson when they came into shot there, and Mike Jordan trying to rejoin the fray once more.
Yeah, Darren Turner's now alongside Jackson as well, and we'll have the inside for the chicane, and Matt Neal's going to try and get underneath. Look at the power of that BMW. That's a very quick car, but he's definitely on the outside. Matt Neal will try and block him out as well.
It is Shedden who leads. It's Turner in second place. Jackson squeezes into third. Then it's Matt Neal in fourth place. So Gordon Shedden did get the lead back from Matt Jackson there. And Jackson, after that fast start, now finds himself battling for third with reigning champion Matt Neal. We've got a car off down at the chicane, and it's Tom Ferrier who's gone straight on down there. The first race back in British Touring Cars. He raced the last race of last year, and that's an unfortunate start, but I don't think any damage done to the car, which is pretty crucial.
There's Matt Jackson running wide, and that's what allowed Matt Neal to get through at Redgate there. Just couldn't slow the car down enough. He was lucky not to get on the grass and slide wide.
No, he did well to stay on at all there, because once you get to the edge like that, it's very easy to disappear into the gravel. Look at the battle for the lead. This is good between Gordon Shedden and Darren Turner. Nothing to choose between the two of them. The Seat going well. Oh, we've got more problems.
Oh, that's Ferrier and Chilton. And Chilton involved again.
Oh, damage. You were talking about Motorbase, and that's the last thing they needed.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Motorbase can fix that, I'm sure. But this is Chilton having a spin. Oh, no. It's Jason Hughes having a spin. Probably coming back on the track.
Fiona.
It is. It's Fiona coming back on the track. Everyone taking it. Oh, Chilton went round the outside, and poor old Ferrier just collected him as he came back on.
Nothing he could do about that.
No.
And Chilton and Fiona sort of started that off, but, well, nothing Tom Ferrier could do there. So Gordon Shedden still leads. We gather safety car has been called, so that's it. Oh, Ferrier's car still stuck there. That's why the safety car
his steering's broken, the steering arm's broken, the left-hand wheel's sticking out, so that's why he can't move the car, and it just can't be moved. But they're still racing at the moment, and they'll be racing all the way back. There'll be yellow flags out at McLean's there, so no overtaking there, and they should theoretically slow down, not that you can see it, but they'll be racing round to the flag.
Interestingly, Plato's got ahead of Allison, just noticed as the leaders came through there. So Plato's now into 8th, Allison 9th, Giovanardi 10th. So there is a buffer zone between the two big rivals at the moment in the shape of Matt Allison. But it is Gordon Shedden who leads. As they come down this time, they will be collected by the safety car, and they'll all have to queue up. Here we go, race restart time, and it's Gordon Shedden who leads them across the line as we have now completed 7 laps. We go on to lap 8 out of 19. More laps being added because of the safety car. Turner in 2nd, Matt Jackson in 3rd, then Jones, followed by Turkington. Onslow Cole under pressure from Plato here. Jason Plato really trying to make the most of the traction of the front-wheel drive car. He's got Matt Allison behind him, and this could be a bit of a tight squeeze as they come down Craner curves, but Onslow Cole's just got enough to move across ahead of Jason Plato. Plato still with a chance of scoring better than Giovanardi, his big championship rival. Giovanardi's a little further back. Look, you can just see the green and red colours of the Vauxhall next in the queue behind Matt Allison's car. On board with Colin Turkington, and his own teammate Tom Onslow Cole is pretty keen, and Plato's trying to come around the outside. Surely can't squeeze through there, but he has somehow squeezed through, but that puts him on the outside for the next corner at Redgate. This is going to go all the way down to the next corner, and right with them now is Mike Jordan as well. It's going to be 3 abreast.
It could be Mike Jordan who comes out in front here.
This is good stuff. Jason Plato still can't do it. Jordan's trying to go around the outside of Plato. Oh, that could be risky, getting squeezed out, but Plato gives him space. Still Onslow Cole is controlling this little battle. Jordan is trying to go around the outside. He's trying to gain the inside for the next section of Craner curves, but then of course it's the old hairpin at the bottom of the hill where Plato has the edge because he's on the inside. Oh, little contact. Somehow they both hold it. Great stuff.
Well, Plato was very good there. He's often accused of being too rough, but he could have put Jordan way out off the circuit there, but he really did slow down and make big efforts to hold the car on the inside. So in that instance, fair play to Jason.
Yeah, that was clean in conditions where it's very difficult to be that clean, if you like. And we gather the safety car's been called again. So the safety car heads out onto the circuit. There's a car somewhere stranded, I think, and we'll get an idea of what's going on. Something to do with Fiona Leggett, I think. Oh, she's off in the tyres. Doesn't look like a huge impact.
That's
but
at
obviously
the chicane, get the final chicane. Looks like she's tried to make the corner when she's actually outbraked herself and ended up just going deep into the corner. Coming into your sight. She's tried to make the corner, you see, and just slid on the grass straight into the tyres.
Here we go, restart time. It's Shedden who leads them once more from Darren Turner, Matt Jackson, and as you say, Adam Jones, who's going extremely well here. Down into Redgate corner, great restart again by Shedden, just opens it up a little bit. Plato tucked in behind Mike Jordan, and Jordan's got a chance of getting past Tom Onslow Cole, so that could be the one to watch. The white and pale blue colours of Mike Jordan emerging through the mist there. He's on the attack and he's already picked off quite a few places in the last few laps. Shedden now with a big lead. Martin Bell has spun out of Redgate corner. Rear-wheel drive BMW lights up, gets him on his way once again, so that's dropped him to the back of the pack, and the leaders are safely through the old hairpin, are they? Oh, Giovanardi runs a bit wide. That's not what he needed at all.
No, but with his vision inside the car, I think we can probably forgive him, can't we? Because the conditions have got worse. He can't see anything anyway, and that's allowed Matt Allison. Here we go. Oh, Matt Allison up the inside, little touch side by side, and that was what led him through. So.
Oh, look now, Jordan has...
Jones is third, as I predicted. In these wetter conditions, that Seat Toledo front-wheel drive car has picked up third place.
Yeah, and also what's happened...
Oh, no, Jordan's touched Matt Jackson. Is he going to hold it? Oh, he's going to have to boot it, try and get through the gravel now. Yes, he has.
He can get back on again. And Tom Onslow Cole's lost a lot of places as well in all that. He's down to 7th position now. So the BMWs seem to be struggling in these really, really wet conditions. And now Jackson with that bit of contact with Jordan. Well, he's certainly lost out.
Yeah.
So that means he's dropped several places. Take another look.
Well, this is on board with Jackson now after that little slide. He just holds it. But you're right, in the really wet conditions, the front-wheel drive cars do have an advantage. If it's just damp or surface water, then the BMWs are very good. But in these sort of conditions, front-wheel drive is the way to go.
Well, Mike Jordan gains 4th place as a result of that. But Adam Jones, oh, there's Onslow Cole. He struggled again. He's off on the side of the track. Of course, the front-wheel drive car has its engine over the driven wheels, so you've got a bit more weight bias over the wheels that are doing the pulling in the rear-wheel drive car, you don't have that advantage. Let's just see. Oh, well,
we saw the end of that, but there was obviously a little bit of contact. But look how fast the car spins on the grass. There's just no grip at all. But Turner's coming under pressure for Mike Jordan now.
Well, I think Turner had a little bit
Sorry,
of
Adam Jones coming under pressure for Mike Jordan.
Yeah, and I think Turner apparently had a little bit of a moment at the chicane a moment ago. So, I mean, everybody suffering here, and it means that Jones is now into second place. Shedden is your leader. There he is. Now, look back. Adam Jones is in second. This is fantastic for Jones. Jordan is in third place. Plato is in fourth. Matt Neal is in fifth. Allison is in sixth place. Seventh position now Turkington, and Taron Turner's dropped all the way to 13th place.
Yeah, well picked up. I hadn't spotted that, but yeah, that's a disaster for Darren Turner. He's been driving so well, but it's great for the independents, isn't it? Look at Jones and Jordan, second and third. Remarkable. I don't think we've had two independents like that on the podium for a while.
No, that's right. This is great stuff. Remember, this is Adam Jones's. It's only his third meeting in touring cars. He hasn't done all the events this year because the team that runs the car is also busy running cars in the World Touring Cars. And the Solihull driver, this is very much his local track, as it is for Mike Jordan. He's from Sutton Coldfield, so they're local rivals, if you like. And here they are running in second and third places at Donington Park. Now, what will happen to Matt Neal? This was on board Matt a moment ago.
This was when Onzo Cole went. In actual fact, it looked like Onzo Cole was losing it, as in any case, and whether there was a little contact or not, Matt Neal couldn't avoid him. He did back off. You could hear the throttle lift off, but there's no way you could avoid him there.
So Gordon Shedden's got a comfortable lead in this race at the moment. That's the battle for second. Adam Jones there, then Mike Jordan, then Jason Plato not far back either. And amazingly, Matt Neal is in fifth place in this race. There he is behind Plato. He'd been in for a pit stop, remember. He had to change a front tyre. And he's now
through.
He's through. He's got past Plato. He's in fourth place, Tim. We're going on now to the last lap. So can Jones hold on to second? Will Jordan hold on to third? He's still under pressure from Matt Neal. There's the race leader. I don't think there's too much doubt about Gordon Shedden, the man who works at Knockhill in Scotland as the business development manager. He's not unfamiliar with conditions like this. He lives with them quite a lot up there. But I tell you what, he's driven brilliantly. Erkut Kaziliamak, he's off. Shame that he had a chance of maybe getting into a point scoring position today, but it hasn't happened. There's that battle for second.
Yeah, you may be, if you've just joined us, you may think you're watching the British Rallycross Championship, but I can assure you this is the British Touring Car Championship, but conditions are atrocious. We're on the last lap. Adam Jones, there coming into your shot now, is in a fantastic second place. Can he hold it to the end?
Oh, look, Matt Neal! Matt Neal's through into third place. He squeezes. That's his favourite spot into McLean's. I remember him doing that a couple of years ago on Ivan Muller on the last lap, and this time he's done it on Mike Jordan.
Yes, it is fantastic. He does love that little slip up the inside into McLean's there. Is he going to get Jones? I don't think he will. I don't think he'll be able to get Jones at the chicane. Jones got a good enough lead.
Well, Gordon Shedden is already a race winner this year, but this has been a brilliant, brilliant drive by the Scot. But Adam Jones is going to take second place, his first ever podium. Here comes Gordon Shedden. He wins the first race of the day in atrocious conditions at Donington. But it's Adam Jones, the Solihull racer, who takes second for Team Aircool. Third goes to Matt Neal, the reigning champion, despite a pit stop. Mike Jordan is the man who leads the points in the independents, and he comes through in fourth place and second independent. Fifth place for Jason Plato, then it's Matt Allison and Colin Turkington. But it was Gordon Shedden who took victory for Team Halfords, and in fact they got a first and third there. Shedden winning from Jones in second, Neal in third, Mike Jordan ahead of Jason Plato, who's able to score some points versus his big rival Fabrizio Giovanardi. Matt Allison finished in sixth place, Turkington in seventh, with Matt Jackson and Tom Onslow Cole completing the top 10. And it's going to be Gordon Shedden to lead them away then, the Scot who was so impressive earlier on today, and he will lead Adam Jones, who finished in second place in the air-cooled Seat Toledo. Then we've got Matt Neal. Now keep an eye on Matt Neal because he fought his way up there into third place superbly well. This is the grid. It's Gordon Shedden and Adam Jones on the front row, and Shedden going for another race victory. He won last time out at Alton. Now he's had the first one of the day here at Donington. Did so last year and he won race 2. Matt Neal's thereabouts though, and so is Mike Jordan in the Honda Integra, which is such a rapid car in all conditions. Next up is Jason Plato and Matt Allison. So Plato fought well in that early race and stayed out of trouble when he could have got caught up in some tricky situations. Colin Turkington and Fabrizio Giovanardi are on the fourth row together. Again, the BMW could start well, so could Matt Jackson, but he's got a BMW alongside him. They're all together on the grid. I wonder how that's going to work out. Owen Murray and Darren Turner on row number 6 together, Alfa Romeo versus Seat. Then Richard Marsh and Erkut Kazilimak together. They're on row 7 of the grid. Row number 8, we've got Tom Chilton then. Yeah, we should have, but he's starting from the back. That's where his space is. So Pickney 16th gives Chris Stockton a bit of a run, bit of a clear space there. John George alongside on row number 9. And then on row number 10 it's Martin Bell and Fiona Leggett. And then as we work our way down towards the back, we've got Simon Blankley and Tom Ferrier and Jason Hughes on his own at the back, although as we say now Tom Chilton will be coming from the back himself. Now Colin Turkington has our onboard camera. He's also got the onboard radio, and he's lining up on the 4th row of the grid, just getting a bit of speed. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with him, find out what conditions are like out there at the moment. You can see he's just working the steering and throttle a little bit. This is Ben in the commentary box to Colin. Colin, what do you reckon on conditions? Better or worse than before?
Yeah, well, it's just started to rain, Ben, so it's pretty much a situation as race 1. I think there's going to be some puddles developed quite quickly on the circuit, so just going to have to, sit on the edge of the seat here and try and keep it on the track.
I hope your windscreen's staying nice and clear at the moment.
Yeah, it's fine. We've got some anti-mist on the screen, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, have a good one, Colin, and we'll see how that goes. As great clear communication there with Colin Turkington as he heads down now into the last corner through the right and the left that brings them back onto the start-finish area here. Lights on all cars because it is a wet race, declared a wet race, so all lights are on and have to be on for this one. At least that helps just a little bit. And there's Tom Chilton, who'll be starting from the pit lane. Here we go then, round 17 about to get underway. Is Shedden going to get off the line? Well, good start from both front row men, and Jason Plato makes an excellent start as well. So you can see the yellow and silver Seat trying to find some space, but can't quite get alongside Matt Neal. So it's Shedden who leads. Adam Jones in 2nd place, Matt Neal still in 3rd. Everybody so far being reasonably well behaved. Matt Jackson going on the outside there. Oh, and he gets squeezed onto the dirt and onto the mud through the puddle and gets back on with Mike Jordan on his inside. Darren Turner trying to make up some ground as well. Down through Craners. This is where we saw some trouble earlier on today. But so far so good. It's Gordon Shedden that leads the race. So Adam Jones in 2nd, Matt Neal in 3rd. And then Jason Plato in 4th, Mike Jordan in 5th, and Jackson just a little bit wide.
Yeah, as you said, both the front row guys got away well. Adam Jones pulled straight across to the inside to defend, but in actual fact, he didn't really need to because Matt Neal didn't get the best of getaways.
Well, Shedden's making most of this, and look at Matt Neal now with a chance of getting alongside Adam Jones. Couldn't quite finish the move there. Jones gave him the space, but Matt Neal couldn't quite get alongside, and this is all giving the other Team Halfords car a chance to make a little bit of a break, and that's vital for Gordon Shedden. Further back you can see Matt Jackson, and Darren Turner's moved up a few places, so he's had a pretty good first lap. This is the race for 2nd position, and here comes Matt Neal, the reigning champion, a Donington maestro, and he's on the outside. Can he do that? That's John Jordan who's gone off over at McLean's. Can he make the move? Coming down, yes, he's got past. So he's got past. Matt Neal goes into 2nd place. Adam Jones back to 3rd, and now Jason Plato on the attack. His older model Seat versus the latest version Seat. And it's very, very close as they come out of Coppice corner, but Plato's had a good run there. That was a good exit out of Coppice, and he's passed before they even get on the straight.
Yeah, just superior traction, wasn't it? Really good traction. He turned the car tighter, got the power on, and just pulled past him even before the end of the corner.
Look at that, that's he is pretty close, but I can tell you that Plato's even closer to Matt Neal. He's even on the outside of him going through Redgate corner. Here comes Giovanardi. Whoa, that's Plato and Neal sideways, and they make contact, but Plato squeezes ahead. And in the background, Giovanardi was unable to get past. Well, they both did brilliantly to recover that.
Well, there were recollections of Snetterton last year when they had a whole banging match to the flag at the end of the race there. There was recollections of that, but Pickney, meanwhile, is still exploring the sand pits, but Plato is through.
Yeah, now
here we go.
Yeah, Giovanardi attacking here for 4th place down the inside. Surely he's got the move made as long as he turns in. Yes, he does. Judged that well. Didn't go down the escape road that we've seen so many people do so far today in these wet conditions. So good judgment on the braking. That puts Giovanardi up one into 4th. So the two main championship rivals are gradually moving up the order here. Plato's got himself into 2nd. Giovanardi's got himself into 4th place. And there's so little to choose between these two aces in these conditions. There's really both driving superbly well. Adam Jones, mind you, not dropping far away from Giovanardi. Mike Jordan still in 6th, Darren Turner in 7th, Matt Allison is 8th, and Matt Jackson 9th, Colin Turkington in 10th, Tom Onslow Cole in 11th, And Richard Marsh in 12th place. Stockton, who we mentioned earlier, he's dropped back down to 13th. And Jason Plato still the man with the fastest lap in this race.
Yeah. Oh, and now is this the opportunity? It looked like Shedden ran a little bit wide. We know how tight the Seat can turn, but no, they both come out very equally.
Yeah, he's good, Shedden. He recovers, isn't he? This makes a little mistake, but he's able to recover it. Little bit like Plato. We see Matt Neal do that often as well. Back down, and oh, he's left a bit of a space, has he? No. Jason thought about it there. You cannot leave any space in touring cars because there'll be a car in a space, even if it's not quite wide enough. In the background, meanwhile, Giovanardi has caught right up to Matt Neal.
Yeah, we've got the two championship protagonists both fighting with a Halford Civic for first and second and third places.
Jason trying that wide line in Redgate again, and Matt Neal going a bit, oh, there's a little bit of a nudge. Matt Neal's a bit wide. Giovanardi, here comes Jason Plato. He's got it this time. Jason Plato used the wide line at Redgate. He had a fantastic run off the corner, and Jason Plato's taken the lead.
Yeah, sooner or later that was going to work, wasn't it? He's trying every which way. But did Giovanardi get past the background? No, he didn't. Still in fourth place. So advantage Plato in the championship just at the moment with two cars between him and Giovanardi.
That's right, but Giovanardi tucked in there with Matt Neal, and he's looking to get past if possible. Plato now with an opportunity surely to ease away a little bit. Let's see how much quicker he is than Shedden. Shedden holding on to second position, and then that race for third place still going on between Matt Neal and Fabrizio Giovanardi. Giovanardi will be able to see that Plato has taken the lead of this race. He'll be anxious to try and reduce the number of cars between himself and the Seat. And if you look back, there is that battle. Vauxhall very tight out of Coppice. That could work. But has he got enough? No, Matt Neal's able to cover it just about.
Only just managed to get over in front because we know the Vauxhall's very quick. It has a very strong engine. It's usually quickest on the straights. He's relying on Matt going in a little bit too quick and maybe making a mistake and getting a run at him through the corner. But there you see they just equalise on the X's. They both get on the power at the same time. Very difficult to carry enough momentum through that chicane to really gain.
So evenly matched. We've got the Seat leading this race now, a Honda Civics running second and third, the Vauxhall Vectra in fourth place, and a Seat Toledo in fifth position, and all of the cars so evenly matched around the turns and twists and dips of this Donington Park track in very tricky conditions. Plato has eased away, has got a useful margin. It was 1.3 seconds across the line again. Giovanardi taking a different line, not really an overtaking line. He's just trying to get a good exit out of the corner, but it's always difficult to overtake on this next section. Although Matt Neal himself is one of the masters of doing it. Let's see how much Matt covers the inside here.
Yeah, he just goes to the middle of the road, doesn't he, to sort of give that indication that he's blocking, but without compromising his line too much.
Yeah, that's always the price you pay, isn't it? Go in too tight, you'll be slow through the corner, but don't go in tight enough and the other car will dive through. Nice through Coppice, and Matt Neal looks good up there. See a slightly different line, often see a variety of lines up at that corner, but now watch Matt Neal, he'll probably come over to the right, or has he left it? No, he hasn't. He left it a bit later that time, and Giovanardi says, right, I'm through here, and suddenly that Vauxhall power comes into its own.
Yeah, I think Matt was probably concentrating on looking ahead and assuming he could pull over halfway down the straight like he did the last lap, but Giovanardi had already got a run at him.
Yeah, so third place now for Giovanardi. That's what he wanted. He's got a bit closer once again to Jason Plato, who leads this race. It's Plato, Shedden in second place. Giovanardi now up to third for Vauxhall. Fourth place for Team Halfords is Matt Neal. Fifth place is still Adam Jones. Sixth place is Mike Jordan. And in seventh place, Darren Turner in the second of the Seats. Matt Allison is still in eighth place. A bit of a lonely eighth place. There he is. Look, all on his own he is. That's an unusual situation to be in touring cars. Matt Jackson is running in ninth, but he's under some pressure here from Colin Turkington. BMWs, one is a privately run car with a standard H-pattern gearbox, and the one behind the Team RAC car of Turkington here, who's going around the outs. Oh, Jackson gets into a big slide, and Turkington takes advantage.
Yeah, that slide enough to lose his forward momentum, and that was all the difference between them coming off that corner. Just shows the importance of keeping the car straight. You know, it always looks great when you see the car going sideways, especially the rear-wheel drive car, but it loses you forward momentum, and that allowed Turkington, who didn't get the car out of shape, to just drive off the corner. Look at that.
Great pictures, as you say, but it's not the fast way, is it? So that, as you say, is the advantage there to Turkington, and that's brought him up into ninth position. His teammate Tom Onslow-Cole's in 11th. Tom Chilton is in 12th place, by the way. Here's a little race going on. Darren Turner's got a chance perhaps here on Mike Jordan. No, not quite alongside enough going under the braking area. Always had a good run through the chicane. Jordan just seemed to lose a bit of speed mid-corner, and Jordan's aware of it because he's now hugging the right-hand line.
Yeah, it was interesting. We thought Jordan was going to shoot up behind Adam Jones, but he hasn't, and in fact he's now come under pressure from Turner, which has allowed Adam Jones to consolidate that safe 5th place. But Turner now with an overlap, and we know good traction off the corner. It's another side-by-side run.
Oh, Jordan's just able to come across in front of the Seat, but only just, and the Seat pops over the curve a little bit. Mike Jordan tiptoeing into Old Hairpin. This is still a fast corner even in these conditions. Just seems to lose a bit of mid-corner speed there again. And mid-corner he just seems to be a bit down on speed, and Turner's through. Turner goes round the outside, made it look very easy in fact.
Yeah, he did. I think Mike Jordan just over-committed a little bit late on the brakes, and so therefore late back on the power to get the forward, get the exit speed, and well, Turner just overlapped straight away and drove around the outside.
There's his teammate, Jason Plato, race leader by 3.6 seconds last time around. This is a masterclass from Jason Plato, and this is just the sort of result he needed. He had a miserable time here at Donington last year, and really in some ways it was the Donington meeting that effectively ended his championship challenge. You could say there were other reasons as well, but they had a nightmare of a race meeting here last year, did Seat, and certainly did Jason Plato. But this is a very different story. This has been a great drive from Plato to take the lead. We're on to the final lap. He's got a big margin over Gordon Shedden in second, Giovanardi in third, and then a little race for fourth. Look, Adam Jones has come back to challenge Matt Neal, and that could go all the way to the checker flag at the end of this lap.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, back to Plato, you're right. Last year his best result was a 7th, and when he qualified in 9th place in qualifying yesterday, we thought, well, maybe he's in for another nightmare weekend, but I really think the weather has saved him.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Oh, there's a slide by Matt Neal, gathered together well, but Jones will have seen that and think, oh, I might be able to take advantage, but Neal's so clever. He puts the car exactly in the right place, then has a good run through Old Hairpin. That's why he is a double champion. He can save those moments and still actually gain a little bit from it. There is Jason Plato, though, who has driven the best of everybody in this race. He started from the 3rd row of the grid. He was 5th position on the grid. He's only carrying the 9 kilos of ballast, and he's certainly taken advantage of that. He's got fastest lap in the race. He's had several fastest laps, in fact, and he's now just got the final corner to deal with to take victory, and he will now match Giovanardi for number of race wins this season. The two of them have dominated in terms of race victories, and now Jason Plato will go to 5 wins this season so far. There's his dad to offer congratulations. That was good, and his dad knows it too. Jason drove beautifully there to take the win by 5.8 seconds. Gordon Shedden takes second, Giovanardi third, Neal just takes fourth ahead of Jones, Turner is 6th, and Mike Jordan is 7th. Well, racing all the way there, and in fact I think we might see a bit more. Matt Allison is due round. We've also got Tom Chilton trying to get past Tom Onslow Cole, and this is for 11th place. It's not for a point, but it is for another position on the grid, remember, for race 3, so it's always worth fighting for, but you've got to keep the car in one piece. Onslow Cole covers the inside well. Chilton just gives him a bit of a tap through the corner, and it's going to be a drag race to the line. Oh, it's Onslow Cole who just takes it. Tom Chilton right behind him. So the result, Jason Plato the winner from Gordon Shedden in second, and Giovanardi up there in third. Matt Neal was 4th, Adam Jones another strong 5th ahead of Darren Turner, Mike Jordan, Matt Allison in 8th, then Colin Turkington and Matt Jackson. Engines are firing up beneath us on the grid here at Donington Park as we prepare for the 3rd and final British Touring Car race of today's meeting. And the question is, will Colin Turkington be able to hold on to a lead position here? He'll be starting from pole position. Let's see how they line up. It is Colin Turkington on pole in the Team RAC BMW. Matt Allison alongside him on that front row of the grid as well. Then it's Mike Jordan with Darren Turner, and a good opportunity here for Jordan in the Eurotech racing car. Behind them we've got Adam Jones and Matt Neal. Matt Neal, the reigning champion, always going fast at Donington Park. Behind those two, Fabrizio Giovanardi, who needs to close up some points on championship leader Jason Plato. Gordon Shedden's there, he's been rapid all the time today. And then next up it is Plato, winner of that last race. Great pace in the wet conditions. Matt Jackson in the BMW alongside him. Then on row 6, it's Tom Onslow-Cole and Tom Chilton, two of the youngsters in the series, both feisty though. And behind those two, we've got Chris Stockton and Tom Ferrier. And Tom Ferrier's been doing pretty well on his first outing for Motorbase Performance in the 2007 season. Ekut is next up. His first ever wet races have taken place today. The Turkish driver's not doing bad at all. He starts 15th ahead of Dave Pinkney in the Alfa Romeo. Then it's Simon Blankley in the next lineup. He's on row number 9 with Richard Marsh, another of the Alfa Romeos next to him. Fiona's been having a bit of a tough time. She lines up on the 10th row of the grid. She's in 19th place with Martin Bell alongside. Then it's Jason Hughes and Owen Murray on the penultimate row of the grid. And at the back of the grid on his own, it is John George. So they are all fully aware of just how difficult it is. They've already done 2 races in pretty difficult conditions, and we all saw how heavy the rain came down just a little while ago here at Donington Park. It really has been incredibly changeable. It's been pretty typical of the British summer so far. Well, let's hope we get a good touring car race as a result. All set then for the start of round number 18 of the championship. Colin Turkington will start from pole in the Team RAC BMW. It's Matt Allison alongside him. Here we go! And Allison making a good start. Turkington rear-wheel drive, not as fast as you might expect off the line. Now he finds some grip and pulls away. And Mike Jordan trying to squeeze down the inside as he challenges for second place. Yes, he has got second. Matt Allison now being sandwiched. He's got Plato trying to go round the outside of him. Good start that from Jason Plato as well. But it is Colin Turkington with the edge.
Yeah, and as you can see, no overtaking at all on the first lap when they're side by side and theoretically going slowly because the yellow flags. Side by side down the Craner curves. Turkington taking it very steady on this approach here. Could cars run into the back? Oh, look how they move about. And there's people all over. So Stockton up the inside of Turner, I think that is.
Actually, it's Plato. I said it was Plato up front. It's not, of course. It's Darren Turner, his teammate. So Plato's still going to find his way up the order because of the reverse grid. He started 9th on the grid. And this is giving Turkington a bit of a break. But for how long can he hold this position? He's looking for grip, trying to avoid the worst of the puddles. Plato in the middle of the pack, Chris Stockton in there as well. Then Giovanardi and Chilton not too far back. Chilton's desperate for a good result here today. But Mike Jordan running very solidly at the moment in second place. There's that little dice going on. Giovanardi past Stockton there on the inside. And he's going to be followed through, I think, any moment by Tom Onslow-Cole. And down the straight they come. Just see whether Gordon Shedden can gain some places. Battle for the lead though between the BMW of Colin Turkington. Another battle there between Matt Jackson and Matt Allison. 2 youngsters in the series, 2 rookies fighting hard. But look at the battle for the lead. It's now a 3-way affair. Colin Turkington leads the race. Second place is Mike Jordan, but here comes Darren Turner moving to the outside line, looking for the grip in the Seat. Can Darren Turner sweep past the top 2 ahead of him? He's certainly trying, but no, he can't quite do it. And at the moment, it's still Turkington. Here comes Jordan on the inside, Turner on the outside, 3 abreast as they go down the Craner curves. Mike Jordan takes the lead.
Well, yeah, but how can you call that not overtaking under the yellow flag? I mean, I really don't know. Maybe the flags were taken in after the first lap, but there's a lot of, look at the cars move about as they hit that. The front-wheel drive cars, the front of the car steps out to the left, rear-wheel drives the opposite.
This is Turner taking second place. This was after Mike Jordan had already gone through now. There's a little bit of a nudge between the 2 cars. Turkington on the inside, Turner then staying right round the outside. Oh, that's Seat. We saw it in the second race today. That car's working so well in these conditions. This is the battle for the lead though. It's still Mike Jordan versus Darren Turner. And then behind them, look at them, 3 abreast again. It's Turkington on the inside, Plato in the middle. And then it's Matt Neal joining in and going to get down the outside here. Which of them is going to come through first? Jason Plato may have the edge. He's got the best position. Oh, he's taken both of them. Jason Plato has taken 2 spots in one go, and that's the reaction from the Seat pit.
Well, he was the meat in the sandwich there, and usually it's the guy in the middle that ends up in the worst position, but Jason just trusted his instincts, braked the latest, outbraked Turkington, and Neal was on the outside, couldn't turn in.
Now Giovanardi is battling with Turkington as well, and for Giovanardi it's crucial that he gains some places quickly, otherwise Plato will further increase that championship lead, which he has retaken here at Donington today. He eased it out to 9 points before this race, and Giovanardi knows he's got to get back on terms with that Seat. But to do so, first he's got to get past the Team RAC BMW, then he's got to get past the Team Halford's car, and then he might be able to go chasing after Plato. But that Seat looks superb in these conditions. They really have come across a good setup in these fully wet conditions.
Yeah, and I tell you who has picked up some pace as well on this last lap, and that's Matt Jackson, who won the last race up at Alton Park, the privateer's favourite, if you like. He's really found some pace, and he's right behind Giovanardi in that white BMW.
Yeah, as you say, fastest lap last time around, and that's a great effort, because the BMs have generally been struggling a bit in these conditions. John George off again, and the bumper deranged a little further this time as he rejoins. Gets back on the circuit. I don't think that's going to cause any further problems.
Plato's looking up the inside of Turner. Turner saw him coming and let him go.
Yep, so Plato outbreaks his teammate, goes into second place, and now it's Jason Plato looking for 2 wins out of 2 here today. Remember, he started this one from 9th on the grid, carrying maximum ballast of 45 kilos as well, and it's not slowing him down at all. This team has really found a great wet setup. He's going around the outside a little bit here at Redgate. Don't think he's going to quite get alongside, but then he'll try and cut back, but then they're into the yellow flag zone. So that it does stymie your attempts a bit there to build up an overtaking manoeuvre, because they've been using that whole sequence earlier today.
Yeah, absolutely, but also it's allowed Matt Neal to catch up, and Matt Neal's now on the back of Turner, which is probably why Turner let... across the inside there!
Yeah,
now,
Plato, he's done it, he's got through, I think. Yeah, he's in
has.
front of Mike Jordan. That was interesting, different choice of lines there.
It is. I mean, I still would like to know whether there's yellow flags out there or not on the exit, but it appeared to be that he got through cleanly, certainly, but he just jumped the inside of Matt Neal up the inside, his favourite overtaking place. McLean's is up the inside of Turner.
They were leaning on each other, weren't they? They were both leaning on one another there. Matt Neal went for the late lunge. He's up into third. He's done it. He's up into third place, is Matt Neal, and now he goes chasing after Mike Jordan. Jason Plato, though, is our new race leader. He's squeezed through. He took a bit of a gamble here, I would say, Plato.
This is the overtake from Plato. Now, Mike Jordan knows the yellow flags are out, so he slows the car up nice and early to rely on, Plato can't overtake him into the corner. He hits that puddle and slides a bit wide. Plato cuts the corner and gets tremendous drive out of it. And can we see a yellow flag? Not that I can see.
Well, there's Tom Chilton. Tom Chilton running down in 11th place at the moment, so he's just outside the points. Giovanardi's dropped down, so he's down in 13th. There's been something, and this is a big factor now in terms of the championship. What happened to Giovanardi? There he went off.
He couldn't see. His wipers aren't working again, or he's chosen not to put them off, but he's way across the grass. I've got a feeling that's up at Starkey's on the approach to McLean's, and he's going to rejoin the track between McLean's and Coppice, but lost a whole ton of time. There goes Matt Allison, as you saw going through, and Giovanardi down in an unlucky 13th place.
That is crucial, because that will mean that Jason Plato, if he stays where he is, will open up a big championship lead, and suddenly the pendulum has swung back towards Sayat here this weekend. After an unpromising start with their pace in free practice and in qualifying, they are now sitting pretty. If things stay as they are, Giovanardi surely will be desperate to gain some places back in the remaining laps. We're watching the race for second here between Mike Jordan and Matt Neal. A lot of respect between these two. Mike Jordan has had a lot of help from Matt Neal's team in running his car and setting it up, but there's a lot of respect between the two as drivers as well. Matt got past Mike Jordan earlier on today, but that was after Mike had nearly run into the back of Matt Neal's car and basically bailed out and went across the gravel instead. So they have respect for each other, but Jordan won't make it easy. And they caught Plato a bit there. What happened to Plato?
I just heard something, I thought on the radio. Plato's got a problem.
He's in trouble. He's just lost the lead, Tim.
Yeah, I heard something in the background that Plato had a problem. Don't know what it is. Appears he's either up to place now or he's got a tyre problem. Let's just watch it for a little bit. But Jordan back in the lead.
Well, very strange. Plato had a big lead of 2.3 seconds when they went across the line. That was the moment, but Plato had already lost the pace. I don't know what happened through Redgate corner.
Well, he was way offline. He wasn't out wide on the normal exit of the corners, which would imply that we need to see it earlier than that, but would imply he had a gearbox problem or something.
Yeah, maybe something like that, and must have had a problem going into Redgate. Now he's back in front.
And Neal's gone through on Jordan. Well, he's changing as quickly as we can watch it.
Very strange. He must have had some drama when he went into Redgate corner, and maybe he felt that he'd overtaken under yellows. Maybe that's what it is, and therefore he thought he'd better let them through again and then repass. If that's the case, very clever stuff from the team.
Yeah, it could well be. This is him retaking the lead up into McLean's, I'm sure. But clearly he let Jordan go back past. May well be that he was informed by the team that he had to let him back past because he'd overtaken him unfairly, as we suspected on the exit of the old hairpin earlier on, and let him pass, but for barely a lap.
No, that's right. Well, if that's the case, then it's quite intelligent driving from Plato and good team management again from Sayat as well. Jackson involved in a good little dice here at the moment with Colin Turkington, I think that is, as they come down the hill. And I think he's just managed to get ahead because Plato leads, Neil second, Jordan third, Turner fourth, and now it's Jackson up into 5th place. So Matt Jackson 5th, Colin Turkington down into 6th position. They've got Gordon Shedden tucked in. Oh, a bit of a slide there. That puddle under the bridge, that's very tricky in these cars. We're on board Matt Jackson here in the white and black BMW, the privateer car, the independence car. Has he got a chance? Yeah, he's managed to get past Darren Turner. You rode on board as he outbraked Turner.
Yeah, well, we saw earlier on he was very quick, and his BMW is his privately run car, this family run car indeed, never mind privateer. Certainly got the legs on the RAC, better funded cars this weekend.
Oh, a late move there by Gordon Shedden to try and get past Turner as well, and this could help the BMWs behind. Ooh, bouncing over the dirt. There goes Turner, and in fact he does lose out to both BMWs of Onslow Cole and Turkington as a result of that. So Darren Turner, the big loser in that confrontation, but it all got a bit physical there through Redgate Corner.
Yeah, the one touch wasn't quite enough to put him out on the slippery curve, so another touch had to be done.
Turkington and his teammate Tom Onslow Cole still separated by the proverbial cigarette paper. There's nothing to choose between these two, and they've got the other BMW of Matt Jackson ahead of them. They won't like that. They'll be trying to get back on terms with him. Mike Jordan still in a clear 3rd place, and further back you can still see Tom Chilton is in 9th place, and Fabrizio Giovanardi, well, he's down in 11th place. 12th is Tom Ferrier, 13th Aircut, then 14th is Dave Pinkney, 15th still running Jason Hughes ahead of Chris Stockton. Adam Jones has come into the pits now though, so it looks as though his race is all over. But for Jason Plato, things are turning out extremely well. He won the 2nd race of the day here. He finished in 5th place in the 1st race, and he is going to collect a real basket full of points today, which will put him further ahead in the championship. He came into this race just a point behind Fabrizio Giovanardi, but he has turned the tables big time, and Giovanardi has struggled with various difficulties. He's down in the 11th. He's not likely to score any points at all. Coming around then, down the straight, we're on the final lap. Jason Plato with the fastest lap as well. He'll get an extra point for that. He'll also get an extra point for leading at some point through the race. This has turned into an extremely good weekend for Jason Plato and for Sayat Sport UK here at Donington Park. And in tricky conditions, no safety cars in the 3rd race, he takes the victory. A great drive, and his dad Tim there celebrates his 2nd win of the day. 2nd place goes to Matt Neal. 3rd is going to go to Mike Jordan, who just about fends off the next group, which is Matt Jackson, Gordon Shedden, Colin Turkington, then Tom Chilton finishing in 7th, Tom Onslow Cole in 8th, Darren Turner in 9th, Matt Allison picks up the final point in 10th place, and Giovanardi fails to score. He finishes down in 11th place. He's out of the points, whereas Plato has taken maximum points from that race. It really has proven to be a superb weekend for Jason Plato, and he will be absolutely delighted about that. Let's see how they do line up on the grid then. It is Turkington and Onslow Cole making it all Team RAC front row to the grid. First time that we've seen that this year. Gordon Shedden and Tom Chilton are on the 2nd row of the grid, Shedden carrying some 18 kilos of ballast. Behind them, it's the man who's now 2nd in the championship, Fabrizio Giovanardi for Vauxhall, with Darren Turner for Sayat alongside, and Darren's got to play the team game here for Sayat. Behind them we've got Matt Neal and Jason Plato. Plato, who has that useful advantage in the championships, got to keep collecting points. Behind those two we've got Jackson and Jordan, the 2 rivals in the Independence Championship, together on row 5. On row 6 it's Matt Allison, who's got a lot of support here this weekend for his motor-based performance car, Jason Hughes alongside. Owen Murray, he had some drive shaft problems but still qualified 13th ahead of Tom Ferrier in the 2nd motor-based Sayat. And then it's Dave Pinkney, who has John George alongside him on that 8th row to the grid. Aircut's next up, he's 17th on the grid. Richard Marsh alongside in the 2nd of the ATEC Alfa Romeos, and then behind those two we've got Simon Blankley and Fiona Leggett. Those two are followed by Martin Bell and Rick Kerry, but Chris Stockton, who was due to start at the back, I'm not sure if he's actually on the grid. They had an engine let go on them in qualifying yesterday, and they were having to decide whether they would actually get him out or not. Round 19 of the 2007 Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championships underway. Great start from Tom Onslow Cole from the outside of the front row, but it's going to be the battle between the two teammates as they come up towards Richard's corner. Who's going to get in first? Oh, it's side by side. Turkington and Onslow Cole still side by side through the first corner. Careful, boys. Onslow Cole wants his first win in touring cars. We've got somebody off, and that's Matt Neal. Matt Neal on the inside, somebody else off was to the outside as well.
It was one of the Seats, it was Turner or Plato off on the grass as well, but the two RAC BMWs absolutely side by side. Look at Shannon looking down the outside.
And now Turkington on the outside. He could lose 2 places here because he's on the wrong side of the road for the left-hander at the S's. And Turkington is still battling his teammate, and it's Tom Onslow Cole who's taken the lead. Turkington goes into second place. What a battle between these two teammates. And Onslow Cole so fired up to try and take his first win in British touring cars. Shenton there in third, but watch out for Tom Chilton. He's in a strong fourth. Matt Neal is into the pits as a result of what happened at the first corner. So, real dramas there. Some of the favourites in trouble. Matt Neal with tyre smoke coming up. He's not going to get a finish. Let's have another look at what happened to him.
Well, we're on board with Giovanardi now, so let's see what happened. That's Shedden in front. Giovanardi doesn't make his best start. He gets plastered by Plato and by Neal coming up the inside. Neal brakes late, makes contact with Plato and spins all the way around, but it's the damage on the left front of Matt Neal that put him out of the race and put Plato down in 17th. These two have big history here. Remember last year when they smashed their way round to the end of the last lap in the second race. So Plato certainly no fan of Matt Neal here at Snetterton.
Well, let's see what happened to Plato from the onboard. This was as he came up to Riches. He goes to turn into the corner. Bang! There's the wallop. Matt Neal, and he made contact. As you say, these two rivals from Snetterton last year, and it's ended in tears at Riches already. Now, Onslow Cole leads by 3/4 of a second from his teammate Turkington. Shannon in third, Chilton in fourth. Then it's Darren Turner in fifth place. Matt Jackson in sixth. Mike Jordan is in seventh place. Giovanardi still in eighth. Dave Pinkney's going well. He's in ninth. And Matt Allison in 10th place. You've got the leaders coming down towards the S's. And now Chilton is the one on the attack, trying to go around the outside of Shannon. Not quite alongside enough into the second part there, and loses a bit of ground, in fact, as a result of challenging.
Yeah, Chilton sensibly backed out of that. He could have let off the brakes a little bit and run into Shannon, but he allowed him through on the corner. Well, yeah, we've got Turkington on the inside going into the bomb hole.
There was a mistake from Onslow Cole, and Turkington takes the lead, and then Onslow Cole just able to get back in front of the Honda there of Shannon. But this has given Chilton a bit of a run. This could get tricky as they head down towards Russell Corner. Heavy braking required coming up, and Shannon's got a chance. Chilton can see he's got a chance down the inside. Oh, Gordon Shannon, great move.
That was a good move, a really late break, and he managed to cut across the front of Onslow Cole, who suddenly finds himself falling down with Chilton alongside him now.
Well, this is when it's hard at the top end of the field. These guys are hard racers.
Look at Shenton, he's looking. He's as close as he possibly can. He gets down the inside. They're still side by side, but he can turn left and take that apex.
Clever positioning on the Exeter corner from Gordon Shedden, and Onslow Cole just couldn't shut the door on him. And look how this has brought everybody together. And Matt Jackson ahead of Darren Turner there. So Matt Jackson up into fifth place. Turner's dropped to sixth, and they're all beginning to catch this group up.
Yeah, and with Mike Jordan just on the back of that group as well, and then a bigger gap. So the top eight really covered nose to tail.
Fastest lap has just gone to Jason Plato, but he's not in the points yet. Meanwhile, Giovanardi trying to get past the Seat. Now, that is critical, and Darren Turner doing his utmost to keep that Vauxhall. Seat do not want the Vauxhall making progress, of course, so Darren was going to make that as hard as possible, but ultimately Giovanardi was able to get through with just a little contact.
Yeah, there was no way that Giovanardi was going to be denied there. He had his nose down the inside. You watch this, he's already got a bit of an overlap. There's no way he can be stopped, and he's going to force his way through that big Vectra, stopping on a dime and turning on a sixpence.
This is the view again. Now this is critical. Look how he would try to look at the inside, turn and shut the door there. So Giovanardi said, right, I'm going to go around the outside of you. Little bit of contact here.
No, I don't think so. I mean, but it was interesting. You could hear him egging on the throttle, even teasing it round that left-hander to get as much forward progress as possible.
14 laps are completed. We're on to lap 15 out of 18, and it's still Colin Turkington holding on for the moment, but you get the feeling that we might be building up to a bit of a last lap gasp here from Gordon Shetton and from one or two of the others here. I wonder if Chilton is going to be asked to sort of slow everything down a little bit and try and allow Giovanardi to gain a couple of places in the closing laps of this race. Matt Jackson might have to think here and play a bit clever, because he's in that Vauxhall sandwich, and Vauxhall are desperate to score points for Giovanardi, and they may try and play a little bit of a game here. Matt Jackson's going to have to be smart, use his head. He could take advantage of it. It's all too easy when you start playing games like that to get it wrong.
Yeah, but we're certainly at that point where team orders can hugely help and affect the championship, and Chiltern, not in the hunt for the championship, could certainly help Giovanardi if he chose to just ease his pace a little bit. Not too much, just enough to bring Giovanardi onto the back of Jackson, and in the same sort of way that Turner can help Plato, he could gain 2 places. Yeah,
can make all the difference in the final battle for the championship. No change up front. Colin Turkington still wheel perfect, and Gordon Shedden in second place. Tom Onslow Cole then in third. Tom Chiltern a little closer to Onslow Cole, so he doesn't seem to be backing off the pace. He wants to go for it. Chiltern hasn't had as strong a season as he would have liked. You know, it's been a while since he's been on the podium, Tom Chiltern. 10 races, in fact, 10 individual races, that is, since he's had a podium finish, and he wants it. He wants to get third place, and he's attacking Tom Onslow Cole. But at the moment, the youngster doing just enough. They're both youngsters, but Tom Onslow Cole less experienced, of course, than Chiltern. He started his touring car career before he could even drive on the roads, and he's attacking as they come back down to the S's.
Yeah, well, they're both very quick on the straight, aren't they? They came out, if anything, Chiltern had a slight run on Tom Onslow Cole through Sear, but they came out onto the straight very evenly and maintained that gap all the way down the straight. Even with a little bit of a slipstream, there was no way that Chiltern could actually look up the inside.
A bit of rubber being thrown off to the side of the road as they come through Coram, that fast sweeper back down to Russell Corner, through the right and the left, bobble over the curve. Cars under control. Again, Giovanardi not close enough to attack. Just 2 laps to go then as they cross the line this time. And still Turkington has just that little edge, just a bit more than he's had for a lap or two. The gap's 0.6 of a second. It was 0.3 of a second for lap after lap after lap. But now just opened it up fractionally as we get into the closing stages. Jackson a bit closer to the back of Chiltern, or has Chiltern just eased off a bit?
Yeah, it's possible, isn't it? He may have decided that he can't get past Onslow Cole, and it's time to just ease off a little bit, or he may have made a mistake.
He did have a bit of a slide there up at Riches, so maybe that was an indication that Chiltern was trying a bit too hard. Who knows? Back down through the left-hander, and then tight right. Again, big crowd up on the outside there of the S's, getting a view of these touring car guys in action at flat-out pace. Still Giovanardi not close to the back of this, though. I mean, Chiltern's going to have to back it up a lot, really, for Giovanardi to have any chance. He's way behind Matt Jackson's BMW. There is Giovanardi, and although he's going to score a few more points than Plato, it's not quite the break he was looking for.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Darren Turner has got in front of Mike Jordan, so he could back Jordan into Plato. So we might watch out on this last lap. There may be some position changes.
Yeah, that would be one to watch, definitely. Look, in the background, you're absolutely right. Well spotted, Tim. Darren Turner's got past Jordan, and now he's maybe just slowed the pace fractionally to allow Plato to close up. Now then, Mike Jordan will know what's going on. He'll be very aware of what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, and deliberately Turner's gone defensive to slow things down. He's just going to ease it off. Plato should have a run gain a few metres through here, perhaps.
This is going to be really interesting, because Mike Jordan won't like these sort of games being played, but he knows what to happen. He's got a wise head on his shoulders. We'll see how they deal with it. Down towards the S's for the final time, and Colin Turkington has driven beautifully. He goes past a lot of their guests on that part of the track. Can he hold on for the final half lap and take the first win of the day here at Snetterton? It's sort of their home track, because RAC are based up the road in Norwich, and it looks as though he may well have done enough. He had to really grit his teeth in the middle section of that race and fend Gordon Shedden off. He had to fight his way past his teammate in the early laps as well. But it's going to be another victory for Colin Turkington. A superb drive from the Northern Irishman. He comes through to take his third win of the season. Second place goes to Gordon Shedden. Third to Tom Onslow Cole. And what's happened here? Has Turner been able to allow Plato to gain another place? Not quite. I think Turner is going to finish 7th. Mike Jordan takes 8th. And Jason Plato scores points in 9th. Now that could be the kind of drive from Plato that wins him the championship, because he was in big trouble on the first lap. He dropped to 17th, but Timmy's come away with a few points.
Yeah, he has, and that's the fighting spirit that we know Plato has. He maximises everything. Last meeting we've still got a bit of fighting going on here with Simon Blankley, Martin Bell, and is that Richard Marsh just in front?
So they come up across the line. Let's just see what's going to happen here. Yep, Richard Marsh is going to finish in 15th, I think, as Martin Bell attacks. So the result of the first race of the day: Turkington takes victory from Gordon Shedden and Onslow Cole. Tom Chilton in 4th, Matt Jackson 5th. Giovanardi for VX Racing could only manage 6th ahead of Darren Turner. Mike Jordan, Jason Plato scored a few points, and Tom Ferrier finished 10th. It is going to be Gordon Shedden who starts from pole position then, carrying 36 kilos of ballast this time. Tom Onslow Cole, fast starter in the first race, he starts alongside. Then it's Tom Chilton and Matt Jackson on the second row, another Vauxhall versus BMW battle. Then we've got another Vauxhall on the third row, Fabrizio Giovanardi with Darren Turner alongside him. Behind those two, we've got Mike Jordan in the number 77 car and Jason Plato in the Seat. Then it's Tom Ferrier and Jason Hughes in the MG for Kart World Racing. Behind them we've got Erkut and Matt Allison. Matt was a little aggrieved at what he saw was some rough treatment from Plato in the first race. John George lines up just behind. New dampers on that car, he's much happier with it. Richard Marsh is next to him. Then we've got Martin Bell lining up in 15th place. He was part of that good battle at the end of the race. He's got Simon Blankley alongside too. Then Fiona Leggett, she's going to join in the fun and games from there, but watch out for Matt Neal. He starts from 18th place on the grid. 19th on the grid is Owen Murray in the Alpha. He could make progress from there. Dave Pinkney likewise. He had problems in that first race. And then behind them we've got Chris Stockton, who's back out in the BTCC Racing Lexus. And we've also got Rick Kerry at the back. And then right at the back, it's Colin Turkington, who will be trying to come through. The winner on the road of the first race of the day, then disqualified. He starts 23rd and last and carries maximum ballast. It's the Team Halfords car of Gordon Shedden who'll be starting from pole position, and the Team RAC machine of Tom Onslow Cole alongside him on the front row of the grid. We've got a green flag from the back of the grid. We're all set to go racing once again here at Snetterton. Keep an eye on those lights, and when they go out, we'll be underway, and it's a good start again from Tom Onslow Cole from the outside of the front row, just as he did in race 1, and this time it's not against his teammate, it's against the Honda of Gordon Shedden, but they're evenly matched. Oh, we've got a shunt, we've got an accident on the grid. I said it was narrow. Fiona Leggett is involved. Look, peeled away like a tin opener, the side of the car. Meanwhile, Shedden did make the best start, and Jackson gets up into 2nd place. Onslow Cole's back down to 3rd, and Giovanardi's battling in there behind them with Chilton and Darren Turner.
Yeah, and don't forget they are racing back to the start-finish line. Poor Fiona Leggett always seems to be involved in those start line incidents. The drivers are being told by the teams that the safety car out, but they are still racing.
So they are racing hard all the way into the S's there, and there's some side-by-side action going on. One of the Vauxhalls ending up on the grass, hits Turner, and that was Tom Chilton who got into trouble into the S's, makes contact, but they both got away with it, I think, and now Chilton just manages turn in ahead of Darren Turner with Jason Plato right behind. Giovanardi in 3rd place. He had a really good start there.
Yeah, it was an excellent start, and that could have been worse if they turned each other around in the S's, but fortunately it just managed to keep up. There's Turkington, who hasn't made much progress from the back of the grid, but at least he is still running.
He is. Mike Jordan's lost several places on that first lap. The safety car will pick them up as they come across the line here, and Giovanardi just moving out of the slipstream. Here they realise they've all got to move out of the way. The medical car, which is on track and going very slowly as well, which seems a little bit... Oh, we've had an accident as a result. We have had an accident as a result of everyone stacking up there.
Well, they are racing to the line, so what do? You can't lift off, and unfortunately Marsh has gone off and hit Stockton's stationary car. It's a really difficult conundrum for the drivers. The drivers at the front will slow down, obviously, but the drivers at the back don't want to slow down too much or they get overtaken before the line.
Ready for the restart then, and Gordon Shedden has slowed the pace down as he prepares to get on the gas once again. The restart in the second race here at Snetterton, and it's Gordon Shedden who controls it, Matt Jackson who follows him, and then the Vauxhall of Fabrizio Giovanardi turning in towards Riches. Tom Onslow Cole under pressure from Tom Chilton. Matt Neal gains another position, and Matt Allison tries to follow him through as well. Erkan loses it.
Yeah, I don't think there was any contact there. I think Erkan just found himself slightly on the dirtier side of the track. Oh, we got Matt Jackson side by side on the Revit straight at 130 miles an hour.
And now he's trying to cut it back across in front of Giovanardi, and we're going to have three abreast virtually as they head down towards the S's. Not quite. Gordon Shedden and Giovanardi's through into second as a result of that, and he's going to try and go around the outside into the S's, into the second part. Contact surely is made. Oh, they both made it round. That was fabulous racing from both of them, and it's hard, aggressive stuff from Giovanardi. He is so determined to try and gain some points on Jason Plato.
Well, we're not finished yet. Mac Jackson up the inside into corner, the fastest corner on the track, but he can't put off Giovanardi and really pushing his way through. And Shedden was brave to cut his nose off in the second part of that chicane and not get spun round.
And there's fighting going on behind them too. Tom Onslow Cole looked to be in the middle of a group as well, and he may have lost out a little bit. Chilton, yeah, Tom Onslow Cole's lost several places. Chilton's now up into 4th place. Then the two Seats of Turner and Plato. Onslow Cole's gone down to 7th position. Matt Neal is up into 9th place. Turkington's gained a couple. He's now in 15th position. There he is. You can just see him in the background. And it's still the battle for the lead. Shedden protects his position. Giovanardi's going to have a great run here. Out of Sear Corner, onto the long straight, the Revit straight. And now it's a sheer horsepower battle.
Well, it's horsepower and it's weight. This is what I was saying. Shedden's carrying the weight. Giovanardi's light. He has a fast car. And look at that. He's driven all the way past him. This is always a feature of the second race where the first race winners are all carrying ballast.
So Giovanardi, the Italian, has made the move. He's got into the lead with the Vauxhall. They bounce over the curbs through the S's. Oh, there's a little touch between Jackson and Shedden. And Shedden's got a pass by Jackson. Jackson nips through on the inside, and Chilton's going to try and do the same. And now Turner's getting involved. Not three abreast, surely, round Coram. Darren Turner's now let Jason Plato get him a little bit of edge. And here they go. Chilton still hasn't finished this move. Shedden's trying to fend him off. Oh, well done. How they all managed to keep control, I'm not too sure. And Shedden stays ahead of Chilton.
Yeah, well, Jackson obviously a bit wound up. He's got some damage on there, and that won't help at all. But no signs of any leakage. But of course, on the first lap, he was on the. Here we are. This is, I think, this could be. It's into Sear on the very first lap. Jackson's round the outside. They're now coming back onto the straight. There's no room for him to get back onto the track. And Shedden just keeps him out wide, and that's the reason his blood's boiling and he's on the rev limiter.
Now this was the move when Giovanardi tried the move around the outside. Then there was a little bit of contact here through the second part of the S's, held well by Shedden.
Yeah, Shedden had to turn into the corner, but Gio could have fired him off and didn't. It just held the little slide. But now he's actually through. Jackson's got a lot of damage on his car.
Look at Matt Neal. He's gained a lot of places. I think he's up to 7th place now. So Matt Neal started down in 18th position. He's already up to 7th place on this lap. Giovanardi continues to lead the race for Vauxhall. Jackson up there is second, but look at Matt Jackson under pressure here from Gordon Shedden. This is for second position. Is Shedden going to have a look down the inside? Yes, he is having a look. Can they both get through here? That's the question. Yes, Shedden makes the move. He retakes second. Jackson's in third, but he's under threat from Tom Chilton.
Yes, it's now not Shedden that's causing the mobile chicane. It's now Jackson. His car clearly damaged, and he was faster than Shedden to start with, but with that damage, he can't maintain the pace, and he's going to fall back. But all this has let Giovanardi really shoot away in the lead. He's got 2.5 seconds nearly, as Chilton's now looking to push down Jackson another place.
Yeah, he's up the inside into Sear, and I think he may have done it, but Chilton's got Plato right behind. Now, the thing is, Chilton's got to play the game for Vauxhall. If he's passed by the Seat of Plato, then, of course, Giovanardi's lead is under more threat from Plato, so Chilton will be desperate to try and keep those Seats behind him. Giovanardi leads, Shedden in second, but what's going to happen here in the battle for third place? Oh, he's pitched around! Plato and Chilton make contact. Chilton spins out, and Plato continues across the grass and rejoins.
Well, that was clearly a case of 3 into 1 just doesn't go. And what you'll see is that Chilton had to turn into the corner. Plato couldn't turn in because he had Jackson on his left-hand side, and inevitably there was a little bit of contact.
Now Turner has got himself into third place. He's got past Matt Jackson, and Jackson's fighting back, but the Seat there of Darren Turner, the yellow and silver car, up into third place now, chasing after Gordon Shedden and our race leader Fabrizio Giovanardi. Meanwhile, down the inside, Tom Ferrier making a little move down the inside of Jason Hughes. Owen Murray trying to join in. This is all inside outside the top 10. They're all just at the bottom of the top 10 there, and they're all fighting now for what is 8th place, and I think Owen Murray might have taken that.
Yeah, Owen Murray going very well. He's very quick when that car's running quickly.
Yeah.
The Quest Racing Alfa Romeo, but sadly lack of funds. I mean, it's difficult to keep it in tip-top condition, but he's very fast when he's in the car. I'd love to see him in a more competitive car, but they're all fighting for positions inside the top 10, mindful that 6 to 10 cars will get reversed for the final. And Jackson again struggling big time with that car.
Yeah, I just saw that, and I think Matt Neal might have been able to take advantage. He was able to. Matt Neal's got past Jackson, and now Plato's trying to do the same. He's just got past Onslow Cole. So Matt Neal has got himself into 4th place. He started 18th. This is a meteoric drive from the double British Touring Car champion Matt Neal, and he's got himself into 4th position now. And as they cross the line, it's Giovanardi with a 2.7 second lead over Gordon Shedden. Turner in 3rd, Matt Neal now in 4th, Matt Jackson in the white and black BMW in 5th place, Plato in 6th, and this is how it happened. This is how Jackson was passed.
Yeah, Jackson had that bobble in the bomb hole, didn't he? That he turned in, the car snapped on him a little bit, put him out wide, and Neal carried the speed through and was able to get on the inside before Coram. Well, Jason's a very intelligent driver. He will have seen on the last lap how much he pulled in through on the bomb hole of Coram, and he's already setting himself up. Jackson's put a wheel on the dirt. Is Jason inside? Yes, he is.
Plato takes advantage, little mistake from Jackson, and the Seat nips through on the inside. He doesn't need a second invitation. Plato is up into 5th position now, and Jackson just couldn't hold it tight enough on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, it's definitely struggling. I think the tracking has been knocked out on the front of that BMW, and it's a real handful to drive.
And this was the battle between Martin Bell and Urquhart.
Yeah, Urquhart cuts to the inside, going round Riches, and he gets cleanly inside, then moves slightly to the left, which he doesn't need to do, actually. He just needs to hold his line, and he would have blocked past, but Urquhart was probably thinking he was further past Martin Bell than he was, and just trying to get past.
And he said, oh, I see, he's been standing at the sidelines, and that was the reaction. What's that all about, he says. What's that all about? And is it, well, you reckon that he moved over himself?
Well, I think perhaps both the cars moved slightly together, but I mean, certainly when you're on the inside there, the last thing you want to do in a front-wheel drive car is make any jink to the left or movement to the left. You just need to hold your line into Sear, and the car on your outside can't come back at you.
Safety car heads in.
Now, I bet Giovanardi goes straight away. He won't try and block everyone up. He'll go straight away, and he has done. He wants the biggest possible gaps, but Turner's done a good restart and gone with him.
He has, but that Vauxhall engine's very strong, we know that. So Giovanardi's banking on the strength of the Vauxhall engine to drag him up to riches faster than anyone else, and it has done just about enough. But as you say, Turner's very, very close. This is where you might see a little bit of a move from Turner. He's not quite close enough, and he's got to watch his own mirrors because Matt Neal's right there. Then Jason Plato, then it's Matt Jackson and Tom Onslow Cole. Colin Turkington will be trying to work his way up a bit further from 9th. Giovanardi covering the inside a little bit here. No, Turner's too far back. Look at the strength of that Vauxhall engine again, down the straight, just where Giovanardi needs it. And now it's Matt Neal going on the attack for 2nd place.
Yeah, great action pictures here from the back of Giovanardi's car as they fly across that curb. 2nd gear, 3rd gear, early shift to 4th, through the bomb hole, virtually flat. Then up to Coram, 5th gear at 115 miles an hour on the apex.
And here we go then onto the final lap, and Giovanardi doing enough from that restart to control it, but Matt Neal again having a little look at getting past Darren Turner. Matt Neal started 18th in this race, he's now in 3rd, and he wants to take 2nd if at all possible. Jason Plato right behind him, then the 2 BMWs of Matt Jackson and Tom Onslow Cole running in 5th and 6th. Owen Murray 7th, Tom Chilton, Colin Turkington, those 2 cars virtually together as they went over the line. And then behind them it's Matt Allison and Jason Hughes, who's just outside the top 10. Don't think there's going to be any problems here for Giovanardi. It's the battle for 2nd, and here comes Matt Neal. Matt Neal goes for it deep on the brakes. Oh, and Turner lets Plato through. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, he was letting Plato through. He's got to give him the points, and then giving him the points, he's also got to give Neal the points. But Neal isn't in the championship battle, so it's better to let them both through.
Well, Seat have to play that game, and they've got to think about these things, so fair enough. Matt Neal's still going to try and protect his position from Plato. I can't see Plato taking a big risk. This has been a great result for Plato at the end of the day, despite his big rival Giovanardi winning. Plato's only going to lose a few points to him because he's going to finish in 3rd. Giovanardi takes the 2nd race win of the day for Vauxhall. 2nd goes to the Team Alphas car and Matt Neal, and 3rd to Jason Plato for Seat.
Fantastic drive by Matt Neal to come all the way from the back, but take nothing away from Giovanardi. He was very aggressive in those first few laps. He scores his 6th win of the year and just pulls a few points back on Plato.
Result of the second race then. Giovanardi the winner from Matt Neal and Jason Plato. Darren Turner 4th. Matt Jackson 5th ahead of Tom Onslow Cole. Best result of this season for Owen Murray. Well done to him for Quest Racing in 7th. Tom Chilton in 8th ahead of Colin Turkington and Matt Allison. The Italian certainly drove a beautiful race that time. Having started back on the 3rd row of the grid, he's come through to take the win. Well, that was the celebration just a few moments ago. This is how it changes the drivers' standings. Plato still had a very, very good result there. So the gap now 16 points between Plato and Giovanardi, but Plato did enough really to not let that gap grow too much. Shedden has dropped back behind Matt Neal, but he was the unlucky man, of course, Shedden, because he had the gearbox problem. Tom Onslow Cole, in his rookie season of British Touring Cars, has what is perhaps his best opportunity so far to take his first win in the series. But it's a couple of young guns up there on the front row together. Tom Onslow Cole and Matt Jackson, both rookies this season. Matt Jackson in the white and black car. He's already had his first win this year. I wonder if Onslow Cole can repeat that kind of victory himself. But behind them, watch out for some of the most experienced campaigners. Darren Turner's on the 2nd row, but more importantly, perhaps, so is Jason Plato, the points leader, the man chasing down the championship. And at this point in the series, he's looking very good for it. Behind him, we've got Matt Neal and Fabrizio Giovanardi, and Matt Neal fought his way from 18th place to finish 2nd in the last race. What can he do starting that much further up? He's on the 3rd row of the grid, carrying some ballast, as is Fabrizio Giovanardi. So it really is very wide open. A possible race win here for a number of different cars, number of different drivers, and we'll find out over the next 20 minutes or so who's going to wrap up this 3rd win of the day at Snetterton. All ready to go racing. Last couple of cars have moved into position. Engine revs rise, and away we go. And both the BMWs, as expected, rocket off the line using that rear-wheel drive advantage. And 2nd place going to Matt Jackson, tucks in behind Tom Onslow Cole, who made a beautiful getaway there. Then the Seats, led by Plato, who's got ahead of Turner straight away. Turner might not have fought that too hard. He's quite happy to see his team leader go ahead of him, and then he will do the job of trying to protect his rear bumper from the Vauxhalls behind. There's Turkington already on the move, trying to get past Tom Chilton, and they're on the Revit straight.
Well, the lights didn't stay red for very long. They went out, but the 2 BMWs were not caught napping. Onslow Cole and Matt Jackson, great getaways, and no surprise to see Plato straight through into 3rd, because Turner's got to act as rear gunner and protect him from those fast Vauxhalls.
Indeed, while Tom Onslow Cole's already having to defend his position here from Matt Jackson. This is pressure on Tom Onslow Cole now. Can the youngster really fend off everybody for this race? It's possible. He's got a fast car. You're on board, 2nd place man. You can see Onslow Cole is a touch wide there at the end.
Yeah, he put a wheel over out on the grass on the exit of the bomb hole. That made his outside wheels dirty, and he was a little bit sucker punched really going into Coram, but he's pulled it out there because Matt Jackson has messed up the chicane.
Yeah, a mistake from Matt Jackson. Look behind, you can see Jason Plato crowding him. Then it's Darren Turner, then it's Fabrizio Giovanardi. From Giovanardi's point of view, he's got to try and get past Turner quickly. Has a little look up the inside, Turner covers that, moves to the inside himself. Giovanardi was able to get past Turner earlier on today, but can he do it again? Turner's being super aggressive but fair so far in defending his position, and right tucked in behind them is Matt Neal, who didn't really get away very well, and that's dropped him down into 6th place.
Well, Gio's trying to get round the outside. He's done this manoeuvre 3 times already today. He's the last of the late breakers and really is good. And look at that Vauxhall power. He's driven past Turner.
Turner had nothing to do that he could do there. No reply at all. And Fabrizio Giovanardi's gained another position. So he's up into 4th place now. That puts him behind his big rival for the championship, Jason Plato. Now, this could really benefit Plato if these two start fighting hard for the win. Plato might slip through past both of them, and he's got a chance to get Jackson. There you go. He's alongside. Plato's going to take 2nd.
Yeah, bobble from Jackson. He hit the curbs too hard on the inside. It threw the car out wide. Jason was there in an instant.
Great piece of driving by Plato. Just putting the car in the right place and picked up the place. Now then, Tom Onslow Cole's got some pressure on him here. How's the youngster going to handle this? Just 20 years old. He's been so impressive in his debut season for Team RAC. He's in front of a big crowd of guests here, and now he's got to fend off Plato. This is how he did it.
Yeah, just you see the car bobble there as it hits the curbs, may even have touched the tyres, and that was all the invitation Plato needed. He was there straight away, and a good clean pass. Look at this. Here comes Giovanardi round the outside. Well, he's brave enough to try it.
He is brave enough, but is he going to go for it all the way around the outside? Oh, there's contact.
Hey, up the inside.
Oh, no, contact with Giovanardi, and Giovanardi tries to get back. He is back on. That's amazing. How did he get back from there? And there's a reaction in the Seat pit. They like to see Giovanardi in trouble, but amazingly, he got back on. That is one of the rescues of the season.
Well, that was amazing. That was 115 miles an hour. He was sideways, kept his foot in it, kept it straight, and rejoined on the inside, fortunately for Sia. But how he saved that, I do not know.
So, Tom Onslow Cole still leading. Giovanardi, though, now battling with Matt Neal. Oh, there's contact behind between Shedden and Turner. And Shedden goes across the grass. Oh, just misses them as he rejoins.
And out of nowhere, here comes Turkington to join the party.
Well, great stuff. This is a fantastic race going on for sort of 4th, 5th and 6th places at the moment. Shedden still that bumper trailing. Giovanardi, for me, the moment of the race when he recovered that slide up at Riches. One of the fastest corners in British motorsport. Talk us through this, Tim.
Well, this is Neil going down the inside of this is on board Giovanardi out the back. He pulled that back into shape so fast. I mean, Matt Neal legitimately looking for the gap up the inside, the hole that Jackson was creating. There was a bit of contact there. Matt saw the chance, went inside. Giovanardi foot flat on the throttle and miraculously just gets it straight without overcorrecting.
That was fun. Oh, look on the grass now.
Turkington and Shedden.
Turkington's lost the place again to Shedden as I don't know what started all that, whether they'd already made contact, but whatever it was, he ended up on the grass. Now he's going to try and come back at Shedden again. These two have had some pretty hard battles already this season, and here's the battle for the lead too. Tom Onslow Cole and Jason Plato. I think Plato's quite happy to sit there for a moment. He just wants to ease away from everyone else. He knows if he goes on the attack, they'll just back themselves up into the clutches of all the others. But here we go, another lap is completed, 12 laps completed, on to lap 13. So far so good for Onslow Cole.
Yeah, lap 13, unlucky for some, hopefully not for Plato or Onslow Cole or Jackson, but if Plato had the pace, I do think he would be trying to attack Onslow Cole now, because seeing another car catch him up, that's going to be a threat to him. So if he had the pace, he ought to be really trying to get past Onslow Cole.
Yeah, it might be time to go on the attack here. They've managed to draw away from Giovanardi, which is, of course, very, very critical from Plato's point of view. Finishing ahead of his main rival in the championship will just open up that points gap a little more. What Plato can't afford is a non-finish. That would put Giovanardi right back in the title hunt, and Plato wants to deny that if possible. So he's trying to use his head here. He's going to attack if he gets the chance, but perhaps not take the big gambles, because he's still well placed here in terms of the championship. Matt Jackson tucked in behind him. Then there's that useful gap back to Fabrizio Giovanardi. Through Coram they come. The car's teetering on the edge of traction there through that fast corner. Then it's heavy braking into the right, left, out of Russell, accelerate flat out up the start-finish, and another lap completed. And Turkington sliding his way through there. Now he's being chased by Gordon Shedden and Tom Chilton, and Darren Turner must have dropped back a little bit there. I think Turner lost a place or two. Yes, he did. So that has put Turkington up into 6th.
Yeah, here we go. This is Turner up the inside. Turkington trying to go around the outside. Let's see what happens when he gets the right-hand part. Does he get put out on the dirt, or does he get hit? No, Shedden gets cleanly along the inside of him after he's forced past. This is on board with Shedden. Watch again. Turkington's going to occupy the middle ground, the inside. Shedden sets himself up and bang, he's through straight away.
So that's how it can go. You can lose 2 places in one corner, just like that. But that was a good move by both Turkington and Shedden. And here we are, it's Turkington and Shedden again as they come into the S's. Shedden trying to go around the outside this time. There's contact. Nudge, oh, and off goes Shedden. Shedden's going to cut across and rejoin. He comes out in front of Turkington. Now, will he be allowed to keep that or not? I don't know.
Well, he didn't have any choice, did he? He got a little touch and he had to turn right, and it was either that or drive into the tyre wall, which he clearly couldn't do. So I can't think that he really gained an advantage out of that.
You get the feeling that there's a little bit of aggro developing between these two. There's been quite a lot of panel rubbing going on between the Honda and the BMW. Darren Turner still behind the BMW there of Turkington. You can see our bumper there trailing away, bits of car still falling off, and hopefully he doesn't get a black flag, because that would be such a shame, such a way to finish what has proved to be a great dice. Now Tom Chilton trying to get alongside the Seat there of Darren Turner. Can't quite quite make it happen, so slots back behind him again.
Yeah, poor old Darren Turner. He always seems to be right in the middle of the thick of all the action, but look at that, right behind Darren Turner. That's Owen Murray with a slide coming through Riches. He's driving the wheels off that Quest Racing Alpha.
Yeah, great effort by Owen Murray today, and absolutely superb to see him keeping up with these front-running cars. Back with the top three. Now, is Plato going to make a move here, or is he just going to settle for second? It's interesting, an interesting game of tactics. He's looking for the mistake from Onslow Cole, and I think what he's going to do is harry Onslow Cole wherever possible. On board now with Jason Plato, tucked in behind the leader, Tom Onslow Cole, looking for his first ever win. He's a touch wide there. That could give a bit of an opening for Plato, but he covers the inside. Plato moves to the outside. Now the psychological edge perhaps just switching back in favour of Plato, but actually Onslow Cole made a great exit despite the mistake.
Yeah, he did. That was exactly the point I was talking about earlier, where the BMW gets wider and wider and opens the door to the inside into Russell. That time Plato couldn't pull it off, and now he's had to defend from Jackson, which gives Onslow Cole a little gap ahead in front.
And this could be the moment Onslow Cole needed to make the break. On board with Jackson, who now sets a chance of getting second place himself. And Plato, therefore, is far too busy worrying about what's going on in his mirrors than he is about chasing the race leader. Now they just begin to spread themselves out a bit as they come along Revit Straight once again. Crowds standing up on the banking on the right-hand side as they come down this section, up to nearly 150 miles an hour before getting onto the brakes under the bridge into the S's, and Jackson trying to go around the outside of Plato, and he's got the line. They make a bit of contact. Jackson's alongside, but here comes Giovanardi. Giovanardi's got one, he's got two. They're on the grass. Surely not. How are they going to get out of this? They're still going. And look, at the inside comes Matt Neal to get past all of them.
Well, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, Giovanardi, the opportunities went up the inside. They were on the grass, rallycross style. I thought we saw enough rallycross up at Donington, but I've never seen anything like that.
That was just astonishing. I think Giovanardi got a confidence driving on the grass earlier on. He thought anything goes now, and that was just remarkable. Talk us through it.
Well, Jackson and Plato side-by-side contact. Giovanardi sees the opportunity up the inside, gets a little bit of a run, thinks I can have Plato. Plato's moving over, he's on the grass. They go through, they miraculously turn to the right and don't spin. Poor Jackson gets fed out onto the outside. Here we are on board with Giovanardi. You can see why he went there. It was a perfect opportunity. But Plato's moving across there. He ends up on the grass, they're side by side, on the throttle, round to the right, and through on the inside goes Matt Neal.
That was just unbelievable. Great racing though, and they all got through. You have to feel for Jackson as a result of all that. But Matt Neal took advantage beautifully. He had the car in exactly the right place at the right time. You wonder if Giovanardi's and Plato's cars are okay, but they both seem to be running fair enough. They don't seem to have damaged their cars too badly. But Matt Neal now running in second place, remember, and this has all allowed Tom Onslow Cole a very, very healthy lead. He's 4 seconds up the road. This really could be a new winner in British Touring.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be in a very, very deserved one. Not only a victory for RAC, West Surrey Racing, based down the road, as you say, RAC in Norwich, but also the first win for Tom Onslow Cole, the current reigning Renault Clio champion, his debut year, and he's going to take his debut win, I'm sure of it. He must have been laughing when he saw all that going on his mirrors, but what a position to be in. Your last lap with a comfortable lead, and he's going to enjoy every moment of it. Giovanardi has now got past Plato, obviously in that melee, so Plato's small points advantage in this race is gone.
Yeah, but remember, Plato has a reasonably good advantage over Giovanardi anyway, so as long as he finishes, he won't be too badly off. But as you say, Tom Onslow Cole has driven a superb race. We wondered if he'd keep his head. Well, he has done, and he's fought off the pressure of Plato for the majority of the race, and then when it all kicked loose behind, he drew away, and this has been a fabulous run from the 20-year-old. Behind him, it's still pretty tight for second between Matt Neal and Fabrizio Giovanardi, followed by Jason Plato, Gordon Shedden, and Colin Turkington's running in 6th. Matt Jackson has dropped all the way to 7th as a result of that rally crossing moment. But here we go, down through the final corner. We're going to have another new winner in the British Touring Car Championship. It is the youngster from Kingston in Surrey. It's Tom Onslow Cole who takes the win for Team RAC. The team celebrates. Second place goes to Matt Neal. Fabrizio Giovanardi takes 3rd for Vauxhall. Plato 4th for Seat. Then it's Shedden in 5th place and Turkington in 6th position. And, well, Tom Onslow-Cole in his first season of British Touring Cars. He's had a couple of second places already this year, but now he has taken the big one. It's his first win, and there's going to be some real jubilation down there for the crew. For Team RAC, for all the WSR guys, this is going to be a special moment. Well, just great stuff. Onslow-Cole, the winner. Matt Neal finishing in second position in the end, so Matt Neal really got a good result out of that. He certainly was in the right place at the right time. Fabrizio Giovanardi finishes in third place, Jason Plato fourth, Gordon Shedden in fifth ahead of Colin Turkington. Matt Jackson dropped to seventh, I'm afraid, after a great run. Tom Chilton was eighth, Darren Turner finished ninth, and Owen Murray took the final point in 10th. The cars moving away on the first of their warm-up laps here around the Indy circuit, and in these conditions they certainly want to try and get those tyres working, all on wet tyres. And let's take a look at how they are going to line up for the start of this race. On pole position, it's his fourth qualifying pole of the year for Colin Turkington. Alongside is Darren Turner, who lost pole by just 0.02 of a second. It was that close. Jason Plato, the championship leader, lines up in third place, carrying maximum ballast. That was a brilliant effort in qualifying, but he's got a Vauxhall alongside, and Tom Chilton will be doing his best to work hard for Fabrizio Giovanardi, who's behind him. So Giovanardi starts in fifth place, carrying some ballast. He's got the fast starting Matt Jackson alongside. Next up, it's Gordon Shedden carrying 18 kilos of ballast, but a bit of a struggle for Team Halfords this weekend. He's seventh, Matt Neal's further back. In between them is Tom Onslow-Cole, the winner of race 3 at Snetterton last time out. There then is Matt Neal, the reigning champion. He starts in 9th place on the grid, and the Independence points leader, Mike Jordan, is alongside him. Adam Jones is back this weekend with Team Air Cool. He lines up 11th, and he's got a new teammate in Gavin Smith, who's next to him in the Seat. After that, it's Tom Ferrier, local lad. He's going to be starting from 13th place, and he's got his own teammate, Matt Allison, driving for the local-based team as well, together on the 7th row of the grid. Jason Hughes is 15th from the grid on the MG. The MG has always gone well here at Brands Hatch. Owen Murray next up in the Quest Racing Alfa Romeo. And then it's David Pinkney in the Alfa Romeo. He lines up in 17th place ahead of John George. John George had a bit of a tangle with Matt Allison in qualifying, but thankfully not too much damage was done. Richard Marsh lines up 19th, 20th for Erkut, our Turkish racer. Then 21st on the grid is Fiona Leggett in the second of the Cartwell Racing MG. She's got Martin Bell in the BMW alongside her. And then at the back in the diesel-powered 1 Series BMW, it's Ipswich man Rick Kerry. And that's how they line up then for the start of this race. We're all set to go racing around the Brands Hatch circuit here in Kent. Rather damp Kent it is today, but it could make for some great racing. And away they go, and Turkington struggling a little bit, but Turner very slow off the front row, and Plato moves straight into second place. And here comes Matt Jackson in the white BMW. Jackson's going to go around the outside of Turner through Paddock Hill Bend if he can. Turner will give him a squeeze. Oh, Jackson's off! Jackson spins in front of the pack. Oh, and he's hit by Matt Neal. He was bound to be hit by... Oh no, he gets hit by Tom Ferrier. Oh, we've got cars all over the place.
Oh, that's going to be a red flag for sure, but what a disastrous start. Matt Jackson trying to go around the outside of a slow starting Darren Turner, and Matt Jackson got on the painted side of the tarmac, just the other side of the curb, lost it. I thought he got away with it, but he ended up in the middle of the track, and all hell broke loose. Hopefully nobody hurt in that.
Well, there is a huge amount of damage done to a host of touring cars. Martin Bell's in there, poor old Owen Murray, some of the guys who run on such restricted budgets. Jason Hughes' MG's in the middle of it as well. Matt Jackson's BMW, which was the sort of instigator, and Matt Neal still in the car, the number 1 car, and that's taking a big hit, the front of that car.
Look, he ran into the back of Matt Jackson. We saw that, but look at the back of that car. I don't think that car will run again today. That could be that. Here we go. Look at the white BMW on the outside. Turner pushes him a little bit wide, that's fair enough, but as soon as he gets on that tarmac, that painted tarmac, he spins. He's now in the middle of the road. Everybody's trying to avoid him. Matt Neal runs into the back of him, and then Matt Neal's going to get collected again hard there by one of the Alfa Romeos. That was a hard impact. Up on the grass, the accident is still going on. You've got Tom Ferrier crashing into the back. Here we go, he comes across. Everybody doesn't know which way is he going to go. He suddenly goes off to their right-hand side. Matt Neal tags him there. And now look at Ferrier coming up on the grass. He can't stop, and Jason Hughes into the back.
I think it might have been Dave Pinkney who ran into the back of Matt Neal in the Alfa Romeo. That was a hefty impact, and then other cars off, obviously spinning to the side. And it's just such a shame. It was no one's fault as such, but it's just one of those situations. Let's see how it looked from on board with Tom Onslow Cole, who was behind Matt Jackson at the start.
Look at that start. Matt Jackson getting good drive on the grass.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
How did he do that?
Onslow Cole following him round the outside. Now you watch, he'll lose the rear tyres as soon as he gets on there. That painted tarmac, the car just goes round. Now which way is he going to go? Tom goes to the left, which is the right way. He had a choice to make, and he went the way where the car had been, and it was the right choice.
Of the original 23 cars that were due to start this race, we're down to 15 now. Let's see what happens when the lights go out and Colin Turkington tries to get off pole position. He makes a good start. Darren Turner away better this time, and the two Vauxhalls have got ahead of Jason Plato. Plato not away nearly as well as he was in the original start. Chilton goes into third place, Giovanardi's up into fourth, and Plato has now got his hands full because he's got Gordon Shedden and Tom Onslow Cole tucked in behind him as they go up towards Druids.
Yeah, it's the worst possible start for that man Plato, because in the first race, on the first start, he got away well and got in front of his teammate Turner. This time he's got both Vauxhalls, including championship rider Giovanardi, in front of him.
So this is certainly going to add some spice to the mix. Colin Turkington, though, has made a great start from that pole position. The Team RAC BMW is easing out a lead. We thought it might struggle in the wet conditions, but he's going extremely well at the moment. Darren Turner in second place, fending off Tom Chilton in the Vauxhall. It's Sayat second, Vauxhall third, Vauxhall fourth, and then Sayat in fifth place. That of Jason Plato, chased by the Team Halfords car of Gordon Shedden. The rest of them across the line behind Shedden. We've still got Tom Onslow Cole, then Mike Jordan in 8th place, Gavin Smith on his return to British Touring Cars running 9th, Adam Jones in 10th, then it's Matt Allison, Aaron Good, Chris Stockton, then it's Richard Marsh and Martin Bell, and that is the entire 15-car field after that huge accident in the first attempt to run this race. But Turkington's certainly getting a good first lap in. Turner now perhaps just beginning to close up to him again. We're looking there at Adam Jones and Gavin Smith. They're running down in 9th and 10th places.
No, I think Plato's probably going to say discretion's a better part of valour at the moment. In these sort of conditions, he can afford to give up just a few points to Giovanardi, and better just to stay there. See, every time Turkington defends, has he gone round the outside? They must be side by side. They are coming onto the straight.
Turkington battling to hold the lead still, but now Turner's on his outside as they come onto the Bramham Straight at Brands Hatch, touching wheels at 130 miles an hour as they crest the rise into Paddock Hill Bend. Turkington on the inside, Turner trying to sweep round the outside, looking for the additional grip, and he's in the gravel trap. Well, he fought his way, but he got on the paint and he ran wide.
Well, that was possibly a little bit naive there from Darren Turner from touring car circles, because a car on the outside is always going to be pushed out wide, and would have been better to have backed off and tried to cut inside going back up the hill.
Giovanardi there getting very close to the back of his teammate. Look at all three of them almost pushing. Oh, there is a bit of contact. Chilton now gets out of the way as Giovanardi surely is going to go into second place, but Plato will try and follow him. Now this is interesting because Chilton will do anything he can to stop that Sayat coming through. Giovanardi's moved up into second, but Plato's going to follow him. And Chilton, in a way, has not done what the Vauxhall team needed, but he has come back to the inside. Oh, this could be tough stuff coming up the hairpin. Plato is sensible there. That's intelligent driving from Plato, because Chilton was going to do anything he could to prevent that Sayat staying ahead of him.
Yeah, good driving by Chilton. That's exactly what Turner should have done earlier, to cut back underneath the car, and Plato didn't fight him. But we've now got Onslow Cole right behind Turner. Oh no, repeat the Matt Jackson. There you go, the rear wheel drive got on the tarmac. He's managed to save it, but both the Sayats and the other BMW and Chilton have gone through.
Wow, what a save by Turkington, but he's thrown away the race lead here, and Colin Turkington managed to get it pointing in the right direction, has rejoined the fray, but the race leader, let's take a look.
Turkington under pressure from Giovanardi, goes in a bit quicker this lap, goes over the curb, puts a wheel on the paint and spins round. Giovanardi misses him. Turkington's been trying so hard not to do that all race, but the pressure from Giovanardi just made that mistake happen.
Look at Jones, he's got past Shedden.
Oh, great move. That's his favourite pace, but he's lost a lot of traction coming out. Now Jordan's taking Shedden up the inside, and Shedden's wheel's gone. His left front tracking arm's gone.
Yeah, he's surely not going to get... Oh, he made it round that corner.
He'll get round the left-hander, but he won't be able to turn right. Now look at him go straight on.
Yeah, he's trying to go all the way around the out. Jordan's in trouble as well, though. He's going slowly, so there must be damage to his car too. That was a bit unfortunate, really, all that. Shedden tried to shut the door on Jordan when he was had lost momentum already. And it seemed a little bit of an unnecessary accident and a great shame for both those guys. Oh, it comes right up behind him into the apex area. Look how close it is. Fantastic view from the back of Turner's car, who's really got his hands full now, as Darren, of Tom Chilton, who's desperate to try and get a podium finish here. And of course, it all matters. It's where you qualify for the next race. And we're on the final lap here. Chilton will have a go, I'm sure. Giovinazzi leads. Oh, Chilton's all out of shape. Big sideways moment, and he ends up at the gravel.
Yeah, well, he did very well to save that, but he lost 2 places in the process in attacking Turner for 3rd place.
Oh dear, what a race Chilton's had, up and down like a yo-yo he's been. He has recovered, but he's come back out behind those 2 BMWs. His teammate is heading for win number 7 of the season. He and Plato were tied on 6 wins apiece coming into this race, but it's now Giovinazzi who's going to gain that little bit of an edge, and Vauxhall will take their 11th win around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit in the past 6 years. They and Seat have certainly dominated most of the races here in the last few seasons, and it is Fabrizio Giovinazzi who takes victory in race 1 at Brands Hatch after it's all taken a bit of a while. 2nd place goes to Plato, Turner takes 3rd, Chilton is dropping down because he of course made that mistake, so Turkington in 4th, Onslow Cole in 5th, Chilton in 6th, great 7th place for Adam Jones. 8th is going to go to Gavin Smith. Good job to Gavin Smith on his return to British Touring Cars. He'll be pleased with that. So, race victory goes to Fabrizio Giovinazzi, to VX Racing, who take the victory by 3 seconds from Jason Plato and Darren Turner for Seat. Team RAC take 4th and 5th. Chilton is 6th ahead of Adam Jones, Gavin Smith, with Matt Allison taking points for 9th, and Aircut getting into the points as well in 10th. So let's see what has happened to the points then, and what the gap is between Plato and Giovinazzi. Yeah, it is 10 points, as I thought now. Chasen still in charge with Giovinazzi 2nd. Matt Neal not scoring. Gordon Shedden not scoring either after going out of that race towards the end, and that's brought Turkington up a little bit. Darren Turner further back ahead of Chilton, Jackson, Onslow Cole and Mike Jordan. And we're all set to go racing. Here we go again. Let's hope they can keep it clean this time on the first lap of the race. And Giovinazzi's watching those lights, and as they go out, away we go. Drop the clutch, revs rising, and it's a good start from Plato, but not quite enough. Look at behind, the BMWs hit each other. Oh, they tangle with Darren Turner. They're still hard at it. Finally they get going, and Darren Turner's car is in big trouble.
Well, Darren Turner, wets on the rear or not, is taking no further part in this race. That was a case of the BMWs getting fast start and then bunching together with poor old Darren Turner. And, well, we'll see if any of them can continue.
Both BMWs going very slowly at the back of the field. Giovinazzi leads the race. Jason Plato is 2nd, Tom Chilton's come up to 3rd, and Chris Stockton in the Lexus is in 4th place. I'm afraid Martin Bell got caught up in all that as well for the 2nd time today. He's been messed up.
Oh, there's Plato!
And Chilton off. Chilton hits the barrier, and it's, as you say, Jason Plato he tangled with, the championship leader. Where is he? There he is. To the left of the picture is Jason Plato, desperately trying to get back on again. And he does rejoin. There's Jordan slithering past on his slick tyres. Amazingly, Chilton's got going despite hitting the tyres, and Plato's going again.
Well, we've got a safety car, so they will be able to rejoin at the back. Turkington, who was involved in that accident right at the beginning, has limped round with a puncture and will rejoin at the back. I don't see Chilton taking too much part, but Turner obviously out from the beginning.
And Chris Stockton just come over the line in 2nd place. That black car there is Chris Stockton in the Lexus. That is amazing. And also Gavin Smith in 3rd place, who's back in touring cars for the first time this weekend in nearly a year. Matt Jackson's got his door open. What's that all about? And there's the damage on Chilton. Now the BMWs, of course, they had that tangle.
Turkington with that puncture on the rear. They should be able to change this. If he can get out of the pit lane before they come round, he won't get lapped. But that's Onslow Cole out.
Yeah, he obviously won't be able to get back to the pits. So is Turkington going to be able to rejoin? Let's take another look. Now look at those two BMWs.
Yeah,
in the
it's
third
Onslow
row.
Cole on the inside, gets a good start, goes between his teammate and Turner, turns his teammate Turkington into the front of Turner, and they're locked together and can't get apart. Onslow Cole's steering's broken, Turner's steering's broken, and Turkington at front has a puncture.
Well, let's see what it was like from on board Tom Onslow Cole. He made a good start, tries to go through the middle, and they just ate the space. I mean, look at that V formation in front of him.
Yeah, and he was slowing down, changing down the gears. You could hear it, but his steering's broken.
Real snowplow effect that was, wasn't it? Trying to get through. Poor old Martin Bell, I don't quite know what happened to him. He ended up on the left-hand side there. And there is his car now being towed away, and there getting back out is Turkington, and he comes out right with Plato there. So I think he'll still be on the. Will he still be on the lead lap, Turkington? No, he's gone the lap down, I think.
Yeah, he didn't get out because, of course, those cars, they've got 5 wheel nuts. They can't change them as quickly as on a BTCC car.
No, that's very true. It takes a bit of... This is what happened to Plato and Chilton. Plato on the inside. Chilton tried to stay with him around the outside, and contact was made. How do you call that one, Tim?
Well, you know, it was a case of 2 into 1 won't go. It was round that corner. Generally, you can't get 2 cars because the inside car's always going to slide out a little bit. So probably a bit too ambitious by Chilton.
Chilton's car, there it is in the pits. Plato is still going and is still on the lead lap in 12th. Plato can still come back from this, but it's still a huge story because Giovanardi leads the race. Plato's big championship rival, teammate to this man, Tom Chilton, obviously isn't going to be coming back out, I don't think, in this one. It is Giovanardi who leads, and he could actually take the lead of the championship in this race if Plato doesn't make much progress. On the other hand, Plato should make quite good progress once they are released from the safety car. Giovanardi from Chris Stockton and Gavin Smith with Adam Jones well up as well. Erkut Kazilimat, the Turkish driver, and look at this, a change for second, but it's before the line, Tim.
Yeah, you mustn't pass before you cross the line, and that will definitely result in a stop-go or drive-through penalty for Gavin Smith.
Yeah, the green car part. Oh no, we've got Allison off! Oh, I don't believe it. The poor Motorbase Performance team, they've lost 1 car today. They lifted their base just down the road here at Rooster, but it's just going from bad to worse for them. Allison out. We should probably see the safety car again. Giovanardi still leading. Gavin Smith in second, but not for much longer. A safety car is on circuit. I can see it from our vantage point. They'll race to the line though, remember, so you may still get a change of position before they get to the finish line.
Well, it just continues to go, doesn't it, from bad to worse in these tricky conditions. He's going in the pit lane to serve his drive-through straight away. The others are racing the line. Adam Jones trying to get past Chris Stockton there on the way to the line. He's going to do it. That Lexus really struggling for top-end speed, isn't it, down the straight?
Yeah.
So we now have Giovanardi, Adam Jones, and then Chris Stockton. But we didn't see what put poor Matt Allison off. He's had a season of woe. That team have had a season of woe with mechanical carnage. He had a problem yesterday and crashed on Paddock Hill Bend with John George. His teammate Ferrier has been put out of the race in that first lap accident, and now he's had a shunt as well. And I don't think that car will be repaired.
And now we'll see what happens as the race gets underway once again. Safety car into the pits. Giovanardi floors the throttle on the Vauxhall Vectra, and away we go. And he's going to try and take the lead, keep the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. Jones is second. Erkut's going to try and take third from Stockton as they head into Paddock Hill Bend. Richard Marsh up there next. In 5th place. This is a real turnaround. Oh, Stockton goes wide, comes back on again, just about saves it. And now Erkut is going to try and nip past. Meanwhile, here comes Gordon Shedden, Matt Jackson, these two potential front runners. They want to try and get past some of these guys that had such a good opening lap. Mike Jordan also trying to get past the BMW in there of Turkington, which is actually a lap down.
Yeah, but Adam Jones is not letting Giovanardi get away with this. He's keeping him very, very honest in these opening laps. And don't forget, they're still trying to get these tyres up to temperature.
Yeah, and you wonder which tyres Jones is on. He may well have gone for the combination of tyres, slicks on the front and wets on the back perhaps to give him lots of traction. He's certainly staying with the race leader extremely well, is Adam Jones in the Team Air-Cooled car. Stockton still in third. Erkut now under pressure from Richard Marsh. Then you've got Gordon Shedden and Matt Jackson.
Plato's up the inside. This is a tricky one. He's got the line. Stockton gives him room, unlike Chilton earlier on, but Plato goes through.
So Plato regaining off ground, and it looks like Jackson's going to go also past that black Lexus. gets through on the inside. He's being followed by Colin Turkington, but Turkington a lap down on the cars he's racing with. So although Jackson's in 7th place, Turkington's in 12th place. Because of being a lap down. Jordan now coming down the inside. He was the one that started from the pit lane, and he's managed to get himself into 7th place now. Oh, Stockton again, a bit sideways.
That was Matt Jackson, wasn't it, over there? That's where he had his first lap accident, but it certainly hasn't put him off, and he's obviously decided it's a little bit drier there than it was in the first race.
Yeah, that's right. You think he'd be a bit more wary now, wouldn't you, after what happened in race number 1? But Jason Plato, pleased to be up into 4th place already in this race. Giovanardi, his big championship rival, still leads the race, but not getting away from Adam Jones. And Adam Jones once again showing extremely good ability and great talent in a touring car. First season in a competitive car. Richard Marsh trying to get back at Jordan there. Marsh, I should think, is on wets. We know that Jordan's on slicks, and it's a bit slippery still turning into clearways, so Marsh had a bit of a better turn in there to clearways. Let's just see what's going on in the background. Yeah, Jordan stayed ahead of Marsh in the red Alpha, Stockton behind him, and also coming up now the order is Jason Hughes in the MG, just tucked in there with the green stripe on the windscreen, and I think Hughes might be able to get past Stockton fairly soon here. Looks as though that car's going well, and Stockton's tyres are definitely struggling.
But the fastest man of the group is actually Matt Jackson in the white BMW just behind, who set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
Impressive effort from Jackson, having a look up the inside. Plato trying to get past Shedden. Plato's trying to take 3rd place and minimise the points disadvantage by Giovanardi winning. This is a good drive from Plato again, trying to keep his head, but Shedden's going to go side by side with him into Paddock Hill Bend. Shedden won't want to give up on it. There's a light touch, but they get away with it, and Plato takes 3rd place.
Yeah, good drive by Plato, just using the car's advantage to get up the inside on the exit of clearways. That car really does have good traction. It puts its power down really well coming off the corner, and that means the car's always going forwards instead of sideways, and you can see it very clearly there.
As you say, Jackson closing up on the pair of them in the white BMW just behind. He's running in 5th place. Mike Jordan in 6th place. There's a bit of a gap back to him, and then another gap back to Jason Hughes. It's Fabrizio Giovanardi that still leads. He'll be coming around this time to complete his 19th lap and go on to lap 20 out of 27. Fastest lap that time for Colin Turkington, a 51.415, although Giovanardi's just gone quicker than that. So Giovanardi a quick lap, and now Turkington goes quicker again. So that's outdated already. They're all going quicker now.
Well, as the track gets drier, every lap will get quicker. The slippery bits are still up at Druids and Clearways, but the rest of the track are almost a dry line, but they're expecting lap time to get quicker all the time.
Jason Plato has caught right up to the back of 2nd place man Adam Jones, and Plato could well emerge 2nd in this race and really limit the damage of Giovanardi being in front. Giovanardi won't like it much, but for Plato it's a great chance. Plato up the inside, and Jones taking the wide line anyway. It's an easy 2nd place now for Jason Plato. He's just got to complete the remaining 4 laps.
Yeah, from the back to the front in this depleted grid, Plato's driven well. That was made easy for him by Adam Jones's rear tyres deteriorating. Still on wet tyres on the back, remember, but we're back to the same situation again. Giovanardi first, Plato second, same as the first race.
Still Shedden and Jackson side by side, heading up the hill to Druids, getting past John George, who, as I mentioned, started from pit lane. Jackson this time being a bit more aggressive, trying to run alongside a bit longer into the corner, but again runs out of space, can't quite do it, and still hasn't found a way through. He wants to do this as quickly as possible. He could still get 3rd place here from Adam Jones, but he really needs to get past Shedden and then go flying off down the road and close that gap up to Adam Jones. Jones' 3rd place still under threat from these two, and that's something to watch in the remaining laps. 24 laps have just been completed. We're on to lap 25 now out of 27, and it looks like a double victory for Fabrizio Giovanardi and for Vauxhall here, if he stays where he is. Here comes Jackson again, still in this race for 4th position, still no chance of getting past the bright orange car of Gordon Shedden, and over that curve again at the bottom of the hill at Paddock Bend.
Yeah, Shedden's just covering enough of the inside there as they come up the hill, knowing that even closer to the inside the road is wet and there's not really much chance for Jackson to get through.
So down the hill through Graham Hill Bend they come. Mike Jordan is a little way behind these guys in 6th place. Then it's Gavin Smith in 7th, Jason Hughes in 8th. Colin Turkington, despite being a lap down, has got himself into 9th. So his hard charging has been useful despite being that lap down. and in 10th place, the final point at the moment is heading the way of that man, Chris Stockton, getting out of the way here. That would be quite something if he could just get a point out of this race after running as high as second. But I wonder if he's going to be able to hold on there. Jackson still can't find a way, and George is off. John George has gone off.
Yeah, and he's only testing.
Yeah,
he's
not even
what's
racing
there. Oh, good run from Matt Jackson, but he looks up the inside. They're both on the wet. Will Shedden run wide? No, he gets the car stopped.
Quality racing this from these two guys, and Jackson's trying everything he can, but he's keeping it very, very clean. But they have closed up on Adam Jones. Look ahead, that next car is Adam Jones. That's the man in third place. We could see a real change around in the remaining laps here, because we'll be going on to the final lap next time around, and Adam Jones, who has driven brilliantly, had the right setup in the early part of the race, but now he's struggling, and Shedden surely is going to be able to find a way past Jones pretty quickly here. Out of the corner, there's not much to choose between them, but Jones is going to have to go mega defensive as they run up towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, and he's going to struggle through Paddock because it's a fast corner and he's got the wrong tyres on the rear. Look how much he has to slow down.
He's off! He's into the gravel. He was actually tapped there as he tried to turn in by Gordon Shedden, and it sent him into the gravel.
Well, he had to brake early because the car just can't carry enough speed through the corner, and maybe that's what caught out Shedden, because he was expecting to go through the corner quicker, but with the rear wet tyres, there's no way he could.
Last lap and the last corner for Fabrizio Giovanardi, and it's turning into a good day for the Giovanardi family, because he's coming through to take his second win of the day, but his big rival Plato will finish in second. So it's a bittersweet victory for Giovanardi, a great win for him, but despite that, Plato has still finished in second. He will have closed the gap up a bit more in the championship, but it's a wonderful battle. And third place, is it going to go to Shedden? Yes, it is, despite Jackson attacking all race long. Shedden takes third, Jackson fourth, Jordan finishes in fifth place. Let's just see what exactly happened in terms of result there. Giovanardi the winner from Plato and Shedden. Jackson then in fourth, with Mike Jordan fifth. Adam Jones missed out in sixth then. Smith, Hughes, Turkington and Erkut took a point again. So the grid for the third race of the day. Adam Jones on pole position, Mike Jordan alongside him. Then it's Gordon Shedden and Jason Plato on row 2. Fabrizio Giovanardi and Gavin Smith line up together on the third row. And the fourth row sees Jason Hughes with Colin Turkington in the Team RAC BMW. Matt Jackson, another BMW next up with Erkut alongside. Then it's Richard Marsh and Chris Stockton in the BTCC Racing Lexus. Matt Allison's got his car repaired. He's starting 13th ahead of John George. Then it's Tom Chilton and Darren Turner with Tom Onslow Cole and Martin Bell on row number 9. Then behind them, I don't think we'll see Tom Ferrier, but hopefully we will see Owen Murray and Fiona Leggett, with Rick Kerry bringing up the rear in the diesel. Red light is on. The third race of the day gets underway, and it's Mike Jordan versus Adam Jones on the front row. And Mike Jordan makes the best getaway, but behind, look at the Vauxhall of Giovanardi trying to squeeze down the inside. Adam Jones is there as well, Plato on the outside. Oh, this is all very, very tight. They all get through Paddock Hill Bend, and it's Jordan leading, Giovanardi up in a second, and Plato's been squeezed right out of this. Plato is down in about 8th or 9th position.
A disastrous start for Plato. He went to the outside, made it 3 abreast, and then all of a sudden found 4 cars on the inside of him and no way back into the queue.
So Jason Plato's really got his work cut out here. Oh, off goes Richard Marsh. Thankfully it's just him on his own, no one else involved. Darren Turner and Tom Onslow Cole going side by side. There's the race leader. It is Mike Jordan, and he's got the man who's already won 2 races here today, Fabrizio Giovanardi, right behind him. There's that side-by-side battle still going on. The Seat on the inside of Darren Turner, Tom Onslow on the outside, and was that the safety car? Yes, the safety car is on track. They've all got to slow it down.
Well, we've got an MG down in the gravel at Paddock, and I'm not sure who that is. It looks like Fiona Leggett.
Yeah, it is Fiona Leggett. And, well, I think she started from the pit lane. Maybe she just lost it on cold tyres.
Well, everyone else has had 2 warm-up laps. We always have 2 warm-up laps here at Brands Hatch because of the short nature of the circuit. Throw in damp patches and a cold day. Fiona coming out of the pit lane, she's lost it at the very first corner.
And here we go. Power on, accelerating out of clearways, and it's Jordan who will take them across the line with Giovanardi, Colin Turkington behind, then Matt Jackson, followed by Adam Jones, who started from pole in this race, remember, but dropped away a little bit. Gordon Shedden runs 6th, and Plato down in 7th, and Plato will not be happy with that. Out over the curve they go, and Jordan gets back across to defend his position into Druids, and Giovanardi can't do anything. Adam Jones trying to go around the outside there, and Matt Jackson, that's not really on, and he's got to watch out for both Gordon Shedden and Jason Plato immediately behind him.
Well, Mike Jordan has won a British touring car race. He did it in the third race at Mondello, so he knows how to do this. That was last year, of course. He'd love to put another one in the book, so he's going to try his utmost to hold off Giovanardi.
He is, but Giovanardi wants as many points as possible. He's got a chance to take the lead in the championship here from Jason Plato. There's Shedden moving alongside Adam Jones in the Seat, and I think that the orange Team Halfords car of Gordon Shedden is going to take that place. That means that Shedden moves into 5th now. 6th place for Adam Jones, 7th for Jason Plato. Behind them is Gavin Smith, Tom Chilton and Matt Allison. Look at the battle for the lead again. Jordan confident there to stay wide. Look, a little bit tight as Plato tried to get up the inside.
Yeah, Plato was trying to follow through on the inside of Adam Jones. Plato's now once again on the wrong side. He's on the outside. He might get done on the inside.
And Gavin Smith in there as well, trying to join in the green car. He's back in touring car racing, and he's got nothing to lose here. He's not going to play any team orders, and he's got to go for it.
Nor will Chilton behind. That's exactly where these two clashed. And Plato's across the grass. Chilton's round the outside. Matt Allison's looking up the inside. Chilton's still wide.
And also Cole in there as well. Plato coming back at Chilton. Oh, this is hard racing between these guys. Chilton really aggressive here today. He wants to get his Vauxhall ahead of that Seat in the rivalry between these two, and Turkington going for 2nd, trying to take 2nd from Giovanardi. Fails in his attempts, but that was a good try. It's given Jordan a bit of a break, and again, Jackson now trying to take 3rd from Turkington. Oh, wonderful, wonderful stuff. Jackson pays the penalty there for trying to hang out around the outside. That was always going to happen, and Turkington just says, I'm holding on to this 3rd place, and Jackson a little naive there. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Plato's got back ahead of Chilton, and Chilton is battling with Turner along the Cooper Straight. So I don't know what happened there, but Chilton lost out again.
Well, Chilton and Plato had a coming together. We saw them coming along the start-finish line, the start of that lap together. They had a bit of a coming together at Paddock and dropped back further down the grid.
Yeah, there they go. There goes Plato. Then it's Chilton. So there at the back of that group. Gavin Smith is still running 7th, and then the rest of them follow through. Onslow Cole's up to 8th, Allison 9th, Plato now in 10th, with Chilton in 11th. So Plato on target for scoring just 1 point. There is Plato, he's just getting along outside Allison for 9th. So he should yet take that place. Allison quick to shut the door, but he gets a tap from Chilton. Chilton muscles his way through. Allison can't do anything about it, and now he's going to lose a place to Turner. Well, remember, Allison's on a restricted budget. He isn't going to try and get too heavy here, but I think he's getting a bit frustrated with being eased out of the way.
Look at Turkington. Will he dive up the inside? He's having a look, but very late. Oh!
Giovanardi's out of shape. Jordan's in the grab. Oh, it's all going to go wrong again. Would you believe it? Giovanardi gets it back on. Jordan's the one in trouble, and Turkington takes the lead, and Jackson in 2nd. And now you've got a battle between the BMWs up front of Colin Turkington and Matt Jackson. But my goodness, that could have been a huge accident. The same place, Tim, that we saw a big accident earlier.
Well, we need to see that again. I'm not even so sure that Giovanardi meant to overtake. It looked like he just left his braking impossibly late going into Paddock, trying to defend his position, and ended up sideswiping Mike Jordan, who was leading, and then a miraculous job of saving it. I could hear over the audio, I could hear the revs. His foot was buried in the throttle when he needed to.
Look how far back he was here.
He's trying to defend from Turkington. He's probably looking in his mirror, missed his braking point by a mile, and just comes into the side of Jordan. And then how he saves this, I do not know.
I mean, he's on the rallycross circuit, and that was some real rallycrossing there from Giovanardi, but I feel for Jordan because, look, as you said, I'm not sure that Giovanardi even was going for the lead. It was just he braked so impossibly late, and Turkington only just missed the back of Giovanardi.
Yeah, all 3 of them could have gone off there.
And Jones covers it back now to so Cole gets out of shape under braking. Can't gather it together very well.
Well, they both outbraked each other, didn't they? I think Onso Cole was using Jones as his braking reference, and they both ran in a bit too deep.
Great stuff. 2 of the youngsters, 2 of the new stars of touring car racing in the 2007 season, putting on a bit of a show here at Brands Hatch, but each of them wanting this place so much. It is the race for 5th position. Just to remind you, Colin Turkington is the race leader. 2nd place for Jackson. Shedden in 3rd now. Is he going to return the nudge? Tries to, doesn't quite get the chance, but he has got alongside as they come down the hill. Stully's on the outside, Onslow Cole. Jones on the inside. holds the place just about. All this happening just ahead of Gavin Smith and Jason Plato. You never know, Plato might pick up a few places in one go here.
Well, he'll be sniffing a few extra positions here, won't he? Definitely to close up behind Giovanardi as also Cole locks up, and inside goes Gavin Smith, and Plato will be trying to follow him through, but that BMW's fast on the straight.
Isn't it? He was, even though he made the mistake, he was so fast off the corner, he got away with it. That was amazing. I thought Gavin Smith had the place, but Onslow Cole just falls it back, and he's still there. Onslow Cole 6th, Smith in the green car in 7th, Plato then in 8th, Darren Turner in 9th, and Mike Jordan, early race leader, down in a rather lonely 10th, I think. And then it's Tom Chilton in 11th, John George 12th, Jason Hughes 13th, ahead of Matt Allison and Richard Marsh, with Martin Bell in 16th position. Good to see that most of the cars that started this race, at least, they're all still out there, still racing hard, and we've seen some good racing. Adam Jones and Tom Onslow Cole in particular, through Surtees they come. Plato trying to pick his moment here. Needs the points, but he'll be aware that Giovanardi has dropped to 4th position. Giovanardi's now only 4 places ahead of Plato. It'll mean they'll be virtually together going to the next round of the championship, but it's not worth Plato taking any huge risks, otherwise it could be a bigger gap between them. On board with Jones through Paddock Hill Bend.
He's doing a fantastic job. Remember, he ran second in the second race for a long time until his rear wet tyres, which no one else was running at the front, went off, and he got savaged, but he really has driven fantastic. He loves this Brands Hatch circuit. Had a 7th, a 6th and a 5th here back in April, and doing a fantastic job.
Now, is he going to hold him off, though? It's ever so close between these guys. In the background as well, Gavin Smith with both of the Works cars behind him now, the Works Seat cars of Plato and Turner. There's a little chance. No, Jones just turns in tight enough to keep Onslow Cole behind him. Different choice of line here from Onslow Cole. Now he's using the traction of the BMW. This could work, but that Seat engine's still pretty strong. Jones really, everything pressed to the floor, but Onslow Cole might have a chance of getting up the inside. Can't quite do it. Again, clever stuff from Jones.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on with the lights. He's obviously trying to sort of intimidate him or try and tell him he's about to make a move or something, but it's not doing any good. Jones is being extremely resilient.
Oh, this is good stuff. I'm really enjoying the confrontation between these two guys. And so far, so good. It's been basically clean, just a little bit of nudging, but nothing sort of really untoward. They're still both in position behind them. Also on the limit, Gavin Smith, Jason Plato and Darren Turner. Back with them on board. This is with Tom Onslow Cole, the BMW. Now, watch them here. Notice how he had to wait until he could get full on the throttle.
Yeah, you have to be patient there, but the rear-wheel drive really helps turn the car and accelerate it out the corner. And he does have a very good car. I think Paddock is actually his best chance, but Jones is covering it very well.
Tuck it into the apex, try not to run too wide. Now that it's not wet, they can run over that curve. Here's a chance. Onslow Cole might know. Thought he might get an overlap, but Jones is good on the brakes. He really could brake late with that car.
Yeah, he is good, but also he's putting Turkington far enough to the inside to be on the damp. Onslow Cole, sorry, to be on the damp side, and clearly he can't brake as hard there.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Oh, another chance here though. Onslow Cole now there with a chance. He's got the overlap, and finally he's through. Well, how did that happen?
Well, I think Adam Jones ran a little bit wide. Oh, and he's coming back. Adam Jones is coming back up the inside. They're side by side. This guy will not be intimidated and will not be beaten without a fight.
He's come back at him, as you say, on the inside, and now it's going to be a drag race again. We're on to lap 26, 25 out of 27 across the line, and Jones has got it back again. Amazing stuff. In front, and now Gavin Smith joining in the fun. Jason Plato's thinking, where do I go? But now Onslow Cole's got the line, perhaps into the hairpin. Jones will try and brake late. Almost over the curve, the two of them. This is wonderful, wonderful racing. Oh, contact. Onslow Cole's ahead. Onslow Cole's got him. Jones will try and come back down the inside into Graham Bell. Oh no!
And Plato's going to go through. Oh, God. Plato nearly got a hit. Turner got a hit. Plato, just by the skin of his teeth, got through.
How did he do that? He lifted Jones. I saw the back of Jones's car was on the bonnet of Plato's car, and Plato's got away with it. How did that happen? I have no idea.
All I saw was Turner has been hit.
Jones is out. Jones is out. Oh, that's tragic. He deserved a result here.
I think there's fluid down on that corner as well.
Oh,
I've
right.
seen a couple of cars have moments just coming off that bend.
Dear, oh dear, what a result for Jason Plato. He will now surely retain the championship lead. That was just unbelievable. Colin Turkington is the race leader. He will go on to his final lap when he comes over the line next time. He's got a 7.2 second lead, and all of this has been going on. But look, second is now Gordon Shedden. I don't know where he got past Jackson, but up into second now has come Gordon Shedden for Team Halford, and third is Matt Jackson. Giovanardi still in fourth place. We're on to that final lap now, but would you believe Jason Plato is now only one place behind Giovanardi, and Plato will retain the championship lead. That is amazing.
Well, Plato and Giovanardi have been irretrievably linked all throughout this meeting. Never more than one place between them.
It's just astonishing, but Turkington is going to do what he needs to do here to hold on to victory and take another win for Team RAC and for the BMW. This will be Colin Turkington's third win. It'll be his fourth win in some ways, but he was excluded from one of them, so it'll count as his third win of the season for Colin Turkington. It's another victory for Team RAC as well, and across the line he comes. He takes victory. Turkington wins it. Second place will go to Gordon Shedden, although we're still waiting for him to come. It's a long, long gap. Third place goes to Matt Jackson. Then it's Giovanardi, and then, believe it or not, it's going to be Jason Plato, who will come through in fifth position. Sixth place to Tom Onslow-Cole, seventh to Gavin Smith, just ahead of Mike Jordan, who was probably the unluckiest man in that race. Chilton, I think, is going to finish in ninth place. The victory goes to Colin Turkington, and well, it was all fairly straightforward for him, but behind him there was some wonderful, wonderful racing going on. So what a remarkable day it has been here, and Colin Turkington having taken the victory by 7.4 seconds from Gordon Shedden. Matt Jackson then in third place. Giovanardi and Plato, as you said, Tim, they're tied together all day today, even when they were split by about 10 cars at one point. Onslow-Cole sixth, Gavin Smith seventh from Mike Jordan, Tom Chilton and John George. And it will mean that Jason Plato retains the championship lead by a reasonable margin. It's going to be about 8 points, I think, after that. Let's see what it is. No, it's only 4 points. Of course, it was down to 6 before that. So 4 points the gap between Plato and Giovanardi, and it's beautifully set up, isn't it, for the remainder of the year?
Well, it really is. I mean, they came here 14 points away. They go away 4 points between them. You know, that is just a couple of positions on the track, and, you know, still with 6 more races to go. This was the incident. Look at that. It was the curb, and then he was resting on the back of Onslow-Cole's car, and when it finally came down, it speared across the road into Turner, who's tried like anything to finish. Here we come down the hill from Druids. Turner up the inside, over the curb, rides up on the back of Onslow-Cole, and then collects Turner, who was trying to avoid it.
Cars just coming over the line to start their second of 2 warming up laps, and we're looking towards the first of the touring car races of the day here, with pole position for the Seat of Darren Turner, and it'll be the BMW of Colin Turkington that starts alongside him. We'll see a quick start, no doubt, from Turkington. Second row, we'll see Gordon Shedden and Jason Plato with his big championship rival just 1 place further back. Giovanardi starts 5th, Mike Jordan is in 6th place. Then in 7th place, it's Tom Chilton, unlucky in qualifying, but he could come through from there. Tom Onslow-Cole's 8th. Then it's Matt Neal, reigning champion, all the way down in 9th. He's got Gavin Smith next to him. Then Adam Jones and Matt Jackson are together on row 6. Watch for Matt Jackson's quick start. Jason Hughes and Martin Bell on the 7th row of the grid. The 8th row, Fiona Leggett and John George. And on his own at the back, the new boy with Robert Shaw Racing, it's Alan Taylor in one of the Honda Integras. I think everybody is just about in position, and we're all set to go racing here in Scotland. Darren Turner is going to try and take it away from pole position. Away we go then, and it's a good start from Turner, but here comes the rear-wheel drive BMW. Turkington trying to draw alongside, but it's not a mega start this time, and he has to slot into second place. Turner leads, Turkington second, Shedden third, Plato ahead of Giovanardi. Very clean amongst the lead group. Let's see what's going on behind.
Fantastic start from Turner. That's really hard to do. He out-traction Turkington off the line. Really good start from Turner. He must get his head down now and concentrate on driving his race.
Beautiful getaway. He got that so well. Turkington usually, when he's up front, does get away brilliantly, but this time Turner has the advantage. Turkington in second, chased by Gordon Shedden. Could see Matt Neal in the background just trying to make up a little bit of ground. Mike Jordan's a bit further down, didn't perhaps get away so well. Shedden on the attack for second place, and Turkington just about holding on to it. A little bit of a nudge from Shedden. Plato is behind them, then it's Giovanardi, and then the rest of the field, and Darren Turner just easing away up front.
Well, the BMW always takes 2 or 3 laps to get some temperature in his race, and there's an accident down there.
Matt Jackson.
That's Matt Jackson and Matt Neal.
Yeah, Matt Neal involved as well. Both of them qualified further down the normal. Battle for second, though. Look at this. Oh, Shetton right up behind Turkington, almost pushing him around as they come through the right-hander at Scotsman, and now up the hill to the John O'Weir chicane, and looking back from Colin Turkington, you can see how close Gordon Shedden is. Gordon Shedden works here at Knockhill as the business development manager, but he's having some fun out there today. He really wants to take a victory home, and he's pushing hard for second place. Then it's Plato and Giovanardi. Behind them it's Tom Onslow Cole in the other BMW. Tom Chilton's in that group as well. Look at Plato, he's having to defend from Giovanardi just a little. Still a bit damp on the inside down there coming into the hairpin, and that's where you can get into trouble. And there, Plato having to cover from Giovanardi as they came up across the line. Giovanardi on the attack here.
Yeah, Giovanardi with that monstrous Vauxhall engine underneath the bonnet up that big long hill. Look how he can draw alongside. Plato's going to have to defend. Straight line speed is the Seat's problem. So far this weekend they've had a tailwind following them all the way up that hill, which has been helping the Seat keep competitive lap times. But now he's faced with Giovanardi right behind him. It's going to be very tough.
Over the chicane they come. There's real commitment through there. Over the curb on the exit. The car leaps through the air. Turkington and Shedden still battling for second, but this is a good race going on. Mike Jordan's currently running in 8th place. Behind him, Adam Jones. Gavin Smith is in 10th place. Here's that battle for second. Shedden now goes to the outside on the way to the hairpin, but he's got to go the long way round from there. And oh no, he cuts back. Great move by Gordon Shedden.
Well, you can tell Shedden's a circuit expert. He did that absolutely perfectly. Braked exactly the same time, turned inside Turkington. He must have the inside corner for the Seat curbs.
Look at this though, Turkington's still with him and he's on the outside. He can't fend him off. Oh, magic stuff from Gordon Shedden. That's going to raise a cheer from around the circuit. And he's into second now. Can he do anything about Darren Turner? Remember, Shedden's car is heavier than those around him. He's carrying ballast for running third in the championship. He's got 27 kilos on board.
Yeah, look how much of the right-hand side that Shedden took. That was a bird's eye view from Turkington's car. He can probably learn something through that line that Shedden took through the chicane. I mean, Shedden wanted to get past quickly while the BMW is still warming its tyres up, and also not let Turner get too far away. Yes, Chilton up the inside of Onslow Cole. Chilton hits the tyres on the inside. And he spins.
Oh, he's got off. He spins right. Well, no, he keeps going straight, actually. I thought he was going to be collected by Mike Jordan and Adam Jones, but somehow they missed him.
Well, Chilton was looking to get up the inside of Onslow Cole, and there's a pile of tyres. Watch this in the background. Chilton locks up a little bit, goes up the inside, clips the tyres, flips him up onto 2 wheels, gets a wheel on the dirt, does a windscreen wiper tank slapper, and just holds onto it.
And Mike Jordan went one way, thought he'd got clear air, then the car came back on him, and then get back on the brakes. That was all pretty hairy. But Giovanardi is ahead of Plato. Giovanardi's ahead of Plato. That is absolutely crucial. Didn't see where that happened, but Giovanardi is now 4th. Plato is down in 5th. Onslow Cole is in 6th.
Yeah, we didn't see it. We were looking back at his teammate Chilton making a mess of it, but let's see what happened. Probably at the hairpin. Maybe Plato was slow out of that corner there, the car lube corner, and got some. And Giovanardi got a run at him.
Yeah, and Plato just sliding around a bit through Carluke that time. I wonder if he's got any kind of a problem. He looks basically okay. Getting a little closer under braking, as you would expect, the concertina effect, but he's got to watch his mirrors here because Tom Onslow Cole will try and get back at him. But Giovanardi up into 4th place now then. Remember the gap, just 4 points between them coming into this event, the penultimate event of the British Touring Car season. Chilton is out. Unfortunately, it's the end for this race. They'll hopefully get him back out later. Now, this is how 4th place changed. It was coming into the hairpin, Plato on the inside, Giovanardi on the outside. Plato locks up, and Giovanardi's able to tuck in and do almost what Gordon Shedden did.
Yeah, just managed to force that tiniest of mistakes, that little lock up, and Giovanardi with the speed scrubbed off got inside. Now this is Onslow Cole coming past Plato. This is more points than Plato's going to lose to Giovanardi.
That's not what he needs at all, but Onslow Cole, of course, is in his own race. He wants to score points here, and it brings him up to 5th place. Good effort from Onslow Cole, the youngster who has impressed many people with his first season in British Touring Cars. He's had a victory already, and he's racing hard with former champion and championship leader Jason Plato, who is struggling a little bit. There's no doubt, he doesn't look fully at ease.
No, definitely not as quick as he was earlier in the race. There was that sudden lap, wasn't there, where he appeared to have a gap over Giovanardi and have it under control, and then he suddenly lost pace. So I wonder if he's got some small problem with the car, because he's certainly fairly vulnerable now and didn't even try and defend that hard from Onslow Cole, which suggests to me he knows he's got a problem.
Here comes that group once again. Can this, I mean, it's been so clean so far, can it stay that way? Giovanardi still holding it. Here comes Plato around the outside. Meanwhile, Jones trying to go around the outside. Plato might have a better go this time. Little nudge onto the curb. Nothing too untoward. Now behind them, they've got Jones and Jordan. So all 4 cars battling. This is allowing Giovanardi to get away, which of course is exactly what Plato didn't want to happen. On board Mike Jordan. And on the inside is Onslow Cole. Plato will shut the door on Jordan, and it all stays as it was.
Yeah, Plato, of course, with 45 kilos extra, all looking down the inside. I tried that once on Gabriele Tarquini, and he barrel rolled 7 times into the wall there. So it's a difficult place to pass. But Plato with 45 kilos extra, he's really struggling against the BMW, and it looked like Adam Jones maybe got past Jordan there.
Yeah, Jordan was slow out of the chicane. Don't know what happened there, but he seemed to lose some pace, and meanwhile the leaders are very close together. Look how tight they are as they cross the line onto 18 out of 24, and it is the Seat of Darren Turner narrowly ahead of the Team Halfords Honda of Gordon Shedden. I tell you what, both these cars are so stable over the bumps. Watching out there yesterday, they handle the curbs up through the chicane so well, particularly Gordon Shedden's car, I thought, looked so stable over there, although apparently he was reporting back to the team that it was still a lot of work they got in the cockpit, but it just looks so good over those curbs, and they've got the car in a strong 2nd place, really threatening for Gordon Shedden's first ever race win on home turf.
Yeah, in fairness, I think that Gordon is underestimating his own abilities, because his control inputs into that car, his steering, his acceleration, his braking are all absolute. Oh, and he's a late lunge up the inside. He's going to work.
He's done it. He caught us all by surprise, including. Oh, he's got damage.
He's broken something.
Surely not. Oh, he's in the pits. Would you believe it?
He's broken his steering when he lunged up the inside, probably the left front steering. What a shape. Looked like a great move.
It did look like a great move. I tell you what, Tim, that's the difference between this Honda and last year's Honda. Last year's Honda, they could do anything and get away with it. This year's car, that didn't look, I mean, it's got a big dent in the door, but I was surprised to see them break the steering.
Yeah. Watch this, it's the classic late lunge, carry some speed, and in fact he almost I think it could have been a Giovanardi style Brands Hatch mistake. He had no option but to dive up the inside, because he was otherwise going to hit Turner up the rear. And yet it's that right front. Oh, Roy's looking at both sides of the car, but I mean, you're right, the last year's Integra, we called it the tank, didn't we? It could take anything, and that was a relatively minor impact, and it's broken the steering.
Yeah, as you say, I think he was a bit caught out where Darren Turner braked there. He just didn't expect him to brake early. So what that means now is we've lost Shedden from the lead group. Giovanardi's now battling for 3rd with Tom Onslow Cole right behind him, and then Plato, who's a further place behind it. In the background, it was Adam Jones is ahead of Mike Jordan now. We did think that Jordan had been slow out of the chicane 1 lap, and indeed Adam Jones got past him. So Jones is now 6th. Jordan is in 7th place. They've all moved up 1 because of the loss of Shedden. And then we've got Smith and Shedden behind. Look in the back. Oh, that was when Jordan made the mistake. Yeah, look, he ran very wide, did well to get it back. And then Jones was through.
Well, he'd been taking more and more curve, and it finally caught him out, because eventually you get to the point where there's no grip on the grass, and it just caught him out there, and Adam Jones took his opportunity deservedly.
Giovanardi locks a brake, and you wonder whether Onslow Cole might get a run on him here, but that Vauxhall power unit just pulls him out of trouble. But he's still under pressure coming down to the hairpin, but Plato still wants to get past as well. So can Plato now take advantage going around the long way into the hairpin? He'll try and cut back on the exit. Clever move, but he hasn't got that low-down grunt, that power that he needs to pull alongside the BMW.
Well, the BMW has a quick engine, it's got the sequential gearbox in it, so it has slightly better ratios for accelerating the car, and obviously Onslow Cole has no weight in the car. The two cars he's racing with, Plato with 45 kilos and a slightly less powerful engine, and Giovanardi with a powerful engine and 36 kilos. So it's an interesting compromise, isn't it?
It is, and that's a very good point. Plato with the maximum ballast on board, so Plato really is hurt as he comes out of that hairpin, as he tries to drag up that long hill. It's a steep hill too, let me tell you, on the curbs there as they come through car loop, and once again Plato getting very close to the back. We're running out of laps now though, we're on lap 21 out of 24, so he's running out of time. Right behind him is Adam Jones, who's very, very close, and there's a bit of tyre smoke from Mike Jordan, who's behind him as well. Gavin Smith slightly further back in the all-green Seat, and this isn't all over yet, and Plato's defending.
This is Seat's worst nightmare, isn't it? It's one of their older cars. He doesn't have to help Plato, and he's going to have a go for it, because Adam Jones wants to get the best results he can.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's racing for his own honour, and he wants to do what he can here, but there's no chance to get alongside as they come down through Scotsman, the right-hander. Now through Butchers, the little kink right where you've got to set the car up for this spin over the curbs. Watch them over the curbs. This time Jordan may be a bit more wary. Doesn't run out into the gravel on the exit. And they all come through the right-hander at Carlube. Giovanardi, everybody using the curb. Right out to the edge. All of that little bit of dampness that was around at the start of the race has completely evaporated now or been burned off by the action on track. And Giovanardi holding on to third. There's just the one car between himself and championship rival Tom Onslow Cole. Turkington is now in second place, of course, as we've lost Gordon Shedden, but it's all looking good for Darren Turner up front.
It certainly is. Turner's now gifted this race, really. He could just stroke this home. Be a great win for him. He thoroughly deserved it. Turkington is going to wind up hopefully in second, but you couldn't call who's going to be third.
Still tight, isn't it? Giovanardi gaining some air there as he came through the Seat curves, the first two corners, and hopped it up over the curve, no problem. Very committed is the Italian. Watching him yesterday, he really does attack the circuit, and that's what you've got to do, but he was a little slow there, and this is a chance for Tom Onslow Cole. Onslow Cole's going to try. Oh, this is disaster for Giovanardi, and Plato will get past him, and Giovanardi recovers, but what a manoeuvre, and that is a huge significance in the championship.
Of course, yet again there's a change, and Plato's not finished yet. He's going to attack, he's braking later. I think the BMW's got a problem. Plato's going to luck into something yet again. Another lap to go, another lap to go.
So we're on to the last lap, and suddenly Giovanardi, who looked to be in good shape to gain some points on Plato, suddenly sees a gap of 3 cars between himself and Plato. Look at it again, Tim.
Well, Giovanardi was slow out the hairpin, and Onslow Cole looks at the inside. Giovanardi turns in. There's inevitable contact. Giovanardi does a fantastic job, as always, of saving the spin, and Plato, laughing his socks off, goes through.
Amazing, isn't it? Plato can't believe his luck at the moment. Last corner coming up, and it's going to be victory for Darren Turner for Seat UK, and in terms of points in the Manufacturers' Championship, this will be crucial to Seat as well. Darren Turner takes his second win of the season. Second place goes to Colin Turkington. Third, I think, is going to go to Plato, unless it all changes here. Amazingly, after a hard-fought race, Jordan being squeezed out. All contact there with Adam Jones, both of them fighting in front of Giovanardi. Plato does take third. Fourth goes to Onslow Cole. Fifth just goes to Adam Jones from Mike Jordan. And that means that Giovanardi's only 7th, and Seat have started the racing here at Knockhill brilliantly. The cars are just heading round on the second of their 2 warm-up laps here at Knockhill around this 1.2-mile circuit, and let's take a look at how they line up for this one. It's Darren Turner on pole position, with Colin Turkington in the BMW alongside, the same front row as we had for that first race. On the second row, we've got Jason Plato, who gained an advantage over big rival Giovanardi. Adam Jones alongside. Then it's Mike Jordan and Giovanardi in 6th place. Gavin Smith and John George are together on the 4th row of the grid. And John George's got a big opportunity to score decently here. Martin Bell and Alan Taylor, the new boy, Alan Taylor, he finds himself 10th on the grid. That's really as a result of damage that was done to leading contenders. 11th is Gordon Shedden, 12th Jason Hughes. Both MGs had fuel pressure problems in the first race, so Fiona's back there in 13th. They didn't get a run at all. Tom Chilton crashed out, he starts 14th. Matt Neal and Matt Jackson, ironically, they're together again. They crashed out in the first race, now they start together on row 8. Tom Onslow Cole starts on his own at the back. He's the man who was excluded from the first race as a result of the incident with Fabrizio Giovanardi. And away we go, and Darren Turner against Colin Turkington. Turkington's got it hooked up better this time, but is he going to be fast enough into the first corner? Turner again, a beautiful start in the Seat Leon, and it's the Seat into the Seat curves first. Darren Turner leads, Turkington in second place, Plato in third, and fourth place right behind Plato, big rival Giovanardi. Good start that from Giovanardi. He got past both Mike Jordan and Adam Jones, and that's an excellent start for the Italian. And away goes the marker pole, the little plastic pole up there, and the John R. Weir chicane lasts all of about half a lap before it's taken out, and that's no great surprise. Up through Carloop Corner, the quick left-hander up the hill, and Mike Jordan leads that next group. Adam Jones ahead of him. But look at the two championship rivals going door handle to the hairpin. Plato on the inside, Giovanardi going on the outside. But now it's about the exit and the climb up the hill. This is where the horsepower counts, and we're on board with Fabrizio Giovanardi. Jason Plato immediately in front of him as they climb up the hill here towards the Seat curves, and Plato's going to take it defensive in here. Giovanardi right tucked in on his rear bumper, and back down the hill they come into the right-hander at Scotsman, and there's little to choose between them. That was a good getaway by Giovanardi though, no doubt about it. He was behind Jones and Jordan, and he's managed to get ahead of them on that vital first lap. So up front we've got Darren Turner leading this race, looking for 2 out of 2. Second place Colin Turkington in the BMW. They'll be looking for pace. Look at that, Shedden. Gordon Shedden's got past Mike Jordan in the background, and in there as well is Gavin Smith, and is Matt Neal not far behind as well. Matt Neal coming from quite a long way down, so there's some real action further back as Giovanardi again on the attack with Jason Plato, and looks to get the inside line, but Plato quickly cuts across in front and takes that place once again. So across the line they come, and it's Darren Turner who leads. Second place still for Colin Turkington. Plato holding on to third just about from Fabrizio Giovanardi. Then it's Adam Jones in 5th place, and Gordon Shedden at the head of that next little group. But Tim, great to see once again the two championship protagonists, they're together on the track.
Well, we can't get them apart, can we? And with still 5 more races to go, including this one. Anything can happen.
So Plato still has the edge over the Italian, but it's very close once again as they come out of Carloop Corner. It's the run towards the hairpin now. What does Giovanardi do? Does he have a little look down the inside? He has a little look there, but he's not going to try for much. It's still early days in this race. There's still plenty of time to go, but that's where he's quick on the apex.
It's this bit here. If he can get Plato to defend into the corner and be even slower out, he's going to get the run at him. And I think eventually, up this straight into the Seat S's here is going to be the best chance.
Plato just a little defensive, but nothing too much. And Adam Jones is holding on extremely well in the Team Aircool car right behind them, the privateer car run by the GR Asia team. A car that's run all over the world in World Touring cars in the past, and now here racing the British Championship. We're looking back from Plato. There is the Vauxhall, and the Vectra is closing on him again. Plato has to go defensive. No chance there.
No chance there, but Giovanardi has already seen in his mirror. Oh, mistake for Giovanardi. But as always, he keeps his foot flat on the throttle and somehow manages to pick up some traction. But he's got his mirrors full of Adam Jones, who keeps cropping up. And Adam will go for it. We said it at the beginning, but Adam will go for it. So Giovanardi's trying very hard to get past Plato.
And again, it's Plato on the defensive here as Giovanardi looks down the outside. But it's so hard to pass, so difficult to achieve. Tim, you are...
Yeah, not so good that lap from Plato. Now, Giovanardi's all over him at the start of the race, start of the straight. He's going to be alongside, maybe even slightly in front. Will he turn in?
Oh, this is interesting. Will he go for it? Yes, he's done it. He's done it. He's got in front before the turn. Look at him hopping over the curb. He really went for it. Oh, that's exciting stuff. And Giovanardi has taken third.
Yeah, well, I thought that would be the point that he did it. He was just waiting for that little opportunity, that slight mistake from Plato down at the hairpin, and that was all the chance he needed. With a slight mistake, he had enough poke to get all the way around the outside.
But Giovanardi's only 1 place ahead of Plato, and Giovanardi's a full 9 points actually it was when they came through. Now Shedden is the one on the attack.
Plato gesticulating again to Shedden, saying, let's go after the car in front. Well, Shedden isn't going to do that. He's going to go through.
Yeah, he is through. He is through. Shedden moves up one, gets past Plato, unless Plato can come back at him on the exit of the hairpin. And he may do, because he's got the inner line here, and that will give him the advantage up towards the next section. But there, the power of the Honda eases it ahead of the Seat once again. In the background, Matt Neal's got past Mike Jordan, I think. Will he complete the manoeuvre? I'm pretty sure he will. And Matt Neal's got himself between Adam Jones and Mike Jordan.
Yeah, well, Plato's, to be honest, he's better off letting Shedden go anyway, because Shedden is the quickest car out of those three. He's more likely to either get past Giovanardi or hit Giovanardi, so he's better off letting him go anyway.
So the second Team Halfords car, the second orange car in the group there, that's Matt Neal, reigning champion. He's gained a place on that last hairpin, and then you've got Adam Jones and Mike Jordan right behind them. It's very, very close once again, but Matt Neal now has got Jason Plato in his sights. Plato in the silver and yellow Seat, and these two are great rivals from the last couple of years. It's always been Plato versus Neal in the last couple of seasons. Now, of course, it's Plato versus Giovanardi.
Yeah, it looks like Giovanardi had a good run that time through Carlube and isn't defending as much. In fact, they're passing Martin Bell, so all status quo in line this lap.
So far so good, they're behaving themselves, but we've got a little way to go still as they come across the line this time. 19 laps have been completed. We go on to lap 20 out of 24. Still a bit of time here for things to let loose. Remember, it was very late in the last race that Giovanardi was hit by Onslow Cole, and that completely changed the format of the championship and the points order. Let's see what happens here. Giovanardi third, Shedden fourth, then Plato.
Yes, and of course Matt Neal is behind Jason Plato. Matt Neal is committed as on paper as saying he's not going to help Plato, and he was flashing his lights at him coming up the straight there. That's going to put Plato off. He'll be already thinking, am I going to have to be writing out a protest to the clerk of the course? But so far they've kept it clean.
Yeah, you've got to think that Plato's the last person he really wants to see behind him at this point in the race is Matt Neal, but he knows that Matt Neal will not make life easy at all. He won't care about that championship battle. Adam Jones and Mike Jordan still having a great tussle behind the two Brummies. They live not that far apart from each other, and they really enjoy racing against each other, just giving each other enough room. Now there's the battle for the lead, Tim.
Yeah, Turkington was 0.2 of a second quicker on the last lap. And I've been watching them. They've been virtually exactly the same, 10th for 10th every lap. And then suddenly Turkington took 2/10 out of him. So whether that's the tyres going off slightly on the front of the Seat because he's carrying the full ballast now, and Turkington has a bit more advantage at this late stage in the race. We'll have to watch that.
Yeah, interesting. And as you say, with the maximum ballast on it, you have to say Darren Turner's doing a fantastic job so far to stay in front of the BMW. Both have got ballast, but the Seat's got more on board. Here we are once again now. Matt Neal having a little look down the outside, the second of the orange cars. Trying to attack Jason Plato, not really going to achieve it by doing that, but he just wants to keep the pressure on. There you are, there is the battle for the lead. Turner versus Turkington, very little to choose between them, and that's how big the gap back up is to the battle for third place.
Yeah, 3 more laps. Neal up behind Plato. Plato has to defend. Will something happen here as they go down the dip? Giovanardi looks to have got it covered. Plato defends.
It's good stuff, this is tight, and look how, now that Plato's having to think about Matt Neal behind, how he's dropped away from Gordon Shedden.
Exactly that. As soon as you defend, you lose forward momentum because you take the tighter line and you fall into the clutches of somebody else.
So far so good for Giovanardi, but he knows in the last race it went wrong for him late. The race before that at Brands Hatch, it also went wrong for him during that one, so he'll want to hold on to this third place. Absolutely crucial, but we'll see if he can hold it there for the moment.
Now watch Matt Neal's car here. Traditionally Matt Neal takes a tight line, but see how he's running out wide there. That's the understeer he was talking about. Normally you'd see Matt go in fairly tight and come out really straight, but he was really struggling to come off that corner straight.
No, good point, and you could really see the front wheel scrubbling for grip there, so it's not quite as he wants it. Giovanardi with Shedden right behind, then Plato. Now look, this is the battle for the lead. Look how close Turkington has got to the back of Darren Turner. Turner was quick through the chicane.
Yeah, and you saw that little couple of mile an hour extra gave him a good little run down that next straight. Where Turkington is good is coming off the hairpin, up the hill on the straight bits.
Yeah, the BMW using its rear-wheel drive traction to its advantage down here at the Real Radio hairpin. Watch them on the brakes. Now, watch to see if the line is any different. He does go in a little deeper. This is where the traction of the BMW helps him, but then can he actually convert it into getting alongside? They go across the line this time. That's 23 laps out of 24. We're on to the final lap. I'm not sure Turkington's going to be able to do this.
No, he's looking for a mistake, isn't he? He's tried really hard and got very close, but Turner's driving really well. It's very difficult to get out of a car that you've won in with very little ballast and then suddenly drive it perfectly the next time you get in it with 45 kilos in.
So the last lap for this battle for third place too. Is Shedden going to try something dramatic on the last stages? Plato's right behind, then Matt Neal. It could all still let loose on this last lap, but I'm not sure that anybody's quite close enough. There's a couple of back markers ahead of the leaders, and I would think that might make Darren a bit nervous. Alan Taylor is the one they're coming up to lap, his first ever British Touring Car meeting. He raced earlier on today, but I don't think they're going to be quite there. Turkington locks up, and it's not a real attempt to overtake. Too far back. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for Darren Turner. His season suddenly comes good at the track where he was excluded and picked up a penalty last year. It's come good for Darren Turner. Well done to him. And third does go to Giovanardi. Fourth goes to Shedden. Plato takes 5th place ahead of Matt Neal in 6th. Adam Jones in 7th, Mike Jordan in 8th, Gavin Smith across the line in 9th place, and I think we'll see Matt Jackson home in 10th position, but a great drive by Darren Turner. There's the result then, Darren Turner the winner, Colin Turkington in 2nd place, Giovanardi 3rd, Shedden in 4th, then Plato, Neal, Adam Jones, Mike Jordan, Gavin Smith and Matt Jackson, who finished in 10th. Quick look at the grid then. Matt Neal and Jason Plato on the 2nd row, Shedden and Giovanardi on row 3, Turkington and Turner, double winner here today on row 4, Gavin Smith and Matt Jackson on row number 5. So Jackson hoping to move up from there, no doubt. Behind those guys, ones to watch out for really, I suppose, Tom Chilton, because he's coming from 11th place on the grid, and also behind him Tom Onslow-Cole. All set to go here, red lights are on. Away we go at Knockhill, and Jordan gets off the line very well. Jones a bit slower, and Matt Neal's going to have a great chance of taking 2nd as they head down towards the Sayat curves for the first time here. Matt Neal slots into 2nd place. Jones now trying to defend from Jason Plato. Squeezes in front of Plato, and Plato has to settle for 4th position, but he's still ahead of big rival Giovanardi. In fact, he's got a car between himself and Giovanardi.
Yeah, so far so good. Everybody safely through the first couple of corners. Good start by Mike Jordan. He got that car off the line. It was Adam Jones that got jumped by Matt Neal. Matt Neal really looking to salvage something from this weekend. He'll be pushing very hard.
Well, he's in 2nd place, and on the attack already is Matt Neal, and Plato under attack from Matt Neal's teammate Gordon Shedden in the background. So where to watch? We'll look up front first. Jordan taking the defensive line down towards the Real Radio hairpin, and Matt Neal can't quite make it, but Shedden going around the outside of Plato behind, and I think he may have taken that place, and that means that Plato and Giovanardi will be together once again, as we've seen several times today. They'll go wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, and it's Giovanardi trying to draw alongside Plato. No, can't do it. Down into the first corner.
Yeah, well, we have seen Giovanardi pull that move off, but he'll have to wait for a slight mistake from Plato at the hairpin. Plato got passed by Shedden, a good move by Shedden on the outside. He was confident that Plato wouldn't risk contact, and he got right in. Matt Neal right behind Jordan through that chicane. Has he got a chance?
He might have, and Adam Jones is going to go to the outside. Jordan has to go very defensive, and Shedden's got the chance to take 3rd. He'll give Jones a squeeze. Oh, Shedden took advantage of that beautifully.
Good driving, and you can see just pushed him wide, but eased out of the way on the exit of Carloop corner, and that puts the 2 Halfords cars together. 3 wide into the corner. Giovanardi on the outside, Adam Jones inside. Giovanardi thinks better of it. He may have enough power to get up the inside.
Oh, Giovanardi's on the grass trying to get back on, and it's squeeze, and he's back on the tarmac, and he won't like that. He was being pushed out of the way, but 3 abreast up here. There's just not enough space. On board with Giovanardi trying to go around the outside maybe of Jones. That wasn't going to happen either. Back down the hill once again, and now there's still a car between himself and Plato.
Well, that was hard but fair. Probably the 3 of them coming out of the hairpin together. Jones just easing him towards the inside. Wow, look at that. What a great on-board through that chicane. That's so difficult, that corner.
Yeah, and the cars are moving around so much. Now climbing uphill slightly through this one. Jordan still leads. Matt Neal in 2nd, and the 2 Team Halfords cars are looking very, very dangerous here. They had a 1-2-3 Team Halfords in the last race here 12 months ago, and they've got 2 cars in the top 3 places right now. But still Jordan leads, Plato there, then Jones, and then Fabrizio Giovanardi looking for the good exit. Behind him, it's Colin Turkington, followed by Matt Jackson, who had a good first couple of laps, with Darren Turner, our earlier race winner, down in 9th place, and Gavin Smith holding on to 10th place. Giovanardi just taking a tighter line up towards that first corner, but not alongside Jones.
No, he was hoping he could just power past him, but that Seat Toledo might be an old car, but it still has a strong engine in, and without any ballast, Adam Jones is able to hold his own up the straight, and that'll be frustrating for Giovanardi to see that.
Yeah, here we go then, back up to the leaders, and it's still Jordan, but here comes Matt Neal, great move. Oh, he's so late on the brakes, seen him do that before here at Knockhill. He loves the tight line, and if you leave the door open, that's what will happen. And Matt Neal's taken the lead. He's only had 1 win so far this year, has Matt Neal. Can he finally get it together after that huge accident at Brands Hatch in the last race? He's gone a bit deep in, but he's all right through the hairpin, and still Giovanardi is stuck in position.
Yeah, Matt Neal could not have been any more defensive. He was right on the inside right line, and there was no way anyone was coming through. Now he'll try and put in a good little blast and get a little bit of a gap, but good overtake by Matt Neal. He's liking his new car now. He's got it set up to his liking, and he's flying in it.
Plato ahead of Giovanardi in this, of course, and that means that the gap would be back up to 8 points between the 2 big championship rivals. Just take another look at this, Tim.
All down to the exits through that chicane. Matt Neal shut his eyes, put his foot down, carried more speed through the chicane and got up the inside of Mike Jordan, who didn't fight it. And in fact, Shedden could have taken more advantage there if he'd been closer behind Matt Neal.
So I wonder if Jordan's going to be able to hold. Bit of smoke from Jones's car. Adam Jones, look at that. What's that, right rear, Tim?
And it could be some bodywork just rubbing on the wheel, on the tyre. It could not be a problem at all. Yeah, look at that bang. That was a hit from Giovanardi. Now he's definitely past him.
Well, maybe that's a little bit of special technique from the Italian there. There's definitely some smoke coming off that tyre now, even if there wasn't before. As we come across the line, 5 laps completed. Fastest lap by the new leader, Matt Neal. Giovanardi's got past. Oh, what a big slide that was, down through the Seat curve. And then right behind them, we've got Colin Turkington joining in the battle as well. Giovanardi, though, has got himself up behind Jason Plato, his big championship rival, but there are a few car lengths between them.
Yeah, but Jones, we've seen Jones fight back in the past. When he gets past, he fights straight back, and look at him. He's like a terrier up behind Giovanardi, and he won't forget that little tap that Giovanardi gave him. And if they get caught up back behind Plato, he might take the chance to give him one back. But Giovanardi was getting increasingly frustrated behind Jones, but it may come back to bite him. That the gap now, the championship gap, down to 7 points.
Yeah, 7 points the gap between them as they stand at the moment, but let's wait and see what happens. Mike Jordan under attack for his 2nd place, not only from Gordon Shedden, but Jason Plato's right there as well. It's tight coming into the Seat curves, and look how close it is. And Shedden might go for the inside. He does like this manoeuvre. He's done it. He's gone down the inside. Now Jordan might lose 2 in 1 here. Plato's going to follow Shedden through. Oh, that was good stuff by Plato. Clever positioning. Mike Jordan loses 2 positions.
Yeah, once you get put on the outside here, there's no way back into line. It's a bit like NASCAR racing, isn't it? You just can't get back in. And having a spotter here like NASCAR racing might be a good idea, actually.
Look at Shedden. He's so quick through the chicane. He's got a real chance here. I think he's going to go for it. I don't think Matt's going to fight it too hard. No. Good stuff. Shedden earned that position, and now Matt Neal's going to try and defend 2nd place.
Yeah, well, I don't think Plato will take too many chances with Matt Neal at the moment, knowing that he's got a car between him and Giovanardi. But great pass there by Shedden. Carried the momentum through the chicane as we've seen, screwed himself up. A great pass.
So Shedden, could he win on home turf? What a wonderful opportunity this is for him. And he's got the lead now as he comes over the line. 16 laps completed. We go on to lap 17 of 24. It's a 1-2, but it's the other way around for Shedden and Neal. Jason Plato now tucked in behind the reigning champion and his great rival. No love lost between these two. The orange car, number 1 of Matt Neal, and the yellow and silver of Jason Plato. Up the hill they go. That's where Shedden is so quick. Again, he probably opens up another car length's advantage through there. But these two are fighting now for 2nd place. And how risky will Plato be with his move?
It's difficult, isn't it? Because Neal is going to end up backing Plato into Jordan and Giovanardi, so it could all kick off. But Plato, he might be forced because of the pressure from Jordan and Giovanardi to have a go at Neil. We'll have to see.
Look how close Jordan is. Oh, he's allowed a gap for Giovanardi, and there's a rubbing, and there's a bit of... he cuts him off. He says, oi, I'm not having that. And Jordan will give as good as he gets, and he just shut the door in time. I wondered if that was going to end in tears for a moment, but they're still racing hard. I don't think Jordan's going to make life easy for Giovanardi after what happened last time at Brands.
No, and Giovanardi gave him that tap again there, trying to push him wide and get the run at him up the inside. And Mike Jordan said, you're not having it, and Paul moved over on him, quite right too.
Matt Neal holds on to second. Shedden is disappearing up the road. 2.1 seconds his advantage over his teammate Matt Neal. And while the Scots fans are going to love this, to see Shedden doing so brilliantly on home turf. And a lot of sponsors here, of course, this weekend as well for that team. And they must be loving this. But what they'd love to see even more is a 1-2. Oh, look at Giovanardi again, almost pushing Jordan around the hairpin.
Yeah, Giovanardi actually he's making a little mistake there. He's going so tight, he's crawling all over that big inside curve, and that's losing him drive and momentum over the corner. He's actually trying to get up the inside too early. He needs to cut back a bit later and carry a bit more speed through the corner.
Well, let's see whether he can do anything here. Turkington's right with him now as well, so he's got to watch his mirrors, because given half a chance, and that BMW will be down alongside. Alan Taylor on his debut weekend, out of this race, I'm afraid. We've lost John George from the race. He came into the pits a little while ago, a couple of cars out, but actually it's been pretty clean so far in this third race of the day. Darren Turner with the silver strip across the windscreen of his Seat. A little further back, he's still running in 7th position. And once more, and Chilton has taken his front bumper off.
Well, yeah, he's run over his own bumper, and he's got gravel, so he's been off somewhere, been through the gravel trap somewhere, and it's folded the bumper underneath the car. We'll have to wait and see. It's been another nightmare weekend for Tom Chilton.
Yeah, he really has had a horrible time. It didn't go well for him at Knockhill last year either. And obviously he's been off somewhere. Whether he was helped or not, well, we may get a chance to see later on. So lead us through Scotsman Corner. That's where Alan Taylor's car, that's up at the John R. Weir chicane. Well off the road, shouldn't be a problem. They're well offline there. And Matt Neal comes through. Second place for him. Plato still in third, and not as close this time as he has been on some occasions. Jordan, Giovanardi and Turkington follow him through. Look how much road they use. They run the edge of the gravel there.
Yeah, I saw some debris on the in the gravel track on the exit of the chicane, so I think that's probably where Tom Chilton went off.
Yeah, so that's quite likely, I should think. It's an easy one. We've seen lots of other people do it. Shedden still leading. He comes across the line this time. That's 21 laps completed. We're on to, 22 completed. We're on to 23 now out of 24. And so 2 laps to go now for Gordon Shedden. Just 2.4 miles. Oh, Jordan makes a mistake on the brakes mid-corner there.
Yeah, and he goes defensive. He has to defend. He slid wide and had to go to the inside, otherwise Giovanardi was there. But now they're back into the sort of single file route down through over the chicane. He can pull away again. But I'm curious to know why Gordon Shedden has lost over a 2-second lead, and suddenly Matt Neal is behind him again.
Yeah, that's a bit odd, isn't it? I was looking at that and thinking I thought Matt Neal was a lot closer than he had been. There is Shedden. He's got some lights on though. Maybe he's just trying to make a bit of a team formation. I don't know, it's always a bit of a risk. You don't want to lose your lead, but Shedden is still leading. As they come around this time, they'll be going on to the final lap then. For Plato, it looks as though he's going to go to Thruxton as the championship leader. He should have a 7-point advantage, I think, if it stays the way it is at the moment. Down the hill they come, and Gordon Shedden still seems to be okay. He doesn't seem to have lost any more time.
No, there's no reason why he should let Matt Neal through at all. So, I mean, he should hold position. There won't be any team orders for sure, but he may have made a mistake somewhere, run wide, got some dirt on his tyres, and we missed it. But he certainly seems able to hold off Matt Neal now.
So Shedden just has a couple of corners to go now in order to hold on to victory. His first win at Knockhill in the main class of touring cars. He's won here in a class before the production class, but to win outright around the British Touring Car Championship at his home circuit, the track where he works every day of the week as business development manager, Gordon Shedden takes a home win at Knockhill. For Team Halfords, it's a 1-2, and Jason Plato finishes third. Well, what a great result that is for the Scots. Jordan finishes in 4th place and wins the independent class. Giovanardi finishes in 5th, Turkington 6th. Then it's Darren Turner in 7th ahead of Adam Jones, Matt Jackson and Tom Onslow Cole. Gordon Shedden wins race 3 of the day. It's a 1-2 for Team Halfords, with Matt Neal taking 2nd place. Plato 3rd place ahead of his big rival Giovanardi, with Mike Jordan between them. Then Turkington in 6th place, Turner in 7th ahead of Jones, Jackson and Onslow Cole.
We can look at the championship standings. Jason Plato, 265 points ahead of Fabrizio Giovanardi, 256 going into the final meeting at Thruxton. Gordon Shedden, 3rd place, 188 ahead of teammate Matt Neal. Colin Turkington is in 5th ahead of Darren Turner in the SEAT UK car. Matt Jackson, Mike Jordan, Tom Chilton and Tom Onslow Cole heading up the top 10.
Oxford racing driver Jason Plato's been involved in a high-speed crash. He was driving a road car at a circuit in Leicestershire for the TV programme 5th Gear. Plato suffered burns to his hands, arms and neck when a car he was testing burst into flames. He was treated at the burns unit at Stoke Mandeville Hospital.
I believe the fire came out of the inlet, the engine inlet here, and came down across me. And this is what they call a full thickness burn. So the skin's dead, the nerves are dead, the blood vessels are dead. Big nasty scar will develop. So yes, we'll be in a bit of pain, but we have to dig. We've got to dig deep, and we've got to championship all 3 to win.
Here's how they line up on the grid then. It's Tom Chilton, his first pole of the season for Vauxhall. What a time to do it. He's got his teammate and championship contender Fabrizio Giovanardi alongside. Then the 3rd Vauxhall, the new one of Alain Menu, in for this weekend with the other championship protagonist right alongside him, Jason Plato's 4th. Matt Neal, the outgoing champion, lines up 5th, and Colin Turkington, who's trying to win the independence title here today, is 6th. 7th on the grid, the 2nd of the SEATs, and then Mike Jordan, the other one, or one of 3 in fact, looking to try and win that independence title here today. 9th on the grid is Gordon Shedden, race winner at Knockhill last time out. Matt Allison, excellent performance from him to qualify in 10th place. 11th on the grid, Matt Jackson, still with an outside chance of the independence title, hard work from there. And the 3rd SEAT, new man, Tom Coronel, making his debut in British touring cars. Tom Onslow Cole lines up 13th. Adam Jones is in 14th place, just alongside. Then it's John George, and it should be Owen Murray, but Murray actually going to be starting from the pit lane, I think. He's going to be from the back. He's just come out of the pit lane. Then we've got Rob Collard and Paul O'Neill next up on the grid. They're followed by Erkut Gazilimak and Jason Hughes. Then we've got towards the back of the grid David Pinkney and Alan Taylor, and on the final row of the grid it's Martin Bell and Fiona Leggett. We've got Rick Kerry at the back as well. So that's how they line up then for the first of the 3 races here at Thruxton this weekend. A championship to be settled, the manufacturer's title as well, and the independence. What's going to happen in this first race? We're about to find out. The Vauxhalls are 1, 2, 3 on the grid, but Jason Plato's right in there, ready to start from 4th place. Lights on, lights out, and race underway, and Tom Chilton gets away well. Giovanardi goes with him. Then it's Menu. Matt Neal's going well, trying to get alongside Jason Plato as they head up through Allard Corner for the first time. It's the 2 Vauxhalls leading. Giovanardi may well sneak into the lead as they come up towards the complex here, but Plato has been displaced already. I'm sure at least 1 place, if not 2.
Yeah, Plato trying to get around the outside. We're into the complex. There's often contact here. They all seem to get through. Oh, some contact there.
Yeah, and Matt Neal almost got down the inside of Jason Plato again, but just gave him space, and Plato is in 4th place. He is behind the Vauxhalls and everyone else. Look at that, 3 abreast further back, and that's the battle in the independents, because Mike Jordan's in there with Colin Turkington, I think, or it might have been the other BMW of Tom Onslow Cole. Difficult to work out which was which, but up front it is Tom Chilton leading, Giovanardi in 2nd, Menu in 3rd. Yeah, there's Turkington. He's a bit further up. He's behind Plato, so he's running in 5th place at the moment, and also reasonably well up there, of course, is Matt Neal. He's dropped a place, though, to the BMW of Turkington. Then it's Darren Turner.
Yeah, the Vauxhalls getting away in formation, and I expect them to be very strong in these early laps. They've shown prodigious speed on their tyres in the first few laps, and then we'll just have to wait and see what the drop-off of. But Plato will be happy to have got through into 3rd. Someone running wide, that's John George.
Yeah, John George cuts the chicane, gets back on, rejoins alongside Rob Collard, who's making his return. He's in the green SEAT. Further back, there's looks like Gordon Shedden. Is that trying to make up some ground? Shedden actually up into 8th place now. Had a problem in qualifying, missed the weighbridge, but actually it didn't affect him too much. It's Chilton leading from Giovanardi in 2nd, Menu in 3rd. There's Plato. He's now chased by the BMW of Colin Turkington. Turkington also looking for points in the independence battle, and his big rival Mike Jordan is down in 10th.
Well, that adrenaline that Jason Plato talked about will certainly have kicked in now as soon as he saw those red lights, and he won't be feeling any pain now. He'll just be concentrating on the back of that Vauxhall in front.
There's the gap, though. It has opened up a little bit, hasn't it? Alain Menu is the car just ahead of him, double British Touring Car champion. A few years ago, they were teammates, weren't they, Tim, in the Renault days?
Yeah, they certainly were, and Menu adapting to this car very quickly. Had a brief test up at Donington and got the feel of the car straight away, and he is a very quick driver around Thruxton, so a great addition to the Vauxhall team. And unsurprisingly, Chilton has let Giovanardi pass into the lead.
Yeah, so it is the Italian now leading. The man who is 9 points behind Jason Plato coming into this race. Now, if they finish where they are, and if Giovanardi can get fastest lap, they will be tied in terms of points going into the second race here. But at the moment, Tom Chilton's got fastest lap, so Giovanardi might find himself 1 point behind. This is what happened. This is Chilton letting Giovanardi through.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't do that earlier on. There was the opportunity to do that on the first race because, as you say, Chilton has had his foot down hard for 3 laps when the tyres are at their freshest and has taken that fastest lap. So he may have actually taken a point off Giovanardi. We'll have to watch this next lap or two, because if Giovanardi is going to do it, it will only be on this next lap or two while the tyres are still at their best.
Yep, so Giovanardi is in front, the Italian, looking for his first ever British touring car title to add to some 7 other touring car titles that he's won over the years. Look at them bobbling their way. This is the fastest circuit in British motorsport, remember, and they're averaging over 110 miles an hour around this Thruxton airfield circuit, up to nearly 150 as they come up the hill here. This is the fastest section of the track before they get onto the brakes into the chicane. You're riding on board Colin Turkington. He's in 5th place, and he's shadowing Jason Plato at the moment. Behind them, it's then Darren Turner, Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden, Matt Allison going well in 9th place, Mike Jordan in 10th, Matt Jackson is in 11th place, Tom Coronel behind them, then Tom Onslow Cole and Adam Jones. Whoa, look at the battle between Turner and Turkington right behind him, and Turner's just snatched that 5th place from Colin Turkington.
Yeah, we saw the end of that, and look, could be that Matt Neal's going to get down the inside of Turkington. He does, and Shedden will try and follow.
I think that's Shedden ahead, actually. I think Shedden's got ahead of Neal. So Shedden's already through, and yeah, Matt, and now Mike Jordan's catching, and of course Jordan and Turkington are battling in the independents, and there's Matt Jackson, who's another independent battler. So we're going to have the top 3 in the independents all running together. Matt Neal still trying to squeeze past. He's done it. So now the BMW of Turkington with his big rival Jordan behind, and Matt Jackson.
Yeah, Matt Jackson nipping out the slipstream there with a little bit of a run coming out of the Campbell Cobb Seagrave down to this flat out left-hander. That is so tough, that corner. There's a big bump on the inside, it can throw the car over, and as the tyres get worn, it becomes a really brave man's corner.
Well, Colin Turkington starred in a round of the World Touring Cars at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, but they do seem to struggle to get the BMW to work on these harder tyres at Thruxton. But Matt Jackson's working well. He's got past Mike Jordan now.
Yeah, never mind that. Look at Matt Allison on the back of these 2 cars. He's having his strongest run this year, in fact, because on a side-by-side action with Jordan and Jackson. Who's got the biggest kahunas for the braking?
Well, Jordan does manage it. He gets up into the chicane, and Jackson tried to squeeze him on the grass, and Mike Jordan was having absolutely none of it and said, I'm coming back through here. What a wonderful battle going on there, and that is for 9th place, but here comes Jackson back at him again.
Jackson gets back inside, has a bit of an oversteering moment, and Jordan is now fighting back. Matt Allison with his lights on. That car's been rejuvenated by the Motorbase team. They've put some new dampers on the car. They've worked really hard, and he's flying in it.
Oh, this is good stuff. Great racing in the Independence Trophy battle. Jordan had a 3-point lead coming into this race over Colin Turkington. Turkington is still ahead of this little group. Only the next car up the road, though. But Matt Jackson looks very fired up. He's a few points further back in that battle, but he knows that if he gets some good results, he could still be a contender to be Independence champion. As you say, Matt Allison's going well. Quick mention that Paul O'Neill is in the 2nd Motorbase car here this weekend. Great to see Paul back in British touring cars.
Oh, that's Chilton gone off. Now, could that be a puncture? It might well be a puncture. That was at Church.
Tom Chilton is off. Vauxhall have lost one of those 3 cars that were dominating this race. Giovanardi still leads, but look at this.
Well, he's gone wide initially and got on the marbles, and then that's just dragged him off. But did he go wide because he had a puncture, or just because he went in a little bit too quick?
Well, that's a worry for Vauxhall. We'll try and see when he gets back on the tarmac whether he's got a punctured tyre, whether it was a mistake. There's Giovanardi. This does change things a bit. It will give Plato another point or two, which means he'll just have a little bit more of a cushion going into race 2. So Vauxhall, well, it was 3, now it's down to 2, and are the cars going to hold up for the remaining couple of laps here?
Yes, it's desperate times, and maybe Chilton just went a bit too hard in those early laps when he set that fastest lap. Maybe attacked the curbs too hard when the tyre pressures were low, but we need to see to confirm all of that. But it is anxious times, and as you say, it does now give Plato a couple of extra points, which is just perfect. It means he doesn't have to push. He doesn't have to push any harder to try and pass Menu, and I think he will now lead by 3 points if he finishes in this position. And look at that left front puncture.
Left front puncture. Yeah, well, 3 points, as you say, the advantage for Jason Plato if it stays like this. Where's Darren Turner going? That was a weird line.
He was very nearly off there, very, very nearly off. Was that the start of something? He slowed down.
Yeah,
he has slowed down. He felt something then in that going through Church. It's going through Church in the preceding corner that you'll notice it. Yes, and he's lost that position.
Yeah, he's going past.
He's got puncture as well.
Look at that. So one Vauxhall, one Seat, both in trouble here in race 1 at Thruxton, and that's going to hurt Plato because he was looking forward to having support from Turner in race 2. Can they all get round this final lap without picking up a puncture? They're all going to be fairly cautious, I should think. Gentle on the steering, not putting too much load through the tyre. Another one.
Allison with another one. This is such a difficult thing. It's a gamble for the teams, because if they run a little bit too much camber or too low a start pressures, then this is what can happen. It's not a fault of the tyre. The tyre is well capable of doing the distance. It just depends how the team want to compromise performance with reliability.
So this is the critical section of the lap here that we're about to see as they come through Goodwood and Church. That's where we've seen the problems for both Chilton and for Turner, presumably also for Allison. It seems to be this area. It's so much heat build-up on the tyre. If you're running a bit risky in terms of the angle you're running the wheels or the tyre pressures, that's where it can go wrong. Good run from Plato. He might attack for second on the final lap. Coming up to the chicane, Menu goes to the inside. Plato.
Menu's got a puncher. Menu's got a puncher as well.
Well spotted.
Menu's got a puncher.
Brilliant spot, and he's going to get second. Jason plays. Sophie goes mad. There's delight down there in the Plato camp because Plato's going to finish second. Giovanardi wins it for Vauxhall. Plato takes second, and suddenly Plato has a bit more of a cushion going into race 2 here at Thruxton. What drama right down to the final lap.
It's just unbelievable, unbelievable. This, well, he must feel like he's won a championship just in that race alone after the week he's had. It just must be a colossal feeling, and 2 more races of this, I don't know how I'm going to cope.
Look at Giovanardi, looks in his mirror and thinks, how come you're there? I had 2 Vauxhalls behind me. What are you doing there?
Yeah, the team have radioed him and said Plato second. He can't believe it. There's Menu pulled off just after the first corner. What a good job he did. But the team need to look at the settings for those 2 other Vauxhalls, because Giovanardi got the car home without a puncture. The other 2 didn't. There's the Seat team celebrating an unexpected but hugely deserved second place.
And that was the reaction down there in the Seat camp when they saw Menu's problem and Jason took second. Plato holds a 5-point advantage going into race 2 here at Thruxton. My goodness, it's surely going to go all the way to the final race of the season. It's going to go down to the final checkered flag, and well, Plato held it all together there, didn't he? He must have been nervous, though, when he saw Turner have the same problem in his mirrors. The result of the first race of the day, Giovanardi wins it, but Plato's second, Shedden in third, ahead of Menu, who came fourth despite the punch on the last lap. Matt Neal fifth, Turkington sixth and top independent, then Jackson, Coronel, Adam Jones and Tom Onslow Cole.
Here's the grid.
Giovanardi and Plato, Shedden and Menu, then Matt Neal and Colin Turkington in the fast-starting BMW. Behind them we've got Matt Jackson, then Tom Coronel, he's in the third Seat this weekend. Adam Jones and Tom Onslow Cole, Rob Collard on his return, and Owen Murray as well. He lines up in 12th. Then it's Paul O'Neill, Jason Hughes, Edicott and John George, Alan Taylor and Darren Turner. Turner one to watch from 18th. as is Matt Allison from 20th. Fiona Leggett's missing from the grid. Tom Chilton from 21st. He could come through to the front. And Mike Jordan disappointed to be a retirement in the last race. Then we've got David Pinkney and Martin Bell, with Rick Kerry bringing up the rear of the grid in the diesel BMW. Red lights on, out they go, we're racing, and it's a great start from Giovanardi. Plato away reasonably well, but he's under attack immediately from Gordon Shedden and Matt Neal, and the rest of the field gets away. What a good start that was by the Italian up front. Giovanardi away well. We've gathered that Paul O'Neill's only just got going, so he's further down the grid, but Plato's trying to defend his second place here and just manages to turn into the complex ahead of the two Team Halfords cars.
Yeah, both the Halfords cars side by side through the first part of the complex. They're ganging up on Plato. Everyone else looking to come through intact. That was Tom Coronel in the third Seat.
So Menu was not particularly quick at the start there. Alain Menu started from 4th place in another of the Vauxhalls, but he dropped a couple of places and he now finds himself in 5th place. Both of those Halfords cars have got past him, Shedden and Neal. Oh, and Martin Bell with a lot of damage to the side of the car.
Yeah, heavy damage there. And Matt Allison, who was another one to retire from the first race with a puncture. He looks like he's getting going again, actually. Whether he's just bringing that car back to the pits, I don't know. We'll see if he gets going, but that's a great shame for both of those drivers.
Now watch the drivers try and stay off the curbs in these early laps. Before they have much tyre temperature, they will be trying, in theory, they'll be trying to avoid the curbs.
Well, let's watch. The first curb's not so severe. This is the one they must stay off. Well, did they? No.
Well, straight over the curves. Both Giovanardi and Plato, though, managed to look after their tyres in that first race. They were two of the ones that did do it extremely well. Owen Murray and Rob Collard having a good battle. I noticed further back, side by side, there they are, and squeezing in between them is Adam Jones.
Yeah, Adam Jones, who's really been fast all year. Rob Collard, I bet, loving this, getting back in the thick of touring car action. Oh, touch there, that's Adam Jones and Owen Murray.
They got round, how did they do? Oh, Collard's hit Jones, Collard's hit him. He's on the grass, and surely he's broken his front suspension there. That was a hefty swipe, and I don't think that car's very healthy anymore. What a shame. On his return to touring cars, he was just outside the points in the first race in 11th. He ain't going to score any now. There is the battle for the lead. Look how close Plato is to the back of Giovanardi, and he's alongside. There's contact between the two championship rivals, but Giovanardi saves it, and Plato's going to be in trouble here because he might have lost a bit of momentum. I think he's picked it back up again. Whoa, I didn't expect to see that so early in this race.
Well, I don't know what happened there, but Giovanardi was very slow through the first part of the complex. We didn't see what happened, but it was almost as though he had a problem, and Plato had no choice but to attack. And that really let the two Halfords cars catch up quickly, and the result is, in fact, that Giovanardi's got an increased gap.
Oh,
Matt Neal round the outside of Plato. Plato won't give that up easy. There's going to be contact.
Oh, it's tight stuff, and Plato cannot afford a non-finish. If he gets a non-finish here, Giovanardi would be handed a big championship lead going into the final race, and Matt Neal trying to take second, but Plato absolutely determined not to let that Team Halfords car come through, and Giovanardi must be loving this in his mirrors.
Yeah, he will. He'll like to see that that Plato's got problems from Neal. He can conserve his tyres as much as possible, drive his own line. As soon as he starts defending and working the car harder, it'll put more strain on his tyres.
And into the chicane, and we'll have a look. Ooh, over the curve, and now Jason seemed to go a bit deeper perhaps.
Yeah, Plato outbraked himself, which is what he did before, and let Matt Neal through. This time Matt Neal's trying to get through on the inside.
This is going to be trouble for Plato if he's not careful. He just manages to turn in ahead of Matt Neal. And Matt Neal, you get the feeling that Matt's trying to do this as cleanly as possible, but he wants that second position, and he is not going to give up trying, and he's going to have a look. No, not quite. He's not alongside on the way into the complex.
I think that's what happened a few laps ago. Plato outbraked himself a fraction into the chicane, and Neal got a run at him. The last time Neal went round the outside, that time he tried to tuck to the inside. If Jason can just control himself in there, he's got the pace to do this, but it can't be easy. Remember, he is carrying a lot of injuries from that nasty fire he suffered, and Matt Neal's put his lights on now, but that won't have any effect on Plato.
The tension down there in the pits is Jason's wife Sophie looking very nervous, and it just is beginning to build up more and more. The title decider, surely it's going to go all the way to the wire, but Plato wants this second place. He can't really afford to lose second position. It wouldn't mean the end of his championship hopes, but every point is obviously going to count here this weekend. There's no doubt about it. And if he's going to be in position to beat Giovanardi in the final race of the day, he needs this second place, but that's how close Matt Neal is behind him. and Matt Neal wants a result here. Look, using more curve there, Matt Neal this time.
Well, Matt Neal had all 4 tyres across the curb on the inside there, so he isn't saving his tyres at all.
Well, he can afford to go for it a bit more, can't he? I mean, you know, it's go for it for Matt Neal, go for the race win. He's not worrying about the championship. First time in 2 years he's got to the final meeting, of course, where he hasn't had to worry about winning the title.
Yeah, that's true, although he is only 2 points ahead of Turkington, who's 2 places behind him, so in the championship he wouldn't want to lose another place either in the championship.
No, good point. That's, yeah, he won't want to throw it away, but nonetheless, you can see he's absolutely on it. Those lights ablaze, as you say. Behind them, it's still a la Menu for Vauxhall running in 4th. In terms of manufacturers, it's still good for Vauxhall because they've got 2 cars in the top 4 here, whereas Seat have got a car 2nd and 7th, with their 3rd car, Darren Turner, in 11th place. So in terms of the Manufacturers' Championship, Vauxhall are looking better and better. They have been leading throughout most of the season. Seat won the Manufacturers last year, but they have not yet won the Drivers' title, and that's what they're really going for. That's why Plato's trying so hard to fend off Matt Neal.
4 laps to go at the end of this, and this could be the crucial 4 laps because tyres are going to come into play at the end of this race. Dunlop providing an excellent tyre here, but have the teams been safe enough with their setup? The drivers certainly haven't been safe enough with their driving over the curve, so let's see what happens this next 4 laps as Plato again starts to build a bit of a challenge towards Giovinazzi.
Yeah, and he was tighter into the chicane that time. He didn't outbrake himself, and he kept it neat through every section. Behind them, I saw that Turkington's pretty close to a la Menu in the battle for 4th. Ooh, a little bit deep there from Plato, perhaps into the first part. They've also got a back marker they're going to have to deal with in a moment. Giovinazzi winds his way through the complex. Now it's all flat out from here on in, with just a little bit of easing off the throttle to try and balance the car through this very fast section of corners. And a car ahead is always going to worry you a little bit. Let's see what's been going on here. This is for 8th place. Mike Jordan, who's moved up a bit. Tom Onslow-Cole was up his inside. Oh, there was a bit of a touch. Jordan had to jump over the curb. And maybe Chilton was able to take Onslow-Cole. Did he actually get past? I think he may have done. So Chilton, yeah, he did. He came across the line in 9th. So Jordan's got up to 8th, having started way down. Well, that's pretty impressive. He started back on the 11th row, back in 22nd place. Jordan now up into 8th position.
Yeah, but look how much Plato's closed on this lap, and still 3 more laps to go. He's right back on the tail, He's trying everything he can to maximise the Seat strengths on the brakes, but he's right there.
Oh, wonderful stuff. Look at this 3-way battle for the win here at Thruxton. He's got to watch his mirrors as well as Plato. He might be closer to Giovinazzi, but he's also got Matt Neal right there. And Matt Neal's Team Alfred's car flying at this stage as a nudge from Neal as they head up round the left-hander towards the complex. Giovinazzi just with enough of an edge surely to hold. Oh, he's down the inside. They're side by side. Plato takes the lead. They're both across the grass. Matt Neal's trying to rejoin. It's the same. It's still Giovinazzi leading. Plato's still in 2nd, and still Matt Neal in 3rd.
Well, I think, Sophie can't bear to watch. Nor can the Giovinazzi family. It's just unbelievable. Matt Neal has backed out of this. I think he thinks they're going to take them both out, but we need to see that again. Plato comes up the inside, rattles into the side. They both run wide. Giovinazzi elects to go across the grass early, and Plato thinks, well, I'll follow you. And they come out in status quo.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any penalties applied because nothing changed. This was the moment. Plato went for the late lunge down the inside. Oh, that was where the rubbing was done. And now they just took to the grass, took the shortcut and stayed ahead of Matt Neal. But thankfully, they didn't rip off the front splitters. They could have done damage there across the grass, but they seem to have got away with it. But there are still a couple of laps to go. They come across the line this time to complete 14 and to go on to their 15th lap. 2 laps to go. It's still Giovinazzi ahead of Plato.
And still 1 point in it. But it certainly seems to have had the effect of frightening Matt Neal off, doesn't he? He doesn't want to get involved. But I do think Plato will be back on the back of Giovinazzi for the last lap.
Yeah, it's lap and a half. Plato with a 1 point margin. If it finishes like this, he will still be 1 point ahead of Giovinazzi into the final race, and they will be on a reverse grid. But of course, there'll only be one position different on that reverse grid, and it's a question then of who can come through, who can fight their way through more effectively. Certainly Vauxhall looked strong in that opening race, but the Seat is always strong at the end of the races. and Plato has shown it again here in this second race of the day. It's building up to be a tremendous finale, but we've still got this race to finish, and remember, there were dramas on the last lap of the earlier race we had today, and they'll all be very aware of that. Matt Neal still in third, big gap back now to the battle for fourth, which is still being held by Alain Menu in a Vauxhall, Colin Turkington, and then Matt Jackson in the background. I could just see them flashing up the hill. They'll be coming around this time to go on to their final lap.
Here we go, the positions have stayed very much the same on this lap. I don't think Plato's really got a lot left. Menu back up to fourth in front of Turkington and Jackson.
Yeah, interesting little tussle in potential between those two BMWs, the Team RAC car of Turkington and the privateer family-run car of Matt Jackson. Not much to choose between them as they came across the line that time, that's for sure, and each looking for points in the Independence Championship. But up front, it's still Giovanardi looking to take the 15 points for the win. He hasn't taken fastest lap, but he will get 1 extra point for leading, so he'll get 16 points here. Jason Plato looks set to get 12 points for second place. It was a 5-point gap between them coming into this one. It will be a 1-point gap going into the final race. Now watch this section of the track. This is where the tyres can let go if they're marginal. It's where we've seen problems already today. Giovanardi's through Goodwood safely in the background. It looks safe for Jason Plato as well.
Yeah, they both look okay. One last fast corner, this one. Church taken in 6th gear, 125 miles an hour. They stay in 6th gear all the way up Woodham Hill, only gaining another 5 or 7 miles an hour all the way up there.
It's a nerve-wracking race when you've got to worry about the tyres as well, but it's going to be a repeat of the first race of the day. It's going to set up a wonderful climax to the British Touring Car Championship. Fabrizio Giovanardi is going to come through to take victory for Vauxhall, and Jason Plato finishes second. They will be separated by 1 point in the title battle going into the final race of the season.
Well, we couldn't have it any better, could we? Now we just have to wait and see how many cars will be reversed for that final rid. Anything between 6 and 10. But we do know that Giovanardi and Plato will be starting next to each other.
So the results, Giovanardi the winner from Jason Plato with Matt Neal in third, then a gap back to Colin Turkington, looking good now for the independent win in the Drivers' Championship. Matt Jackson 5th, Alain Menu in 6th, then Tom Coronel in 7th place, Mike Jordan in 8th, Chilton in 9th, and Tom Onslow-Cole. So Alain Menu again lost places on the final lap of that race. Menu dropping down to 6th place at the end there. Well, let's just see what that's done to the points. Jason Plato, 289 points. Fabrizio Giovanardi, 288. Tim, we've had 29 races this year, and now we go into the last race, and there's simply a point between them.
Yeah, you don't expect me to actually commentate on that race, do you? I shall be just watching. I mean, there couldn't be a more worthy champion than either of them. Giovanardi has done a fantastic season, totally outclassed his teammate, been fantastic to watch, great racecraft, and has won lots of races and been brilliant. Plato has driven better this year than any other year. He's really been a master of his art this year, and again, he's outpaced his teammate, he's scored good points, he's raced aggressively, even up to now, and you know, either of them are a great and worthy champion. With Plato having suffered the terrible injuries he suffered this year, it makes it even more emotional, and well, you know, good luck to both of them. It's a pity they can't share it.
So, just to remind you, Jason Plato then, that 1 point advantage, starting in 6th on the grid. He's on the right as you're looking at the picture there. You can just see the yellow and silver Seat. Fabrizio Giovanardi on the left as we're looking at it, tucked in behind the orange car of Matt Neal. So keep your eyes wherever you want on those two or on the leaders to see what happens in race 30 of the 2007 Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championship. It's the title decider here at Thruxton. We wait for the lights, and then it's all going to let loose in the final race of the season. Away we go. Coronel versus Alain Menu up front, and Giovanardi ahead of Plato. Giovanardi's made a much better start than Jason Plato, and he's got ahead of him.
Plato had the chance because he was behind Turkington, that car in 2nd place, but he's fluffed the start.
But what's happened there? Giovanardi's lost a bit of time there as he No, he's still in front. Coronel's dropping back. Battle up front. Jackson trying to take the lead from Turkington. Two BMWs are up side by side. And
That's Plato getting involved.
Yeah.
That's Plato coming through the last part of the chicane. Sorry to interrupt. He's now fighting back, but he had 3 Vauxhalls in front of him. The worst possible start that he could have had.
Yeah, and he's still got Giovanardi up ahead of him, so this is not good news. Giovanardi's got a couple of cars between himself, I think, and Plato. So Plato's really got his work cut out here. Yes, indeed, it's Tom Coronel that's tucked in behind Giovanardi. The Seat, the blue and yellow Seat, that's the man who was on pole position, and Jason Plato's really got his work cut out now. This is going to be a tough one. Up front, it's Matt Jackson who leads in the privateer BMW ahead of the Colin Turkington's Team RAC version. And then the Team Halford's car coming through next. That's Matt Neal, but he's under pressure. Giovanardi is flying. Look at Giovanardi round the outside.
Matt Neal waved him past. I saw Matt Neal waving as they came up the straight. That's incredible. I didn't think I'd see that from Matt Neal. Has he got a problem, or is he just letting him get on with his race and his championship?
Well, that's an interesting one. Let's see what happens now with the Seat behind him, and then the other Vauxhall in there of Tom Chilton. Alan Menu, I don't know what happened to him on that first lap. He started on the front row and he's disappeared down to 11th place. So Menu had a horrible time on that opening lap, and he's got a lot of work to do from there. But as they all head in towards the complex, this is very, very tight with the Seat. And that is Plato trying to squeeze his way through, but he couldn't quite manage to get past Chilton. And Chilton's going to do his best, of course, to defend for Vauxhall's honour.
Well, Chilton can be very defensive. He'll be the worst person that Plato wants to see in front of him, a hard man to get past. At the moment, it's huge advantage to Giovanardi, and I was so surprised to see that Matt Neal effort. If ever you wanted confirmation that Matt Neal might be going to Vauxhall next year, that must be it.
Well, that's an interesting one. Jason Plato in 7th place. He's trying to attack for 6th to get past Tom Chilton, but Chilton now has got that Vauxhall hooked up very, very well behind Jason Plato. It is now Tom Coronel in the other Seat, so he's going to act as rear gunner. That will help Plato a little bit, but he needs a little bit more. And as it stands at the moment, Giovanardi will win this title by 5 points. That's if they finish where they are right now, but there's still a long way to go in this race.
Yeah, and Plato bashing it over the curbs there. He can't afford to save the car. He's just got to go for it now. He'll take all the risks he can. The weather's cooled off just a little. This is the start. Giovanardi gets off great. Plato has to slot in behind, but look where that RAC BMW has got to, round the outside. The 2 BMWs, as we suspected, straight into the first 2 positions.
Yeah, the rear-wheel drive BMs really shot away, didn't they, at the start of the race? It's still Matt Jackson who leads this race. Let's not forget the youngster who's in his first full season of British Touring Cars and has had a win already ahead of Turkington in 2nd. And there'll be big rivalry between the two because they both drive different BMWs for different teams. There in 3rd place is the man who could win the title. He's in a very strong 3rd place. It's Fabrizio Giovanardi, the Italian, with a gap back to Matt Neal in 4th place. Then it's Chilton in 5th position, and then it's Jason Plato. Plato really has got his work cut out here. He's got to find some pace, and the BMW of Matt Jackson sliding its way through Church Corner at 125 miles an hour, and now heading up the hill towards the chicane.
Yeah, Matt Neal had a bit of a slide there through Church, 125 miles an hour. That's let Chilton get on the back of him, and they've left Plato behind a little bit. In fact, behind Plato, it's now Adam Jones coming through in the old Seat Toledo.
Yeah, he's got ahead of the other 2 Seats of Tom Coronel and Darren Turner. That's a bit of a surprise. Tom Onslow Cole then in 10th. Gordon Shetton's up to 11th already. That's a pretty good getaway. He started back in 19th position, and he could be one to watch as we make progress through this race. Mike Jordan 12th, Alan Menu in 13th, then Collard, Allison and O'Neill. This is the battle for the lead though, the 2 BMWs. It's Matt Jackson versus Colin Turkington, and this is a very, very interesting tussle.
It's a great tussle between 2 drivers who've driven brilliantly this year. Matt Jackson, his first ever year of touring cars, he's already a race winner, supremely confident. Turkington, once more a class year, really, really come of age this year, highlighted by that fabulous 3rd place in the World Touring Car race at Brands Hatch. But 2 BMWs out the front, long time since we've seen that.
That's right. So is it going to stay this way round? Colin Turkington's had 3 wins so far this year. Matt Jackson's just had the 1 victory. There is a minor difference in the gearboxes that these 2 cars use. Jackson, a slightly lighter car as a result of that. The sequential box in the Team RAC car right behind him, and then it's Giovanardi. And look at this battle for the lead. Turkington moves to the outside. Unlikely to go around the outside, but he might give it a go. Big slide into the chicane. and he has to shortcut it. As long as he comes behind Jackson as he does, there shouldn't be any penalty.
Yeah, it was a great shot just before that as they came through Church, and you could see the inside front wheel of Matt Jackson's car bouncing up and down. The car looked far less stable, in fact, than the RAC version. They do run different shock absorbers on these two cars, but certainly it was. This is on board with Turkin approaching the chicane. Tries to go around the outside, realises a little touch that just puts him out wide, and realises his only option is to go straight on.
Mike Jordan's just set fastest lap. He's down in 11th place at the moment. But Matt Jackson, there he is, still our race leader, from Colin Turkington in second position. And then it's Fabrizio Giovanardi, the Italian, looking good for the title at the moment in third. Matt Neal in fourth, Tom Chilton in fifth, and then Jason Plato. Can he find just a little bit more speed from that Seat? This Thruxton circuit was always going to be a tough one for Seat to finish the season. We saw Vauxhall's dominance in the early part of the year here, and they've just got stronger and stronger, and he's struggling. He's flat out in the Seat, but can he try and close up? Remember, the latter part of the race, whoa, look at that. That's how hard he's trying.
He's absolutely trying his heart out, he really is, but the pace will come hopefully from that Seat in the second half of the race. That's where it's been strong so far, and maybe the BMWs will end up coming back to the other cars. Maybe that'll bring Plato up. There's a long way to go in this yet.
Yeah, long way to go. We're on to lap 6 out of 16, and so there's still a long way to go, as you say. And Jackson with that just fractional advantage over Colin Turkington. Giovanardi followed by Matt Neal, who doesn't seem to be on the attack, doesn't seem to be too worried about attacking for that position. And there is the position on the points as it stands at the moment. Giovanardi would win by 4 points as it is right now, and he would become a British Touring Car champion with Vauxhall. And I think, just looking at that, that Vauxhall would be manufacturers champions as well. So PR lady for Vauxhall, Jasmine, just looking very, very nervous there as they wait to see what happens, because they know that there's still a long way to go, and they lost 2 cars earlier on in race 1, remember, due to punctures.
They did, but it's still looking tough for Plato. He's got 2 Vauxhalls and Matt Neal. Now, none of those are obviously going to help him at all. He's going to have to do this all on his own.
He is. Jason Plato's last lap, 20.2, about the same sort of pace as those ahead of him. Oh, there's his wife, Sophie, and, well, they're just willing him on. They're just willing a bit more performance out of that car. There is no one trying any harder than Jason Plato. Behind him, we've got Adam. Oh, Jordan's been hit. Jordan's been hit. There was contact between him and Onslow Cole. Don't know how it actually began, but Jordan recovers, gets going, and rejoins just ahead of Alan Menu, who was in 13th place.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Alan Menu. Obviously, at the start, he got swamped, and then I think he got involved in that action at the first complex, and it dropped him well down. But Turkington now starting to get more aggressive. Onslow Cole is now out, probably broken steering.
Yeah, as a result of that incident at the chicane. Tom Onslow Cole out. Let's see if we can find out again. Well, the contact already been made when they came into shot, really.
Yeah, just a case of 2 into 1 doesn't go. Fortunately, Mike Jordan keeps going, but once again, he's had a really promising race ruined. He still holds that fastest lap.
So still the 2 BMWs out front. Look, on board Turkington, watch that car ahead. And remember, they're now picking up speed down the hill towards Church Corner, up to a good 120, nearly 130 miles an hour, then to dab on the brake and through this right-hander in top gear, hard on the power, nothing to choose between them.
No, there isn't, but that car, its tyres when they're new will overcome a little bit of that suspension deficit that he's obviously suffering. As the tyres get worn, then he'll start to struggle more.
Little pump on the brake pedal. You saw the lights flashing on and off from Matt Jackson. He's using his left foot to cover the brake on the way up to the chicane to make sure he's got a good firm pedal when he gets to a major stopping point. There's only a couple of key braking areas around this circuit, that is into the chicane and then into the complex. Through they come to complete another lap. 7 laps completed, we're on to lap 8 out of 16.
Yeah, and interestingly, Plato's just not showing that pace we've seen in the other 2 races. He's got the old Toledo of Adam Jones, not to take anything away from Adam Jones, but Adam Jones is right behind him, as is his teammate Turner.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't look as though Plato's got the speed he needs from that car. This little group stays in position as well. Here comes the battle for the lead. Still Jackson and Turkington. There is Giovanardi then. The Italian is looking in good shape at the moment to take this title, unless Jason Plato can pull out some real magic here, but it doesn't look as though he's able to close up at this point in the race. It's normally around this half distance mark that we would expect to see that Seat coming on a little bit more strongly. but have they gone a little more conservative on their tyre setup? Will Vauxhall have been pushing too hard? Until we get to the end of the race, we won't know for sure. There's no doubt, though, that Matt Jackson is driving superbly well, defending his lead from Colin Turkington in second place, and Plato driving his heart out here, but that gap has opened up, if anything, between himself and Tom Chilton up ahead. And of course, not only has he got to get past Tom Chilton, oh, Jason's gone straight on. What's he doing?
Well, he obviously locked up his brakes, but he's gained a bit of an advantage there, and that could be costly, because you're not allowed to gain an advantage. So, well, that's one that we'll have to come back to after the race. But he certainly gained some advantages. Lap time on that lap, 0.9 of a second quicker than the car in front.
Yeah, well, that might indeed help him a little bit, but you know, he's got to go for it, hasn't he? He's got to try every trick in the book, as well as being absolutely 100% committed, and it has allowed him to just close up fractionally to the back of that next group. And it's Tom Chilton who is in front of him here through the fast sections. That Seat engine, listen to it. Little lift off the throttle there, working hard through the right-hander at Goodwood.
But this group is closing up. They are closing up gradually behind the two BMWs. So it could still become very, very tense as if they all start falling over each other. But certainly the look in the Seat garage from Sophie Plato is more of very anxious concern than enjoyment than it was earlier in the day.
That's right. They always knew this would be tough. And Matt Neal waving Tom Chilton through as well. So he's waving Tom. This is very strange, isn't it, to see Matt Neal just letting cars through here, and somehow I wonder whether he's actually going to let Jason Plato do the same or not. One wonders. Let's see what happens. Plato now has caught right up to the back of Matt Neal, and look, he's tight to the rear bumper of the Team Halfords Honda as they head around the right-hander at Allard and up towards, look how wide Plato is there.
Yeah, well, we'll have to watch what happens now with Matt Neal and Plato. They are arch enemies from the past, but at the moment it looks as though Matt Neal's running as a fourth works Vauxhall, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. He certainly seems to be helping those guys out at the moment. Plato chases coming out of the complex, not really gaining enough on Matt Neal to challenge him right now. Giovanardi still running in that all-important third place currently, and plenty of places enough ahead of Jason Plato to wrap up this title, to win the Manufacturers' Championship for Vauxhall as well. But Plato's not given up yet. He's still pushing the car out to the very edge of the circuit in his attempts to close this gap a little bit, try and pick up the slipstream through this next section and chase Matt Neal as they come up the hill towards the chicane. No change up front, still Matt Jackson from Colin Turkington. It's still the battle between the two BMWs. There they are, nothing to choose. They've been like this pretty much lap after lap, and both of them doing a fine job of looking after their tyres so far. Into the chicane then. Matt Neal bobbles over the chicane curbs and stays in front of Plato. There is Giovanardi, fairly lonely third, but he's got his own teammate now. Tom Chilton behind. There's his son Luca, his wife Patrizia watching. There's a bit of a glimmer of a smile on her face now, because they know they're in good shape here.
Yeah. Oh, it looked like Turkington looking down the inside. Jackson leaves just enough room. That was very good driving by Jackson. That was not to take the apex and have contact. He knew that Turkington was just there, and he just left enough room.
Yeah, he did. But well, let's see what happens. There's still some time to go here, and both those BMW drivers will want to finish the season on a high with a race victory, and that could all go wrong on the final lap, I could imagine. Here comes Plato again on the attack, very quick through the left-hander at Noble, but that might just compromise him a little bit through the right hand. On board now with Plato. How close can he get to the back of Matt Neal's car?
Well, Matt Neal hasn't waved him through, and Chilton's disappeared up the road, so he's certainly not helping, but Plato isn't exactly on the back of his case either.
No, he's not quite close enough, really, is he, to get past there anyway. He needs to be a little closer to mount an attack, and it's just not going to happen here. He's got to find a bit more pace somewhere. Up towards the chicane, braking alongside the grandstand, popping over the curb once again, closes up a little bit under braking, and he has actually made that through the chicane. He has gained a length or two.
Yeah, we've seen in the past the Seat is extremely good on the brakes and through those tight corners, just losing out through on the straights and the faster stuff, but maybe just, you know, we've at the end of a long day and a busy weekend. Oh, Turkington out wide.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering whether those injuries that Jason Plato is carrying are starting to
Oh, look, they've made contact. Neal and Plato must have made contact there because they ended up both across the grass. They're still leaning on each other, and now Plato is in front of Matt Neal. Well, drama again.
Yeah, had to happen, didn't it? Had to happen.
Sophie looks more nervous than ever now. But it's still not enough, is it?
Let's get back to the pictures. Turner is coming up behind. If Turner can get past Neal, that will help Plato.
Now there's just one car between Giovanardi and Plato. Let's see what happened up there. This was coming into the complex. Plato was quite a long way back. Well, that was the contact. Little nudge from Plato onto Neal.
Yeah, that was straight up the back, wasn't it? And pushed Neal wide. And well, yeah, look, he's getting it back now. He's getting it back.
He's returning the favour. He's returning the favour. Oh,
Turkington's off.
Turkington spun from the battle in the lead. So it's Jackson on his own now. Giovanardi's up to second. That actually probably helps Giovanardi a little bit, or doesn't make too much difference in terms of points.
Plato and Chilton side by side. Plato and Chilton side by side.
Look at this. Plato might be able to get to up behind Giovanardi, but if he can get behind he makes contact with the back of Chilton's car. Well, Plato's giving it everything he's got here and a bit more as he tries to move up the order and get past this Vauxhall. He wants to get on terms with his championship rival, Fabrizio Giovanardi. But if he finishes behind Giovanardi, Giovanardi will win the title. He has to get past Giovanardi.
Yeah, then he has to fight it out with the clerk of the course, I should think, because he's already jumped the chicane, pushed Matt Neal out the way. It's getting very fraught, but the championship's on the line.
It is, and in a way you can sort of forgive him doing whatever it takes here, as long as it's safe, as long as he's not actually endangering anyone, and certainly that hasn't occurred as yet. But right behind him still is Matt Neal. Matt Neal is right behind him, and look at that, as it stands right now, Giovanardi will win the title by just 1 point. That's how close it would be. Matt Neal's gonna launch himself. Is he trying to attack Jason Plato again into the chicane? But there's not quite contact that time. They managed to make it through without hitting each other.
Well, the Seat team will be screaming at Darren Turner to try and get past Matt Neal and give his teammates some protection, because if he can't get past Plato, he's still sitting duck to... Oh, he's on the grass. He's a sitting duck for Matt Neal.
Yeah, that's right. This is the area where Plato hit Matt Neal earlier, and they just turn in. It's so tight between these two. 14 laps. We're on to lap 14. We've had 13 laps so far. So 2 3/4 laps still to go, and Plato's still under pressure here from Matt Neal. Matt Neal's going to try and come back at him. There's the view from Plato, looking back at the outgoing champion, Matt Neal, double champion Matt Neal. But these two have had so many run-ins over the last couple of years, and Plato absolutely focused on staying ahead of him. But it's not enough to just stay ahead of Matt Neal. He's got to try and find a way past Tom Chilton as well.
He has Matt Neal taking a tighter line through there. He's got a little bit more grip underneath him at the moment. This is on board, going through Church.
Matt Jackson's still the race leader, but we're focusing on what's going on behind. It's all about the title. Giovanardi looking good still. He's in second place. Chilton in the other Vauxhall in third. They're heading for the manufacturer's title. Here comes Plato versus Matt Neal again into the chicane. Nothing to choose between them, and still there. Now there's a chance. Plato just opened up a length or so, and Darren Turner that little bit closer to the back of Matt Neal. He might be able to help Plato.
Well, Plato's now in clear air anyway. He's got shaken off Neal from his back bumper at least by a couple of car lengths, so he's in clean air. But can he catch up? Giovanardi's just starting to ease off his pace, look. Yep. Giovanardi's easing his pace to save his tyres. He's worried about his tyres on the last 2 laps. He knows he's got Chilton behind him, and he's easing his pace off. This might be a mistake, because if Plato gets too close, he will have a go regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth it, isn't it? Because it's all or nothing now for Plato, with a lap and a half to go here. Fingers crossed wherever you look. The Giovanardi looking good for a 3-point victory here if it stays as it is right now. But is he going to hold that? That's the question. Are the tyres going to be okay for the remainder of the race? He's still being shadowed by his teammate Tom Chilton, but Matt Neal's again a little bit closer to the back of Plato as they come out of Church Corner and head up Woodham Hill, up towards the chicane this time. And we've got a red flag. A red flag has come out.
Red flag.
So there's been an accident somewhere. Oh, Mike Jordan There's been an accident at the chicane. There's a red flag. Everyone slows down, and they've done it. Vauxhall has done it. Fabrizio Giovanardi has won the British Touring Car Championship of 2007. Vauxhall have won the manufacturer's title as well. It's their 6th manufacturer's title in 7 years. It's their 5th driver's title in the last 7 years. And it's an 8th touring car title somewhere around the world for Fabrizio Giovanardi. And it's celebration time. Look at him, Fabrizio, really starting to enjoy this moment now. He has done it. He has snatched the championship in the final race of the season. And look at him, look at him.
He's shown us some car control over the year. Now he's just showing off. How do you celebrate if you're Giovanardi? You show off with some car control. Well, a sad end to the race meeting with a red flag, but it did look like it was Giovanardi's all the way through that race. His superb start off the line was really what won him that race. I have to feel for Plato. He's a hugely valiant and brave loser, and there he is. Well, you know, words fail me, the poor guy, but there can only be one winner and only one loser, and it's Giovanardi for 2007.
Matt Jackson has taken the final win of the season as well. What a result for the youngster, his 2nd win of the year, and for a privateer team, well, he's come good again. He wins by 2.5 seconds just over from Fabrizio Giovanardi. Giovanardi's 2nd place does enough for him. John Chilton is 3rd, and Vauxhall take the manufacturer's trophy as well. Jason Plato, he tried his heart out, but he finished in 4th. Matt Neal in 5th. Darren Turner in the Seat in 6th, ahead of Adam Jones. Tom Coronel, Gordon Shedden finished in 9th place, and Rob Collard finished in 10th. Final standings. Fabrizio Giovanardi wins it by 3 points over Jason Plato. After 30 races all over the UK, it's come down to just 3 points, and Giovanardi has done it. He's taken the title, his 8th touring car title around the world. He's been Italian champion, he's been Spanish champion, he's been European champion, and now he's taken the British Championship, one of the most prestigious titles there is in the world of tin top racing. And boy, did he have to fight for it all the way to the flag. And what a great performance by the whole Vauxhall team as well. Ian Harrison, team boss there, the chief mechanic Martin Ellis, his engineer Alex Somerset, who's tasted success before and looked after things for Matt Neal in his 1st season when he became champion. And that's going to mean such a lot to Alex, to all the guys there at VXR, well, to snatch it right at the end. But you have to feel for Jason Plato, and that's nice to see. I mean, what a week he's had. The burns he suffered at the first part of the week, his hands, his neck have been dressed all through the course of the weekend. He's fought for this title. Seat looking for their 1st Drivers' Championship in British touring cars, and I tell you what, they've run a superb campaign. Many congratulations to Seat, to team manager Jonathan Haynes, who came in this year, and I think they've run an absolutely brilliant campaign. But ultimately, perhaps this car here at Thruxton, maybe that was what the difference was. The Vauxhall was simply the quicker car at Thruxton. There were 2 meetings at Thruxton this year, and that perhaps just favoured Vauxhall at the end of the day. They have taken the win, and I'm sure they're very happy that the season finale was lined up to be here. It was always a successful track for them in the past. Here it is, the moment. Fabrizio celebrating his British touring car title win. A very, very special moment indeed. Only his 2nd year of racing on the UK tracks, of course. He had to learn them all last year. And there's Alan Menu, who's been an absolutely brilliant 3rd member of that team. He didn't have such a good run there. He ended up in 12th place, a disastrous 1st lap. But what he'd done earlier was enough for them, really, to take what they needed in the championship and points for the manufacturers. And there is Fabrizio Giovanardi. Relief at last being awarded as well. And there's Mike Nicholson. So a fantastic performance by Giovanardi. You have to feel for Plato, but it's the Italian who's champion. Well, that's nice to see, isn't it? There is a very special moment. Jason, over to congratulate Fabrizio Giovanardi, who has taken the title, but, well, they both fought so hard there. There's Tom Chilton to congratulate his teammate for the season as well. Brilliant day by Fabrizio Giovanardi.
That was a heart-stopping race, Jason. Can you put into words how you must feel? You clearly are disappointed not to take the championship this year. It was very close.
Yeah, it was very close, but you know, it kind of all hung on that last race, and I didn't get a very good start, so unfortunately that's down to me. And you know, once I knew that if the Vauxhalls came past, they'd gang up as a team as we expect they would do. And you know, it was a great fight for the championship. It just didn't go our way, unfortunately. But you know, he's the best man won on the day. Simple as that.
I mean, during that race, it did look like Matt Neal sort of jumped in there as well, not to not make your life so easy.
Well, that's what I expect from Matt. You know, I saw him wave past Chilton. I mean, Matt's a Vauxhall driver now, we all know that, and it's just a shame he got in the middle of things. But that's how it is. We expect that from the man. But you know, I'm going to hold my head high. I did a good effort today and yesterday, but it wasn't to be, and that's unfortunately how it is. But you know, thanks to all at SAET, everyone's worked tremendously hard over the last four years. And you know, we have to go away, have a couple of beers tonight, and then come back in March or whenever it is, April next year, and you know, all systems go again.
And let's just see what it's all meant in terms of championship points throughout the course of this year. Fabrizio Giovanardi ends up as champion. Plato has to settle for runners-up spot. Gordon Shedden took third from his teammate Matt Neal, who managed to stay ahead of Colin Turkington. Turkington could have done with the points there for a win, but he didn't manage to make it past Matt Jackson. Matt Jackson a very strong 7th at the end of the season, and Mike Jordan 8th. Tom Chilton finished in 9th, and Tom Onslow Cole finished in 10th place in the points. That was a good first season from him as well. Another youngster to really keep an eye on for the future. Matt Jackson, Tom Onslow Cole, 2 excellent debut years from those guys, and I think we will see more of them in the future.
Fabrizio, many congratulations, the British 2007 champion. What does it mean to finally get there?
To win the title like that is amazing, because every driver outside wants to try to win the championship. It's not very easy. It's not very easy. This is why we fought a lot until the end. So 1 point last race, the pressure was very high. So just the start made the difference. I could not divide my title with Plato because it was very good, but I have to divide the title with all my team, all the Vauxhall, everything. Everybody helped me to do this.
But you've had a really great season.
Yeah, it was really great. 10 wins and a lot of effort to do this brand new car. Okay. I think it was good, very good.
Thank you, enjoy. And to Fabrizio's family as well, enjoy your celebrations.
And finally, the 2007 Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Champion is Fabrizio Giovanardi. A huge cheer, the Italian flag for Fabrizio Giovanardi. And there's the trophy. He is the 2007 Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Champion.
Well, there it is. Fabrizio Giovanardi takes the trophy then. He's got the flag as well, the Italian flag, as I say. It was Gabriele Tarquini, who was one of the most popular winners of the British Touring Car Championship, who was the last Italian to win it. That was back in 1994 when he drove for Alfa Romeo. But it's for Vauxhall that Fabrizio Giovanardi's done it. Man who came in, really sort of took over, if you like, from Ivan Muller, who was the star for Vauxhall for so many years. But they have a new star, and he's taken his first British title. And he, well, you could say that he could win many more in the future, but he's done it today by a brilliant, tiny margin.